Chapter 91. When the Xinglu Empire royal family sent out the Ice Jade Scorpion Soul Bone, the Starlight Auction House also prepared the last auction item. When Su Jiujiu changed into a set of clothes that would only be worn when the auction price exceeded 100 million, Xiao Chong's brain crashed for a while. Because Xiao Chong clearly remembered that the last auction item was a Soul Beast embryo, and this embryo should be the Snow Emperor, but now the Snow Emperor is resting in her storage soul guide, so what else can be sure to be auctioned at a high price of 100 million? When Xiao Chong was full of questions, the Starlight Auction House revealed the answer. What was pushed out was the embryo of another soul beast. Xiao Chong? ? The Snow Emperor has broken through the 700,000-year mark. Where did this embryo come from? When Xiao Chong was full of questions, Princess Jiujiu introduced to everyone the benefits of the 100,000-year soul beast embryo. When it was mentioned that if the 100,000-year embryo was successfully fused, it might give birth to a second martial soul, the entire auction house was almost boiling. At this time, Hui Yuhao, who had come with the Shrek Academy team, asked Alex, "Elder Yi, is it really possible for the soul beast embryo to give a person a second martial soul?" In Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, Alex pondered for a moment. "I don't know much about soul beasts and martial souls, but from the perspective of magic, it is indeed possible to fuse an embryo that has not yet successfully transformed into the power of another person, but there may be strong resentment in it. If it cannot be controlled, the person who absorbs it may become a black magician, which is similar to the evil soul master in your world. In addition, if the soul beast in the embryo has strong mental power, it is also possible to take this opportunity to change its body and be reborn." Hui Yuhao swallowed silently, and then his whole state was not very good. He had no money when he got the soul-devouring carving knife, and now he has no chance facing this soul beast embryo that may get a second martial soul. "Why don't I have anything, even money?" Hui Yuhao gritted his teeth in his heart. In the original book, Hui Yuhao's character was a bit extreme at the beginning, but Hui Yuhao in the original book had Tianmeng's help. Although Hui Yuhao only had one soul ring, he was first spotted by Fan Yu and recognized by the Soul Guidance Department. Later, he defeated Dai Huabin. Although the Martial Soul Department did not want him afterwards, he was accepted as a close disciple by Fan Yu of the Soul Guidance Department and enjoyed the best treatment of the Soul Guidance Department. With the soul skills that Tianmeng brought to Hui Yuhao, and the help of Alex, Hui Yuhao defeated Wu Feng and won the respect of other classmates. After he had the second martial soul, although Shrek did not bring out the real good stuff, at least the pie was drawn for Hui Yuhao. The personal apology of the Dean of Shrek Academy made Hui Yuhao feel respected. Although there were some problems in the middle, the overall direction has been developing in a good direction, so Hui Yuhao's personality has been changing for the better. But now Hui Yuhao does not have the 4 soul skills given by Tianmeng. Let alone defeating Dai Huabin. He even reluctantly nodded to let him enter the soul guidance system after Fan Yu thought about it. The innate soul power level is low, and the martial soul quality is just SOSO without the second awakening. Although the I-martial soul allows him to see everything more clearly, it is ultimately a low-end spiritual detection. Although Hui Yuhao's talent in the soul guidance system is not bad, it is at best, and can only be said to be good. Compared to the importance Fan Yu attached to Hui Yuhao in the original novel, Fan Yu's attitude towards Hui Yuhao is completely different in this situation. Poor talent, poor cultivation, average soul skills, only his talent in soul guidance is good, but Hui Yuhao's soul power is only level 1, and he is only level 17 at the age of 12, which makes Hui Yuhao not valued much. Although there is still the comfort given by Alex, the current extreme degree of Hui Yuhao can be said to be more extreme than when he started in the original novel. Feeling Hui Yuhao's strong hatred and world weariness, Alex sighed helplessly. Alas, this child's mentality. I hope he won't take the same path I took in the future. Then our embryo of the 100,000-year soul beast will be officially auctioned, with a starting price of 100 million gold soul coins. As the voice of Princess Su Jiujiu of the Xinglu Empire fell, the soul beast embryo with a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone as the base immediately attracted everyone in the auction hall to scramble for it. However, to Xiao Chong's surprise, Xiao Hongshan didn't say anything or bid from beginning to end. "What's wrong with you recently, nephew? This calm feeling is a bit unlike you." "Nothing." Xiao Hongshan didn't want to say more, and Xiao Chong didn't ask more, so Xiao Chong didn't care about Xiao Hongshan anymore, but silently watched Jing Hong and asked Qingya to press the bid increaser. "I bid 150 million. As Jing Hongshan's voice fell, the price of the soul beast embryo was quickly raised to a high price of 150 million, and then the whole auction hall ushered in a burst of curses, and some people in the box even smashed cups and cursed the bidders as bastards. Grandpa, is it really okay? You're spending so much money on me at this time? Xiao Hongchen looked at his grandfather with his eyes full of emotion. It was almost impossible that this embryo was to be given to Ming, so it was obviously to be given to him. After all, he was the only grandson of Jing Hongchen in terms of kinship. What do you mean by this time? It means the treasure house of the Hongchen family. The treasure house of the family? Oh, you saw what happened after Xiao Chong went to the treasure house of the Hongchen family. He said that he might need a lot of things, so I told him to take whatever he wanted. Then the treasure house of the Hongchen family did lose a little for a period of time, but now I have made up a lot. Ah? Xiao Hongchen was full of question marks. So it's not that the Hongchen family has declined? What are you talking about? I am still the Duke of the Empire, and the Master of Mingda Hall. How could the Hongchen family decline? Okay, kid, if you don't have an explanation today, I will kill you. Xiao Hongchen pulled Xiao Chong's collar and cursed. Xiao Chong, So what happened? Shrek after the auction. Yin Xiaozhi told Xian Lao what he had learned. Xian Lao, I have already found out that the soul power of the kid named Xiao Chong is only level 50. Considering the soul guiding technology of the soul sealing platform that seals the embryo, Xiao Chong may have prepared the soul beast for hunting long ago. He should be a 5-ring soul king now. If he only has the cultivation of soul king, then his cultivation is consistent with the information we got from Bebe. According to the information obtained from Bebe, he should have broken through to the venerable level more than a year ago. The information obtained from Qingyao Auctioneer is that he took certain medicines during this period and fused some soul rings of the second martial soul. The soul power of level 31, combined with the medicine and the 5 soul rings, brings at least level 5 soul power. If he broke through to the Soul King recently, it is not a big surprise. Because Xiao Chong knew that the final battle was coming soon, and he could no longer maintain a group of 6-ring soul emperors on his side, Xiao Chong did not hide the information on his side. Except for the fact that Shrek could not know about the extreme ice. Fearing that Shrek would shamelessly come to snatch people, there was really no need to hide too much about other things. After all, this is Douluo too, and although twin martial souls are precious, they are actually just that. After all, looking at Xiao Xiao's treatment in Shrek, we can basically get something out of it. Twin martial souls are precious, and they are top geniuses in any force, but for Shrek Academy, which has countless geniuses, they are actually just that. After listening to Yin Xiaozhi's report, Xian Lao sneered. I said how could this kid be a soul emperor, but he just broke through to soul king, and he still has this 100,000-year soul ring. Ridiculous. Do you really think I can just fool around? Master Xian, that kid has twin spirits after all, otherwise Yin Xiaozhi still values geniuses, but before he finished speaking, Master Xian sneered. Otherwise what? He's just a talent that was ruined by the Sun Moon Empire, and he added a soul ring to the second spirit before level 50, and he also used drugs to improve it. This move really makes me laugh. Laugh at the Sun Moon Empire's lack of strategy, Mingda Hall Master Xiaozhi, and let them ruin the genius of twin spirits, and add 8 soul rings before level 50. What's the use of that low-end 1,000-year soul ring? Even if this kind of genius, who is ruined is kneeling, don't even think about entering my Shrek Academy. Chapter 92. Without any hesitation, Elder Xian decided on Xiao Chong's nature. With Elder Xian's decision, Yin Xiaozhi could not say anything more, and instead agreed with Elder Xian. What Elder Xian said is that he equipped himself with the spirit ring of his second martial soul before reaching level 50. This is indeed the stupidity of Mingda Hall in the Sun Moon Empire. You should know that the reason why twin martial souls are top geniuses is that they can add spirit rings to their second martial souls after the 8th ring. At that time, they can not only reach the title Douluo at a very fast speed, but more than 10 spirit skills of over 50,000 years are the terrifying thing about the title Douluo of twin martial souls. More condensed spirit power, and the only 2 high-level spirit skills of more than a dozen other title Douluos are the capital for ordinary twin martial soul title Douluos to compete with super Douluos. Xiao Chong used drugs and equipped himself with spirit rings early. The spirit power of his twin martial souls, which was a little more condensed than that of ordinary spirit masters, was also destroyed by drugs. His life is just like that. In Yin Xiaozhi's eyes, Xiao Chong is a genius, but first, he is not a genius of Shrek, second, he is not the top genius, and third, he is a genius who is heading towards a dead end. Yin Xiaozhi does not have much desire for him. After all, although twin martial souls are top-notch, Shrek is not without them, especially the genius who takes medicine and fuses a 1,000-year soul ring to his second martial soul early. Shrek really doesn't need such a person. Therefore, Xian Lao and Yin Xiaozhi sneered at Xiao Chang's situation and laughed at Ming Da Hall for teaching Xiao Chang uselessly. Just when Xian Lao and Yin Xiaozhi were chatting and laughing, Ling Luochen suddenly ran over. When Ling Luochen saw Elder Xian and Yin Xiaozhi, he fell to his knees. Elder Xian. Dean Yin. Please save my grandfather. What's wrong? What happened to your grandfather? Seeing Ling Luochen suddenly kneel down and talk about her grandfather, Yin Xiaozhi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's not that he was worried about Ling Luochen's grandfather, but mainly because without the ultimate attribute, Ma Xiaotao's situation would require an 8-ring soul Douluo like Ling Luochen's grandfather to suppress it. With the strength of Ling Luochen and Su Sanshur alone, it is impossible to guarantee that Ma Xiaotao can practice normally. Ma Xiaotao is his last disciple, and he has the same phoenix spirit. He may not care about others, but he can't care about Ma Xiaotao. It's not just Yin Xiaozhi. Thinking of Ma Xiaotao's talent, and the degree of connection between Ma Xiaotao and Shrek Academy, even the always unreliable Elder Xian was a little nervous. Dean Yin, Elder Xian, a piece of Ice Jade Scorpion soul bone appeared at the auction today. That soul bone was not bought by others, but by the Xinglu imperial family. The Xinglu emperor came to my grandfather and asked our family to become part of the Xinglu Empire, and my grandfather to become the protector of the nation Douluo of the Xinglu Empire. He was ready to use that soul bone to win over my grandfather. Thinking that the top soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion was comparable to the ordinary 100,000-year soul bone, my grandfather just needed some opportunities to break through the title Douluo, so he agreed. But who knew that the soul bone was absorbed into my grandfather's body? But that soul bone not only did not help my grandfather break through the title Douluo, but it kept destroying my grandfather's body. At first, my grandfather thought that this power could be suppressed, and then the soul bone could be completely fused, but now it has been 3 hours, and my grandfather was backfired by the soul bone. The whole arm has turned into solid ice. I am afraid that he will be backfired by the Ice Jade Scorpion's soul bone and die. After listening to Ling Luochen, Yin Xiaozhi thought of Ma Xiaotao. Let Xiaotao help suppress it. No, I've asked Xiaotao, but his flames can't help my grandfather suppress the Ice Jade Scorpion, but instead cause burns to my grandfather's skin. Didn't you feel anything wrong when the soul bone was just fused? Old Xian asked a nonsense question. It's usually not easy to fuse a powerful soul bone, but it's precisely because of this discomfort that it brings greater benefits to the soul master. For this reason, when absorbing a soul bone, even if you feel pain, most people will choose to continue to introduce the power of the soul bone into the body to complete the absorption. Ling Luochen's grandfather Ling Tian thought that the pain was the opportunity for him to break through the title Douluo, but who knew that because of the characteristics of the Ice Jade Scorpion, the intense pain had no intention of disappearing at all. He originally thought that the opportunity to break through the title Douluo became his death warrant. When Ling Luochen's grandfather Ling Tian really felt something was wrong, he quickly called for help. The Shrek students came first. Ma Xiaotao used the evil fire first, but it was not only useless, but also had a counterproductive effect. Ling Luochen had no choice but to find Xian Lao and the others. But Xian Lao and Yin Xiaozhi both came, but they looked at Ling Tian and had no way. Finding a title Douluo to guide the soul bone out is definitely not possible. Not to mention that the Xinglu Empire has a title Douluo Ice Attribute Soul Master who will not let this soul bone flow out. Now even if there is a title Douluo level Ice Attribute Soul Master, seeing Ling Tian's condition, he may not dare to fuse this piece of Ice Jade Scorpion soul bone. Dean Xian and Dean Yin, please use the 10 martial soul theories or something else to think of a solution, Ling Luochen said anxiously. As for Ling Luochen's request, Xian and Yin Xiaozhi said nothing. Others didn't know what the 10 martial soul theories were, but they didn't know what they were. The so-called 10 core martial soul theories were either wrong, a scam, or something that even slightly more advanced soul masters knew. If that thing really worked, Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't have been kicked out of the family. In desperation, Xian and Yin Xiaozhi could only bite the bullet and think of a solution, and then they came to the conclusion that they had no solution, because Ling Tian was not a title Douluo, so he couldn't do it even if he wanted to cut off his arm to save his life. Removing the soul bone would only reduce the level without hurting his life. That was exclusive to title Douluo. It would be fatal for an 8-ring soul Douluo to remove the soul bone, and it would be fatal if he didn't remove the soul bone. In the end, Ling Tian's screams lasted for a day, and Ling Tian stopped screaming after a day, because he had been devoured by the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion. The only thing Ling Luochen could do was to use the soul bone to rely on Shrek's reputation to put pressure on the Xinglui Empire to make them give an explanation. In the end, the Xinglui Empire was offended and the things were lost. Looking at the soul bone that no one could absorb, the Emperor Su Jiawei of the Xinglui Empire felt a headache. The Xinglui Empire, which was not very wealthy to begin with, became even worse after this toss. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't expect that the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion could not even be absorbed by the soul Douluo. Su Jiujiu knelt in front of the Emperor Su Jiawei of the Xinglui Empire to plead guilty. She really didn't expect this to happen. It's not your fault. Who knew that this soul bone was so terrible that even soul Douluo would be attacked by it? If I had known this, I would have asked the Sun Moon Empire to buy this soul bone. This way, at least the Sun Moon Empire would lose a genius or... Huh? Halfway through his words, the Star Luo Emperor thought of something. Yes, we can't let this Ice Jade Scorpion soul bone only harm our Star Luo Empire. Jiujiu, give Shrek and the others some good things to ensure that this news does not spread. I want to use this soul bone to harm the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 93. Use this soul bone to trap the Sun Moon Empire? Brother Huang is saying. That's right. Since this soul bone cannot be absorbed at all, it is useless to keep it. Why not let this soul bone become the sharp knife we stab into the Sun Moon Empire? The soul bone of nearly 70,000 years is produced by the top ice attribute soul beasts such as the Ice Jade Scorpion. Once it falls into the Sun Moon Empire, the one who can absorb it is either the Sun Moon Empire's top leaders, or the Sun Moon Empire's top geniuses. The disciple of the Mingda Hall Master and his granddaughter seem to be Ice Attribute Soul Masters. In this case, this soul bone can be used to destroy the genius of Mingda Hall. Xinglui Emperor said confidently. He was not worried that this soul bone would be truly absorbed. After all, a soul Douluo of level 89 failed. Obviously, the one who could fuse this soul bone should at least be a soul master of the ultimate ice, or even more so, the Ice Jade Scorpion martial spirit. Not to mention that the requirement for absorbing this soul bone is that the martial soul must be an ice scorpion. Even if it only requires the ultimate ice, there are only 2 martial souls with ultimate attributes in the entire continent for tens of thousands of years. Even the entire Douluo 3 kingdoms cannot find an ultimate martial soul within 1,000 years, not to mention that it must be ultimate ice. Jiujiu, if the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy wins this game, then this soul bone will be accidentally let them know, and then I will let them use this as a handle to force us to turn this soul bone into their reward. If the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy loses this time, then find a way to let them get this soul bone later. You should know how to do this specifically. Don't worry, my brother. I won't let you down this time. Well, I leave it to you. After handing the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion to Su Jiujiu, Emperor Xinglua heaved a sigh of relief after watching her leave. Sun Moon Empire, I wonder who you will let be buried with Senior Ling Tian this time. Except for the fact that the battle against Qianling Academy was a little different from the original book, the other battles of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy seemed to be similar to the original book. Anyway, Xiao Chong, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen were not allowed to appear, and Ma Rulong led the others to the finals. On the Shrek side, after defeating the Xinglua Royal Soul Master Academy in an overwhelming manner with the increase of the 4-ring 7 treasure glazed tower, there was only 1 day of the finals left before the end of this session of the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition. Before the finals on the last day began, Wang Yan came to Xian Lao and Yin Xiaozhe, first bowed to them, and then reported to them the situation of this competition. Master Xian Dean, the finalists for this competition have been decided. Ma Xiaolao, Dai Yuheng, Ling Luochen, Bai Fan, and Ning Feng are all Soul Kings. Ning Feng's 7 treasures glazed tower only has 4 rings, but is also indispensable. We are still 2 people short of a 7-person competition team. Currently, there are 4 people to choose from: Beibei, Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan, and Yi Kai Tu. My personal suggestion is to let Jiang Nanan and Su Sanshi go. Su Sanqi's Xianing replacement ability is very useful, and low-level defensive soul masters are more restrained against low-level soul mentors. Although Jiang Nanan's ability is a little worse, her invincible golden body, teleportation, and gravity control can all play a role at certain times. In addition, she has a relationship with Su Sanshi, so I suggest giving them the last 2 places. After Wang Yan finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the 2 and waited for their decision. Xian Lao and Yin Xiaozhe looked at each other, and then Yin Xiaozhe spoke to convey his and Xian Lao's meaning. Su Sanqi's words are good, but Jiang Nanan's words are forgotten. Compared to her, Beibei is more suitable for this final. Beibei? Wang Yin thought about it. Beibei didn't seem to have much advantage when facing the Soul Guide, and it seemed that he couldn't stimulate Su Sanchi's bloodline. Okay, don't think too much. As long as we have our considerations, let's do it this way. Yin Xiaojia gave the order. He also knew that Beibei's situation was not particularly suitable for this game, but when there was the increase of the 7 treasures glazed tower this time, and Ma Xiaoao broke through the 67th level, and Dai Yuling broke through the 65th level, the situation of this game changed. Ma Xiaoao, who is at level 67, can definitely suppress 3 enemy Soul Kings by herself, or even kill them, under the amplification of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Dai Yuling, who is at level 65, can definitely crush Ma Rulong under the amplification of the 7 treasures glazed tower. Together with the other 2 Shrek Soul Kings amplified by the 7 treasures glazed tower, they can still crush the enemy Soul Masters one-on-one. The last remaining 5-ring Soul King Soul Master, with 2 4 Soul Masters amplified by the 7 treasures glazed tower, can definitely beat them. In this situation where Shrek has an obvious advantage, Yin Xiaojia and Xian Lao have to think about more things. Since they can win, they need to win beautifully, and they need to let the winner win. The person who should win is obviously Beibei. In addition to being the captain of Shrek in the next All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, Beibei also has another identity, the great-great-grandson of the current Sea God Pavilion Master Moon. When Hui Yuhao fails to show his absolute talent, Beibei will definitely become a high-level member of the Sea God Pavilion, or even the Sea God Pavilion Master. Although Beibei's talent is just SOSO, he has Zhang Lishuan as his fiancée, who can completely make up for Beibei's lack of strength. Zhang Lishuan will make up for the strength in the future, and Beibei obviously needs to make up for the prestige. The captain of the reserve team of the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition this time, and the captain of the next All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition are things that can be said to increase prestige. Even if Shrek wins every competition, the prestige added by this point is not much, but some things are better than nothing, especially in the case of catching up with this competition. The Shrek 7 Devils, and defeating the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy are even more necessary. Although these 2 points may not increase Beibei's prestige too much, without these 2 points, Beibei's prestige must be reduced. Xian Lao is Mu Lao's nephew, and Yin Xiaojia is even more Muin's disciple. Knowing that Beibei is Muin's great-great-grandson, they can't just consider nothing. Since the advantage is on their side, it is necessary for Beibei to participate in this competition and win the honor. Wang Yin thought about it, and didn't understand what Xian Lao and Yin Xiaojia meant, but the 2 senior leaders had already made a decision. It was obviously not something he could refute. Wang Yin could only nod his head, and then go back to think about Beibei's key role in the game. While Wang Yin was thinking about how to fight against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was also thinking about how to defeat Shrek Academy in the decisive battle. Compared with Shrek, the tactics of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy were simpler. The reason was simple. When everyone in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy gathered together to think about countermeasures, Xiao Chong stood up. Everyone, when the finals come, as soon as the referees shout start, you should close your eyes immediately and observe the enemy. Remember to only use the mental detection I shared with you. Why? Although your mental detection is very useful, it is better to control the battle with our eyes, right? Ma Rulong asked. If you want to know the reason, you should put this on first. Xiao Chong took out several pairs of powerful sunglasses. Seeing the sunglasses that Xiao Chong took out, several people did not understand, but they accepted and put on the sunglasses. When the sunglasses were put on, they felt that the sky was dark. Although it was not to the point of being unable to see one's hand in front of one's face, it was almost the same. Just when they were thinking about whether to take off the sunglasses, Xiao Chong's fingertips burst out with an extremely strong and dazzling light, which made the people wearing sunglasses squint their eyes. It's a good thing I didn't take off my sunglasses. The light is too strong. How did you do it? Ma Rulong was shocked when he saw the strong light between Xiao Chong's fingers. He felt how strong the sunglasses were in blocking the light. But even so, he still felt the stinging pain in his eyes through the sunglasses when squinting. It can be seen how strong the light from Xiao Chong's fingertips is under normal circumstances. This is my 5th soul skill, element control. I squeeze the 3 elements of thunder, fire, and light together to form the powerful flash bomb you see. Chapter 94. Xinglu Empire, Xingluo City. As Tiansha Douluo Huang Jinshu arrived at the competition venue, the final of the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition also kicked off. After the referee said a lot of nonsense that neither Shrek Academy nor Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy listened to, the two sides began to exchange names and then prepared for the official decisive battle. As the referee said start, Huiyuhao, who was sitting in the Shrek viewing area, silently released a soul ring at his feet, and the first soul skill, vision sharing, was secretly activated, connecting his vision with the 7 Shrek people to ensure that the Shrek people on the field could see the enemy's status as much as possible. Under mental detection, Xiao Chong saw Huiyuhao's abnormality, but Xiao Chong did not say anything for a while. After all, Xiao Chong already knew Huiyuhao's soul skill with the skill of copying martial soul brought by the mirror beast, and Huiyuhao's soul skill just happened to allow everyone in Shrek to see more clearly, which was a good thing for Xiao Chong. Moreover, Xiao Chong had secretly asked Jing Hongchen to film everything about Huiyuhao's cheating. In this situation, Xiao Chong naturally had no reason to stop Huiyuhao. So, after the referee officially called the start, Xiao Chong, who was at the end of the team, immediately followed the plan at the beginning. All the students of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy closed their eyes immediately after the start, and Xiao Chong's spiritual detection sharing was immediately turned on. Then a ball of light appeared on Xiao Chong's right hand, and was quickly thrown into the sky by Xiao Chong. The ultimate light yang. As Xiao Chong's words fell, an extremely strong flash bomb exploded instantly, and the entire competition stage was almost a white light, which made people's eyes hurt. The audience in the audience was better off. After all, the distance and the soul shield only hurt their eyes. Shrek and others who faced the strong light did not faint directly because they were all soul masters at the soul sect level or above. Huiyuhao, who only had 1 ring and soul power of level 17, fainted directly when he saw the strong light. At level 17, his physique was not much stronger than that of ordinary people. When he was blinded by the strong light with other Shrek people, his soul power could not guarantee that he would not get hurt. Damn it! Those bastards from the Sun and Moon Empire. The people on Shrek's side cursed. In this strong light, they couldn't even maintain their own state, let alone fight. That is, they were all soul masters of the 4th ring or above, with higher physical strength and the ability to mobilize soul power to protect their eyes, so they could ensure that they did not faint. But they only ensured that they did not faint. In this case, their state was extremely passive. While Shrek was passive, the Sun Moon Empire took the initiative. Xiao Chong switched to the mysterious turtle spirit in an instant and swapped his position with Su Sanshi, and immediately switched back to the Sharingan spirit, allowing everyone in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy to share the spiritual detection almost without interruption. With his eyes extremely painful, Su Sanshi could no longer see what was happening around him, but after feeling the soul power fluctuation just now, he knew one thing: his current position was definitely not the same as before. Xianming replacement is his soul skill. Even if he didn't activate it, he would have a little feeling about it. Coupled with a sudden sense of danger, Su Sanshi guessed in an instant that he must have been swapped. Without any hesitation, Su Sanshi's 1st, 2nd and 3rd soul skills were activated directly, allowing the Xianming turtle shield to protect his body to ensure any sudden attack from any direction. Facts have proved that his choice was right. Xiao Chong's goal was to first eliminate Su Sanshi, who could suddenly pull others into a state of being beaten. At the moment, when Su Sanshi was pulled to the position that originally belonged to Xiao Chong, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, led by Ma Rulong, had a total of 1 level 6 soul instructor and 5 level 5 soul instructors. They took out the soul guide piercing guns prepared in advance with both hands. Among them, the soul guide piercing guns in Ma Rulong's hands were level 6, and the soul guide piercing guns in the hands of others were level 5. There were 2 level 6 soul piercing guns and 10 level 5 soul piercing guns from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, which began to fire at Su Sanshi's heart. It must be said that as the young master of Xianming Sect, Su Sanshi's reaction was still very fast. The moment he felt something was wrong, he immediately activated the first 3 soul skills to put on defense for himself. The speed and method of response were the most perfect state he could do. But the problem was that he was only a 4-ring soul master after all, and a low-level soul master of less than level 45. Xianming Turtle was a top-level defensive beast martial soul. Even if it was only 4 rings, it was not difficult for his defense to withstand the attack of a level 5 soul master or a level 5 soul master. But this time, he encountered a beating from a level 5 soul master. And more importantly, there was a level 6 soul master inserted into this group of level 5 soul masters. The top defense of the mysterious Nether Tortoise Shield could defend against level 5 soul masters or soul masters, but he couldn't stand the beating and the attack of another level 6 Soul Master. The level 6 Soul Master was enough to break his 4-ring Soul Master's defense. In addition, everyone used the most piercing Soul Guide piercing gun. Su Sanchi's arm supporting the mysterious Nether Tortoise shield was directly shot through, and the chest behind his arm was also shot by Ma Rulong's Soul Guide piercing gun. Thanks to the buffer brought by Su Sanchi's mysterious Nether Tortoise shield in his arm, Su Sanchi had a little time to prevent his heart from being penetrated by the Soul Ray gun, but even so, his chest was still penetrated by the Soul Ray gun, and his internal organs were injured. If it weren't for Tian Sha Douluo's timely attack, the subsequent finishing blow would definitely kill Su Sanchi. Su Sanchi's situation was extremely bad, but it was not Su Sanchi's side that was the worst. When Xiao Chong was transferred to Su Sanchi's original position, Xiao Chong took out a Soul Guide Ray gun in each hand. Xiao Chong chose to aim the gun at Ning Feng and Bai Fan, who were closest to him, without any hesitation. The reason for choosing them was, on the one hand, Ning Feng's auxiliary ability was strong, and Xiao Chong didn't know Bai Fan's ability, and was worried that something might happen later. On the other hand, it was because of their soul power. One of them was a 4-ring, and the other was a 5-ring. Moreover, Xiao Chong could feel that the soul power of the 5-ring was only 53 or 54, which was obviously inferior to his own. These two people had no advantage against Xiao Chong in terms of soul power alone, so it was the safest choice to kill them. So, with their own soul power being stronger than the two of them, and with the situation of being unintentional, when Xiao Chong pulled the trigger, the level 5 Soul Guide piercing gun directly penetrated their brains, and the two died directly in Xiao Chong's hands without any accident. However, just when Xiao Chong was about to continue shooting to kill the other people in Shrek Academy, a loud roar came instantly, almost shattering the defense barrier on the field. "Boy! You dare to kill my Shrek people! You are looking for death." Chapter 95. Under the strong light released by Xiao Chong, ordinary people simply cannot open their eyes in this situation, but it is obvious that the strong people at the level of title Douluo are not in the category of ordinary people. Because of this, Tian Sha Douluo of Huang Jinxu was able to save the dying Su Sanchi. Because of this, Xian Lao outside the competition stage could clearly see the whole process of Xiao Chong killing 2 Shrek students. When seeing Su Sanchi seriously injured and the other 2 students being killed directly by Xiao Chong, Xian Lao, who was originally drinking, could not sit still. The soul power on his body burst out, and the soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red appeared in the entire competition field, and then slapped Xiao Chong's position. Faced with Xian Lao's sudden rampage, Xiao Chong was not surprised. After all, Xian Lao in the original book only allowed his students to kill people, and did not allow others to kill his students. Therefore, Xiao Chong was prepared for this. The long-replicated soft-bone rabbit martial spirit was activated, and Jiang Nanan's third soul skill teleportation made Xiao Chong appear next to Bebe in an instant. With the powerful spiritual power of the spirit domain mirror, Xiao Chong could suppress the enemy in an instant without even using the Sharingan. After all, Xiao Chong already knew how to use the 2 soul skills of mental interference and soul impact, and even without the help of the soul ring, Xiao Chong could easily use the low-profile version. Bebe was controlled by Xiao Chong in an instant. In order to prevent Bebe from resisting, his tendons were cut in almost the next second. Then Xiao Chong pinched his neck and used Bebe as a shield, and cooperated with Jiang Nanan's 4 soul skill, the invincible golden body, to defend against Xian Lao's sudden attack. Seeing Xiao Chong instantly controlling Bebe, Xian Lao's soul palm that was aimed at Xiao Chong stopped in midair. "Boy! Let go of Bebe! Otherwise I..." Before Xian Lao finished speaking, a soul cannon had already hit him and the other people from Shrek. Xian Lao used his soul power to prop up the protective shield to save everyone, and then looked at Bupo Douluo, who saved Xiao Chong and others, and Jing Hongqin, who fired the soul cannon at himself. "If the juniors can't beat them, just go for it. Shrek, you are really shameless." Seeing the scene of beating the younger and the older on Shrek's side, Jing Hongqin didn't know for a moment whether he wanted Xiao Hongqin and Ming Hongqin to go to Shrek to exchange and learn whether it was right or wrong. "Stop talking nonsense, life for a life. This kid actually killed someone from Shrek, so he must pay for his life today." The tone of Xian Lao's words to Jing Hongqin sounded so righteous, as if this was not a competition where life and death were decided, but a private revenge. Hearing Xian Lao say this, Jing Hongqin was so angry that he laughed. Well, Shrek, the competition of the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition has always been a competition where life and death are decided. You Shrek have always killed the most people, but you can actually say the phrase life for a life. You old thing really don't have any shame at all. For Jing Hongchen's accusation, Xian Lao not only did not feel ashamed, but his arrogance became even stronger, as if it was really the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy that was wrong. Bullshit! Can other Soul Masters compare with our Shrek Academy students? They are all likely to reach the level of title Douluo in the future. Bai Fan, with his poisonous Iron Tree Spirit, is a dual attribute Spirit King with poison and defense attributes. Among Spirit Masters of Defense, his poison is the most powerful, and among Spirit Masters of Poison, his defense is the most powerful. Ning Feng, although he is only an outer school student with a spirit power of only level 48, his spirit is the 7 Treasure Glaze Tower, and he can also use 4 spirit skills at the same time. He is almost certain to become the top auxiliary spirit master of the continent. As a result, the two of them were killed by you. You are right. Silence. The whole audience was silent, listening to what Master Xian said so righteously. The people in the whole venue were even a little confused by what Master Xian said. The high-level Spirit Master competition in the whole continent has always been a matter of life and death, and Shrek has always killed the most people. But the unwavering determination revealed in Master Xian's words did not seem to be a joke. But an academy that has always killed the most people in the competition accused other academies of killing its students, and asked others to pay for their lives. No matter how you look at it, it makes people feel that something is obviously wrong. This is a bit wrong. I remember that killing is allowed in the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition. It is indeed allowed, and Shrek has always killed the most. Didn't Shrek kill an entire team at the beginning of the competition? That happened recently. Yes, I watched that game, and the people in that academy died so tragically. A 6-ring Soul Emperor slaughtered 3 or 4-ring Soul Masters. There was not a single survivor in the entire game. In the next game, the students of Shrek Academy were so scared that they all gave up. Not only that, in the subsequent games, when Dai Yuheng appeared, other colleges also gave up when they felt something was wrong. After all, that was a Soul Emperor who killed an entire team by himself. So it's okay for Shrek to kill people, but it's not okay for others to kill people from Shrek College? The audience was talking one after another. Originally, Shrek was always respected by the people of the entire Douluo continent, but today, it was Elder Xian who did it too obviously. He almost wrote on his face that it was okay for me, Shrek, to kill people, but it's not okay for you and others to kill my Shrek people, and he said it openly. Usually, everyone may not feel that there is anything wrong, but when Elder Xian saw that his side could not beat him, he went down to the field and wanted to slap Xiao Chang to death. As long as you are not mentally retarded, you can feel that it is wrong, especially what Elder Xian said later, which is clearly saying that I, Shrek, is bullying people by relying on the name of the first college. Quiet. Listening to the audience talking about what Shrek was doing wrong, the pressure of the 98th level of Xian Lao spread throughout the venue, forcing all the audience to be quiet. The younger one can't beat the older one, so the older one comes on stage to bully others. You did something wrong, but you don't let the audience say anything. You Shrek really don't care about your face at all. I said, killing someone means paying with your life, that's all. Today, Xiao Chang must die, otherwise how can I explain to the families of those students? I don't know whether I will die or not, but he will die first. After confirming that the defense of the unbreakable Douluo could not be broken at will, and that the Snow Emperor was in his soul guide, Xiao Chang stabbed Bebe. Boy, how dare you! Seeing Bebe being stabbed by Xiao Chang, thinking that Bebe was the only great-great-grandson of Mu Lao, Xian Lao was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Chang sneered. You Shrek guys dared to cheat, so why shouldn't I dare to kill someone? Bullshit, when did I cheat at Shrek? Xian Lao cursed angrily, and it was unclear whether he really didn't know about cheating, or knew about it but didn't want to admit it. When did I cheat? Teacher, did you film that? Of course. Jing Hongchen said, and a small flying insect appeared in his palm, and the video recorded, and it was exactly the video of Hui Yuhao secretly using vision sharing during the game. Chapter 96. When a flying insect appeared in Jing Hongchen's hand, Xian Lao's face changed. As the deputy leader of Shrek Sea God Pavilion, Xian Lao's level 98 soul power can clearly sense tiny soul power fluctuations. Even if it is unreliable at ordinary times, if there is really a hidden soul guide secretly spying on them, Xian Lao can still find it. Because of this, Xian Lao is not afraid of being caught by Jing Hongchen, because he is confident in sensing soul guides. If Jing Hongchen really uses soul guides to monitor them, Xian Lao can be sure that it can capture and destroy it in an instant. But the problem is that the little insect that Jing Hongchen took out did not have any soul power fluctuations from beginning to end. He didn't care about the insect without soul power fluctuations before. After all, in Xian Lao's eyes, that kind of insect is not a soul guide, and it didn't fly towards him. He didn't come here to kill insects, so he naturally couldn't care about that kind of thing. But who knew that the inconspicuous bug was actually used to monitor their Shrek cheating? The bug flew to the screen prepared by Jing Hongchen, and then a light came on, showing the whole process of Hui Yuhao's cheating. Xuanzi, the evidence of cheating is solid. What else do you have to say? Jing Hongchen said with a sneer. Xian Lao's face changed, and then he looked at Yin Xiaozhe. It was obvious that Yin Xiaozhe, who had a brain, had to solve this matter. Yin Xiaozhe was suddenly forced to do something, and he was helpless. But compared to Xian Lao, who relied purely on his martial spirit, Yin Xiaozhe's brain was much more active. We don't know what he did. This is all his personal behavior. What's more, he is just a one-ring soul master. Even if we Shrek want to cheat, it won't be his turn. Yin Xiaozhe wanted to simply expose the matter, but Xiao Chong was still here, and had already known Hui Yuhao's first soul skill with his fourth soul skill. He is indeed only a one-ring soul master, but his first soul skill is very good. It is a very good auxiliary ability, vision sharing. After releasing this soul skill, he can establish a vision link with other people, allowing them to see everything that each other can see. Am I right? Hearing Xiao Chong say this, Yin Xiaozhe smiled, but his eyes had a murderous intent similar to that of Xian Lao. However, now there is the unbroken Douluo and the mirror red dust, plus Xiao Chong has captured Bebe, and Shrek's reputation will be in trouble if it is not taken care of. Now is obviously not the time to take action. In desperation, Yin Xiaozhe can only choose to wake up Hui Yuhao, and secretly force Yin Chengxian to let Hui Yuhao know how to explain. Sure enough, when Hui Yuhao was woken up, and knew that his vision sharing was exposed, he knelt down and explained with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Master Xian, I'm sorry, Dean Yin, I'm an orphan. Shrek gave me the feeling of home, but I couldn't do anything for Shrek for so long. Now that Senior Bebe, who has always taken care of me, is on the field again, I'm worried about their safety, so I thought of using my first soul skill to help them. This is all my fault, and I am willing to take all the responsibility. Alas, you kid, you are so confused. We Shrek can obviously win openly. Why do you have to do this? Yin Xiaozhe looked like he wanted to blame, but couldn't bear to blame more. After decades of being an old fox, his acting skills are much better than Xiao Chong. Although many viewers, the royal family, and titled Douluo felt that something was wrong, Shrek could still insist that it was just Hui Yuhao's personal behavior. After all, no video could really prove that Hui Yuhao was instructed by Yin Xiaozhe or Xian Lao. It was all the student's personal behavior. Shrek is really calculating. But since it was his personal behavior, if we were treated unfairly because of him, shouldn't we give it to him? No, he is still a student of Shrek after all. Shrek will not give up Shrek's students. Yin Xiaozhe immediately rejected Xiao Chong's proposal. The benefit he gave Hui Yuhao was that he could guarantee that Hui Yuhao could continue to study at Shrek Academy until he was old enough to graduate from the normal external academy. If Hui Yuhao was really taken by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Hui Yuhao might not be able to keep some of his things secret. Do you want to not give up on the student, or do you want to ensure that he can't tell the truth? But it doesn't matter. Even if you can say that Hui Yuhao's matter is a personal act, how do you explain Miss Mingdi's matter? As Xiao Chong finished speaking, Yu Mingdi walked out from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Who is she? I remember him. He had a match with Shrek Academy before. Oh yes, it was with the two people who were beaten to death. Now that you mention it, I remember that I watched that match. Originally, he was suppressing the Soul King of Shrek, but I don't know why, he suddenly missed at the last attack. Wait, the last attack missed so coincidentally? Combined with Shrek's cheating. As the first person linked Yu Mingdi's missed attack to Shrek's cheating, even though Xiao Chong hadn't said much, many viewers had already thought of a lot. Yu Mingdi pointed to Xian Lao as soon as she appeared, but she didn't mention Shrek's cheating. Instead, she talked about another thing under Xiao Chong's secret command. It was him, the man from Shrek who forced me to only fuse a 1,000-year soul ring when I was at the 6th soul ring, otherwise he would kill me. Xian Lao looked at Yu Mingdi, who was not protected by Bupo Douluo, and stroked his beard. Little girl, don't slander me casually. I was just joking when I asked you to fuse a 1,000-year soul ring with your 6th soul ring. Originally, Xian Lao thought that Yu Mingdi was going to accuse him of secretly forcing her to admit defeat in the previous game, but when Yu Mingdi only talked about the soul ring, Xian Lao was relieved. Angel Wuhuan did not accuse Shrek of cheating, but talked about the soul ring. In conjunction with her not standing in the unbreakable shield, It was obvious that Yumingdi did not really join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, or he knew that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy could not protect her. In this case, it was obvious that she was also afraid of Shrek, and did not want to continue to have a deadly feud with Shrek at this time. She used the condition of not accusing Shrek in exchange for her 6th soul ring, to continue to have a 10,000-year soul ring. Xian Lao also took advantage of the situation, and regarded the matter of forcing her 6th soul ring, to only have 1,000 years as a joke. Using the condition that Yumingdi could normally obtain a 10,000-year soul ring on the 6th soul ring in exchange for not accusing Shrek this time, Xian Lao felt that he had never been so smart, his brain turned so quickly, and he could quickly understand Yumingdi's meaning. But just when Xian Lao felt that he was actually quite smart, the voice he wanted to hear did not come from the audience but, "No, did Shrek's title Douluo really threaten others? It can't be considered a threat after all, didn't he say it was just a joke? Hee, the Emperor asked you to eat a mouthful of shit, and if you don't eat it, he will kill your 9 clans. Do you dare to take this as a joke? A god suddenly descended in front of you and asked you to do something, and then said at the end that if you don't do it, he didn't say what punishment there would be, but just snorted coldly. Do you dare not listen to him? This, because the law does not punish the masses, the tens of thousands of people in the stands of the entire Xinglu Empire were discussing Xian Lao's words. Although the directions were somewhat different, the general direction only pointed to one result. Shrek was indeed bullying, and it seemed that he was really cheating, and it was not just this time. After all, with Shrek's status, there were many people who watched Shrek's game. Xian Lao, why do I feel like I've been tricked? Chapter 97. You, a titled Douluo, are threatening a 5-ringed soul king who can only fuse a 1,000-year soul ring when he is at the 6th soul ring. How come you can only stop threatening him by slapping him when you feel something is wrong? Jing Hongchen sneered. He was a little doubtful about the intelligence of this old Xian. Old Xian was not threatening. He was just making a helpless choice to prevent the rise of the angel spirit. You are not from Douluo continent. You don't know what the Douluo continent was like 10,000 years ago. At that time, almost all the soul masters on the entire Douluo continent were slaves of the Spirit Hall. Old Xian didn't want the evil forces, like the Spirit Hall, to appear again on Douluo continent. Knowing Old Xian's intelligence, Yin Xiaozhi quickly spoke in front of Old Xian to explain, so that Old Xian wouldn't accidentally say something extremely unfavorable to Shrek. Hearing Yin Xiaozhi's words, Xiao Chong sneered. All soul masters are slaves of the Spirit Hall. The first time Xiao Chong knew this was when Tang Wulian said it in Douluo 3. But looking at Yin Xiaozhi's situation, it is obvious that the bigwigs, who have controlled the discourse power for 10,000 years, have brainwashed others in this way. You said that the soul masters 10,000 years ago were all slaves of the Spirit Hall? Xiao Chong looked at Yin Xiaozhi and asked. Looking at Xiao Chong, Yin Xiaozhi wanted to slap him to death, but the unbroken Douluo beside him, the mirror Hongchen in the distance, and the 2 faint auras told Yin Xiaozhi that he couldn't slap Xiao Chong to death. In this case, Yin Xiaozhi could only talk to Xiao Chong as a little friend. That's right, the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago even forced those children, who had not yet awakened, to swear allegiance to the Spirit Hall, otherwise they would not be allowed to awaken their spirits. I won't talk about whether the person in power at the time of asking for loyalty to the Spirit Hall was still an angel spirit. I just want to ask a question. Did the Spirit Hall charge money to help awaken the spirit at that time? What money does it cost to awaken the spirit? Yin Xiaozhi said subconsciously. His father was a spirit master himself. When he needed to awaken, he could just ask his father to help him awaken. Therefore, Yin Xiaozhi didn't spend any money when he awakened his spirit, but as he finished speaking, the whole venue was silent. Yin Xiaozhi, who felt the sudden silence in the venue, was confused and didn't know what was going on. In his impression, it was true that awakening the spirit did not cost money, but this strange silence seemed to be a little different from his idea. As the owner of the top spirit, Yin Xiaozhi, and even his father, had never been to the grassroots level, so naturally they didn't know that the free awakening of the spirit was almost only in theory. In theory, helping everyone in the entire continent awaken their spirits is a good thing for the country, and it can really improve the country's combat power, but that kind of thing only exists in theory. 10,000 years ago, the Spirit Hall was able to send its spirit masters to every remote village to help everyone awaken their spirits, because they themselves were angel spirits. They needed to control the information of all spirit masters to distinguish which spirit master might become an evil spirit master. Either choose to guide them to the right path, or kill them and turn them into the power of angel spirits. Helping everyone in the continent to awaken their spirits is 100 benefits, and 1 harm for the owners of angel spirits. Therefore, angel spirits need to allow everyone in the continent to awaken their spirits for free, and the spirit masters they sent to awaken their spirits are all civilians who join the spirit hall. Su Yuntao, the 2-level wolf, is obviously a civilian. Only with a civilian background can he go to several villages every day to help a group of children awaken their spirits. Because the soul masters who awakened their martial souls were born from common people, they would empathize with the children of common people at the bottom. In addition, with the reward mechanism of the spirit hall, as long as they awakened a good martial soul and recommended it to the academy of the spirit hall, they would get extra rewards. The upper level needs it, and the lower level also needs it. The interests of both sides are consistent, so the spirit hall can do it, so that all children on the continent can awaken their martial souls. But with the destruction of the spirit hall, this matter fell to the royal family, and the taste changed. In theory, awakening martial souls still does not cost money, but the royal family cannot go to every place to awaken martial souls for everyone, so they need to assign the awakening of martial souls to the great nobles below, and the great nobles will assign it to the small nobles below. In the end, the servants or slaves of the small nobles will be the ones who will execute the awakening of martial souls. The most important and only thing that the servants and slaves need to do is to please the master. How to please the master? The answer is that in addition to sweet talk, you also need to do the things arranged by the master clearly. But how to understand what the master has arranged? First, strength. Second, money. Strength needs financial help to improve. In other words, the slaves of the small nobles only need money. Money is obviously not enough to rely on rewards from above and those pitiful salaries. When money is not enough, they must find a way to get more money. Whether it is for their own cultivation or for a better life, they need a lot of money. When money is not enough, they need to find new ways to make money. Awakening martial spirits is obviously a good way to make money. If you pay, they will help you awaken. If you don't pay, they won't awaken you. Anyway, it's common to go to several villages and not be able to awaken a soul. And the servants of the small nobles are soul masters after all, and the common people below generally don't dare to make trouble. In this case, awakening martial spirits has become a stable and profitable way to make money. In this case, the soul masters responsible for awakening martial spirits under the small nobles are a little bit smart. They only need to give the bulk of the income to the housekeeper, and the housekeeper will use the bulk of the income to please the master. The master will give the bulk of the money to the larger nobles, and those larger nobles will use the money to practice or give it to the royal family. A profit chain that only makes the lowest level people suffer and everyone else benefits is formed. From the royal family to the slaves of the small nobles, all of them have obtained real money and real profits. The number of people who have awakened their spirits has decreased, which has caused headaches for the royal family. However, the people sent out to investigate will eventually become members of this interest group, and the matter can only be left unresolved. As a top-level spirit master and a representative of the top nobles, Yin Shaozhe naturally cannot know the hardships of those spirit masters who have worked their way up from the bottom. Therefore, he has no reservations about the free awakening of spirits in the spirit hall 10,000 years ago. But the result is that he accidentally offended the public. As Yin Shaozhe said that it does not cost money to awaken spirits in the spirit hall, after a strange silence, the whole audience cursed. What? Awakening the spirit doesn't cost money? You must be mistaken. I spent 10 gold soul coins. I spent 8. Now that you mention it, my awakening is not expensive. Damn! I spent 20. Shut up. I spent 30. I only spent 5 gold soul coins, but that was earned by my sister marrying an old man. Why can the spirit hall awaken the spirit for free? If she was born in that era, my sister wouldn't have to suffer so much. A spirit master who reached the level of spirit master cried and said. Yin Shaozhe's words made him lose his original filter for Shrek. It's okay for some wealthy families to bite their teeth and take out a dozen or 20 gold soul coins, but for those who are barely on the poverty line, they can only sell their children if they want to pay for the spirit awakening. Yin Shaozhe, No, even if it costs money, why are you crying for a dozen or 20 gold soul coins? Even if the food in Shrek cafeteria is a little better, it's not worth the price. Chapter 98. Enough. I never forced her to admit defeat. Believe it or not, would Shrek, which has been passed down for 10,000 years, lie about this matter? It is a fact that the Shrek 7 devils led by Tang San's ancestor defeated the Spirit Hall for the first time 10,000 years ago. Even the Pope did not say anything about cheating. Xian Lao released the pressure of level 98 to shock the whole audience, forcing the people present to be quiet. Xian Lao knew that it was wrong to do so, but he was fooled by Xiao Chong, and Yin Xiaojia seemed to be fooled as well. Although forcibly sealing other people's mouths with soul power would increase other people's suspicion, Xian Lao felt that if he continued to talk, Shrek might be called an evil soul master by Xiao Chong. It is better to stop here, while the situation is still barely controllable, and many things are still in the stage of suspicion, than to find some real handles of Shrek at that time. So after a brief hesitation, Xian Lao rarely used his brain to make a choice. They used their victory over the Spirit Hall to prove that Shrek had always been strong, which was also something they were proud of, but it is true that you defeated the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago, and the Pope did not say that you cheated? It is true that the Pope did not say that you cheated, but did you really not cheat 10,000 years ago? At that time, the requirement for the all-continent high-level Spirit Master competition was that the Spirit Masters were under 25 years old, but it seems that you had a 100,000-year-old Spirit Beast mixed in. If we talk about the overall age, the average age of your competition was over 10,000 years old, and even a 100,000-year-old Spirit Beast was on the field. Isn't this considered cheating? Old Xian was so angry that his teeth were about to break when he saw Xiao Chong, who was covered by the unbreakable shield, but what he said was the truth. How can Senior Xiao Wu be compared to ordinary soul beasts? She is a kind soul beast, and she has also been reincarnated as a human, so she is naturally the same as real humans. What you said, kind soul beasts, humans and soul beasts are the same this. Forget it, you are right. Who told you that you are the #1 academy in the entire continent? Even if you lie with your eyes open, what dare others say? What dare others do? I still have to shut up under your pressure. I just rely on the protection of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, otherwise I would have been slapped to death by you. Old Xian was so angry with Xiao Chong that he almost said that it would be good to know, but thinking that he had been led into an inexplicable circle by Xiao Chong many times, he restrained himself and kept silent. Xiao Chong looked at Xian Lao and opened his mouth, but then closed it again. He knew that the psychological suggestion did not lead them successfully this time, but Xiao Chong did not care too much. He had said almost everything he needed to say. Although he had not yet led them to the direction of evil soul masters, the suspicion of these things was enough to make them drink a pot. It would not be good to expose all the information at once. We always have to give others some time to accept it. The rest can be discussed in the second competition. It just so happens that many powerful Sect members will be added to the next competition. Shrek did not think of cheating. The previous things were just Hui Yuhao's personal behavior. We have said everything here. You should let Bebe go. No, even if you don't admit the cheating, you can't deny the fact that you attacked me and almost slapped me to death. Yin Xiaojia clenched his fists. Tell me, what are your conditions? Teacher. Jing Hongchen smiled. Not only did he smile under the mask, but even the mask smiled. How can this be so embarrassing? Just take another copy of what you took before, and don't bargain. I am sincere enough. If you insist on bargaining, I, your disciple, will be easily impulsive sometimes. Threat, naked threat, but Bebe's identity was there, and Yin Xiaojia could only grit his teeth and accept this unfortunate thing. Okay. Soon, the people from Shrek swiped the card, and the resources provided by the Xinglui Empire were handed over to Jing Hongchen, which was somewhat familiar. The things have been given to you, so you should let him go. No, you gave me compensation for the shock you gave me when you attacked me. I can't let this person go. Otherwise, who knows if you will suddenly jump out and slap me to death when you see our forces next. Hearing that Bebe couldn't be released, Xian Lao and Yin Xiaojia couldn't sit still. Bebe was the only great-great-grandson of Mu Lao. If something happened to others, it would be fine. If something happened to Bebe, they didn't know how to explain to Mu Lao. What conditions do you need to release him? There are no conditions. This person can't be released. Otherwise, what if you just jump out and slap me to death? That old man is disrespectful and wants to attack me. This is not the first time. Xian Lao was so angry that he wanted to curse, but what Xiao Chong said was true, and he couldn't refute it even if he wanted to. Knowing that Xiao Chong was determined not to release him, Yin Xiaojia looked at Jing Hongchen. Tell me, what conditions do you need to release him? Jing Hongchen looked at Bebe, thought for a while, and raised his hand to point at Zhang Lishuan. Seal her soul power, and use her in exchange. The life of the senior sister of Shrek Academy is in my hands. Only then can I believe that you dare not attack my disciples at will. Xian Lao and Yin Xiaojia looked at each other, and both of them could see the entanglement in each other's eyes. Bebe is the great-great-grandson of Mu Lao, and it must not happen, But Zhang Lishuan's situation is also not good. Bebe represents blood, and Zhang Lishuan is to make up for Bebe's lack of strength. After all, Bebe's talent is just SOSO. Without Zhang Lishuan, he can't convince others with his strength in the future Seagot Pavilion. It is precisely because of Zhang Lishuan's identity that when hunting the 8th Soul Ring, Xian Lao, who ranked second in Shrek, led the team. Although there was an accident in the middle, it was not the original intention of Mu Lao and Xian Lao after all. Mu Lao's heart is good, but Xian Lao's execution is wrong. Fortunately, the final result can barely be considered a good thing for Zhang Lishuan. But now they have to hand over Zhang Lishuan, who Shrek has spent so much resources to cultivate. Use me in exchange for Bebe. I owe Mu Lao a favor, and this is what I should do. When Xian Lao and Yin Xiaozhi were struggling, Zhang Lishuan stood up. The result of exchanging him for Bebe was certain. She could at least stand up to be decent. Good child, sure Laiku is sorry for you in this matter. Xian Lao raised his hand to seal Zhang Lishuan's soul power, and then Jing Hongchen took out 2 special soul guides and held Zhang Lishuan's hands respectively, which was considered to be an additional double insurance. Feeling that Zhang Lishuan's soul power had stopped flowing, and scanning with the soul guide, there was no chance that Zhang Lishuan could break through the soul guide's restraint. Jing Hongchen felt a little relieved. However, Jing Hongchen was relieved, but that didn't mean Xiao Chong was relieved. He adhered to the principle of confronting when something happened, but being as clean as possible, and not causing too much unnecessary trouble for himself. After Jing Hongchen restrained Zhang Lishuan, Xiao Chong prepared to add an extra insurance on Zhang Lishuan's side. So, Xiao Chong silently took out an explosive soul collar. Don't resist, Miss Lishuan. You don't want Bebe to get into trouble, do you? Chapter 99. After her soul power was suppressed, Zhang Lishuan no longer had the ability to resist. Although she looked very reluctant, it was just reluctance. She had become a captive, and had no power to resist. With a click, the collar was firmly fixed on Zhang Lishuan's neck, becoming the last insurance to control Zhang Lishuan. After confirming that there was no problem with Zhang Lishuan's situation, Xiao Chong threw Bebe to Yin Xiaozhi. Bebe was quickly taken away for treatment, but his injury was obviously not curable for a while. As brothers in distress like Su Sancher, they both lost their fighting power for a while. Referee, the teachers from Shrek are on the court for this game, so it should be time to make a judgment. After throwing Bebe to Shrek, Jiao Chong looked at Tia Sha Douluo of Huang Jinqiu and asked. Tia Sha Douluo was about to nod, but Xian Lao's cold snort happened to reach his ears. In an instant, Tia Sha Douluo remembered the time when he faced Xian Lao, and his head, which was about to nod, froze there. Well anyway. That is. Tia Sha Douluo's brain was about to crash, but he couldn't think of a reason to continue the game. But he could still feel that Xian Lao seemed to be watching him all the time. He had already experienced Xian Lao's strength, and didn't want to be beaten by Xian Lao again, especially when Xian Lao was obviously in a very bad mood at this time. This time the situation is a bit special, and it is understandable that Shrek's master was excited, so the game continues. Tia Sha Douluo gritted his teeth and said something he didn't believe himself, and at the same time secretly made up his mind not to be a referee again in the future. If he met the unreasonable group of Shrek, he would be in big trouble. Excusable? Forget it, they cheated more than once or twice anyway. Who told them that they are strong and no one dares to say anything? Xiao Chong talked about Shrek's situation in a daily manner, and then took out the knife he had prepared before. Break it, mirror flower and water moon. Ahem. Xian Lao coughed secretly, and then a threatening word was forced into the ears of Tia Sha Douluo. Tia Sha Douluo was about to refuse, but he saw Xian Lao gnawing on a chicken leg, staring at him with a ferocious look. Thinking of Xian Lao's terrifying strength and the situation when he was beaten up, he didn't want to become Xian Lao's punching bag, so he could only bite the bullet and make a decision that went against his conscience. I haven't shouted the start of the new game yet. Who told you to take action? Get out. Xiao Chong, Okay. Xinglui Empire is determined to help Shrek cheat, right? Jing Hongchen was so angry that he laughed. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. Shrek didn't cheat. It's the referee he despised that has nothing to do with Shrek. Old Xian said while chewing on a chicken leg. In fact, he didn't want to do that. After all, it was already obvious that there was something wrong. But if Xiao Chong came on the court and threw a flash bomb like before, Shrek would not have to consider whether they could play in the next game, but whether they could survive. Let the referee suppress this matter personally, although it was obviously problematic, but at least Shrek's glory for 10,000 years could be guaranteed. And it was the referee's personal behavior. Shrek could also push it over. As long as Shrek won the game normally, and no one was caught cheating, Shrek would still be the #1 academy in the whole continent. The fact that Shrek cheated might be told by the people present, but the people present are a minority compared to the people of the whole continent. As long as they talk about Shrek cheating outside, there will naturally be many people who defend Shrek to refute them. After all, there are many supporters of Shrek on this continent, especially compared to the people in such a square. As long as Shrek has been winning for 10,000 years, just a few words from such a few people will not shake Shrek's position in the continent. The faith maintained for 10,000 years is not so easy to collapse because of a few words. Okay, Shrek, I wanted to discuss the issue of exchange students with you before, but now it seems unnecessary. I don't want to have exchange students with a group of colleges that only cheat. I said that it was the personal behavior of the referee. I, Shrek, did not cheat. In the end, Xiao Chong still walked down the competition stage. After all, the referee was from the Xingli Empire, and it was useless to argue with them. Xiao Chong and Jing Hongchen were too lazy to waste extra words. Then Ma Xiaoao, Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen fought against the other 5 Soul Kings led by Ma Rulong from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. With twice the number of people, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was already in an advantageous position. In addition, Lin Shi used a double layer of invincible shield to trap Ma Xiaoao, as in the original book, and the situation was even more unfavorable to Shrek. Ma Rulong and Dai Yuheng fought one-on-one. Although Dai Yuheng wanted to hold back 2 more Soul Kings, it was obvious that Ma Rulong was not a pushover. Even in a one-on-one situation, Dai Yuheng did not have an absolute chance of winning against Ma Rulong. There was nothing wrong with Dai Yuheng's situation, but Ling Luochen, who was facing 4 Soul Kings, was in tears. She was not afraid of anyone from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in a one-on-one situation. She could more or less hold on in a 2-on-1 situation, but 3-on-1 was not a situation that Ling Luochen could face, not to mention 4-on-1. Ling Luochen was quickly defeated, and Dai Yuheng was forced to face a 5-on-1 situation. In a 5-on-1 situation, the battle on his side also ended quickly. Because the battles on Ling Luochen and Dai Yuheng's side ended too quickly, although Ma Xiaoao was bursting out with all her strength, she did not have time to kill Lin Shi. When Lin Shi released the invincible shield that trapped Ma Xiaoao, Lin Shi's soul power was still nearly half. 6-1, Ma Xiaoao, you Shrek Academy lost. Ma Rulong stood at the front, and behind him were many students from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Although they had lost a lot of soul power, they were all excited. They would become the first team in the Sun Moon Empire to defeat Shrek in 10,000 years. Shrek has not lost yet, absolutely not. Ma Xiaoao began to burst out with all her strength under the guns of 6 people. Her soul rings began to collide and merge continuously. Finally, the 6 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black merged into a blood-red 100,000-year soul ring. However, just when Ma Xiaoao had already activated this 100,000-year soul skill with all her strength, and was about to attack the students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Jing Hongchen made the same choice as Wang Yin in the original book. We admit defeat in this game. Chapter 100. As Jing Hongchen finished speaking, the referee Tian Sha Douluo immediately made a move and blocked Ma Xiaoao's attack. Seeing her attack blocked by the referee, Ma Xiaoao knelt on the ground with a face full of resentment. As for why she didn't stand up, it was because she couldn't stand up at all. The power of the fusion ring was very great, but the consumption was equally terrible. Hua Wu and Do Yi couldn't stand up after the fusion ring, and Su Sancher and Do Er couldn't stand up after the fusion ring. He simply lay on the bed, and relied on Jiang Nanan to take care of him for a long time. The only one who didn't lie down after the fusion ring was Mu Qingxue, but that was based on her being an angel martial soul, and the opponent was an evil soul in power. After killing the evil soul, the angel martial soul would naturally feed back to Mu Qingxue's soul power. In this case, Mu Qingxue could stand up after the fusion ring, just like nothing happened. In other cases, using the fusion ring would almost only make her fall to the ground, just like Ma Xiaoao at this time. Yin Xiaozha immediately came to the competition field to transfer soul power to Ma Xiaoao, and at the same time put a piece of chocolate in Ma Xiaoao's mouth, and carried Ma Xiaoao off the competition field. The effect of the fusion ring is indeed good, but this weak period is really fatal. Brother Tianming, is there any way to solve this weak period? You don't have to worry about her. The essence of the fusion ring is to force several soul rings to merge, and then burst out with power that does not originally belong to them. The most important point is the understanding of high-level soul skills. The energy burst after the soul rings are forced to merge is enough, but it is unreliable to use 100,000 years of soul skills without using them. Brother Tianming, you said that Ma Xiaoao used 100,000-year soul skill because she had never used it before. Is it because of the backlash she didn't understand enough? Yes, so you don't have to worry. Although using a high-level soul skill will consume a lot of energy, you have a million-year soul skill. Even if you fuse other soul rings into a million-year level, the backlash of the million-year soul skill on you will never be as great as Ma Xiaotao's. You are worthy of being Brother Tianming. Unlike Xiao Chang's excitement, no one on Shrek was happy even though they won the game. The reason is simple. Shrek has been completely crippled. A Shrek Soul King died in battle, the 4-ring 7 treasure glazed tower died in battle, Bebe and Su Sancher were seriously injured, and Ma Xiaoao used the fusion ring to drain all the soul power in her body. For a while, she couldn't even stand up. Only Dai Yuheng, Ling Luochen and the substitute players on Shrek still maintained their combat effectiveness. But among the substitutes, only Jiang Nanan and Ikaiku are 4-ring soul masters. The one with the highest soul power is Dai Huabin, but his soul power is only level 37. It is a joke for a level 37 soul master to fight a 5-ring soul king. But the problem is that Dai Huabin's situation is already the best, and the soul power of others is even worse than Dai Huabin. There are only 2 high-end combat forces left in Shrek, and the opponent is a team with a whole Soul King base. Shrek can't see any hope of winning this battle, and the whole team is in an extremely depressing atmosphere. Don't be so depressed. We can still win this decisive battle. Wang Yan stood up and said when the morale of Shrek reached the freezing point. Teacher Wang Yan, don't worry, we still have a big advantage in this game. Both Yuheng and Xiaoao are here. Xiaoao just consumed too much soul power, and fell into a weak period. As long as we delay for a while, Xiaoao will be able to recover. After Wang Yan finished speaking, Yan Xiaozhi came out. Wang Yan is right. Don't worry about Xiaoao. As long as we delay for a while, Xiaoao will be able to recover. Really, Dean? Dai Yuheng's eyes lit up. If Ma Xiaoao was still there, the remaining battles might not be impossible. Of course, I brought some chocolates when I came here this time just in case. Chocolate? The students in the outer courtyard were confused, but Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen in the inner courtyard were enlightened. The students in the outer courtyard didn't know what chocolate meant, but they knew it. In Shrek's Sea God Pavilion, there is a member whose soul power has reached the level of 8th ring soul Douluo. Generally speaking, souls of this level cannot enter the Sea God Pavilion, but that person is an exception. The reason is simple. He is a food-type soul master at the level of 8th ring soul Douluo, and the martial soul of that soul Douluo is chocolate. A food-type soul master of sugar, and he is cultivated to the 8th ring. His auxiliary ability is very strong. The most important point of the power of food-type soul masters is that the ability of food-type can be taken away remotely. Although the member of the Sea God Pavilion is still in Shrek, what he has made can be completely preserved for a long time, and then brought here. Dean, how many soul skills did you bring this time? I brought them all. The 3rd and 7th soul skills can help Xiaotao recover faster. It only takes some time for Xiaotao to recover to her normal state. Hearing this, Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen breathed a sigh of relief. There will be no problem then. That's right. What we need to do now is to delay for a while longer so that Xiaotao can recover to her best condition. We can hardly win the next one-on-one match, but we don't have to win that match. Wang Yan began to help the Shrek people analyze. Our advantage is that as long as Xiaotao recovers, we will have 2 Soul Emperors and 1 Soul King, and we also have the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower for amplification. Xiaotao and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower will work together to defeat the other side's 2 Soul Kings. If it is a Soul Emperor plus a Soul King, the problem is not particularly big. As for you and Luochen, it is not difficult to defeat the other side's 2 Soul Kings, or 1 Soul Emperor and 1 Soul King. In other words, as long as we can hold on until Xiaoao recovers, the winner of this game will still be us Shrek. Dai Yuheng nodded. So the only 2 things we have to worry about are Xiaotao's recovery speed and the strong light that Xiao Chang shot before. It's not that much. As long as Xiaotao can recover, the rest is not a problem. When Dai Yuheng finished speaking, Xian Lao appeared in front of everyone and took out 2 helmets. Master Xian, this is the only 2 spiritual defense soul guides in the Xinglui Empire can defend against spiritual attacks and strong light. Now I have bought them. Come to think of it, what's wrong with the Xinglui Empire? Such a big country has only found 2 spiritual soul guides. I can't even give you one. Are you sure you bought it? This was the first thought that came to everyone in Shrek's mind, but then everyone automatically ignored it. 2 would be enough in a 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 match. Although everyone knew that this might be the only 2 spiritual defense soul guides in the Xinglu Empire, for the honor of Shrek, they had to suffer the Xinglu Empire. Kids, hold on. As long as you hold on until Xiao Ao recovers, the final result of this game will still be Shrek's victory. Chapter 101. Shrek will win. With the soul guide that Xian Lao obtained in Xinglu Empire, everyone no longer worried about encountering the strong light tactics that Xiao Chong had used before. Although there were only 2 were enough for 1-on-1 and 2-on-1 situations. It seems that Shrek is very confident, Jing Hongchen said, sensing the renewed fighting spirit of Shrek. After all, 2 soul emperors and 1 soul king are not dead. After delaying for a while, and waiting for Ma Xiaoao to recover, it is normal for them to be confident in the final 2-2-3 tactics. Xiao Chong said after a simple analysis. If we use the 2-2-3 strategy, it's okay. We will definitely win the last 3. As for the 2-2s in front, I can guarantee a win. Xiao Chong, this competition is just like this. You are the trump card for the next competition. Some things cannot be exposed here. Teacher, don't worry. Even if many things are not exposed, I can still defeat the Soul Emperor. Xiao Hongchen, shouldn't I be the #1 genius of the Sun Moon Empire? When did Xiao Chong become the trump card for the next competition? After learning that the Hongchen family has not declined, the previous calmness disappeared from Xiao Hongchen, replaced by the once unruly Xiao Hongchen. It's good that you are confident, but you don't need to fight too hard. After all, it's just a competition where Shrek keeps cheating. Jing Hongchen casually explained a few words, and didn't say anything to Xiao Chong, but arranged the next game. Then the next 1-on-1 game. Meng, you go first. Meng Hongchen playfully stuck out his tongue. Leave it to me, Grandpa. Xiao Chong glanced at the Shrek team, and recalled the situation of Meng Hongchen in the original novel. Senior Meng, be steady when fighting with them. Don't rush, especially in front of Dai Yuheng, the 6 Soul Emperor. Are you worried about me, junior brother? Don't worry, senior sister is not like your nephew. You stinky girl, you want to die? Xiao Hongchen was furious. Xiao Chong called him nephew. But why did you follow him and call him nephew? Hey. Before Xiao Hongchen could run away, Meng Hongchen had already arrived at the competition field, and the first player to play on the opposite Shrek side was Ling Luochen. Shrek knew that it could not beat the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in a 1-on-1 competition. But they felt that they should at least show Shrek's momentum, so the first game was played with Shrek's only Soul King. Then Ling Luochen knelt in less than 3 minutes. Ling Luochen was suppressed by Meng Hongchen almost all the time, and he had no chance of winning from beginning to end. When Ling Luochen was carried down, the whole audience was in an uproar. Shrek lost just like that? That girl seems to be just a reserve team. She lost to a soul master who is 5 years younger than her. Didn't Shrek always claim to be invincible at the same level? Losing to a soul master who is 5 years younger than her, is Shrek's invincibility at the same level just like that? Thanks to the actions of Xian Lao and Yin Xiaozhe, at least in this competition, everyone's impression of Shrek is not good. Yin Xiaozhe had a dark face, but couldn't say anything else. After all, he couldn't use pressure like Xian Lao to shut everyone up. After handing the second soul skill of the 8-ring soul Douluo level food type soul master, detoxification mint chocolate, to Hikaitu, Yin Xiaozhe commanded this battle. Hikaitu, you go? Yes, Dean. Hikaitu held the detoxifying chocolate in his mouth. Although it was only a second soul skill of the 100-year level, it was produced by an 8-ring soul Douluo after all, and it was barely enough to deal with the poison of the 5-ring soul king level. With Xian Lao in the Tiansha Douluo, of course, he automatically chose to be blind. Therefore, the only disadvantage of this chocolate is that Yin Xiaozhe brought a limited amount this time, and it cannot be supplied in unlimited quantities. But even so, it was enough. There were 5 pieces in total, 2 of which were given to Jiang Nanan and Hikaitu, so that they could each hold on for a while, and the remaining 3 pieces were used to detoxify Ling Luochen and Dai Yuheng. Ning Tian would not let her play in this 1-on-1 match, and the others could just hold on for a while, and then someone would naturally help interpret it. Soon, Jiang Nanan, Kaitu and Dai Huabin were all defeated by Meng Hongchen, and only Ning Tian, Dai Yuheng and Ma Xiaoao were left on Shrek's side. Ning Tian definitely couldn't beat Meng Hongchen. Ma Xiaoao was still resting, so the task of delaying as much time as possible fell entirely on Dai Yuheng alone. Unfortunately, this time he had to face a poison soul master, and he wasn't sure if he could beat Dai Yuheng. Both parties, please tell me your names. Shrek, Dai Yuheng. Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Meng Hongchen. The game begins. As the referee announced the start of the game, Ming Hongqun immediately began to release cold poison around him. All Dai Yuheng could do was rely on the 3 soul skills of the first, third, and fifth to withstand the attack of the poison. Although he had chocolate to detoxify, he had to keep 1 piece to help him detoxify later, which meant that he only had 1 piece of chocolate to detoxify. If this detoxification chocolate was a 10,000-year level soul skill, Dai Yuheng wouldn't have to worry, but this chocolate was only a 100-year level skill, and its detoxification effect was ultimately limited. It could completely clear the toxins purely because Ming Hongqun was only a 5-ring soul king. If he was a 7-ring soul saint, this detoxification chocolate would be useless. With the detoxification chocolate, Dai Yuheng could hold on much longer than in the original novel, but he would eventually reach his limit. When Dai Yuheng couldn't even stand steadily, Ming Hongqun attacked, and at this time Dai Yuheng also used the White Tiger Destruction Kill on Ming Hongqun, who was attacking him. With the 7th level one-time teleportation soul guide, Ming Hongqun easily avoided Dai Yuheng's White Tiger Destruction Kill. Immediately afterwards, Ming Hongqun's actions made Xiao Chong frown. My words to Senior Ming about being cautious were in vain. As Xiao Chong finished speaking, Ming Hongqun, who thought Dai Yuheng was completely exhausted, came to Dai Yuheng again, and then her 5th soul ring lit up, and with her soul guide, she launched an attack that was enough to rival a 6-ring soul emperor. But her attack was already planned by Dai Yuheng. The soul bone on Dai Yuheng's right arm lit up, which was an absolute defense that could only be launched once a day. The previous White Tiger Destruction Kill was just a feint by Dai Yuheng, and this was Dai Yuheng's real killing move against Ming Hongqun. As Dai Yuheng's White Tiger Destruction Kill's Tiger Claws fell on Ming Hongqun's soul guide armor, Ming Hongqun only felt the armor shattered inch by inch. At this time, she felt the breath of death so close for the first time. I told you to be careful, Senior Ming. After Ming Hongqun was hit by the White Tiger Destroying Kill, Xiao Chong's voice reached Ming Hongqun's ears. Then Ming Hongqun felt a huge force pulling her back, allowing her to leave Dai Yuheng's White Tiger Destroying Kill before she was really injured by the White Tiger Destroying Kill. Although Dai Yuheng's attack was still chasing her, a figure with golden light had already blocked in front of her, and withstood the attack of the White Tiger Destroying Kill. What are you doing? Seeing Xiao Chong teleporting, invincible golden body, and gravity control, Dai Yuheng felt a little uneasy. Nothing, you won this game. I think it's okay to stop the battle myself if I think the referee is unreliable. Xiao Chong said, and looked at Tian Douluo. By the way, referee, you won't judge the entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy as losing just because I came to stop this match, right? I have to remind you that before, the teachers from Shrek came to kill people, but you didn't judge them as losing. Tian Douluo knew that Xiao Chong was arguing with him, but he was indeed blind and biased. Even though he knew that Xiao Chong was playing tricks on him, he could only bite his teeth and admit it. Of course not, this is just a one-on-one battle between Dai Yuheng and Ming Hongqun. Ming Hongqun lost, but the other students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy have not lost yet, that's all. It's good that you can judge it this way. Chapter 102. After Ming Hongqun left the game on the Sun Moon Empire side, Dai Yuheng also reached his limit. In order to ensure the final match, he could only choose to admit defeat after defeating Ming Hongqun. Then the Soul King Lin Shi of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy came on the field, and Shrek sent out the last Ning Tian, but Ning Tian was just used to delay time. When the referee announced the start, Lin Shi just opened fire, and Ning Tian raised his hands to surrender, and then Shrek surrendered directly in the one-on-one match. This time, the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition will also end with the 223 tactics. Xiaoao, how is it? Yin Xiaozhe looked at Ma Xiaodao's situation and asked worriedly. Normally, after a day or two of fusion, there will be almost no combat power. Fortunately, Shrek is almost equivalent to having an 8-ring food-type soul master to assist. In this case, Ma Xiaodao can barely recover, but looking at Ma Xiaodao's face, it is obvious that this state is not so good. It's not a big problem. My soul power has recovered nearly 80%. Although I still feel a little tired, it's still acceptable. Don't worry, the teacher will not lose no matter what. Yin Xiaozhe nodded. Well, the teacher believes in you, but you take this just in case. Ma Xiaoao took the chocolate from Yin Xiaozhe, and then she and Ning Tian went to the competition field together. On the side of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, there were Ma Rulong and Lin Shi, the two people with the most soul power on the Sun and Moon Empire side. After the two sides exchanged names, Lin Shi activated the Soul Guide Turret Tactics to assist Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong took out the Sword of Judgment in the original book, and then Ma Rulong's right leg and head lit up, which were the two soul bones. Considering the average mental retardation of the people in Douluo continent, no one in the entire Sun Moon Empire has ever used the skills of soul bones, even Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen. Therefore, Xiao Chong suggested that Jing Hongchen should give them some soul bones on the basis of soul mentors, combine soul bones with soul mentors, and not let those who make soul guides play in the game. Just like Hui Yuhao easily persuaded the Sea God Pavilion to use soul guides, Xiao Chong also easily persuaded Jing Hongchen to use soul bones. So, before the start of this game, Ma Rulong successfully obtained a soul bone. Although the quality of that soul bone was not high, and it was only a 1,000-year-old soul bone, the soul skill was very suitable for this competition. Ma Rulong's right leg bone soul bone skill, energy storage. Function: 1% of soul power can be stored in the soul bone every day, with an upper limit of 50%, and the stored soul power can be released at one time. Ma Rulong's head soul bone was one of the compensations Xiao Chong got at the beginning of the competition. Although the power of that soul bone was also limited, with only one frenzy, and the power of the frenzy was only 30%, but with the blessing of this soul bone, the charging speed of the Sword of Judgment was greatly improved. Before Lin, she felt too much pressure. Ma Rulong completed the charging of the Sword of Judgment with the power brought by the two soul bones. Lin Shi. Leave her to me. Ma Rulong shouted to Lin Shi that he was ready, and then Lin Shi immediately pulled away from Ma Xiaoao. Come on! This time the victory belongs to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Ma Rulong held the Sword of Judgment in his hand. As long as he won this game, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy would win, so he had never been as excited as he was now. The victory belongs to Shrek. It can only belong to Shrek. Ma Xiaotao's black soul ring lit up, which was his fifth soul skill, Phoenix Piercing Clouds. A small flame phoenix with a wingspan of 1 meter appeared and directly hit Ma Rulong's Sword of Judgment. Ma Xiaotao's attack was very powerful, but at this moment, Ma Rulong took out the Sword of Judgment, which was the top among the 8th level soul guides. The black light on the giant sword was shining, and the dark attribute directly engulfed the flame released by Ma Xiaotao. Your flame is returned to you. After Ma Xiaotao's 5th soul skill was swallowed by the darkness of the Sword of Judgment, Ma Rulong swung the giant sword, and Ma Xiaotao's attack just now, together with the dark power of the Sword of Judgment, attacked Ma Xiaotao. My flame still wants to hurt me, disperse it. Feeling that the flame emitted by his 5th soul skill was hit back to his direction by Ma Rulong, Ma Xiaoao tried to control his 5th soul skill, but the flame mixed with the powerful dark attribute was no longer Ma Xiaotao's flame. When Ma Xiaotao's own flame came into contact with the flame mixed with a lot of darkness, she felt a violent breath coming. It was the first time she officially came into contact with that strong feeling, but she was very familiar with it, because that feeling was similar to the situation when her evil fire could not be suppressed, and went out of control every time. Will this darkness make me go out of control? Make me completely out of control. This was Ma Xiaotao's first thought after coming into contact with the black flame, and then she tried to leave the dark attribute, or to strip it off. But she couldn't even control her outburst on weekdays, so how could she easily strip off the dark attribute in the Sword of Judgment? The power of the Sword of Judgment quickly eroded Ma Xiaotao's heart, and then Ma Rulong switched the state of the Sword of Judgment from darkness to light. You are darkness, condemn the other side. The power of light on the Sword of Judgment burst out, and Ma Rulong was ready to kill Ma Xiaotao with a sword. But at this moment, something strange happened. Originally, Ma Xiaotao had just experienced the fusion ring, and her physical condition and soul power did not allow her to burst out again in a short time. But she had a piece of chocolate given by Yin Xiaojia, which was the 8th soul skill of a food-type soul fighter in Shrek. Berserk. After taking it, all attributes increased by 70%, all restricted soul skills were unlocked, and the Berserk time was 3 minutes. Seeing that she was about to be defeated by Ma Rulong, Ma Xiaoao quickly swallowed this 8th soul skill of the food system. The power that was not enough to support her rampage was enough at this moment. The darkness that was used to control Ma Xiaoao was absorbed by Ma Xiaoao after the explosion. With the help of the martial soul mutation and the power of frenzy, Ma Xiaotao's soul power successfully rushed to level 70, and successfully walked the path of the Black Fire Phoenix in the original book. Huh? This. Black Fire Phoenix. In the audience, a certain evil soul master at the level of 8-ring soul Douluo widened his eyes. He would not have appeared here originally, but not long ago, one of his registered disciples came up and said that he had killed several people from Shrek and successfully escaped from the hands of a titled Douluo of Shrek. Hearing that his disciple who did not even have a 10,000-year soul ring was so powerful, he hung up and beat this disciple who dared to brag in front of him without saying a word, to prevent that disciple from daring to deceive him in the future. But his disciple was also powerful. He was hung up and beaten by him for 2 days, but he insisted on his statement, and did not tell a word of truth from beginning to end. Seeing that his disciple was still so stubborn and refused to tell him the truth after being beaten half to death by him, he decided to come and see for himself. Then he would throw the photos of all the Soul Guides of Shrek members in front of his disciple, and let him know the consequences of lying to him. Unexpectedly, he saw a black fire phoenix as soon as he arrived today. Saintess! Our Saint Church will finally have a Saintess. The Saintess has returned, and the Saint Church will flourish. Chapter 103. Seeing Ma Xiaotao's martial spirit transform into a black fire phoenix, the old man from the Holy Spirit Church's eyes lit up. He knew that as long as he reported Ma Xiaotao's story to the Holy Church, he could successfully obtain the resources needed to cultivate to the title Douluo with this merit. Thinking of this, he dialed a soul guide communicator. Xiaobai, let your junior brother go. Although he deceived me, he let me see the holy maiden of my holy church, which is more merit than fault. Let's forget about deceiving me. The man called Xiaobai by the old man of the Holy Spirit Church had not spoken yet, and the voice of the death messenger on the other side of the communicator had already come over. Master, I really didn't lie to you. How dare I lie to you? The death messenger felt that he had never been wrong before. He clearly said everything true, but no one believed him. You still dare to lie to me. This time I let you off for helping the Holy Church find a saint, but you've lied to me again and again, so it seems like I don't have to give you the reward that was supposed to be given to you. Teacher, I'm wronged. The death messenger on the opposite side was still crying out for injustice, but the old man had already hung up the soul guide communicator. He was in no mood to care about this disciple who dared to lie to him. He just wanted to report this to the Holy Church and let the saint return to his place. As the old man stared at Ma Xiaotao on the field, the game gradually came to an end. When Ma Xiaotao's flame was eroded by darkness, the evil fire and darkness gradually merged into a state close to the ultimate fire. With the third-level soul power brought by the martial soul mutation, the level 70 Ma Xiaotao completely suppressed Ma Rulong and Lin Qi. If the referee hadn't acted quickly enough, they might have lost their lives. As soon as Ma Xiaotao defeated Ma Rulong and Lin Qi, Xian Lao flew to the competition stage without saying anything. With his level 98 soul power, the defensive soul shield was not an obstacle to him at all. It was just unlucky for the soul masters, who supported the soul barriers this time. This was the second time that the barriers were broken, and they vomited blood. Xian Lao quickly took action to control Ma Xiaotao, and then Yin Xiaozha tried to send him the soul power of light, but the black flames did not seem to be suppressed by him at all. No, if I use my soul power to suppress this level of dark attribute, I'm afraid it will hurt Xiaotao's foundation. I can only ask the teacher to suppress it without damaging Xiaotao's foundation. Xian Lao, take Xiaotao away from here to the academy to find a teacher. Xiaotao's condition has reached a critical state. My soul power can only barely suppress Xiaotao for a period of time. You are the fastest. Only by bringing Xiaotao to the academy, as soon as possible can Xiaotao be better treated. After Yin Xiaozha finished speaking, Xian Lao looked in the direction of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and his eyes looked at the Sword of Judgment. Xian Lao wanted to suppress the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy with his strength and let them hand over the Sword of Judgment, but Jing Hongchen and Bupo Douluo were there. If they really had to hand over the Sword of Judgment, they could only be forced to do so in a battle. But there was the problem. If he forced the situation, not only would he be facing Jing Hongchen and Bupo Douluo, he could also sense that there seemed to be some other power hidden in the dark. If a real fight broke out, his chances of winning were hard to say, and Ma Xiaotao's situation could not be delayed either. Okay, you do some emergency treatment first. I will take Xiaotao to the academy to find Mu Lao to deal with it immediately. As for this game, Old Xian looked at Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen, and then looked at the combat power of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Just a group of 5-ring Soul Kings. Don't worry about this game, Xiaozha. I will take Xiaotao back to the academy first and wait for good news from you. Don't worry, Old Xian, there will be no problem. After Yin Xiaozha finished speaking, Old Xian immediately took Ma Xiaotao away, but after Fei left, another voice came. If the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy dares to threaten you with students, let the referee help protect you. After all, it happened in the Xinglui Empire, and they always have to give some explanation. When Old Xian's voice spread to the entire competition field, the Emperor of the Xinglui Empire and Tian Sha Douluo were all black-faced. especially Tian Sha Douluo. Thinking of the unilateral beating that old Xian had carried out on him decades ago, he really didn't dare to go against old Xian's wishes. But he was not sure that he could protect Shrek from Jing Hongchen's attack. He was not Bupo Douluo, and he did not have the powerful defensive soul guide like Bupo Douluo. After all, he could only rely on his own soul skills. But the problem was that he was not a defensive soul master. It sounded a bit unreliable for a non-defense soul master to help protect people, but if he did not do well, although the Xinglui Empire should be able to save his life, he would probably be beaten, and it would be an extremely humiliating beating. I will not be a referee even if you kill me in the future. Whoever wants to be the referee can be the referee. After Xian Lao left, Tian Sha Douluo cursed. After Elder Xian left, Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen walked out of the waiting area and stepped onto the competition field. Because this was the last game, they didn't care whether they would meet Xiao Chong in this game, but they had prepared the helmets of the Spiritual Defense Soul Guide. Seeing the two helmets that the Xinglui Empire had finally obtained for research being worn by Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen, even though the Emperor of the Xinglui Empire had always been expressionless, he still raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew the importance of these two Spiritual Defense Soul Guide helmets, and he also knew how these two Spiritual Defense Soul Guides were lost. But because he would need Shrek's help when facing the Sun and Moon Empire in the future, the Emperor of the Xinglui Empire, Su Jiawei, who was forced to buy something, could only admit that he was unlucky. Although there is a big suspicion of cheating, Shrek still won this time. A team of one Soul Emperor and one Soul King played against a team of two Soul Kings. The advantage of this game was on Shrek's side. Xinglui Emperor forced himself not to think about being forced to give a lot of compensation and being forced to buy soul guides. He could only try to change the topic to divert his attention and stop thinking too much. Hearing his brother's words, Su Jiujiu nodded. Indeed, although Shrek did many things that were not glorious, Dai Yuheng's strength can still be confirmed. With a 6th soul ring of 35,000 years, and a soul power of level 65, Ling Luochen himself is also a top martial soul. Coupled with the soul power of level 55, it is still a matter of no suspense for Shrek to win this game. Chapter 104. On Shrek's side, after Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen appeared, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy came over. Seeing Dai Yuheng's appearance, Meng Hongchen shrank his neck. It was obvious that Dai Yuheng's White Tiger Destruction Kill had left a big shadow on Meng Hongchen. Meng, how are you? Grandpa, I'm a little scared. Looking at Meng Hongchen's condition, Jing Hongchen sighed helplessly. Xiao Chong, Xiao, you two go to this game. Just do your best. After all, this is not your home court. Your real time will be in the next game in 5 years. Especially you, Xiao Chong. This is not the Sun Moon Empire. Don't worry, teacher. It's just a Soul Emperor. I still have a way to deal with it. It's just two opponents. You don't need to fight hard. You just need to be responsible for sharing. It's time to let them see the future Sun Moon Empire's first genius. Xiao Hongchen said after learning that the Hongchen family has not declined and returned to his previous unruly state. As for why he is the future #1 genius of the Sun Moon Empire, it is because Xiao Hongchen also knows that he is not Xiao Chong's opponent in terms of talent. However, Jing Hongchen bought the Soul Beast Embryo. With the blessing of the Soul Beast Embryo, Xiao Hongchen is sure to obtain the second martial soul. Thinking of the second martial soul, Xiao Hongchen is confident that his talent is not inferior to anyone. You'd better be careful. Don't be defeated again by accident. What do you mean by defeated? When have I, Xiao Hongchen, ever been defeated? Xiao Chong just looked at Xiao Hongchen silently and rubbed his face with one finger. Although Xiao Chong didn't say a word, it seemed that he had said everything at this time. That was just an accident. Okay, 2 accidents, but this time is definitely my chance to become famous. Xiao Chong ignored Xiao Hongchen and walked towards the competition stage silently. Wait a minute. You can imitate my soul skills, right? Xiao Hongchen quickly stopped Xiao Chong before going on stage. Of course. Then you should also know that if you are hit head-on with my fighting style, even a Soul Emperor will die, right? Xiao Chong nodded. Xiao Hongchen grabbed Xiao Chong's shoulders and said seriously, "Give me the chance to defeat Shrek this time, and you take the benefits." Xiao Chong thought about it. It seems that there is no benefit in defeating Shrek. Except for a slightly better reputation, other things are not that precious. Xiao Hongchen gritted his teeth. Leave this match to me, and I will give you all the Tree King Red Grapefruits that should be given to me within a year. The Tree King Red Grapefruit is a fruit of a plant-based 10,000-year soul beast in the Sun Moon Empire. After taking it, there will be a certain increase in soul power. The increase effect is not great, but it tastes good. However, Because the Sun Moon Empire has only one tree king, the annual production is very limited, so even if it is distributed to some nobles, it is limited. Thanks to the fact that his teacher is Jing Hongchen, Xiao Chong has won every year, but only one. If you say so, I have no problem, but... Xiao Chong looked at Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen on the opposite side, and then looked at Xiao Hongchen. Junior brother, don't spend money to buy a fight again. What do you mean by spending money to buy a fight? How can I spend money to buy a fight? It's just a Soul Emperor and a Soul King. You assist me, and leave the Soul King and Soul Emperor to me, absolutely no problem. Xiao Hongchen said confidently. Xiao Chong looked at his confident look and didn't know what to say. He could only keep an eye on him later. After all, he couldn't let his nephew get into trouble. As the referee announced the start of the game, at Xiao Hongchen's request, Xiao Chong only opened the mental detection sharing to let Xiao Hongchen confirm the location of Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen. Then 128. The Soul Guide Core Array was thrown out by Xiao Hongchen instantly, and then Xiao Hongchen's first and third soul rings shone brightly. With the two soul skills of metal control and gold condensation to increase Xiao Hongchen's power, Xiao Hongchen assembled all the 128 soul guide cannons in just a few seconds. Then Xiao Hongchen's second soul skill, gold boiling, and the fourth soul skill, gold sacrifice, were activated, and his 128 soul guide cannons were fully charged in a short time. Seeing the 128 soul guide cannons, Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen's faces changed drastically. If the 128 level 5 soul guide cannons were hit head-on, even if Dai Yuheng had 3 soul skills to enhance himself, he would die if he was hit by that level of firepower. Without any hesitation, Dai Yuheng rushed toward Xiao Hongchen at the fastest speed, ready to defeat Xiao Hongchen before his soul guide can completely suppress him and Ling Luochen. Except for Yin Xiaozhe, all the other title Douluos present raised their eyebrows at Dai Yuheng's speed. What's wrong, Uncle Qin? Feeling the strangeness of the protector of the nation Douluo around him, Xinglui Empire asked the protector of the nation Douluo around him. Nothing, Your Majesty. It's just that Dai Yuheng's speed doesn't seem to be the normal speed of the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit at the 6th ring, and Dai Yuheng has never had this level of speed before. This speed gives people the feeling that Dai Yuheng, assisted by someone, the Emperor of Xinglui Empire said in surprise, and the protector of the nation Douluo beside him did not deny his guess. Hearing his brother say that Shrek cheated and other protector of the nation Douluo did not object to this statement, Su Jiujiu frowned slightly. Is this Shrek's 10,000 years of honor? 10,000 years of foundation? This is simply... Princess, be careful with your words. Before Su Jiujiu could finish her words, a title Douluo stopped her. Shrek was not someone that Xinglui Empire could afford to offend, and they still needed Shrek's power, so some words could not be said casually, especially by people like them who represented the royal family. Dai Yuheng relied on the acceleration chocolate to quickly approach Xiao Hongchen. Although he could not get very close to Xiao Hongchen with just one acceleration, the 6th soul skill of the 8-ring soul Douluo was teleportation chocolate, which could allow people to teleport over a long distance after taking it. When the distance was shortened and Xiao Gongchen's artillery fire was about to hit him, Dai Yuheng activated the ability of teleporting chocolate and came to a place less than 5 meters away from Xiao Hongchen. Seeing Dai Yuheng approaching Xiao Hongchen, he hurriedly used his soul power again and fired the soul guide cannon at Dai Yuheng. But Dai Yuheng was also prepared. After the first soul skill was amplified by 11,000 by the soul skill amplification chocolate, the white tiger body barrier forcibly pushed back Xiao Hongchen's attack. Then Dai Yuheng, who was already close to Xiao Hongchen, raised his right hand and used the 6th soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill. Chapter 105. Seeing Dai Yuheng's first soul skill, the White Tiger Body Barrier, destroy Xiao Hongchen's 128 soul guide cannons, all the soul masters with some experience felt something was wrong. Blocking the attack of 28 level 5 soul guide cannons, and forcibly repelling the cannon fire was impossible for a soul emperor with a 10,000-year level soul skill. However, some high-level soul masters in the empire knew more or less what was going on with Shrek. In the past, Shrek's cheating had always been more covert, but this time it seemed that because the pressure from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy was too great, and they were not in the Sun Moon Empire, their cheating became a little blatant. The power of Dai Yuheng's first soul skill was obviously wrong, and almost all soul masters above level 70 could see it, but no one dared to say it out loud. Seeing the teleportation soul skill that did not belong to Dai Yuheng, and the White Tiger protective barrier that was obviously not powerful enough, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy wanted to curse, but they were in an enemy country, and Dai Yuheng's people were both contestants and referees. Even if they caught real evidence, Shrek would not admit it. They attributed the sole skill of sharing vision to the student's personal behavior. As long as Shrek refused all inspections of that special method, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy could not do anything on the ground of the Xinglu Empire. Okay, let's compete like this, right? Wait until the next competition, you wait. Jing Hanchen cursed secretly, and decided that they would have to check the situation on Shrek's side carefully when the next competition came, otherwise they might not know how many people they would fight in the next competition. When Jing Hanchen wanted to curse outside the field, Xiao Hanchen in the field almost had a big word danger written on his head. When his soul guide cannon was knocked out by Dai Yueheng's white tiger protective barrier, the white tiger breaking and killing came to his side almost instantly. It was too late to activate the invincible shield. The only thing he could do now was to use the fifth soul skill, Golden Love, to reduce the damage of the white tiger breaking and killing to him like in the original book. Fortunately, when Xiao Chong felt something was wrong, he immediately launched the Palm Thunder to hit Dai Yueheng and Ling Luochen, and then switched to Jiang Nanan's Soft Bone Rabbit, teleported to Xiao Hongchen, and dragged Xiao Hongchen back with gravity control. The invincible golden body took the white tiger breaking and killing from Dai Yueheng, so Xiao Hongchen's injury was not very serious. You should be careful, don't spend money to buy a beating in the future. Xiao Hongchen's injury was not very serious, but Xiao Chong's words made him burst into tears, and he didn't want to say a word at this time. Xiao Chong casually threw Xiao Hongchen out of the competition venue to prevent him from being a drag on the injured player, and then looked at Dai Yueheng. Now you don't even cover up your cheating. 10,000 years of glory. This cheating has become your 10,000 years of tradition. Dai Yueheng also knew that this was not a good thing to do, but thinking of Shrek's 10,000 years of glory, Dai Yueheng still said something that he didn't even believe. Shrek doesn't need to cheat, and has never been disdainful of cheating. But your soul guides, are those things made by you? You said that. It makes it seem like the soul bones on your Shrek side are all hunted by you. No need to say more for the glory of Shrek. Do you go down by yourself, or do we two beat you down? Let me make it clear first. If we do it, you can refer to the students on the first day, or the lone bamboo sword whose limbs we broke not long ago. Shrek's glory, no cheating. You really don't want anything when it comes to the so-called Shrek's glory. But since you said you don't want cheating, then... Xiao Chong widened his eyes, and the third Soul Ring's million-year soul skill mental impact was launched with full force. But Xiao Chong's target was not Dai Yueheng and Ling Luochen, but Mo Xian in a room far away. Without Xiao Hongchen needing to share his spirit, Xiao Chong secretly expanded the range of his mental detection while speaking, and then Mo Xian's location was quickly found by Xiao Chong. After confirming the specific location, Xiao Chong's million-year soul ring skill was accurately launched, even though Mo Xian was hiding in a room, even though there was a weakening of the soul guide barrier, and even though the power of Xiao Chong's soul skills would be greatly reduced at that distance. But 5 years later, Mo Xian, who was only level 60, was only a 4-ring soul master at this time. After integrating most of Tianming's spiritual origin, and completing the second awakening of his body martial soul, Xiao Chong's mental power would not even lose to the 8-ring soul Douluo level spiritual soul master. The soul shock that was comparable to that of a spiritual soul master of the 8th soul Douluo level was still a soul skill issued by a million-year soul ring. Although this time the spiritual shock really reached Mo Xian, its power had already been reduced to 1/10. But even if it was reduced to 1/10, that soul shock was not something that Mo Xian, a soul master with only 4 soul rings and no 10,000-year soul ring, could resist. In an instant, Mo Xian was completely stunned, and in the literal sense. After the soul shock was weakened multiple times, its power could still hurt Mo Xian's brain. Although Mo Xian was not directly shot in the head due to the distance, with his cultivation, even if he was hit by Xiao Chong's soul shock from a long distance, it was enough to cripple him. After Mo Xian's brain was hit by Xiao Chong's soul shock, Dai Yueheng and Ling Luochen's faces suddenly changed. The previous 10% increase in strength, speed, soul, and control all disappeared at this moment. They could all feel the sudden weakness after having no assistance. What did you do? Dai Yueheng's face changed drastically when he felt the dark amplification disappear and thought of the situation that Mo Xian might encounter. Mo Xian was the focus of Shrek's training and was called a war changer. As long as he reached the 8th ring, he would be allowed to join the Sea God Pavilion. If something happened to Mo Xian, Dai Yueheng couldn't imagine whether he and Ling Luochen could stay in Shrek. Nothing. Didn't you say you didn't cheat, so I helped you clear the cheaters? He should still be alive now, right, probably? You're looking for death. Dai Yueheng rushed to Xiao Chong in one step, Then the tiger claws fell and slapped Xiao Ling Luochen? Luochen! What's going on? At Ling Luochen's original position, Xiao Chong walked towards Dai Yuheng silently. I said that my mirror flower water moon can completely control the 5 senses, but when did you have the illusion that I didn't use mirror flower water moon? Chapter 106. When Dai Yuheng's attack hit Ling Luochen, Yin Xiaozhe, who originally thought that he had already won against Xiao Chong, felt a tightness in his heart. Dai Yuheng's attack did not use any soul skills, so the damage itself was not very high, but Lin Luochen was a control-type soul master. She was not a strong attack or even a sensitive attack. As a soul master of weapon spirit, Ling Luochen's body was not very strong. Even though she was already a 5-ring soul king, after being slapped by Dai Yuheng, it almost meant that Ling Luochen had lost her combat effectiveness. The original advantage of a soul emperor and a soul king against a soul king turned into a soul emperor against a soul king. Although Dai Yuheng still had the advantage on the surface, Yin Xiaozhe felt uneasy. Ling Luochen's matter was too weird. Dai Yuheng clearly had a spiritual defense-type soul guide, but he still accidentally fell into Xiao Chong's trap and attacked Ling Luochen. As the dean of Shrek's external academy, Yin Xiaozhe could see that Xiao Chong's soul skill was a simulation, but it was because he saw that Xiao Chong's soul skill was a simulation that he felt even more strange. Simulation is an illusion caused by distorting light with mental power, and it does not directly act on the enemy's mind. Yin Xiaozhe knew all these things, but he knew more about the scope of Xiao Chong's soul skill. Given the distance between him and Ling Luochen, Xiao Chong's soul ring was probably no less than 50,000 years old. Not to mention whether there are 50,000-year-old ice silkworms in the far north. Xiao Chong is just a 5-ring soul king. How did he absorb a 50,000-year-old soul ring? A twin martial arts genius with a 50,000-year soul ring. Can Dai Yuheng really beat him in a one-on-one situation? No. We can definitely win. Dai Yuheng's strength and talent are among the best even in Shrek. Although Xiao Chong's ability seems to be the ability of a soul ring, his origin makes this ability not necessarily a new soul guide. After all, he is only in his 50s, and it is impossible for him to have a soul ring of 50,000 years. In addition, the soul skill that feels like a soul ring should be just an illusion. Thinking of this, Yin Xiaozhe felt relieved. At least the Sun Moon Empire could not absorb soul rings beyond their level. It's just that this battle has become a little out of control from the original advantage. But no matter what, Dai Yuheng is a 6-ring soul emperor, and Xiao Chong is only a 5-ring soul king. Soul emperors fight soul kings, and the advantage is still on Shrek's side. But this battle is not so easy to fight. When Dai Yuheng was hit by artillery fire from nowhere, he gradually reached his limit. Just when Xiao Chong's figure approached Dai Yuheng, and was about to give him the final blow, Dai Yuheng rushed over, but then he found that Xiao Chong's figure was just an illusion. Not only did the attack fail to hit Xiao Chong, but he was hit by 2 more shells. Don't think of using the same moves against Senior Meng to deal with me. I'm not that easy to fool. Meng Hongchen, who was bandaging Xiao Hongchen's wound, pulled the bandage hard. It hurts. You're going to murder your brother. Sorry, brother. Who told that guy to say I'm easy to fool? Do I look easy to fool? Xiao Hongchen looked at Meng Hongchen for a while, and then nodded. Then he paid a painful price for his ignorance. Soul guides like hallucinations are really hard to deal with. Uncle Qin, do you think Dai Yuheng can still win? Yes, the soul guide of the boy from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy can create an illusion by distorting light. This ability is very dangerous, but if the opponent has a beast spirit and his soul power is higher than his, he can fight. In addition, he should have auxiliary food on him. In the end, Shrek has the advantage in this game, although it is a bit disgusting. Beast spirit. The Emperor Xingluo looked at Dai Yuheng on the field. As the battle continued, Dai Yuheng, who was unilaterally beaten, almost reached his limit. At this time, a strong soul power fluctuation suddenly appeared, and the soul guide cannons that were originally beside Xiao Hongchen appeared beside Xiao Chong. A full 128 level 5 soul cannons were aimed directly at Dai Yuheng. As Xiao Chong activated Xiao Hongchen's 2nd soul skill, Gold Boiling, and the 4th soul skill, Gold Sacrifice, the 128 soul guide cannons were charged in a short time, and their artillery fire was aimed directly at Dai Yuheng. This distance is really cautious. Dai Yuheng smiled helplessly. With the sense of smell of the beast martial spirit, he could more or less sense Xiao Chong's position. After confirming that Xiao Chong would not get close to him like Meng Hongchen, Dai Yuheng could only rely on his sense of smell to rush toward Xiao Chong at the fastest speed. Then he used his sense to identify the danger, penetrated Xiao Chong's false soul guide ray, and once again used the ability of teleportation, as well as the White Tiger protective barrier enhanced by the 5th soul skill of the food-type soul Douluo, almost replicating the scene of Dai Yuheng defeating Xiao Hongqian before. However, Xiao Chong was not Xiao Hongqian, and he could not be defeated casually. After being approached by Dai Yuheng, Xiao Chong did not panic at all, but quickly switched to Jiang Nanan's soft bone rabbit martial spirit, and then used the teleportation soul skill to distance himself from Dai Yuheng. But after pulling away, Xiao Chong felt something was wrong. Xiao Chong looked at the mirror flower and water moon in his hand, and found that the mirror flower and water moon had been interrupted at some point. Sure enough, you didn't have the energy to protect your soul guide when facing my White Tiger destroying kill. I won the bet. Dai Yuheng, who was already covered in wounds, had blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, but his eyes were full of joy of victory. He knew that Xiao Chong was not easy to deal with. With his teleportation, invincible golden body, and gravity control, it was obvious that he had the ability to replicate Jiang Nanan's martial soul. In this case, it was not reliable to expect to defeat Xiao Chong like he defeated Xiao Hongqian. So Dai Yuheng decided to take a gamble, betting that Xiao Chong would not have the energy to protect his soul guide when facing life-threatening danger, and the facts proved that he won the bet. When Xiao Chong himself was in danger, he openly launched the White Tiger destroying kill, and secretly used the amplified White Tiger Fierce Light Wave to interrupt the mirror flower and water moon in Xiao Chong's hand. The plan succeeded. The mirror flower and water moon in Xiao Chong's hand was successfully interrupted, and then the previous illusion similar to the simulated soul skill gradually disappeared. Dai Yuheng felt that he had won 70% of this game. Surrender, without the mirror flower and water moon, what else do you have besides the twin martial souls, the soul power of more than 50 levels, and the temporary replica martial soul? What else can you rely on to defeat me? Xiao Chong silently looked at the broken mirror flower and water moon. He really didn't expect that deceiving people could be successful so early. Chapter 107. Xiao Chong put away the broken mirror flower and water moon. In order to ensure that he could deceive other people later, Xiao Chong withdrew the simulated soul skills. Looking at the changes in the environment in front of him, Dai Yuheng was more convinced that his choice was right. Although the injury was not light now, Dai Yuheng was still confident. In his opinion, the most dangerous thing about Xiao Chong was the strong light and illusion, and the ability of the martial soul to change constantly. The strong light had been blocked by his mental defense soul guide, and the illusion soul guide had been destroyed by himself. The only remaining martial soul change ability, with his understanding of soul beasts, he could roughly guess the soul skills. Replicating other people's martial soul type soul skills, Oscar had such an ability among the Shrek 7 devils 10,000 years ago. Dai Yuheng could be sure that Xiao Chong had found the nearly extinct mirror beast, and obtained other people's martial souls by hunting the mirror beast. The mirror beast is a soul beast with clear records on Douluo continent, and the abilities it can bestow are also clearly recorded by Shrek. Because of this, Dai Yuheng knows one thing. Unless it is a mirror beast of 100,000 years, it is impossible for Xiao Chong to obtain the ability of martial soul memory. Every time he uses other people's martial souls, he has to consume a record. The soul skills bestowed by the mirror beast of 10,000 years are destined to have a limited number of memories. Dai Yuheng is not sure what the upper limit is, but considering Xiao Chong's 5-ring strength, his mirror beast is at most 20,000 years old, and there should be only 2 martial souls that can be reproduced at the same time, and they need to be reproduced again after use. Dean Yin Xiaozha has asked Jiang Nanan and Su Sanshi to temporarily leave everyone's sight. Xiao Chong had used Su Sanqi's and Jiang Nanan's martial spirits not long ago. Now that both of them are gone, Xiao Chong has no one to copy. He can only use the martial spirits of other people present, and he will no longer be able to use the teleportation and invincible golden body at will as before. This also means that Dai Yuheng's next attack will no longer fail as easily as before. Without the teleportation of strong dodge, the invincible golden body of absolute defense, and the 5-ring soul king whose many abilities were restricted, Dai Yuheng had no reason to lose to Xiao Chong. I have used up all the means of explosion in my hand, and your ability to dodge must have reached the limit. After interrupting Xiao Chong's mirror flower and water moon, but failing to defeat Xiao Chong in a short time, Dai Yuheng withdrew his own transformation, and talked to himself to find some recovery time while trying to catch Xiao Chong's words. Who knows? Xiao Chong's words were ambiguous, and he obviously didn't intend to let Dai Yuheng know anything about him. Do you dare to compete head-on like a man? Cheaters don't seem to be qualified to talk like this. And don't you say how much older you are than me? The game between us is inherently unfair. That's true, but for the honor of Shrek, I must defeat you today. Dai Yuheng tactically stalemated with Xiao Chong for a while, longer than the record left by Oscar, just in case. When Dai Yuheng felt that his soul power, physical strength, and the impact of his injuries were about to reach the upper limit, he took the crazy chocolate. The 8th soul skill of the food-type soul master is very powerful, which directly brings his combat power to the peak. This is Dai Yuheng's last gamble, and it is also a necessary last gamble. Without treatment, the injury will worsen. The continuous pounces also consumed a lot of his soul power and mental strength. If he drags on, his injuries will only make him more disadvantageous and eventually lose the game. Didn't you say that you have no means of explosion? It turns out that the enemy's words are really not to be believed. Xiao Chong's Xiao Hongchen fighting style was once again broken by Dai Yuheng with acceleration, teleportation, and soul skill amplification, and this time because of the frenzy, Dai Yuheng broke it even faster. The White Tiger destruction kill was gathered in Dai Yueheng's palm. This time, the best result for Dai Yueheng was to slap Xiao Chong to death. If it was close, defeating Xiao Chong would also be a good thing for Shrek Academy. If Xiao Chong was still allowed to run away under such circumstances, he could only counterattack as much as possible and wait for the opportunity to take the second frenzy chocolate. In order to ensure that Shrek's 10,000 years of glory could continue, this time Yin Xiaozhi gave him all the remaining chocolates. Although the second fastest frenzy chocolate would cause him some damage, in Dai Yueheng's view, for the glory of Shrek, it was all worth it. Fortunately, Xiao Chong had no intention of running away this time. After a long battle, Xiao Chong was also tired. He didn't want to compete with a Soul Emperor who was equivalent to a food-type 8-ring Soul Douluo, especially after knowing that Dai Yueheng still had a piece of chocolate in his mouth that was the same as the crazy chocolate he had just eaten. Xiao Chong really had no interest in fighting a war of attrition with a person who might do sit-ups at any time. Xiao Chong clenched his fists and did not dodge Dai Yueheng's attack this time. He directly punched him, and Yin Xiaozhi in the audience couldn't help but sneer. After all, he is a 15-year-old child. It's a pity that youthful recklessness has a price to pay, sometimes even the price of life. When Dai Yueheng's tiger claws were about to touch Xiao Chong's fist, Yin Xiaozhi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for the students in the next competition. He was worried that Xiao Chong's strength would become Shrek's rival in the next competition, but the power of the White Tiger destruction kill was enough to kill or cripple a 5-ring Soul King. As long as he hits it, not only will Shrek win this competition, but he will also win half of the next competition. However, just when Yin Xiaozhi was about to celebrate the loss of a genius in the Sun Moon Empire, Dai Yueheng's tiger claws and Xiao Chong's fist collided. At the moment of the collision, an extremely fierce aura burst out from Xiao Chong's arm. It was the soul skill of Xiao Chong's right arm bone, the Ice Jade Emperor's might. This is the only soul skill among the 10 soul skills given to Xiao Chong by the Ice Emperor that does not require the help of extreme ice. It is a combination of soul power and mental power. It uses domineering soul power and absolute kingly posture to defeat the enemy's mental and physical defenses, causing irreparable psychological trauma to the enemy. In other words, this is the Ice Emperor's dominance over the world. The two soul skills collided, and then the power of both sides was immediately determined. Dai Yueheng's White Tiger destruction kill was forcibly dispersed by Xiao Chong's Ice Jade Emperor power. Xiao Chong's fist took advantage of the victory and pursued. His terrifying momentum and power even broke Dai Yueheng's right arm with soul bones. However, just when Dai Yueheng was about to die in Xiao Chong's hands, Tia Sha Douluo Huang Jinqi rescued Dai Yueheng. When Tia Sha Douluo rescued Dai Yueheng, it meant Dai Yueheng's failure, and also Shrek's defeat. All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, the third decisive battle, the second game, the winner, Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Xiao Chong. After Xian Lao left, Tia Sha Douluo also became much more normal. When Dai Yueheng fell, he announced the winner of this game. Then, the whole audience was silent. All the audience saw the situation of Shrek. They didn't even have anyone who could participate in the last competition. In other words, this game. Shrek lost. Chapter 108. Lost? Shrek, who had won for tens of thousands of years, lost? The audience on the stage was still a little bit unbelievable. Although Shrek did some things that were very unsatisfactory, and even had strong suspicions of cheating, they really never thought that Shrek would lose. Since the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils defeated the team of the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago, Shrek has never lost even a game, but now Shrek has lost, and it really lost. Although there is still one last game, it is obvious that they can no longer find anyone from Shrek for the last game. Therefore, when Xiao Chong defeated Dai Yueheng, Douluo only symbolically asked about the situation on Shrek's side, and then prepared to announce the victory of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in this all-continent Advanced Soul Master competition. Everyone knew that Shrek lost, and lost under the obvious suspicion of cheating, but knowing does not mean accepting, or it does not mean that everyone accepts. When Douluo was about to announce the victory of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Yin Xiaozhi jumped out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You guys from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy cheated. Xiaochong, you Shrek guys have no shame at all, right? You've won for so many years, and there were even a few times when there was something obviously wrong. What did other countries and other teams say? When it came to our Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, you said we cheated. Don't you know who cheated? What's the matter with Ma Xiaodao's sudden outburst? What's the matter with Dai Yuheng's sudden outburst? And the ability to teleport, which soul skill did he use to teleport? Jing Hongchen angrily scolded Yin Xiaozhi. He was furious when talking about Dai Yuheng's teleportation. If his grandson Xiao Hongchen was injured in a normal game, he really didn't want to say anything. But the people on the Shrek side obviously cheated. This matter really didn't happen in the Sun Moon Empire. If it was in the Sun Moon Empire, Dai Yuheng's situation would have been strictly investigated. My Shrek has passed down the glory of 10,000 years, so there must be special secrets. But you? What's the matter with the soul skill he used just now? That is definitely not a move that a soul engineer can research. I suspect you have a fixed soul guide on you. As the dean of Shrek's external school and a member of the Sea God Pavilion, Yin Xiaozhi, a Shrek person who regards the saying that not daring to cause trouble is mediocre as the school motto, fully demonstrated what it means to provoke people even if it is unreasonable. Yin Xiaozhi knew that he cheated, and he also knew that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy did not cheat, but being unjustified is the foundation of Shrek's teaching. He was taught from a young age that not being able to cause trouble is a mediocre talent, so how could he easily let Shrek's 10,000 years of honor be cut off? Fixed-type mixed guide? I don't tell you whether you understand fixed-type soul guides or not. Can you tell whether it is a soul bone? There should be a limit to lying with open eyes. It can't be a soul bone. You Sun Moon Empire definitely can't have such high-quality soul bones. Jing Hongchen was so angry that Yin Xiaozhi laughed. Okay, good Shrek. I finally know how you have been the first for 10,000 years. I'm afraid that those students who have the ability to threaten you Shrek are probably dead. Jing Hongchen said, and looked at Douluo. Are you going to retain your arrogance as a title Douluo and announce the result of this game normally, or are you going to go along with Shrek? When Douluo was struggling over whether to offend Shrek, he received a message from a protector of the nation Douluo beside the Emperor of Xingluo. The Sun Moon Empire is declared victorious. His Majesty the Emperor will hand over the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion to the Sun Moon Empire to destroy the top genius of the Sun Moon Empire. Hearing the voice of his old friend, Douluo did not hesitate at all. The winner of this all-continental high-level Soul Master competition is the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Hearing Douluo announce the result of the competition, Yin Xiaozhi's face turned pale. Douluo's announcement meant that the Xinglu Empire admitted that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy did not cheat. In other words, the fact that Shrek lost to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was determined by the Xinglu Empire. For a while, the entire arena was full of curses. After all, the Xinglu Empire did not prohibit gambling like the Sun Moon Empire. The all-continental high-level Soul Master competition would definitely involve gambling. There were many spectators in the stands, who were ready to make a fortune by relying on Shrek and lost their wives' money. Seeing the scolding getting more and more intense, Yin Xiaozhi knew that if he didn't do something, Shrek would not only have a reputation problem. There might be some big gamblers among these people. If they really make people lose everything, but there is no explanation, there might be some extreme incidents against Shrek. Thinking of this, Yin Xiaozhi took the soul guide microphone used for broadcasting from the referee. Dear audience, I am Yin Xiaozhi, the Dean of the External School of Shrek Academy. Please be quiet. I have a few words to say. The scolding on the field was extremely fierce, but with the release of the pressure of Yin Xiaozhi, the 95th level Super Douluo, the scene quickly quieted down. Dear audience, I know you are very dissatisfied with this game. Shrek, as the first Soul Master Academy in the whole continent, did not defeat the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy this time, but there are reasons for it. We are helpless. As the first Shrek Academy in the whole continent, I can tell you that we prepared a whole team of Soul Kings before this game. In addition to Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yuheng, two Soul Emperors, there is also a 59th level Rainbow Dragon Martial Soul Master, who can increase all soul masters by 60%. I know that if they directly participated in this game, they would definitely win the first place, and would not disappoint you, but we are Shrek. We are the first academy in the whole continent, Shrek. We not only have to teach, guide students, and let students contribute to the stability of this continent, to work hard to eliminate evil soul masters. Therefore, even if the all-continental high-level soul master competition is imminent, when we Shrek knew that there was an evil soul master doing all kinds of evil in Mingdo Mountain Range, our students still resolutely embarked on this battle to eliminate the evil soul master. They are all good kids, but only 3 of the 7 of them survived in the end, that is, Ma Xiaoao, Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen you saw in this game, and the other 4 regular players, without exception, died in the process of eliminating the evil soul master. When Yin Xiaozhe finished speaking, the emotions of the audience were all aroused by Yin Xiaozhe, but there were also some discordant voices among those voices, such as Xiao Chong. Shrek regards the elimination of evil soul masters as its own responsibility. 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings are going to eliminate evil soul masters. The strength of this evil soul master should be very strong, right? Could it be an evil soul master at the title Douluo level? Chapter 109. Yin Xiaozhe's eyebrows jumped wildly when he heard Xiao Chong's voice. He could ignore the people of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, but the problem was that Xiao Chong's words aroused the curiosity of many viewers. The most important thing was, Dean Yin, tell these lackeys of the Sun Moon Empire loudly what Shrek has done for this continent. Why did those juniors sacrifice themselves to evil soul masters of what level? Let these bastards of the Sun Moon Empire know the greatness of Shrek. That's right, Dean Yin, although I only left Shrek after graduating from the external academy, Shrek, my lack of talent and strength makes me unqualified to join the inner courtyard, but the glory of Shrek will always be with us. Tell them loudly what level of evil soul masters these juniors are facing and voluntarily sacrificed, so that they, the running dogs of the Wangryu Empire, know how brave and fearless our Shrek students are. Among the tens of thousands of spectators, there are many who graduated from the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. When Xiao Chong's words involved insulting Shrek, their alma mater, they almost stood up at the first time to rename their alma mater. 4 of the Shrek 7 devils were lost in a battle, so whether it was Shrek students or ordinary spectators, they all believed that the battle against the evil soul master was extremely tragic, and Shrek must have taken great risks, even knowing that they could not win, but still fought to the death for the glory of Shrek. Feeling the strong emotions of the audience in the square, and the emotions that were toward Shrek, Yin Xiaozhe knew that he definitely couldn't suppress them like he did before. After all, they were speaking for Shrek. If Shrek's pressure was even directed at those who spoke for Shrek, then Shrek's reputation would really be over. But Yin Xiaozhe knew about this battle. It was not a sacrifice for the mainland knowing that he was invincible. He just saw an evil soul master without a backer ready to kill him. Who knew that killing an evil soul master, who was not a direct descendant of the Holy Spirit Church, would cause such a big thing? The entire Shrek team went there, and died for it once. If Dai Yuheng had not prepared some defensive soul guides before, and Ma Xiaoao was troubled by the evil fire, and did not dare to go all out and walk behind, I am afraid that Shrek would be wiped out in that battle. Dean, tell them quickly, what level of evil soul master we Shrek are facing. Let these guys from the Sun and Moon Empire know the greatness of our Shrek. Yin Xiaozhe did not want to say what the strength of the evil soul master was, but the audience in the entire arena thought that Shrek was fighting for the mainland. Even if they knew they could not win, they had to bite the bullet, so the urging voices became louder and louder, gradually pulling Yin Xiaozhe to a state where he almost had to say it. Feeling the deep friendship of everyone toward Shrek, Yin Xiaozhe thought for a while, thinking that the fact that the entire Shrek team was defeated by a 5-ring soul king was a Shrek secret after all, and no one would know the specific strength of the evil soul master who defeated Shrek. Xiao Chong also asked whether the enemy was a title Douluo, so Yin Xiaozhe told the truth. This time, Shrek was not facing an evil soul master at the title Douluo level, but it was also an extremely powerful and terrifying evil soul master. Shrek paid a painful price just to eliminate that evil soul master. Did you hear that? You lackeys of the Sun Moon Empire. Shrek dares to be an enemy of a powerful evil soul master. What courage does that take? You defeated a hero who suffered heavy losses in order to kill the evil soul master. How dare you say that you defeated Shrek? That's right, Shrek is 100 times stronger than you. No, 10,000 times stronger. Xiao Chong ignored the audience's abuse. After all, this was originally the Douluo Three Kingdoms. This place was not only Xiao Chong's natural enemy, but also the place with the most Shrek fans. Therefore, Xiao Chong did not bother with these people, but continued to ask Yin Xiaozhi with an innocent look. He is a powerful evil soul master, but not a titled Douluo level evil soul master. So the evil soul master who crippled Shrek is a soul Douluo? Many Shrek supporters continued to make a fuss. The strong expectations for Shrek made Yin Xiaozhi feel uneasy. He wanted to lie and admit that it was Soul Douluo who defeated Shrek, but the situation in Mingdo Mountain Range could be found out. If he lied now, and was found out later, Shrek would be even more embarrassed. No, he is not a Soul Douluo level evil soul master. Yin Xiaozhi, who was pushed to the forefront, said. He thought that since it had come to this, Xiao Chong's questioning should be over, but who knew? Oh, it turns out that he is not a titled Douluo, or a soul Douluo. That person can defeat Shrek's powerful evil soul master. He should be a very powerful soul saint. Xiao Chong continued to ask, and many Shrek supporters continued to put pressure on him, making Yin Xiaozhi regret that he had taken on such a thing himself. No, Yin Xiaozhi said in the face of everyone's expectations, and then the scene gradually became quiet. Shrek has always claimed that he is invincible in the same level, but the team of two Soul Emperors was defeated by an evil soul master of the Soul Emperor level. This is not so glorious for Shrek. Anyway, this situation is not a heroic sacrifice, but it seems that the evil soul master is not prepared enough to be killed. The audience is quiet, but Xiao Chong is not quiet. Not a titled Douluo, not a soul Douluo, not a soul sage, so the one who defeated Shrek is a soul emperor? Wait your expression. Xiao Chong pretended to be surprised. The one who defeated Shrek couldn't be a soul king? No way. No way. Yin Xiaozhi looked at the unbroken Douluo beside Xiao Chong, and then looked at Jing Hongchen, who was ready to take action at any time, and forced himself to suppress the urge to slap Xiao Chong to death. Although he is a soul king, his soul skills are very powerful, and it is a fact that evil soul masters can challenge across levels. Xiao Chong nodded, pretending to understand. It's normal that the evil soul master's soul skills are very powerful. The evil soul master of the Five-Ring Soul King. Xiao Chong pretended to think for a while, and then asked knowingly. So he has 100,000-year soul ring? No, do you think 100,000-year soul ring is cabbage? This time Yin Xiaozhi reacted quickly, and told the truth without anyone's pressure. Okay, I thought too much, but since this soul king is so powerful, if he doesn't have 100,000-year soul ring, then he should have a lot of 10,000-year soul rings. Yin Xiaozhi, Chapter 110. When Xiao Chong said that the evil soul master who defeated Shrek should have many 10,000-year soul rings, Yin Xiaozhi really didn't know how to respond. Not only was there only one soul king who defeated the entire Shrek team, but he didn't have a 10,000-year soul ring on his body. Although the evil soul master itself has a certain combat power bonus, it is hard to say that the entire Shrek team was almost wiped out by the evil soul master with such a soul ring ratio. Therefore, Yin Xiaozhi could only shut up, but even if he shut up, Xiao Chong would not let him go. No way, no way. You don't seem to deny it at all. That evil soul master doesn't even have a 10,000-year soul ring? It's just a soul king with 2 yellows and 3 purples. Not 2 yellows and 3 purples. Yin Xiaozhi said subconsciously. Not 2 yellows and 3 purples, you refuted it, but you didn't refute the soul king, and he didn't have a 10,000-year soul ring, which means that the evil soul master has 3 yellows and 2 purples. Xiao Chong asked knowingly. Yin Xiaozhi said nothing, but his expression proved that Xiao Chong was right. So, the whole arena went wild. Shrek's 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings can't even beat a soul king with 3 yellows and 2 purples. It's impossible. After all, he is an evil soul master. It's normal. Right? Normal. Evil soul masters are powerful. They can even fight the enemy by jumping 20 levels. But Shrek has 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings. And one of the soul kings has a rainbow dragon martial spirit that can increase 60%. Even a soul saint can beat this ratio. Is the evil soul so scary? That soul king jumped more than 20 levels. A certain evil spirit master in the audience was stunned. The 3 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, wasn't that referring to his disciple? Was what his disciple said actually true? Did he really destroy the entire Shrek team by himself? And no! He also said that he escaped from the hands of the 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black and 1 red titled Douluo. That must have been a lie to him. But what he said before seemed to be true. There was no need to lie to him in the last sentence, especially since that sentence was obviously full of loopholes. But if my disciple didn't lie to me, the old man with 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black and 1 red is at least a super Douluo. A 5-ring soul king killed people in front of a super Douluo, and he was able to escape from the super Douluo. This is wrong no matter how you think about it, unless the title Douluo of Shrek is not a Shrek person, but an undercover of my holy church in Shrek. He saw that my disciple is a promising talent, so he secretly took action. In fact, he wanted to save his life and preserve his useful body to work for my holy church in the future, and this Shrek saint, the top holy church martial spirit this. All of a sudden, the old man with 8-ring soul Douluo felt that he had discovered a shocking secret. The super Douluo with 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black and 1 red, according to the information he knew, one is Yin Xiaozhe, and the other is the 98th level Xianzi of Shrek. Level 98, more than 200 years old, this strength and age, there is no mistake. This Xuanzi is definitely the grand elder of our holy church. He endured humiliation and joined Shrek in his early years, but actually secretly made great contributions to our holy church. It is really not easy to be the grand elder. After the soul Douluo, who was observing secretly understood the whole situation, he quickly used the soul guide communicator. Xiaobai, let your junior brother go quickly. I was wrong. He didn't lie. He was able to survive from the hands of the title Douluo because that person was our supreme elder. The death messenger senior brother, What? The title Douluo of Shrek is the supreme elder of our holy church? What is he doing in Shrek? Helping the holy church to find the son and the daughter? The death messenger senior brother was full of question marks, but he didn't dare to go against the teacher's wishes and didn't dare to ask more. He just silently followed the teacher's request and let go of the junior brother, who was beaten half to death by him. Then the death messenger talked to his teacher. After learning that his teacher said that he would report him to the leader and train him as a son of the Holy Sun, he was full of gratitude for the teacher's kindness. But his injuries had just been bandaged not long ago, and he blew up his senior brother and ran away. There must be something fishy when things are out of the ordinary. Not only did they stop beating me, but they also wanted me to be the Holy Sun. There must be something fishy going on. I'm afraid they were trying to appease me first to stabilize me, and then train me into a wronged soul. Humph, you actually discovered my private methods, and then used the sound of the soul guide communicator to stabilize me. Do you really think I'm stupid? The death messenger left cursing, missing the opportunity to become the Holy Son of the Holy Spirit Church. When the audience seats in the entire competition venue were full of doubts about Shrek, Yin Xiaozhe regretted saying that Shrek died in the battle to eliminate the evil soul. In any case, it was really unbecoming for a team with 2 soul emperors and a group of soul kings to be unable to defeat an evil soul master who didn't even have a 10,000-year soul ring. Especially since Shrek has always claimed to be invincible in the same level, but in the end, someone defeated the entire team in a cross-level battle. This level of tragic defeat is a bit unreasonable. In addition, Xiao Chong was still adding insult to injury. An evil soul master at the level of a 5-ring soul king, and he doesn't even have a 10,000-year soul ring, and such an evil soul master almost wiped out the entire Shrek 7 Devils team? You have always claimed to be righteous in eliminating the so-called evil soul masters. I heard that the inner courtyard students even have to eliminate evil soul masters 30 times before they can graduate normally. Are you sure that those people you eliminated before were all evil soul masters? Instead of using the excuse of eliminating evil soul masters to actually eliminate angel soul masters? To ensure that your students will not be killed by angel soul masters even if they degenerate into evil soul masters? Xiao Chong added. I, Shrek, never claimed to be righteous. In addition, our students are educated by us, Shrek, and they will never degenerate into evil soul masters. Yin Xiaozhe said righteously, even if he didn't believe it, and Xiao Chong found the loophole in Yin Xiaozhe's words very accurately. So you are really destroying the angel soul masters? No wonder there were few evil soul masters in the whole continent 10,000 years ago. As a result, after Shrek defeated the Spirit Hall, evil soul masters began to proliferate. The war 10,000 years ago. Enough. The war back then was a just war confirmed by both the former Heavenly Soul and the current Star Luo. If you don't believe it, you can ask the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire whether the war was just. Xiao Chong looked at the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, and then the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Su Jiawei, nodded. The evil of the Spirit Hall is beyond description. This is beyond doubt. Senior Tang San led the 2 empires to destroy the Spirit Hall. It is a just act and impeccable. Xiao Chong looked at Su Jiawei and knew that it was impossible to dethrone Shrek in a short time with just a few words. But Xiao Chong was not in a hurry. Okay, destroy the angel martial spirit, which is the most terrifying to the evil soul masters. I am not very clear about what happened 10,000 years ago. Even if you are right, it is. A team that can be wiped out by an evil soul master with a 5-ring soul king can be destroyed by a 4-ring soul master with an angel martial spirit. In the end, I had such a hard time beating it. Pa! Xiao Chong said silently. There was no harm in the whole sentence, only pure insult. Chapter 111. Looking at Xiao Chong stepping on Shrek desperately, Yin Xiaozhi clenched his fists. Originally, he wanted to use the fact that Shrek fought with the evil spirit master to let the audience know how difficult it was for Shrek, but now Xiao Chong said that Shrek was incompetent. But some things really can't be said anymore. After all, suppressing the angel spirits is what Shrek has been doing. In addition to Jing Hongchen over there and Bebe over here, it is obviously impossible for him to slap Xiao Chong to death. Now he is facing not only the problem of Shrek's defeat, but also the fact that the entire Shrek team can't beat a Spirit King without a 10,000-year Spirit Ring. No matter how this matter is said, it will not sound good. Especially since that team is composed of the current generation of Shrek 7 Devils. It is absolutely impossible that the Shrek 7 Devils cannot defeat a Soul King with 3 yellows and 2 purples when combined. But what reason can convince the world that Shrek was just an accident this time? Dean Yin, Bebe and Su Sancher are temporarily stable. Jiang Nanan and Ikaitu have also found a healing soul master. The poison is almost cleared now. Wang Yan came to Yin Xiaozhi and said. Yin Xiaozhi looked at Wang Yan and felt his soul power of more than 50 levels. Wang Yan, Shrek has treated you well over the years. Of course, it's more than that. Shrek is my home. I'm glad you think so. I need to ask you for something. Dean, just give your orders. It's my honor to work for Shrek. So it was the team leader Wang Yan's mistake in command that caused the Shrek 7 Devils to underestimate the evil soul master, which led to the heavy losses of the Shrek 7 Devils. The Emperor of Xinglui Empire was surprised when he heard what Yin Xiaozhi said. Yes, this time, Wang Yan, the teacher leading the Shrek Academy, was in full control of this generation of Shrek 7 Devils from the time they left Shrek Academy until the end of the entire competition. It was his greed for merit and recklessness that led to this mistake, causing Shrek to lose 4 regular players and lose the game. Yin Xiaozhi told a lie in front of the Emperor of Xinglui without blushing or beating his heart, which he did not even believe. Theoretically, Wang Yan should have been in charge of this team, but Xian Lao had already seized Wang Yan's command by virtue of his status. But Xian Lao can't take the blame. As the second strongest man in Shrek, Xian Lao is about to ascend to the position of the leader of the Sea God Pavilion. If he made a serious mistake, wouldn't the entire Shrek senior management be brain dead? But Wang Yan is different. Wang Yan is just a teacher, at best an excellent teacher, but an excellent teacher is also a teacher, and he is only a teacher at the level of a 5-ring soul king. Although he has always achieved good results in martial soul research, those results are just that in the eyes of Shrek senior management. If it weren't for Wang Yan's loyalty to Shrek, he wouldn't even be qualified to be the leader of this team. So Wang Yan naturally needs to take the blame. Only if he takes it, it will be justified, and it won't make people think that Shrek's senior management is a bunch of brain dead. I understand. Let's announce it like this. Is there anything else, Dean Yin? It's like this. This time, I suggest that the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion be used as one of the prizes for the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition. That soul bone should not only be used to harm the 3 kingdoms that originally belonged to the Douluo continent, but should also be used to destroy the genius of the Sun Moon Empire. Emperor Xinglui, in the Sea God Pavilion in the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy. Mr. Mu, how is Xiao Ao now? After bringing Ma Xiao Ao back to Shrek Academy and handing her over to Moon, Mr. Xian asked with concern after seeing that Mr. Mu seemed to have finished suppressing Ma Xiao Ao's evil fire. Moon, who was hunched over, looked at Ma Xiao Ao, who was in deep sleep, and sighed helplessly. No, my light attribute can only temporarily suppress the dark breath in Xiao Ao's body, but this dark breath is intertwined with fire. I can't use my light to get rid of the darkness and fire together, otherwise Xiao Ao will probably be useless. Mr. Mu said after completing the suppression of Ma Xiao Ao. Xiao Ao is useless. Mr. Xian suddenly collapsed to the ground, looking very self-blaming. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have given orders recklessly. I shouldn't have left Xiao Tao and the others when we started hunting evil spirit masters. If I was with Xiao Tao and the others, the explosion caused by the death messenger would never have killed all the children. If Yao Haoxuan, Cici, Gong Yangmo, Chen Zifeng, and the others were still alive, Xiao Tao wouldn't have to bear such great pressure and force herself to explode the evil fire in her body twice in a row. I am the sinner of Shrek. Xianlao cried and beat his chest. His sloppy appearance, combined with his age, made him look extremely pitiful. Of course, without asking him what he had done before. Moon looked at the crying Xianlao, and didn't know what to say for a while. At that time, a Shrek Soul Master who had reached level 90 needed to hunt for the 9th Soul Ring, and Zhang Lishuan also needed to hunt for the 8th Soul Ring. One was a genius, and the other was a genius and his destined great-grandson's wife. He thought it would be safer, so he sent out Elder Xian, whose cultivation was second only to his at the time. As a result, that batch of geniuses died or were disabled, and in the end only Zhang Lishuan was left, who is still in Shrek now. Then this time, with Ma Xiaodao's top talent, Dai Yuheng's good talent, and his relationship with Duke Baihu, he once again mobilized the second most powerful person in Shrek. As a result, this time, Xianlao's move made him regret it again. But he really couldn't say too much about Xianlao. After all, Moon In knew that he didn't have many years to live, and the future of Shrek would still depend on Xianlao. Well, although Xiaoao was temporarily eroded by the dark attribute, it doesn't mean that she has no way to recover. On the contrary, the collective efforts of all the players in this competition can inspire the fighting spirit of those children. After blaming himself for a long time, Moon In comforted him. Really? Of course, it's just that Xiaoao needs to find a way to recover, but she can recover after all, and compared to those things that have passed, we should pay more attention to the future, right? Although this game is a bit shameful, Shrek won after all, and Shrek's 10,000 years of glory was preserved. Isn't this enough? Hearing what Moon said, Xianlao finally wiped away his tears and cheered himself up. Mu Lao, you are right, people should not only look at the past. The game should be over by now. I will go to meet Xiaozha and the children. Under such unfavorable conditions, they still defeated the Sun and Moon Empire and defended the glory of Shrek. Those children are all Shrek's heroes. I will pick them up. In addition, Xianlao seemed a little embarrassed when he said this. Just say it directly if there is anything between you and me. I hope to let those children come to the Sea God Pavilion. Only in the Sea God Pavilion, and with many old people present, can we better reflect the importance of those children. Moon nodded. It's only right to defeat the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy in such an unfavorable situation. After Xianlao proposed and Mu Lao agreed, when Yin Xiaozha led his men back to Shrek Academy, Xianlao immediately dragged Yin Xiaozha to the Sea God Pavilion. Xiaozha, hurry up! Tell everyone loudly about our achievements in this competition. Chapter 112. Yin Xiaozha looked at the gathered elders of the Sea God Pavilion, and his eyes twitched wildly. Xianlao, this is just an ordinary competition, there is no need to call all the elders here. It was a great pressure for Yin Xiaozha to say that he lost the game in front of so many elders, and lost miserably. No need. We Shrek have made such great efforts, and the children have worked so hard. How can we not let everyone know the result of this game? Xiaozha, no matter what the results are this time, the children's efforts must be formally praised, otherwise how can we be worthy of those children who are constantly working hard for the glory of Shrek? Xianlao said righteously. Although Shrek may not give real benefits, at least Shrek will give enough face. Listening to Xianlao's words, Yin Xiaozha nodded. Xianlao, you are right, it is my fault. No matter what results they achieve, they are good children of Shrek. Xianlao nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's right, let's announce the result of this competition loudly. Okay, elders, we won the runner-up in this Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Haha, they are worthy of my Shrek Academy, and they are worthy of my Shrek children. Even in this situation they still. Elder Xian stopped the words of praise he was about to say. Xiaozha, what did you just say? Elder Xian, our Shrek Academy won the runner-up in this Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Then the champion team is Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Xianlao accidentally tore off a strand of his beard, but at this moment, he did not feel any pain. He remained silent for a long time before he reacted. What did you say? In this continent-wide Advanced Soul Master competition, our Shrek Academy was the runner-up, and the champion was won by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Xianlao was stunned for a long time, not daring to believe what Yin Xiaozha said. Aside from that Marulum kid, is there a Soul Emperor at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy? No, but the student named Xiao Chong from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is very strong. Dai Yuheng had defeated Xiao Hongchen with the burst brought by chocolate, but Dai Yuheng and Ling Luochen were defeated by him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dai Yuheng is a Soul Emperor from Shrek Academy, and Ling Luochen is a Soul King from Shrek Academy. Even if the two of them are taken out alone, they can't be defeated by a Soul King from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Mr. Xian roared with his teeth bared. He couldn't believe that Shrek lost like this. Even in his excitement, he, a titled Douluo at level 98, couldn't stand still for a moment. Mr. Xian! Mr. Xian, calm down! Mr. Xian! Yin Xiaozhe, Xian Liner and others helped Mr. Xian up. Mr. Xian would definitely not faint under the level 98 soul power, but at this time Mr. Xian was already in tears. It's all my fault. I am the sinner of Shrek. If it wasn't for my mistake, the original Shrek 7 devils wouldn't have died. If they hadn't died, how could those idiots from the Sun Moon Empire be so rampant? How could we Shrek lose this game? Mr. Mu, I really don't have the face to stay in Shrek anymore. As Mr. Xian said this, Yin Xiaozhe hurried to enlighten Mr. Xian. Mr. Xian, this is not your fault. This is Dai Yuheng's problem. He only prepared a soul shield for himself when facing the evil soul master. If he could force the soul shield to be given to the other people, the other Shrek monsters would not be in trouble. Yin Xiaozhe automatically skipped over Mr. Xian's solemn promise that there would be no problem with him, and asked Dai Yuheng to stop issuing soul shields. After all, Mr. Mu is already on the decline. In less than 10 years, the pillar of Shrek will only be Mr. Xian. In this case, Mr. Xian cannot be allowed to leave. Now he can only appease Mr. Xian first, and then wait for Dai Yuheng's injury to heal, and let him kneel down in front of Mr. Xian to apologize, to ensure that Mr. Xian can continue to stay in the generation class. That's right, Elder Xian, this is all Dai Yuheng's problem. I was clearly in the advantage in the following battles, but Dai Yuheng still lost to the 5-ring Soul King of the Sun and Moon Empire. This is clearly Dai Yuheng's problem, and it has nothing to do with you. Kai Meyer also echoed her husband. It doesn't matter whether she really thinks so in her heart. The important thing is that Dai Yuheng is just a 6-ring Soul Emperor. Shrek loses it, but Elder Xian is the pillar of the future. He is needed to buy time for Yin Xiaozhe, Zhang Lishuan and others to grow. In the end, with the comfort of many Shrek elders, Elder Xian reluctantly walked out of the shadow of pitting 4 Shrek 7 devils to death. Xuanzi Xiaozhe, what happened in this game? Tell me the whole story in detail. I want the most detailed situation. After Xian Lao drank and ate normally, Moon asked about the details of the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition. Although he was somewhat prepared, when he learned that Bebe was in trouble, Zhang Lishuan was used to exchange Bebe, and Zhang Lishuan was taken away by the Sun Moon Empire. Even the calm Moon felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Bebe was seriously injured. Zhang Lishuan was taken away by the Sun Moon Empire. Ma Xiaotao's martial soul turned into a black fire phoenix, and she became a true evil soul master at the martial soul level. As a result, she lost the all-continental high-level soul master competition this time. This time, Shrek really lost both the wife and the army. Teacher, you don't have to worry too much. After all, this is only one competition. After all, our team is not complete. We will definitely win back in the next competition. Moon glanced at Yin Xiaozhe and asked the most important question for the next competition. Is there anyone who can deal with a man named Xiao Chong in the next competition? Indeed, no one can deal with him, but please rest assured, teacher. I have already investigated this man. He has twin martial souls, one of which is of ice attribute. I have secretly asked the Emperor of Xinglui Empire to use the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion as a prize. The left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion, which is 50,000 to 70,000 years old, is a temptation that no ice attribute soul master can refuse. As long as he fuses the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion, he will never be able to participate in the next all-continent high-level soul master competition alive. Moon asked after looking at the color fold. What if he doesn't fuse it? With his merits in this competition and his status as a disciple of Jing Hongchen, it shouldn't be a problem for him to have that soul bone in his hands. You forget it. It just so happens that I need to go to the Sun Moon Empire to bring Lixian back. In this case, let's take a look at the boy named Xiao Chong. Chapter 113. Teacher you. Mr. Mu. Hearing that Muin was going to find Xiao Chong, Mr. Xian, Yin Xiaozhe, and a group of Sea God Pavilion elders were shocked. Teacher, Xiao Chong is just a 5-ring soul king, so you don't need to take action yourself. Yin Xiaozhe said after being shocked for a while. Xiaozhe, don't underestimate the enemy. He is indeed only a 5-ring soul king now, but he is a 5-ring soul king who can defeat a 6-ring soul emperor. If he doesn't absorb the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion and die this time, will Shrek have anyone who can fight him in 5 years? Shrek can still explain its loss once by accident, But can Shrek afford to lose twice? Shrek's real teaching quality is not better than those other high-level Soul Master Academies. We rely on the gathering of countless geniuses. Selecting the best geniuses among the many geniuses is the reason why Shrek has always been the first academy on the continent. With the title of the first academy on the continent, we can rely on this to continuously siphon more geniuses, and then conduct further screening. Then, why did two Soul Masters with ultimate martial spirits choose to come to Shrek? Isn't it because Shrek has always been the best Soul Master Academy in the continent? But if we lose to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy twice in a row, will Shrek still be the best Soul Master Academy in the continent? If not, how can Shrek gather talents? Go to other academies to snatch them away. Teacher, we still have the school motto that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. As long as this year. No, in recent years, all the academy exams are defined as causing trouble. Others will naturally want to join Shrek Academy to avoid being found by Shrek. There is no need for you to do it yourself. Your body can't withstand your full strength outside the Sea God Pavilion, Yin Xiaozhi said worriedly. Moon touched Yin Xiaozhi's head. Good boy, I know you are worried about me, but I have to do this. Relying on the mediocre talents, who dare not cause trouble to eliminate the geniuses of other forces can certainly consolidate Shrek's position, but Shrek cannot only provoke other people to maintain Shrek's position, provoke other Soul Masters to train disciples, and then cultivate high-quality talents, who can truly stand on their own and import them into Douluo Three Kingdoms. With the threat of the Sun and Moon Empire, Douluo Three Kingdoms will turn a blind eye to what we do, and even support it to a certain extent. But if we just cause trouble, and don't cultivate top talents, then Shrek will. Shrek is a cancer in the eyes of the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Even if the Sun Moon Empire will bring great pressure to the three kingdoms of the original Douluo continent, they will still find a way to eliminate Shrek. Shrek can fail once due to an accident, but Shrek cannot fail twice, let alone 2 consecutive failures. As for my body, don't worry. After all, I have reached the 99th level. Facing a junior, I don't need to use any strength. It's just a slight use of soul power. It won't cause any harm to me, unless someone there can force me to use my full strength, but... Moon laughed. A few years ago, I went to Mingda Hall, but even the Mingda Hall master Jing Hongchen didn't find my existence. Could it be that Xiao Chong can still be protected by Jing Hongchen? Not to mention that Jing Hongchen can't protect him 24 hours a day. Even if Xiao Chong is always by Jing Hongchen's side, it is not a difficult task for me. After all, it is him I want to deal with, not Jing Hongchen. Besides, Lu Xian is the pillar of Shrek in the future. I must go to the Sun Moon Empire. Only when I am alive can I protect Shrek and do something for Shrek. After a few years, all I can do is return to the Tree of Life and meet other Shrek ancestors. Teacher. Old Moo. The people in the Sea God Pavilion burst into tears, especially Old Xian, who even slapped himself twice. They really regretted their incompetence for letting a man who had already stepped half a foot into the coffin fight for Shrek, but they could do nothing. Don't cry, everyone will die one day, and I'm not going there to seek death this time. It's just a trip to the Sun Moon Empire. I won't have any problems. Old Xian knelt down with a plop. Old Moo, I'm incompetent. It's my dereliction of duty that led to the current situation, and I asked you to embarrass a junior and ruin your reputation. Moon smiled indifferently. Stop talking. For the glory of Shrek, what does my personal reputation mean to me? If I am infamous for 10,000 years, and Shrek can stand for another 10,000 years, then I, Moon, will be more than happy. Many old people of Shrek cried bitterly. Moon let them vent their emotions for a while before speaking again. Okay, don't worry about me. You just need to guard Shrek well during the days when I'm away. If there is anything, wait until I come back. Don't worry, I will come back safely. Moon said, without explaining anything else. He just leaned on a cane and seemed to be walking step by step towards the Sun Moon Empire. However, every step he took was not the distance a normal old man could walk. Watching Mu Lao's departing back, many members of the Sea God Pavilion were filled with sadness. The once invincible dragon god Douluo Moon was now in his twilight years, but he was still using his last breath to shine for Shrek. If it weren't for the fact that Moon didn't leave even a last word when he left this time, I'm afraid the old people of Shrek would burst into tears. Watching dragon god Douluo Moon leave, Xian Lao stood up. Okay, Mu Lao just went out to do something. He will be back soon. With Mu Lao's cultivation, no one in this world can kill him, so don't worry, nothing will happen. Let's talk about the rest when Mu Lao comes back. As the second most powerful person after Mu Lao, Xian Lao comforted everyone's emotions. After everyone's emotions were calmed down, he found a place to drink alone, and didn't notice anything unusual in Shrek City after Moon In left. In the Ming territory of the Sun Moon Empire. Because they were worried about the long night and many dreams, the people of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy returned to the Sun Moon Empire almost non-stop, and they didn't even have time to fuse soul bones. After arriving at the border of the Sun Moon Empire, everyone began to rest and distribute the soul bones rewarded by the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Chong had no interest in these 10,000-year soul bones, until he saw the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion. Is this the one from the auction house before? Why did it appear here? Chapter 114. Seeing the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion appear in the prizes of this competition, Xiao Chong was full of questions. We have caught some evidence of the Xinglui Empire, and after some negotiations, Ming, this soul bone will be handed over to you. Jing Hongchen said that he was going to hand the soul bone to Ming Hongchen. After all, Jing Hongchen knew that Xiao Chong had soul bones in both arms, so without any hesitation, he was ready to hand the soul bone directly to Ming Hongchen. But Ming Hongchen refused. Grandpa, this soul bone should be given to Xiao Chong. After all, he is the one who contributed the most in this competition. Ming Hongchen directly refused the soul bone, and then Xiao Chong was not polite and took the soul bone directly, and used spirit sharing to send a message to Jing Hongchen at the same time. Teacher, the soul bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion can only be absorbed by the soul master of the ultimate Ice Martial Soul. Other soul masters who absorb this soul bone will only cause backlash. Hearing the voice that Xiao Chong said to him alone using spirit sharing, cold sweat oozed from Jing Hongchen's face under the mask. I thought this soul bone came so easily, and it turned out to be waiting for me here. Fortunately, you reminded me. Damn it, I will remember the matter of Xinglui Empire. Since they dared to cheat me on the soul bone of the competition, don't blame Ming the Hall for the problem of soul guides in the future. Jing Hongchen cursed secretly. He knew that Xinglui Empire might be shameless sometimes, but he didn't expect that even the prize of the champion would be problematic. In the end, Jing Hongchen gave the soul bone of Bingbai Scorpion to Xiao Chong, and the other two 10,000-year soul bones were given to the two regular players of this competition. Except for Bingbai Scorpion soul bone, the other two 10,000-year soul bones were of ordinary quality. Xiao Chong didn't want that kind of ordinary 10,000-year soul bone, and even if Xiao Chong wanted it, Jing Hongchen would not agree to Xiao Chong absorbing that kind of soul bone. The Sun Moon Empire is not Shrek. It is a completely hostile country. The soul bones given by it are naturally not good soul bones. If it were not for the fact that the prizes of the competition were determined to be 10,000-year soul bones from the beginning, the Star Luo Empire might even only give some 1,000-year soul bones of relatively ordinary quality. After quickly distributing the soul bones, Jing Hongchen took Xiao Chong and others to the nearby military camp to rest. From the moment they left the capital of the Star Luo Empire, they had been rushing on the road at a high intensity for fear of being attacked by Shrek or the people of the Star Luo Empire. The pressure on everyone during this period was not small. However, when they arrived at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Corps, everyone could rest assured. With the Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Corps, the Star Luo Empire could do nothing to everyone. After all, the combat power of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Corps was there. Although Dai Hao has always been called a god of war, looking at the entire peerless Tang sect, the army led by Dai Hao was either being beaten by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Corps, or on the way to being beaten by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Mentor Corps, so there was no need to worry about sneak attacks from the Star Luo Empire. Of course, Jing Hongchen came to the military camp not only to get a temporary respite, but also for another purpose. Captain Su, please borrow your military's communication with the Imperial Capital. In the Imperial Capital, in the palace of the Sun Moon Empire, the current emperor of the Sun Moon Empire was lying on the bed half dead and sighing. As the younger brother of the previous emperor, he had expected the throne when he was young. But he was not the eldest son after all, and his elder brother was more loved by his father. Therefore, after his father passed away, his elder brother naturally inherited the throne, and he was the only prince of the Sun Moon Empire. He was unwilling to be just a prince. After all, the emperor and the prince were two completely different concepts. He wanted to go further and become the emperor, but this idea was just a thought at first. Although the emperor's position was very tempting, he knew his own weight. In addition, his elder brother was quite good to him, and he had never stopped giving him all kinds of good things. As he grew older, although he still wanted the throne, he did not have the courage to take the most important step. He should have lived a plain life as a prince, but his elder brother had been to Shrek Academy, and had some relationship with it. He believed that soul guides were not good and began to strictly prohibit the development of highly offensive soul guides. The reason was peace-loving, but highly offensive soul guides were something that the Sun Moon Empire could do without, but it could not do without. As soon as his elder brother's so-called peace-loving decree came out, the research on highly offensive soul guides stopped, and Xingluo and Tianhun, who were originally suppressed by the Sun Moon Empire in military terms, showed their fangs to the Sun Moon Empire. Many local armies were defeated by Tianhun and Xingluo. Tianhun and Xingluo also relied on their advantage as victorious countries to demand that the Sun Moon Empire open up the sale of soul guides, otherwise the war would continue. The former emperor, who did not want to continue the war, naturally agreed to the demands of Tianhun and Xingluo, but the price offered by Tianhun and Xingluo and their attitude towards the Sun Moon Empire angered almost all the nobles. Originally, the former emperor would not be killed if he only angered the nobles. After all, no noble wanted to do regicide, and no noble dared to do it. But until his eldest son Su Tianran appeared. Unlike himself, his eldest son Su Tianran not only has a strong desire for the throne like himself, but he is also bold and daring, and he will do anything to achieve his goal. After all, there are still some loyal ministers around the previous emperor. Those nobles don't want to be the first to stand out, so Su Tianran found someone who can be the first to stand out. When he was just thinking about it, and was not sure whether to do it, Su Tianran had secretly contacted the evil soul master to be the first to stand out, and with absolutely powerful force, he sent his eldest brother's family to see his father. Because his eldest son's methods were very clean, and the fact that patricide was absolutely unacceptable for an emperor, he successfully sat on the throne of the emperor. The good news is that he succeeded to the throne, but the bad news is that he was not the emperor who inherited the throne in the normal order, but was collectively pushed up by many nobles after the regicide. The nobles must have benefits to push you up. If there is no benefit, why would they acquiesce to you, who is obviously suspected of regicide, to be the emperor? Do you really think that a child who is not even level 20 like Kaitu can escape the massacre that even titled Douluo participated in? In order to ensure that the throne can be firmly established, the current emperor can only start to delegate power to gain the support of the nobles. The result is obvious. All the nobles acquiesced to the current emperor's actions. The regicide was not seen by any noble. The current emperor is the emperor who succeeded the throne normally. This is the benefit that the nobles gave to the current emperor. The benefit that the current emperor gave to other nobles is that he became the emperor, but the power he actually controls is not even much greater than that of his prince son. He had to follow the rules in many things. If the nobles did not make obvious mistakes, he could not seize the rights of some nobles at will. In this way, the current emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire sat firmly on the throne, but he found that he seemed to be worse than the prince at the beginning. In addition, no one said it, but the fact of regicide was true. When he thought that he killed his eldest brother's family, and finally got a throne with no power, he was directly angry. He now has the reputation of a traitor, but he has never enjoyed the real power for a day. He dare not really go to war with the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, and become a unified emperor. He can think of how his descendants will scold him when he dies. Is there no good news? Even if it only makes my reputation better. He did not do anything good after usurping the throne. Isn't he a bad name for 1,000 years? Your Majesty, the results of this continent-wide Advanced Soul Master competition are out. When the Sun Moon Emperor was reminiscing about the past, a eunuch ran over and said, "Another second place for 10,000 years? Step down, I know. Your Majesty, this time the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy did not achieve second place, but first place. This time our Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy successfully defeated Shrek and won the championship of the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master competition." As soon as the eunuch who was reporting finished speaking, he saw the emperor, who was lying on the bed with a sick look, suddenly stand up. "What did you say?" "Your Majesty, this time the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy won first place instead of second place." Good, good, good. 10,000 years ago, Shrek Academy defeated the Spirit Hall, and since then Shrek Academy has always been the #1 on the continent. Now the #1 will finally fall into the hands of my Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. In this way, all participants in this competition will be made earls first. I will give additional rewards to those who have made contributions. The Sun Moon Emperor said excitedly. With this achievement, he would at least no longer be a traitor who would be infamous for thousands of years. Chapter 115. Hearing the order of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, the old eunuch immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty is benevolent. It is a great fortune for our Sun and Moon Empire to have such a monarch who rewards and punishes clearly. Thanks to your Majesty's great blessing, Our Sun and Moon Empire has the opportunity to defeat Shrek in this continent-wide Advanced Soul Master competition. Your Majesty, this is something that the previous Emperor, and even the previous Emperors had never accomplished. You are really the true Dragon Emperor of our Sun and Moon Empire, and you are blessed with great fortune. The old eunuch bowed down, and the Sun and Moon Empire Emperor couldn't hold back his smile after hearing this. This time was different from the usual days, when many ministers flattered him. This time, what the old eunuch said was true. During the reign of the previous Sun and Moon Empire Emperors, there was not even a single Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy defeating Shrek Academy. Thinking that he really surpassed other emperors, and did something that the previous emperors had not done, the Sun and Moon Empire Emperor felt that his illness was more than half cured. Announce this to the entire Sun-Moon Empire. I will grant amnesty to the world. Also, when those students return to Mingdu, ask them to come to the palace. I will personally give them another reward. Your Majesty is wise. The old eunuch flattered the emperor for a while, and then immediately passed on the emperor's order. Everyone knew the importance of this matter to the emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire, so no one dared to do anything between the emperor and Jing Hongqian. In this way, the reward of the emperor of the Sun-Moon Empire was soon known to Jing Hongqian. And when Jing Hongqian announced that everyone would be conferred the title of Earl this time, the regular players of the Sun-Moon Empire were excited. Although the title of Earl is not particularly high, for these students of the Sun-Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, who are of ordinary origin and have ordinary talents, the title of Earl can be said to be a height that they can never reach in their lifetime. This sudden reward made them all very excited. However, there are also those who are not very excited, such as Xiao Chong, Xiao Hongqian and Ming Hongqian. For Jing Hongqian, the title of Duke is not his at all. It is just another title with some effect, but not much added to the title of Hongqian Hall Master. The young master and young lady of the Duke's mansion are obviously much stronger than the ordinary Earl, not to mention that Jing Hongqian's most important identity is not even the Duke. As for Xiao Chong, because of his identity as a disciple of Jing Hongqian, the resources he obtained far exceeded the resources that a noble with the identity of Earl could obtain, so he did not care much about the reward of Earl. After all, the status of Earl can only give Xiao Chong more mansions and a noble title. In terms of the benefits of soul guides and real gold and silver, an Earl is far from being comparable to the Hongqian family treasure house. When the regular players were excited, Jing Hongqian called Xiao Chong over alone. Teacher, you are looking for me. You should also know about how the current emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire came to power, right? Jing Hongqian looked at Xiao Chong and asked. Xiao Chong nodded. Not to mention the matter of seeing the peerless Tang Sect in his previous life, just the identity of Jing Hongqian's disciple, many news that were strictly sealed at the bottom did not exist for Xiao Chong. Although it is impossible to talk about the emperor's usurpation of the throne casually, many things that the people at the top should know are known. This time, our victory over Shrek Academy not only brought glory to the Sun-Moon Empire, but also relieved the emperor of some worries, so that his illegitimate rise to power would not be completely useless. Xiao Chong's heart skipped a beat when he heard Hongqian's words. Can the emperor be useless really be said in the feudal era? As if he saw what Xiao Chong was thinking, Jing Hongqian explained. You don't have to be too surprised. The current emperor's situation is a consensus among all the nobles. If it weren't for the current crown prince Su Tianan's contact, I'm afraid that with the courage of the current emperor, he would still be sitting in the position of prince. The high-level officials of my Sun-Moon Empire know what happened in the past, and what kind of person the emperor is. Therefore, it doesn't matter if this is not said to outsiders. Xiao Chong, was it the crown prince Su Tianran who found the Holy Spirit Church and caused the extermination of the family? Xiao Chong thought about it, and did remember that it was mentioned in the original book that Su Tianran found the Holy Spirit Church, but he didn't expect that even the incident of killing Hikadu's family was caused by Su Tianran. But in this case, some things can be understood. In the original book, the image of the old emperor is an emperor who dares not to start a war, and does not want to make progress. Such an emperor dared to make trouble when Hikaidu was a child, but he only served as emperor for more than 10 years after he came to power, and he always appeared as a sickly background board. With this explanation, some things in the original book are reasonable. Don't tell others that the emperor came to power illegally. What I want to tell you is this. Jing Hongqian said, and took out something that looked like a magic wand. Teacher, this is... I made it temporarily according to the appearance of the Silver Dragon Staff. But this is not the Silver Dragon Staff. What is the Silver Dragon Staff? 3,000 years ago, the Empire hunted a silver dragon. The silver dragon was full of treasures, And the most important dragon pill in the silver dragon's body was used to make this silver dragon staff. This time, in addition to giving everyone the status of a count, the Emperor will give a separate reward to those who have made great contributions in this game. And this reward is often to go to the treasury of the Sun and Moon Empire to obtain a 9th level soul guide. Considering that your 5th soul ring absorbed the silver wolf, this silver dragon staff is extremely important to your 5th soul skill. In addition to increasing your control of elements, the silver dragon staff also has an element that you don't have: space. Space. That's right. As long as you use the silver dragon staff, you can try to sense space, and it may even allow your 5th soul skill to control an additional space element. If you go to the royal treasury to obtain a soul guide as usual, remember to choose this one. Teacher, the silver dragon staff can give people an additional space force control. Why is it still in the royal treasury after 3,000 years? Yes, this is one of the few things that is not allowed to be given away permanently. Those who choose this soul guide have the right to use it for life, but not the ownership. Whenever the user dies, the soul guide will be taken back by the royal family. Therefore, this silver dragon staff is still in the royal treasury. I understand, teacher. As we all know, smiles are conserved. When the Sun and Moon Emperor was excited and felt that his illness had improved a lot, the Sun and Moon Empire's Prince Su Tianran could not smile. Chapter 116. Father, can he stand up? When he learned that the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire stood up, Crown Prince Su Tianran's face was expressionless, but he had already started cursing in his heart. It was so hard that the current Emperor was lying in bed, and he only had a few years left to live. As long as the current Emperor died, he could succeed to the throne normally. As a result, the Emperor suddenly recovered from his illness and could stand up. When he thought of his father's age, and how long he could sit in that position if he was not sick, Su Tianran felt very disappointed. Yes, Your Highness, after His Majesty the Emperor learned that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy defeated Shrek Academy, His Majesty the Emperor stood up excitedly. The intelligence personnel under Crown Prince Su Tianran knelt on one knee in front of him and reported. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy defeated Shrek Academy? The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy won? Su Tianran couldn't believe his ears. Yes, Your Highness, this is the first time in history that we have defeated Shrek Academy. Good, 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 Master Mingda and the students this time have worked hard. Thanks to their victory over Shrek, the Sun Moon Empire can be said to have double happiness. Su Tianran had a smile on his face, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Defeating Shrek Academy was certainly a good thing, but his father's victory over Shrek Academy during this period could be said to have nothing to do with him. Not only did the achievement not count for him, but his father also stood up because of this incident, which almost stacked up all the unfavorable buffs for him. As a prince, the longer the current emperor sits in the position, the more disadvantageous it is for him. The condition of his legs is destined to make it easy for him to get into trouble if the time is delayed. Moreover, as long as he is still the crown prince, his brothers will automatically take getting rid of him as the first option. After all, unless he gets into trouble, he will automatically become the new emperor as soon as the emperor dies. As the fixed crown prince, as long as he is still alive, when the emperor dies, he will definitely inherit the throne. He will become the target of the brothers' concentrated fire, and his legs, and the fact that he has no descendants will always make people in his camp think about other things as time goes by. This is a good thing for the Sun Moon Empire to defeat Shrek Academy, but it is a completely bad thing for Su Tianran personally. Tell the members of this competition that they are all the pride of the empire, and I will go to comfort them in person later. Yes, Your Highness. The intelligence officer in charge of reporting quickly retreated. After he left, the Crown Prince Su Tianran held the wheelchair with his hands and exerted force, and the armrest of the wheelchair was directly crushed by him. Your Highness, this time His Majesty has stood up. I'm afraid some of the people you recruited before will have second thoughts. Titled Douluo Inglao appeared beside Su Tianran, and said with some concern. Humph. Anyone who dares to have second thoughts will be executed. I want to see who dares to go against me at this time. Su Tianran said with a gloomy look. Yes. Inglao nodded, and waited for a long time only to wait for Su Tianran to say that those who betrayed him must die, but did not wait for Su Tianran to say what benefits there were to continue to follow him at this time. Inglao asked, Your Highness, I'm going to deal with those who dared to betray Your Highness. In addition, does Your Highness have any instructions? No more. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Ing. Mr. Ing, It is my honor to work for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It is not hard work. I will take my leave. After Mr. Ing left, Su Tianran rubbed his head. The Emperor's condition had improved, which was a very serious matter for him. He dared to do anything except patricide. If he dared to set a precedent of patricide, he would have to start guarding himself when he was a little older, wondering if he would be killed by his son. Especially that son, judging from the current situation, might not even be his own. After doing so much for someone else's child, Su Tianran felt that he would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. Why did he win at this time? Even if it was 5 years later. Given the emperor's current condition, he would be almost in the coffin in another 5 years. By then, he might have taken control of the real power, and many things would be set in stone. But he still lacks a lot in terms of power. Unless the Mingda Hall master Jing Hongchen stands on his side, it is impossible for him to have overwhelming power over other brothers. Mingda Hall master. Su Tianran pushed the wheelchair to a table with the latest information about Jing Hongchen. He tried to find Jing Hongchen's weakness through this information, and then bring Jing Hongchen into his team. But he didn't see Jing Hongchen's weakness after looking for a long time, but he did see something that interested him. Jing Hongchen's disciple, a child who is only 15 years old, defeated Shrek's sole emperor. Su Tianran looked at Xiao Chong's news in shock, and then began to consider whether he could pull Jing Hongchen to his chariot by winning over Xiao Chong. This is the Silver Dragon Staff. After returning to the imperial capital and accepting the summons of the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, as Jing Hongchen thought, the Emperor gave him another reward, which was to go to the royal treasury to get a 9th-level soul guide. Xiao Chong took the Silver Dragon Staff according to Jing Hongchen's suggestion. With the input of soul power, Xiao Chong could feel that his control over the elements had improved significantly. In addition, when Xiao Chong really felt a power in the Silver Dragon Staff that was not in Xiao Chong's soul ring, Xiao Chong could be sure that it was the power of the control that Xiao Chong did not control. Xiao Chong's 5th soul ring soul skills are element control and mental confusion, among which element control has a total of 7 elements: light, darkness, ice, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Compared with Gu Yuna's 7-element control in Do San, Xiao Chong's element control has 1 more thunder and 1 less space. With this Silver Dragon Staff, Xiao Chong quickly made up for the shortcoming of no space. Use mental detection to confirm the position, and then use the spatial ability to open a space wormhole between himself and the located place. Xiao Chong took a step and came to the position he located with mental detection. Not bad ability, it is really a good thing, but I don't know if this thing is strong, Xiao Chong said while holding the Silver Dragon Staff. Why do you care whether it is strong or not? Are you going to hit someone on the head with this staff? As expected of Brother Tianning, you easily thought of what I thought. That's right, don't you see who I am? There is nothing I can't think of and do. Brother Tianning, I feel relieved when you say that. Then it's up to you to comprehend the spatial power in this staff and create a small space. Ah? Although this is indeed difficult, even ordinary title Douluo may not be able to do it, but how can a mere title Douluo compare with Brother Tianning? You are right, but I have done all the work, so what do you do? Me? I am responsible for reaching level 60 in the next few days. What? Level 60 in the next few days? How? Rely on the feedback from the angel martial spirit killing the evil soul master. Do you know where the evil soul master is? I don't know, but someone knows. In the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Nana suddenly sneezed. Are you catching a cold? Chapter 117. Does anyone know? Your teacher? Tian Meng asked curiously when Xiao Chong mentioned that someone knew the location of the evil soul master. He should know, but if he wants to find out the details, it will probably alert the evil soul master's high level. Angel martial spirits cannot be seen in the current Sun Moon Empire. Although I am not afraid of those evil soul master high levels, it is too cost-effective to offend them at present, so he is not considering it, Xiao Chong said slowly. With the protection of the Snow Emperor, Xiao Chong can get away even if he goes to the evil demon forest to find the Holy Spirit Church. However, Xiao Chong only needs to break through the 60th level, so there is no need to go to the evil demon forest. Forget it, as long as you are sure of it, the advanced application of space power? Brother will take a look. After handing over the research on the advanced application method of space power to Tian Meng for research, Xiao Chong went to the archives of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Originally, Xiao Chong was going to look for Nana's information directly in the archives. After all, according to the time, Nana should have entered the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy at this time, so Xiao Chong only needed to look through the information. However, when Xiao Chong came to the archives to look through the information, Jing Hongchen's soul guide communicator called Xiao Chong to Jing Hongchen's office. What's the matter, teacher? Xiao Chong pushed the door open and saw Jing Hongchen and another old man sitting together. "Teacher, who is this?" Seeing that Jing Hongchen was even a little restrained in front of this old man, Xiao Chong had already guessed about the old man next to Jing Hongchen. "This is the real pillar of my Sun Moon Empire, Master Kong, and also your master." Xiao Chong bowed to Elder Kong. Junior Xiao Chong greets the Grandmaster. Elder Kong looked at Xiao Chong and nodded, then waved his hand to signal Xiao Chong to sit beside him. "Yes, Extreme Ice has a soul power of level 56 at the age of 15, and there is no drug residue in the body. In addition, you have a talent in soul guides. Even I was not as good as you back then." Jing Hongchen's eyes widened when he heard Kong Deming's words. He knew that Xiao Chong had broken through to level 50 and obtained the 5th soul ring, but what kind of soul ring can make a person increase by 6 levels at once? And it is a martial soul, like Extreme Ice, that has extremely condensed soul power. Isn't it said that the cultivation speed of extreme martial souls is very slow? Xiao Chong's cultivation speed is faster than his grandson, but his grandson has been taking drugs. "Master, you are too kind. It was just luck. You don't have to be so modest. After all, your talent is genuine. You have twin martial souls, and they are ultimate martial souls and top-notch body martial souls. I never thought that my Sun Moon Empire could have such a top-notch talent. The ultimate martial soul begins to highly compress the soul power after level 30. Due to its high degree of soul power concentration, the ultimate martial soul does not have any bottleneck, but it also has a disadvantage. That is, the speed of cultivation is extremely slow. Of course, it should be like this normally, but this slow speed of cultivation has not really been reflected in you. I am afraid that Shrek Academy has never seen such a state with your fast cultivation speed and high soul power concentration. Thanks to the teacher's focus on training, plus my good luck, I have encountered some adventures. That's why I say it's luck." Elder Kong nodded. Not only is he gifted, but he also has good luck. Not bad, very good. After secretly scanning Xiao Chong's entire physical condition with a soul guide, Elder Kong was very satisfied. Xiao Chong's age, combined with his talent and strength, plus his native Sun Moon Empire, Xiao Chong will definitely become the new generation of Sun Moon Empire's pillar of support 100 years later. These 2 things are for you. This token represents me. You can use this token to directly mobilize the army, and the 9th level soul guide of the Sun Moon Empire's Royal Worship Hall, and this soul guide. Old Kong touched the soul guide reluctantly, and seeing Elder Kong's reluctance, Jing Hongchen suddenly remembered what the soul guide was. "Teacher, this is your Silver Moon God Light Shield. You don't have to give me this. And Xiao Chong can't use this either." Unlike Jing Hongchen's Red Dust Blessing, the Silver Moon God Light Shield is the only soul guide that Kong Deming has studied after he was 100 years old. It can be said to be an attack and defense device, and it is one of the top soul guides in the Sun and Moon Empire. I have made some changes to the Silver Moon God Light Shield. Now low-level soul masters can use it as a high-level soul guide, or this Silver Moon God Light Shield can be used as a 9th level fixed install soul guide after being charged by moonlight or my soul power. Grandmaster, this thing is a bit too precious. Xiao Chong couldn't see what power this 9th level soul guide had, but the title of the Grandmaster Kong Deming was Silver Moon, and Kong Deming's 10th level soul guide seemed to be called the Silver Moon God Light Shield. This can almost be confirmed to be the prototype of a 10th level soul guide. Coupled with Jing Hongchen's shock, Xiao Chong could even forget that, and directly determine that this was the prototype of the 10th level soul guide. Kong Deming smiled. "This thing is indeed precious. Even if I want to make one, it will take several months or even a year, but it is worth it to give it to you. Not only because you are the first genius in the history of my Sun Moon Empire, but also because you brought Zhang Lishuan back." Speaking of Zhang Lishuan, Xiao Chong suddenly remembered something. "Master, you and Zhang Lishuan's martial spirits are both the moon, could it be?" Kong Deming nodded. "The Sun martial spirit and the Moon martial spirit are both direct descendants of my Sun Moon royal family. They are not originally owned by the 3 countries of Douluo continent. The owners of the Sun and Moon martial spirits are all the bloodlines that flowed out of my Sun Moon Empire. And Zhang Lishuan." Kong Lao seemed to be lost in some memories as he spoke. 37 years ago, my most gifted granddaughter fell in love with a young noble of the Heavenly Soul Empire. As vassals of the Sun Moon Empire royal family, we naturally could not agree to their previous relationship, but in the end, she ran away with the young noble of the Heavenly Soul Empire despite her family's opposition. The Heavenly Soul Empire noble who abducted my granddaughter was named Zhang. Although I am still the number 1 in the Sun Moon Empire, there is no one in my family who can really carry the banner, and you sent Zhang Lishuan back at this time. Little Mirror, do you think this child is qualified to obtain my Silver Moon God Light Shield? Mirror Hanshin bent down. Of course she is qualified. Xiao Chong, Hold it back, can't laugh. When Xiao Chong, Mirror Hanshin and Kong Deming were together, outside the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Moonin came to the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy with a cane. Chapter 118. Outside the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Moonin walked towards the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy with a cane. With his level 99 strength, when he didn't want to be discovered, the school security guards and detection equipment, without exception, did not sense any breath on Moonin. Under Moonin's intentional restraint, when Moonin walked by, the security guards and passing students didn't even feel a breeze. Not bad, Soul Guide, but it's still a little bit lacking. Casually glancing at the Soul Guide of the gate inspector, Moonin's face showed no expression, but he was a little disdainful in his heart. He was more than 200 years old. He was the head of the Sea God Pavilion more than 100 years ago. He had more than 100 years to develop Soul Guides, but the matter of studying Soul Guides was not put on the agenda until a few years before his death. He knew the power of Soul Guides, but he was still like other Soul Masters, disdaining Soul Guides in his bones. If it weren't for the fact that Soul Guides were a big trend, Shrek would be close to extinction if it didn't study Soul Guides. He would even be completely opposed to the research of Soul Guides, like other Soul Masters. After entering the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy, Moonin didn't rush to find Jing Hongchen and Xiao Chong, but first went to see some instruments in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy. Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy, Mingda Hall, these Soul Guides really didn't think about it before. The Sun Moon Empire has developed well in recent years. After watching the Soul Guides in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy and Mingda Hall for a while, Moonin knew that Xiao Chong was in Jing Hongchen's office at this time, and slowly walked towards Jing Hongchen's office. At the same time, he was also thinking about how much Soul Guides he should ask Jing Hongchen for his travel expenses. If it's too much, I'm afraid they will really fight, but if it's too little, it won't make much sense. After all, this is not Shrek Academy. If he really bursts out with all his strength, he can still hold on to Shrek Academy, but when he returns to Shrek Academy, he may only have one breath left. Forget it, I ask for this travel expenses depending on the situation. The travel expenses are used to save Jing Hongchen's life. As for Xiao Chong, he must capture the hostages of Shrek. Of course, they are the kind of hostages that can't come back at all. Moon walked to the door of Jing Hongchen's office. With the injection of a trace of soul power, the door of the office was easily opened by Moon. Everything went smoothly until Moon walked into Jing Hongchen's office and saw Kong Lao, who shouldn't be here. Moon had hidden his aura, and he was sure that he would not be discovered by Jing Hongchen. But when he opened the door of Jing Hongchen's office, Jing Hongchen did not find Moon, but Kong Lao immediately opened the Silver Moon God Light Shield, covering himself, Jing Hongchen and Xiao Chong. Moon, The door was halfway open, and Moon, who had stepped into Jing Hongchen's office, was in a very awkward state at this time. He had hidden his aura, but this highly hidden aura meant that he could not release too much power to the outside. In other words, he had no way to perceive strongly, and over a large area in this state. The advantage of this situation is that the aura is well hidden, and the disadvantage is that the understanding of the enemy will be much less. Normally, this is not a problem. After all, over the years, although Shrek's intelligence is not reliable, they still have some understanding of Mingda Hall. But today, something went wrong. Moon originally wanted to take advantage of Jing Hongchen's inattention to come to him, give him a surprise to prove his own strength, take Xiao Chong and Zhang Lishuan away, and ask for some travel expenses. But I didn't expect that there was a third person in Jing Hongchen's office, and the sense of danger brought by the third person was more than a little stronger than Jing Hongchen. His hidden breath was indeed not discovered by Jing Hongchen, but it was discovered by the old man next to Jing Hongchen in an instant. It was not a good thing for Moon to be discovered by others when he was lurking, especially when the old man was extremely powerful. Moon even felt that even in his prime, he might not be able to take down the old man next to Jing Hongchen. Thinking of this, Moon smiled awkwardly. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to fight. It's just that your Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy took away my student, so I came here to ask for it. With Kong Deming here, Moon knew that it was probably impossible to take Xiao Chong's life this time, but he had to at least take Zhang Lishuan back as a second choice, otherwise his trip would be in vain. Student? You mean Zhang Lishuan? Are you Dragon God Douluo Moon? Kong Deming looked at Moon. Although Moon was extremely old at this time, the aura he exuded made Kong Deming feel a strong sense of danger. He had only felt this sense of danger from Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui. Even the leader of the Holy Spirit sect, Zhongli Wu, did not have this level of oppression. As someone who had an intersection with Long Xiaoyao and Yi Shishui, he naturally knew that Shrek also had a dragon god Douluo moon. Do you know me? You are? Kong Deming. When Mr. Kong said his name, Moon fell into a brief memory, and then he remembered this person, who once shone brightly in the Sun-Moon Empire, but then disappeared. It turned out to be you. I didn't expect you to be still alive. Kong Deming snorted coldly. Humph, you are still alive. Why am I dead? The two people who can be over 400 years old in total looked at each other. It seems that they still have some old grudges. Humph, Zhang Lishuan's moon martial spirit is obviously a direct descendant of my Sun-Moon Empire. You want to take her away? You're dreaming. Kong Deming's momentum burst out. As the first person in the Sun-Moon Empire, none of his descendants can carry the banner like him. In this case, how could he hand over Zhang Lishuan, a 25-year-old soul Douluo who is already 83 levels, to the other party? At the age of 25, he is at level 83 and has a 100,000-year soul ring. This means that he is destined to be a soul master who can reach the level of a super Douluo. Although Zhang Lishuan is not a soul master, soul masters can be learned slowly. A younger generation who can carry the banner is not only needed by Shrek, but also by his Kong family. She promised to protect Shrek. This is an agreement that was made before. Bullshit! Why did she agree to protect Shrek? Don't you know this? How did my granddaughter die? Why didn't he even have a chance to escape? How did your Shrek Soul Guide system develop? Why can your Shrek Soul Guides be stronger than those of the original Douluo Three Kingdoms when you are not proficient in Soul Guides? Don't you know this? Kong Deming cursed. The more powerful the Soul Master is, the more severe the suppression of Soul Guides will be. The fact that the Shrek 7 Devils are all martial soul systems over the years has already explained many problems. But even though Soul Guides were suppressed, Shrek's Soul Guide weapons were no worse than those of the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, and Shrek had always represented the interests of the Great Nobles. It was the Great Nobles who wiped out Zhang Lishuan's family, but ensured that Zhang Lishuan survived. Kong Deming didn't believe that there was no trick. Master, calm down, Dragon God Douluo Moon, right? Please pay for your ticket first. Chapter 119. Seeing that Mr. Kong was so angry that he was about to fight, Xiao Chang quickly interrupted his thoughts. With Mr. Kong's current strength, if he really fought with the dying Mr. Mu, it would be hard to say who would win or lose, but one thing is certain, even if the Snow Queen did not take action, with Muin's physical condition, as long as he fought with Mr. Kong, he would definitely not be able to return to Shrek alive. With the protection of the Snow Queen, and the attention of Jing Hongchen and Mr. Kong, Xiao Chang was not worried about himself. But the problem was that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy won the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition similar to a military exercise. As the representative of the ultimate Soul Master of the Three Kingdoms of the Douluo continent, Muin died again. Although the current emperor is not as extreme as Su Tianran, the younger and older generations of the Sun Moon Empire are dominant. Even if the current emperor is a stable monarch, when he has such an all-round advantage, the war across the continent will start in the next 1 or 2 years. The emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, who was plotting to usurp the throne, wanted the reputation of being the greatest emperor in the history even more than Su Tianran, but he lacked the courage to gamble. Therefore, Munin could not die yet. At least, he could not die in the hands of the Soul Guide of the Sun Moon Empire. Otherwise, the war across the continent would definitely start within 1 or 2 years, and this would not be good news for Xiao Chang. Although Xiao Chang's current talent would not allow him to be pushed to the front as cannon fodder, Xiao Chang did not want to see the chaotic situation of the war across the continent. In this case, naturally Moon Yen and Kong Deming could not really fight. Oh! Let me pay for the ticket. What a joke, I have been to the Emperor's harem of the Xinglui Empire, and I have also injured a great noble of the Tianhan Empire, in the mansion of a great noble of the Tianhan Empire, and even slapped Zhongli Wu in the Holy Spirit Church. Over the years, I have been able to go anywhere and do anything, but when have I ever been given a ticket? You, a junior, asked me to take the ticket with just a mouthful of words, which is ridiculous. When Kong Lao was about to take action, Xiao Chang interrupted him, and Moon calmed down in Xiao Chang's voice. With Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen both present, Moon knew that it would be no good for him to take action now, but this did not mean that Moon was scared. He asked him, the leader of the Sea God Pavilion, to give him a ticket. Moon could only say that he had never given a ticket since he was a child. It's okay if you don't give it, but Senior Dragon God, you don't want to die here like this. Jing Hongchen was sweating profusely at Xiao Chang's sudden words. This situation didn't seem to be a battlefield they could participate in, but how could he, as a disciple, face this situation without being humble or arrogant? Isn't it a bit too much of a newborn calf not afraid of a tiger? Do you think you can keep me here? It should be impossible, but your Majesty Dragon God, your body doesn't seem to need us to keep you here. As long as you fight a serious battle with the Master, no matter what happens, what is the result of the battle? With your current injury, I'm afraid you can't go back to Shrek. You are a guest after paying the ticket. You can return to Shrek safely. If you insist on forcing your way in, I have several ways to restrain you in Mingda Hall. With your current cultivation, you should be able to feel the danger you will face if you insist on taking action. Moon felt it. When he was thinking about whether he could use Xiao Chang's life to threaten Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen, a feeling of no chance of survival suddenly invaded every pore of Moon's body. Although Moon's face did not change at all, he was already very shocked deep in his heart. This feeling of no chance of survival was the first time he felt it. This feeling could not deceive him. He would definitely die if he took action. Moon was not afraid of death, but he had never thought of such a situation this time. He had not arranged many things yet. Without him, what would happen if Shrek lost his pillar? If he died, the confidence of the Sun-Moon Empire would definitely surge. If he went to war without him, Moon could imagine the ending of the original Douluo Three Kingdoms. Although he did not care much about the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, he had to care about Shrek. He had to go to the Golden Tree to meet the former Pavilion Masters in the future. Looking at the silent moon, Xiao Chang continued. It seems that you should understand the current technology of our Sun-Moon Empire. If these technologies are used head-on, they may not be able to kill you on the spot, but with your injuries, you cannot return to Shrek alive. In your absence, you should know better than me what will happen to Shrek. Boy, aren't you afraid that I will take you away before I die? Do you really think the two of them can save you? It would be best if they can save me. If not, Senior Dragon God, you should know that our Sun-Moon Empire may slaughter the entire Shrek to vent our anger. You dare. Moon stared at Xiao Chang, but the Silver Moon God Light Shield blocked all his pressure, so that Xiao Chang did not feel any actual damage. Senior Longshan, with my Grandmaster and Master here, you can't hurt me at all. In the end, Mingda Hall will be destroyed by you, but it won't take too long to rebuild. You only have two choices, pay the ticket and leave safely, or if you insist on taking action or leaving directly, how many level 9 soul guides do you think will pop up here? Mingda Hall is very precious. There are a lot of rare metals, and a lot of scarce high-level soul guides. If they are placed outside, they can be said to be astronomical figures, but compared to the life of a Sea God Pavilion Master, Mingda Hall is not worth mentioning. Humph, if I want to directly leave, do you really think you have the ability to keep me here? Maybe I can't, but your injury will make you stay. As I said, you know your own injury better than me, and the wealth of Mingda Hall is exchanged for an extreme Douluo, who represents the highest combat power of Douluo Continent and Shrek Academy. This matter will be a great achievement even if it is reported to His Majesty the Emperor in the future. After all, if you die here, it will be a big blow to the morale of the three countries that originally belonged to Douluo Continent. Moon stared at Xiao Chang, and Xiao Chang also looked at Moon calmly. After a long time, Moon sighed. Tell me, how much is the ticket price? Xiao Chang stretched out 3 fingers. 300,000 year soul bones. 300,000 year soul bones? Why don't you go and rob? Ah? I want 300,000 year soul bones. Isn't this robbing? Moon, Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen. Chapter 120. After a long silence, Moon spoke. 300,000 year soul bones are too many, at most one, and I don't have 100,000 year soul bone, at most 50,000 years. After Moon finished speaking, he looked at Silver Moon Douluo Kong Deming. Although the words were said by Xiao Chang, the host of the Sun-Moon Empire was obviously Kong Deming. After all, he was the highest in terms of strength, cultivation, and seniority, and he was also the one who directly threatened him among the people present. Therefore, in Moon's view, Kong Deming was the one who actually talked to him, and Xiao Chang was just speaking for Kong Deming at his suggestion. After all, Jing Hongchen was frightened by his existence, not to mention a Soul King who was only over 50 levels. You can discuss this matter with my disciple, he can represent my opinion. Kong Deming, who was stared at by Moon, said that blackmailing a person with similar strength to himself, or even with strength above him, was something Kong Deming could not do. Jing Hongchen could feel the pressure brought by Moon's strength, and he couldn't do it. When neither he nor Jing Hongchen could do it, Xiao Chang said it. Although it felt a little unreliable, there was no better way now. When neither he nor Jing Hanshin could blackmail Moon calmly, it was best to let Xiao Chong, a man who was born with a calf and was not afraid of a tiger, come to order. Anyway, it would be the best if this thing succeeded. If it didn't work out, it would be a real fight. The good ending was to get the things, and the bad ending was just the worst possible outcome that would have happened anyway. No matter how you counted it, the Sun and Moon Empire would not lose. Are you serious? Moon In stared at Kong Deming, humiliation. It was a naked humiliation to let his disciple's grandson talk to him. If it weren't for the fact that there were still many things to be explained at Shrek, and he hadn't thought that this would happen, so he didn't leave the real good things in the storage soul guide at Shrek, Moon In would really be ready to fight with Kong Deming. Of course. After all, he didn't have much courage to blackmail Moon In, and at this time Xiao Chong's youthful frivolity could achieve the greatest benefit. Okay, kid, I can only promise a soul bone of 50,000 years at most. I don't have any extra soul bones, and it's impossible for me to carry them at this time. Moon In looked at Xiao Chong and said. Xiao Chong shook his head. No, it must be 3 soul bones, and they must be 100,000 years old. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Do you think I will bring 3 soul bones of 100,000 years when I come here? Is this possible? Of course it's possible, Xiao Chong said very confidently. Although Moon in the original novel was very open-minded, and even said that there were soul guides in Mingda Hall that were enough to threaten him, Xiao Chong knew what the current state of soul guides in Mingda Hall was. In addition, Moon said that when he was about to die. Obviously, Moon said that just to make his subordinates really pay attention to soul guides. Like other high-level executives of Shrek, he was very repulsive to soul guides in his heart, but he knew that if Shrek continued to stick to its own way, soul guides would sooner or later make Shrek fall from the altar. In this case, making alarmist remarks to make Shrek speed up the development of soul guides and increase Shrek's sense of crisis with his mouth that everyone thought could not lie, this would be the best result for Shrek. If he really believed from the bottom of his heart that soul guides would be stronger than soul masters, Shrek's soul guides would have been developed under his forced orders, and he would not have come to Mingda Hall alone to venture into the tiger's den. Xiao Chong's contempt for soul guides and his arrogance of going into the tiger's den alone made him believe that he definitely had something good. As for why there were 3 100,000-year soul bones, it was because Moon had reached 100,000 years when he was in the 7th soul ring. In Do-san, the soul rings of 100,000 years, or even fierce beasts, can be integrated at the 7th soul ring because of the soul spirit, but Do-e and Do-air are all normal soul rings, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red are still the best soul ring ratio for soul masters. Compared with Do-e, Do-air, except for some cheaters, the soul ring ratios of others are relatively normal. Excluding soul masters with special circumstances, any normal soul master has no way to jump out of the original soul ring absorption limit. But Moon did jump, and he started jumping from the 4th soul ring. Although there is a saying that dragon martial spirits can enhance physical fitness, it is unreliable if you think about it carefully. If dragon martial spirits really can strengthen physical fitness, then the so-called soul ring absorption period can be completely torn apart. 1 martial spirit and 1 absorption period is the normal situation. Excluding the other bonus of dragon martial spirits, considering the situation similar to Tang-san, the reason why Moon can absorb the 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring is conceivable. Compared with Do-e, Do-air soul bones, which can be called flooding level, are the basis for absorbing soul rings across levels. Moonin had already absorbed a 100,000-year spirit ring when he had the 7th spirit ring. Referring to Tang-san's absorption of a 100,000-year spirit ring during the Do-e period, he used the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot to refine his body, upgraded his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lance, to at least the 10,000-year level, and had his head spirit bone amplified by the heart of the sea god. In addition, he had 200,000-year spirit bones and a 100,000-year spirit ring to refine his body. Even so, Tang-san took half of his life when he absorbed the 100,000-year spirit ring for his 7th spirit ring. Tang-san, who has 500,000-year soul bones, would have lost half his life to fuse a 100,000-year soul ring when he was at the 7th soul ring. If it weren't for Moon and who had equipped him with 6 top soul bones early on, he would have never been able to fuse a 100,000-year soul ring when he was at the 7th soul ring. Combined with the fact that Moon In had given Wang Dong a 100,000-year soul bone, and that the soul bone was something that he could not absorb after his soul bone was full, Xiao Chong could be sure that Moon In had the possibility of taking out 300,000-year soul bones. 100,000-year soul bone. No, it must be 3, no negotiation. I had a 50,000-year soul bone. No, it must be 3, and they must be 100,000 years old. 2, no more. Do you think 100,000-year soul bones are cabbage? No, 300,000-year soul bones are the offer, and the bottom line. You only give 2. How can we divide them among the 3 of us? Jing Hongchen's eyebrows jumped wildly. He thought he had a good heart, but when Moonin said 100,000-year soul bone plus 150,000-year soul bone, he was about to agree. He was able to get 200,000-year soul bones with a few words from the Sea God Pavilion Master. He had never thought of such a thing. 200,000-year soul bones and 150,000-year soul bone, one for each of you 3. 50,000-year soul bones is the upper limit of your cultivation. When Moonin said this, not only Jing Hongchen, but even Kong Lao couldn't help but agree. 200,000-year soul bones and 150,000-year soul bone, 100,000-year soul bone for himself and his disciple, 150,000-year soul bone for Jing Hongchen. What a perfect distribution. No, if you say 300,000 years, it must be 300,000 years. There is no room for negotiation on this price. Moonin and Xiao Chong were in a stalemate for a long time. Okay, but the Shrek exchange student will proceed as usual. This time Jing Hongchen, who couldn't hold it back any longer, spoke without waiting for Xiao Chong to speak. No problem. Xiao Chong looked at his teacher silently, and then put his hands on his waist. Exchange students are okay, but I make it clear first, I won't go. Chapter 121. For Xiao Chong now, the only 2 dangerous places are Shrek and Heoshenzong. There is Tang San's power in those 2 places, and I don't know what he can do to me. Other places, even if it is the lair of the Holy Spirit Church, the relationship between the Snow Emperor and the Evil Emperor, which are both soul beasts, can almost guarantee that Xiao Chong will not be in too much danger. Based on the principle that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, Xiao Chong will never go to Heoshenzong and Shrek Academy until he can't beat the extreme Douluo. Mooin stared at Xiao Chong for a long time, and finally nodded. Okay, but the exchange requires other important people to ensure that people on both sides can come back alive after the exchange. I have no objection to this. You can send people to study with the teacher at that time. Anyway, I won't go. Jean Lishuan. If you want to see her, you can pay for another ticket. Mooin sighed. I'm old. Now I can't even protect my own students. Moon took out the 3 100,000-year soul bones that he had not absorbed before. Someone will discuss the specific matters of the exchange students with you later. Moon left this sentence and walked away alone with a cane. He looked very lonely, just like an ordinary old man who was really dying. It was not until he completely left Mingda Hall, and even left the capital of the Sun Moon Empire, that the bitterness on Moon's face disappeared. I haven't been here for a few decades. I didn't expect that the technology of the Sun Moon Empire could make me feel that I was going to die. Fortunately, there was no real fight this time, otherwise I would really die here. After leaving the Sun Moon Empire's Mingdu, Moon couldn't help but feel fortunate that there was no real fight this time. Although he lost 300,000-year soul bones and got nothing, at least he was still alive, and he learned that the Sun Moon Empire really had soul technology that was enough to threaten him. Giving away 300,000-year soul bones was a loss for Moon and Shrek Academy, but at least this time, they didn't lose even their underwear. His life was still there, and he still had a certain deterrent power to the Sun Moon Empire. Although this deterrent power would be greatly reduced after today's incident, this deterrent power was still there. The full-scale burst of the 99 level regardless of life could still take away some people. Now he was carrying a treasure on his body, so he was unwilling to fight desperately, but if he came alone and didn't bring anything, Moon would not be afraid of a real fight to the death. After confirming that Moon really left, Jing Hongchen, who sat back in the chair, looked very calm, but he couldn't hold the teacup steadily, and it was obvious that he was not calm at the moment. Teacher, is he really gone? Kong Deming nodded. Gone. Jing Hongchen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Xiao Chong with lingering fear. You are really a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. But thanks to your energy, you actually extorted 300,000-year soul bones from Moon in at once. 300,000-year soul bones. I never even thought about it before. As the head of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongchen has seen many soul guides, but soul bones, or the top soul bones, he has never seen too many. After all, the resources of soul beasts on the Sun Moon Empire are far inferior to those of the original Douluo 3 kingdoms. Only one of the 10 fierce beasts is on the opposite side, which already shows the quality of the soul beasts on the Sun Moon side. In a place where the quality of soul beasts is so poor, soul bones are naturally even fewer, And this kind of top soul bones of the 100,000-year level are even rarer. Now he gets 3 at once. In the past, he dared not even think about it. Okay, since these 3 soul bones are all extorted from Moon, then you should fuse all 3 soul bones. Kong Deming waved his hand, and the 3 100,000-year soul bones given by Moon flew to Xiao Chong. Grandmaster, although these 3 soul bones were extorted by me, it is also thanks to the pressure you and the teacher put on Dragon God Douluo Moon. I really dare not take credit for this matter. Besides, I want 3 100,000-year soul bones to ensure that we can all get them. Please don't refuse it, teacher and grandmaster. Xiao Chong pushed the soul bone out again. The 100,000-year soul bone is the best thing whether it is placed in Dou-Yi or Dou-San, but Dou-Er is an exception. Because Dou-Er can make a set of beast soul bones over 200,000 years old with the help of a god's perspective and a soul, Xiao Chong did not plan to fuse a soul bone of 100,000 years old from the beginning. Xiao Chong only intended to give this kind of thing to others, and if he wanted to give it to others, Jing Hongchen and Kong Deming would be the best. Because they are the forces behind Xiao Chong, and the 100,000-year soul bone may also make them go a step further in strength. After all, the original book clearly stated that the 100,000-year soul ring can cleanse the body of the owner to remove the impurities of the medicine, allowing people to practice normally to level 95. As a derivative of the 100,000-year soul ring, the 100,000-year soul bone may not directly refine the body like the 100,000-year soul ring, but it can slightly increase the soul power, allowing Kong Deming and Jing Hongchen to break through one more level. This may be possible, especially for Jing Hongchen. After all, he has been stuck at level 93 for a long time, and level 93 to level 94 is not the level of Super Douluo. Their combat power improvement can increase Xiao Chong's safety again. Obviously, these 2 soul bones give them the best cost effectiveness. You can even be so indifferent to the temptation of the 100,000-year soul bone. You are a good guy. Although the 100,000-year soul bone is precious, Xiao Chong is his junior after all, and Kong Deming does not intend to take what he fought for. However, since Xiao Chong said so, Kong Deming did not say anything more. He used his soul power again to divide the soul bones. The most precious head soul bone was given to Xiao Chong, and the right arm bone was kept by himself, and the left leg bone was left to Jing Hongchen. Jing Hongchen naturally had no objection to the fact that his teacher had distributed the bones. Besides, he was the only one who had done nothing just now, and he seemed to have accidentally held back. Thank you, master. Xiao Chong silently accepted the head soul bone. Although Xiao Chong had no interest in the 100,000-year soul bone, he could not really show that he had no interest in the 100,000-year soul bone, as that would be too conspicuous. It is I who should thank you. If I had obtained the soul bone after a fight, I don't know if I would still be alive to use it. After the soul bones were distributed, in order to prevent Moon from making a comeback, the 3 of them stayed together for a long time, and only separated after confirming that nothing would happen. Then Xiao Chong went to the archives to find Nana's file. Chapter 122. In the dormitory of the students of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Nana returned to her room after a day of playing. Because her parents' souls were imprisoned by the evil Soul Master, she was forced to obey the evil Soul Master's orders, and came to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, where she lived a very tangled life. On the one hand, only when her cultivation speed reached the standard set by the evil Soul Master could she go to see her parents' souls, and let her parents' souls suffer less. On the other hand, the evil Soul Master had a standard. As long as he reached level 60, he would become a holy servant. Nana had a feeling that once she became a holy servant of the evil Soul Master, she would no longer be herself. If she cultivated slowly, her parents' souls would be tortured too much. If she cultivated quickly, she would become a holy servant at level 60, and she would no longer be herself. Nana didn't know what her parents' souls would be used for at that time. This state of not practicing is not good either. Nana can only maintain the minimum standard set by the evil Soul Master to ensure that her parents' souls will suffer as few tortures as possible. As for when he reaches the 6th ring, she can only hope that day will come as late as possible, so that her parents' souls will suffer as little torture as possible. There is no way to resist. Her strength is too weak. Although she has good talent, this good talent is just good, and it is not enough to make the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy turn against those evil Soul Masters for him. Nana has lived in despair almost every day these years, and sometimes even wants to die, but when she thinks that her parents' souls are still in the hands of the evil Soul Master, she doesn't even dare to die. Dad, Mom, do you want to save them? When Nana was hiding and crying, Xiao Chang's voice reached her ears, making Nana, who was originally lying on the bed, jump up. Who is it? In an instant, 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, surrounded Nana. As a person who practiced badly, she also reached the 5th ring at the age of 17, like Bebe and Su Sancher. At the age of 15, Nana was already a 44th level soul master with 2 yellow and 2 purple. Don't be nervous, we are not enemies, at least not yet. When Xiao Chang's voice came, Nana also saw Xiao Chang's appearance. As the first to defeat Shrek, the contestants this time became heroes of the Sun Moon Empire, especially when the current Sun Moon Emperor was planning to gild his own face. The deeds and posters of Xiao Chang and others were almost all over the Sun Moon Imperial City, and even the entire Sun Moon Empire. In this case, as long as the people of the Sun Moon Empire were not blind, they could recognize who Xiao Chang was at a glance. What are you doing in my room? Nana stared at Xiao Chang vigilantly. Didn't I just say that you want to save your parents? Nana's pupils trembled. What did you say? You want to save your parents? Nana looked at Xiao Chang, then walked to the door silently and locked the door. Xiao Chang? ? When Xiao Chang was confused, Nana, who had locked the door, came to Xiao Chang and began to take off her clothes. Wait a minute, what are you going to do? After thinking about it, this is all I can give you. I can even be your slave. As long as you can save my parents, I can do anything. Xiao Chang held his forehead. He thought of Nana's plan after Hui Yuhao imprisoned her soul in the original book. Should we say that this is worthy of being a book by Tang Jiasan Xiao? You misunderstood. I want to help you eliminate the evil soul master because of this. Xiao Chang released the angel martial soul, and the room was filled with a sacred atmosphere for a while. This is angel martial soul, a kind of martial soul that specifically restrains evil soul masters. After killing evil souls, a part of the soul power will be fed back to me. I asked you to take me to find those evil soul masters. When the time comes, you save your parents and I will improve my soul power. That's all. Don't think too much. Looking at Xiao Chang's angel martial soul, Nana's heart ignited hope, but then she saw Xiao Chang's cultivation of only 5 rings and became a little worried. Angel spirit? The angel spirit that is very restrained against evil spirits? But the place where my parents' souls are imprisoned is guarded by a soul saint level elder and 2 soul emperors. Is it really okay? I'm afraid. Don't worry, it's just a soul saint and 2 soul emperors. They can't cause any trouble. Even if I don't use the angel spirit, I can still kill them quickly. Besides, you can't find anyone else to help you with this matter except me. When are we going there? Change your clothes and leave now. You don't want your parents to suffer for a while longer. Nana, There's nothing wrong with the words, but why does it sound so awkward? Somewhere in the branch of the Holy Spirit Church. At this time, a 7th ring elder of the Holy Spirit Church was standing with 2 evil soul masters of the 6th ring soul emperors, looking at a young man of the 4th ring soul sect almost servilely, and taking out the souls they had collected with great effort, and letting the 4th ring soul sect use them at will. Until most of the soul was consumed, the young man of the 4 ring soul sect grew a pair of huge bone wings on his back, and a large number of souls were attached to the bone wings. Then he swallowed all the souls into his bone wings, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Level 47, not bad, Elder Wang, the soul you prepared this time is very satisfactory to the Saint's son, and your contribution is not small. Hearing the praise from the young man who called himself the Saint's son, the old man called Elder Wang immediately knelt down. Although he was called an elder, he was just a 7-ring soul saint. He was called an elder purely for the sake of managing this place. After all, elders and deacons are obviously more majestic, so he has such a title of elder, but he is not a real elder of the Holy Spirit Church, so he naturally cannot look at the Saint Son of the Holy Spirit Church on the same level. It is my honor to serve the Holy Son of my Holy Church. I dare not take credit for it. Well, if you maintain this quality, you can be promoted in 2 years. Thank you for your cultivation. Yin Feng, the Holy Son of the Holy Spirit Church, nodded and looked at the few souls. With this number of souls, the branch is seriously injured. If it is attacked at this time, it will be dangerous. Don't worry, Holy Son. Although I only have the 7th ring of cultivation, with the special ability given to me by the Holy Church, even the 8-ring soul Douluo can't take advantage of me. What's more, no one dares to anger my Holy Church. Holy Son, don't worry about anything happening here. That's it. Bang! Before Yin Feng finished speaking, the door of the Holy Spirit Church branch was kicked to pieces in an instant with a loud noise. Chapter 123. The door of the Holy Spirit Church branch was kicked open, Not only the evil soul masters inside were shocked, but also Nana, who was following Xiao Chong, was shocked. She was putting on gloves and a bamboo hat and preparing to sneak in and defeat them one by one, but she didn't expect Xiao Chong to simply and roughly kick the door open. The opponent was an evil soul master who could challenge beyond his level, and it was a combination of Soul Saint and Soul Emperor, which could be said to be a crushing blow to his own side in terms of cultivation. As a result, Xiao Chong kicked the door open and faced all the enemies. Nana was very doubtful whether her choice was really right this time. Is this really okay? Can we really beat them with just the two of us? Seeing that the three people had 7 10,000-year soul rings, Nana's original confidence was gone in an instant. After all, Xiao Chong was a 5-ring soul king, and she was only a 4-ring soul master. It would not be so easy to fight 2 soul emperors and a soul saint, even if Xiao Chong was an angel martial soul. It's not the two of us fighting the 3 of them, it's me fighting the 3 of them alone. You are the guide, just hide behind me. Arrogant! The evil soul master of the 7-ring soul saint shouted, and then the 7 soul ring martial spirit lit up. Xiao Chong and Nana both disguised their faces, so the elder didn't recognize who Nana was, but she was able to find this place, and from the look of Nana preparing to put on white gloves, it was obvious that Nana was one of their internal personnel. And internal personnel knew that this branch had him, a 7-ring soul saint, and 2 6-ring soul emperors. Under such circumstances, he dared to come here. Either he had a strong support, or he was extremely arrogant. Regardless of which one, it means that the other party has a certain strength. After all, no one will come to die knowing that they are defeated. Therefore, immediately activating the martial soul true body, and reaching the best state to fight hard is the best choice at this time. Especially when the Holy Sun is still there, the others are still okay. Once the Holy Sun is in trouble in his branch altar, the 3 of them may be used as training materials for others, and they are the kind that are fully utilized. Seeing that the elders have already used the martial soul true body, the 2 responsible for guarding the branch altar with the elders, the Great Holy Spirit and the Second Holy Spirit, also moved. The Great Holy Spirit took out a flag of a 7th level soul guide, and then his 6 soul rings burned rapidly. In an instant, more than 200 resentful spirits flew out of the flag. Hee. Taste the taste of being devoured by 10,000 souls. At the same time as the Great Holy Spirit moved, the Second Holy Spirit was in a similar state. The 6 soul rings on his body also began to burn, and then his skin and flesh disappeared, and the whole person turned into a skeleton with green flames on his body more than 3 meters tall. Yin Feng of the Bone Dragon did not move. Xiao Chong and Nana looked about 30 years old in disguise. In addition, they were confident that they could rush to the branch of the Holy Spirit Church. Yin Feng knew that he might not be able to beat the 2 people who came now. At this time, he could only find someone else to fight desperately. Of course, he was not without other means. With his identity as the Son of God, he could call for help at any time. But this time, the soul guide he brought with him could not send out a distress signal at this time. Damn it! What went wrong? Originally, there was a 7-ring soul saint level evil soul master who was as powerful as an 8-ring soul Douluo to protect him. With the things he could call for help at any time, there should be no problem. After all, 8-ring soul Douluos are rare even in Mingdu. It can be said that all of them are powerful figures. It is impossible for the Holy Spirit Church to not receive the news of the actions of such people. But Xiao Chong suddenly appeared today, and his soul guide had problems. Yin Feng felt that he might be in trouble today. There are both vengeful spirits and skeletons, and this 7-ring blood demon, so scary. Xiao Chong said it was scary, but there was no fear on his face. The vengeful spirits that came to Xiao Chong first not only did not cause any harm to Xiao Chong, but with the release of Xiao Chong's angel martial spirit, after contacting the purifying light used by Xiao Chong, those vengeful spirits quickly melted away, and were purified one by Xiao Chong. Ah! Damn! Where did the angel martial spirit come from? After a large number of vengeful spirits were exposed to Xiao Chong's purifying light, the Great Holy Spirit spurted out a mouthful of blood. Not only did he burn the soul ring, but did not kill the person, but the vengeful spirits were also purified by Xiao Chong. Part of the strong purification effect was fed back to him, and almost took half of his life. Don't be afraid. He is only a 5-ring soul king level angel spirit. I am a 7-ring spirit king, and there is a huge gap between the 2 of you 6-ring spirits. The advantage in this battle is mine. Boss, your ability is too severely restrained. Don't do it yet. Second brother, you should collect the nether fire. If it is just a skeleton, it will have limited restraint on you. Angel spirits can best restrain souls. Let's go together. We will still win. The elder of the branch temple of the Holy Spirit Church said, as he rushed toward Xiaochang with the two holy spirits. His judgment was correct. Angel spirits restrain souls extremely severely, but if it was a non-soul evil spirit, the restraint would be slightly worse. A 7-ring and a 6-ring, going to fight a 5-ring, if they were not restrained extremely severely, they still had a great chance of winning this battle. It's just a pity that Xiaochang doesn't only have the angel martial spirit as his trump card. When the elder of the Holy Spirit Church approached Xiaochang, Xiaochang raised his left index finger and activated the 400,000-year-old Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Palm Bone Soul skill, the Freezing Ray. The ultimate martial soul can challenge higher levels by virtue of the level of the martial soul, not to mention that Xiaochang's soul skill is at the level of 400,000 years. If Xiaochang had not deliberately restrained himself in order to use the angel martial soul to kill the evil soul master and obtain soul power, the evil soul master of the 7-ring soul saint level would have been killed instantly by Xiaochang's attack. When the elder of the 7-ring soul saint level was suppressed by Xiaochang in 1 second, the remaining Great Holy Spirit and the second Holy Spirit could not make any waves. The ability of the Great Holy Spirit was completely suppressed by the angel martial soul. Although the suppression of the second Holy Spirit was not particularly serious, facing a martial soul whose ability was completely suppressed when it was only 1 ring higher than Xiaochang, this battle was a one-sided beating. After spending a little time to solve the Great Holy Spirit and the second Holy Spirit, Xiaochang released the light of purification on the elder of the Holy Spirit Church with all his strength. I'm sorry, you are too strong, so you must be eliminated. You beat the 3 of us by yourself, and then you said we were too strong. Is there still the king's law? Is there still law? The cursing voice was the last words of the 7-ring soul saint level evil soul master elder. After he finished speaking, Xiaochang's purifying light covered his whole body, dissolving it bit by bit. After dealing with the elders, and the Great Holy Spirit, and the second Holy Spirit, Xiaochang slapped Yin Feng unconscious with a slap, and then came to the place where Nana's parents' souls were imprisoned. As the purifying light was released, the resentment of the souls imprisoned by the Holy Spirit Church gradually subsided. Say goodbye to them. The purifying light will purify the resentment, but without the resentment, they will not exist in this world for long. Xiaochang said in Nana's ear, and at the same time used mental detection, mental sharing and psychological suggestion to let other people captured by the Holy Spirit Church know what happened. Soon, bursts of crying were heard from the tunnel where the souls were imprisoned. After everyone's eyes turned red from crying, Nana walked to the front and knelt down to Xiaochang. Master. Chapter 124. Master, I will repay you for your kindness throughout my life. We are willing to serve you like slaves. Nana knelt in front of Xiaochang, and the others followed suit. Their experiences were similar to Nana's. Their loved ones' souls were trapped in the Holy Spirit Church. After Xiaochang killed the elders, the Great Holy Spirit, and the second Holy Spirit, their revenge was avenged, and the purifying light also freed their loved ones. Therefore, after knowing what happened, they knelt down like Nana and made the same choice as her. I cannot repay the grace of rebirth. I am willing to follow you for life, and work like a slave for you to repay your kindness. Work like a slave, are you sure? I eliminated the evil soul master just to improve my strength. Saving you is just a byproduct. Besides, I am not a good person. No matter what, you saved us. For us, you are a good person. Without you to purify our parents' souls, we don't know how long our parents will be tortured by them. You have saved our parents' souls. We are willing to serve you in this life. Originally, they were all in despair. Facing the powerful power of the Holy Spirit Church, they wanted to resist but had no power to resist. They could only let those who enslaved their parents continue to enslave them to reduce the abuse their parents suffered. In this hopeless situation, some people even began to feel numb. At this time, Xiaochang solved this branch temple and purified their parents' souls, so that they no longer needed to be enslaved by the Holy Spirit Church. At this time, no matter what reason Xiaochang had, the final result was that their parents' souls were saved, and they no longer needed to be enslaved by the Holy Spirit Church. They have gained real benefits, so why would they bother about why Xiaochang did this? After all, if Xiaochang didn't need evil soul masters to improve his strength, they couldn't sell themselves at a price that was enough to eliminate evil soul masters at the Soul Saint and Soul Emperor level, let alone purify their souls later. Okay, then follow me. As for this branch of the Holy Spirit Church, after everyone walked out of the branch of the Holy Spirit Church, Xiao Chong's martial soul instantly switched to Moon's Light Holy Dragon, and then the 5th soul skill Dragon Emperor Breaking Evil Crack was launched, destroying the entire branch of the Holy Spirit Church, and then led people back to the Earl's mansion that the Emperor had just issued. He sent the others to watch the house and the courtyard, and then Xiao Chong took Nana into the mansion, and saw Xiao Sheng and Xiao Lan. As for why he only brought Nana, it was because Nana had a higher talent than others. The 17-year-old Five-Ring Soul King was still practicing at a speed that he controlled, because he was afraid of becoming a holy servant. In addition, his martial spirit is still based on his own soul. In the era of ultimate martial spirits and body martial spirits in Do 2, Nana's talent can be said to be no less than Bebe and Su Sanshi. After all, if one's own soul is not considered a gold-level body martial spirit, then what else can be considered a gold-level body martial spirit? In the original work, her combat power was average in the later period because there were no resources in the later period. After leaving the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, he and those people were busy repaying their gratitude. They almost did whatever the Tang Sect asked them to do, and became the chief steward of the Tang Sect. The 17-year-old Soul King has not reached the Soul Emperor in 3 years. Her martial spirit has not blocked her cultivation. Her situation is purely because she was delayed in cultivation by too many trivial matters, and lacked subsequent cultivation resources. After all, Hui Yuhao had allocated resources to Yigai and Nan Qiuqiu, but he did not allocate resources to Nana afterwards. Xiao Chong was planning to give Nana resources when combat power was the most important thing. However, considering the situation of gratitude and resentment, it was necessary to be cautious in giving Nana resources. It would be best to find a way to make Nana repay the previous favor. After all, she saved her life and her parents, and then gave her resources. This situation can be said to be a great favor. Sometimes, great favors can turn into mortal enemies. Therefore, it is necessary to be cautious when giving Nana resources, and also to prepare countermeasures. Nana. Master. Take Xiaolan out first. I have something to say to Ashen alone. In addition, you should be Xiaolan's maid for the time being. Yes, Master. After Xiaolan and Nana left, Xiao Chong confirmed that he and Xiaosheng were the only 2 people in the room, and asked about Xiaosheng's cultivation. What level of soul power are you now? Xiaosheng smiled bitterly. It's only level 8, brother. That pill shouldn't be given to me. You or Xiaolan would be much better off eating it than me. After all, I don't have soul power by nature. Even if I have that pill, I can't cultivate to a high level. Because Xiaosheng didn't have soul power by nature, his level 5 soul power still relied on the effect of the Sun and Moon pill. Xiaosheng couldn't take pills in a short period of time. Otherwise, if he relied purely on pills, even if he took top-level pills, it wouldn't take long for Xiaosheng's soul power to stagnate. During this period, Xiaosheng could only rely on some things that were not pills to help him improve his soul power, but relying solely on the soul beast meat to assist in cultivation, the level 3 soul power was already the limit in more than half a year. Xiaosheng couldn't absorb anything higher than level 1 with his soul power. Even the genius treasure of the fairy grass level was not suitable for him to absorb, as he had just finished taking a top-level pill. It seems that you can't reach any height with normal cultivation methods. Brother, I'm sorry for wasting the pills you worked so hard to get. Xiaosheng's face was full of guilt. Before entering the Soul Master World, he didn't know what Xiao Chong gave him, but after entering the Soul Master World, he knew what Xiao Chong gave him. Whether it's the Sun and Moon pill, the Soul Beast meat, or the whale glue that improves physical fitness, those things are out of reach for ordinary Soul Masters. That pill has no effect on me. You don't have to care too much about that kind of thing. Since the way of relying on medicine doesn't work, just change another way. Is there any other way? Xiaosheng's eyes lit up, but then he became a little worried. Brother, what is the price of changing a way? Tell me the truth, what do you have to pay? Xiaosheng hopes to become a powerful soul master. This is the dream of everyone in the entire Douluo continent, but he can't accept exchanging another way at the cost of damaging Xiaochong. Don't worry, it's not important to me, but you should be careful about this matter, and don't tell anyone. When Xiaosheng didn't understand, Xiao Chong had already taken out the knocked-out Yin Feng from the storage soul guide. He is. The second way I prepared for you is to take over another body. Chapter 125. Possession? Because the Douluo world is not about cultivating immortals or high martial arts, the term possession is not common sense in this world. In short, I will use a special secret method to extract his soul, and then put your consciousness into his body to occupy his body, and use his body to continue the subsequent cultivation. He is about the same age as me, and his soul power is level 47, which is a genius in the first echelon. I understand, but brother, will this secret method harm you? No, this secret method will only trap him, and then I will forcibly extract his soul and annihilate it. I know, let's start, brother. Remember not to tell anyone about what will happen later. After a mental detection and confirming that there was no surveillance around, Xiao Chong raised his hand, and the Wanhun Banner martial spirit appeared. The first soul skill was activated, and the soul was peeled off. With a shrill scream, Yin Feng's soul was forcibly pulled out by Xiao Chong using the Wanhun Banner, and gradually turned into a soul with black air on Xiao Chong's Wanhun Banner. Looking at the rising black gas and the dark and terrifying aura, Xiao Sheng had some idea of evil soul masters even though he didn't know much about them. When did you get this martial soul? It feels quite eerie. It's a replica. Are you scared? Xiao Sheng shook his head. The aura of this martial soul is indeed quite terrifying, but it was released by you after all. I just feel a little uncomfortable physically. Come on, I'm ready. Xiao Sheng came to Xiao Chong and prepared to let him use the 10,000 souls banner to extract the soul, but he was hit on the head. What are you thinking? This method of extraction that will hurt the soul is used to extract his soul, not your soul, Xiao Chong said as he took back the 10,000 souls banner and took out the Feather Duck Hen. Feather Duck Hen was something set up in a game called Honkai Impact 3rd that Xiao Chong played in his previous life. It was considered the crystallization of human technology. Because it was in the scope of human technology, Xiao Chong could use the ability of his eyes to understand its internal core structure and visualize it with the pupil power of his right eye at any time. However, this time, the Feather Duck Hen was not made directly from the structure of the right eye. After all, the ability of the right eye can construct things from scratch, but it is necessary to use the pupil power all the time to maintain the things that have been made so that they will not disappear. Therefore, this time, the Feather Duck Hen was made based on the 100,000-year soul bone given by Moon. The head soul bone comes with a strong mental power. It is based on this mental power that Xiao Chong can use it to make Feather Duck Hen. And the zero-rated power of Feather Duck Hen allows the user to invest consciousness into Feather Duck Hen, and Feather Duck Hen then invests it into the minds of other people. Normally, after being aware of other people's minds, it is impossible to directly control other people's bodies, but Yin Feng's soul has been extracted by Xiao Chong using the 10,000 souls turn, and his body has become an empty shell without consciousness. At this time, it is no problem to put a consciousness into his body, and directly take over his body. Even if Xiao Sheng's soul power is only level 8, and his physical fitness has just reached the state of an ordinary adult, there is no need to worry about backlash. After all, that body is purely an empty shell, and it is the time when consciousness is lacking. Remember, later you will use Yu Duchen's zero-rated power to put consciousness into his body. As for the use of the zero-rated power, Xiao Chong explained to Xiao Sheng bit by bit. Xiao Sheng did not dare to be careless about things related to his future. He tried his best to remember every detail that Xiao Chong said to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the middle. Soon, Yu Duchen's zero-rated power was activated, and Xiao Sheng's consciousness successfully entered Yin Feng's body. After Xiao Chong waited for a while, Yin Feng, who had already fallen, stood up. How do you feel? Suddenly I became much taller, and I am not used to it. In addition, Xiao Sheng tried to use his soul power, and soon, a far greater energy than before circulated in his body. Is this the soul power of a 47th level soul master? It feels more than 10 times stronger than my previous soul power. Xiao Chong remained silent. The soul master only has more than 10 times the soul power of a soul warrior. This is the situation that can appear in the fantasy floor tile of Douluo continent. What about the soul skills and martial soul? Try to see if you can use his martial soul normally. Under Xiao Chong's instructions, Xiao Sheng sensed the soul imprint of the martial soul. As the soul power was injected into the soul imprint, the Bone Dragon martial soul was officially released. For soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, appeared beside Xiao Sheng, and a pair of bone wings grew out of his back. It seems that there is no problem with the application of the martial soul. Next, you inject soul power into the soul ring and try to use the soul skills. Under Xiao Chong's command, Xiao Sheng's second soul ring lit up, and a dragon breath punched a hole in the wall. Sorry, brother, I found a soul ring to inject soul power, and it became like this. It's okay, just 3 walls, just ask someone to repair it later. Soul power, martial soul, soul skills seem to be able to be used normally, but now the soul skills still need time to be proficient, but that's not a problem. I find a place for you later, and you understand it after releasing it a few more times. The lack of combat experience is not a problem. It is not impossible to study combat experience in detail when you reach the level of a 5-ring Soul King or even a 6-ring Soul Emperor. The Bone Dragon Martial Soul is level 47 at the age of 15. If you do not follow the path of an evil Soul Master, you can quickly reach the level of a titled Douluo by fusing a 100,000-year Soul Ring earlier. Fuse a 100,000-year Soul Ring earlier? Xiao Sheng was confused by what Xiao Chong said. As a Soul Master, although he had not been in contact with the world of Soul Masters for a long time, he knew what a 100,000-year Soul Ring meant. Such a precious thing for a titled Douluo can be absorbed early? It seems that few people in the entire history of the Sun Moon Empire have absorbed a 100,000-year Soul Ring. Brother, is the 100,000-year Soul Ring you mentioned the same as the one I understand? Is there anything else called a 100,000-year Soul Ring? Xiao Sheng, Brother, no need for that. The soul power and talent in this body are enough for me to cultivate to the titled Douluo level. There is no need to hunt for 100,000-year Soul Rings. Don't worry about that. I have my own plans. If I really absorb Soul Rings normally, and then step by step reach the titled Douluo level, who knows how long it will take. The chaotic world that may enter at any time does not give people too much time to cultivate to the titled Douluo level step by step. In this case, we can only... Shuedi, can you let a 100,000-year soul beast from the far north be my brother's soul? Chapter 126. Xiao Chong used spirit sharing to ask about the Snow Emperor's soul. Although there were also 100,000-year-old immortal herbs in the Yuanyang pot, those immortal herbs were basically not related to the Bone Dragon Martial Spirit. The only thing Xiao Chong knew was the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, and that Earth Dragon Golden Gourd would have a cultivation of 160,000 years in the next 10,000 years. In other words, it was only 60,000 years of cultivation now. There was no need to even go to the Yuanyang pot for a 60,000-year-old soul. As long as it was not a direct relative of the evil emperor, a 60,000-year-old soul could not be captured casually, but it was indeed no problem to capture it. Okay, at which soul ring do you plan to let him absorb it? Because it was almost certain that the soul could be passed down normally, the Snow Emperor was not very averse to souls, not to mention that this time Xiao Chong only wanted a 100,000-year-old soul, not a 100,000-year-old soul beast that had been killed, so the Snow Emperor could still accept this situation. Xiao Chong thought about it. The 5th soul ring? The sooner the 100,000-year soul ring is fused, the greater the boost it will get. Ah? How can the 5th soul ring be 100,000 years old? No, after his physique reaches level 50, it is estimated that the soul ring absorption limit is about 15,000 years. With the whale glue in your hand, it will be the maximum of 20,000 years. Above that, whale glue can no longer increase the soul ring age for him. It can only be about 40,000 years at best. It is impossible to fuse the 5th soul ring of 100,000 years without so many soul bones like you. Tianming said in the Sea of Spirit. Xiao Chong has 400,000-year level soul bones, a 400,000-year level soul ring to refine his body, and the snow pill of the Snow Emperor in his body. This allows Xiao Chong to easily absorb the 100,000-year level soul. Tianming really can't imagine how others can replicate Xiao Chong's situation. I know there is a place that is very suitable for improving physical fitness, but because that place may cause my soul power to grow slowly for a long time, I didn't plan to go there at the beginning. However, it is just right to let Eshin go there. It can allow him to fuse a 100,000-year level existence at the 5th soul ring. Even if his soul power does not grow for 3 years, it is no problem. The soul power increased by the 100,000-year soul ring during the 5th and 6th soul rings can make up for this. Can you see so many things? Fortunately, brother did not make the wrong choice. What happened to my brain at the time? Why did I think that the kid, who had not even reached level 20, was powerful and good? Tianming felt that he seemed to have been cursed before. When are you going to let him go to that place? Bingdi said in Xiao Chong's mind. Don't rush about Ashing's affairs for the time being. Let him adapt to the Bone Dragon Martial Soul, and the 4 soul skills first. Before that, I have another thing to solve. At the edge of the Demon Forest. As the largest soul beast mountain range in the Sun and Moon Empire, this is almost the only place in the Sun and Moon Empire where soul rings of more than 10,000 years can be obtained. Although the time agreed with Xiao Chong has not arrived yet, Bai Qi Shan, who has reached level 50, has been waiting there. He really didn't expect that he, who was only at level 2, would have a day to break through to Soul King, and he didn't expect that he could even have a 10,000-year soul ring. You should know that the 10,000-year soul ring is the standard for measuring whether a person is a minor noble or a middle noble. No matter how simple a person's clothes are, as long as the 10,000-year soul ring is released, then this person can be on par with ordinary middle nobles. The reason is simple. If you want to go to the soul hunting forest to hunt for a 10,000-year soul ring, it is the minimum standard to have a soul master at the soul sage level to help you. Just to severely injure a relatively ordinary 10,000-year soul beast without killing it requires the strength of a soul emperor, not to mention holding down the soul beast after it is severely injured to prevent it from counterattacking before death. In addition, it is inside the soul beast forest. When preventing the soul beast from counterattacking, you must also guard against possible sneak attacks from other soul beasts. Without a soul sage level protector, a 10,000-year soul ring is a matter of life and death for ordinary people. For this reason, the 10,000-year soul ring is tacitly regarded by everyone as the most important watershed between small nobles and medium nobles. With a 10,000-year soul ring, you are at least a person who has a relationship with a soul sage, and it can be confirmed that the relationship is good, otherwise the soul sage will not help you. And the soul sage still has a huge gold content in this era of Douluo too. They are almost all city lords of second-tier cities, or heads of some powerful sections. If you have a relationship with them, you can't be a small noble. If the 5th soul ring has a 10,000-year soul ring, it is almost equivalent to a noble family. After all, the 7-ring soul saint is capable of hunting 10,000-year soul rings, but the 5th soul ring absorption limit is about 11,000 years, and the adaptability of the soul beast must be considered. The result of several being stuck together is that the middle nobles, unless they are the young masters of the family, will generally choose 10,000 years when the 6th soul ring. And now the 5th soul ring can have a 10,000-year soul ring. How can such a thing not make Bai Qishan excited? Although the quality of the first 4 soul rings is very poor, starting from the 5th soul ring, his soul ring can even match those of ordinary nobles. Uncle Bai, you're here quite early. When Bai Qishan was excited, Xiao Chong, who arrived less than 5 minutes earlier, found Bai Qishan's location. You're here, huh? Are you alone? Can we go to the soul beast forest? Bai Qishan looked behind Xiao Chong, and found that Xiao Chong didn't have any guardians with him. No need to go to the soul beast forest. I've been there before, and I've caught the soul beast for you. Xiao Chong said, as he took out the 40,000-year-old soul beast, the sawtooth golden centipede, which was killed instantly by his extreme freezing ray. Bai Qishan, the age of this soul beast. Can I absorb it? Normally, it's not possible, but I prepared a few soul bones for you. Bai Qishan was shocked for a long time when he looked at the soul bones that Xiao Chong took out. Soul bones seem to be scarce even for the great nobles. And the quality of these soul bones is not ordinary even for Bai Qishan, who doesn't know much about soul bones. He estimated that none of these soul bones are less than 10,000 years old. Soul bones are too precious. You should keep them for absorption. This is all I have in my life. I will be satisfied with 1 or 2 more 10,000-year soul rings. It's okay. Just fuse them. I have my own plans. But your brothers and sisters, I naturally have plans for them. Come, I will help you protect the law. First fuse these soul bones, and then the soul rings. At Xiao Chong's strong request, Bai Qishan fused 4 soul bones. Then the 40,000-year-old sawtooth golden centipede was made into a wisdom soul ring by Xiao Chong, and supplemented with Bai Qishan's right arm soul bone. At this point, except for the torso, Bai Qishan's soul bones were complete. And because it was a wisdom soul ring, Bai Qishan's 4 soul rings in front also changed from white, yellow, and purple to purple, and were pulled to the level of 4 years by the 40,000-year-old sawtooth golden centipede. Thank you, I never thought I would have such a day. When the 4 purple and 1 black soul rings appeared, Bai Qishan couldn't believe it for a moment. Xiao Chong shook his head as he watched Bai Qishan's soul rings change. No, I thank you. Xiao Chong in his previous life was just an ordinary person, without any good talent or good background. He finally finished school, and was beaten up when he entered society. At that time, there were people who helped him, but people with mortgages had no opportunities and time to grow. Ordinary people could take care of themselves, and tried their best to repay those who had helped them, but they were eventually stuck in their own incompetence. Although Xiao Chong wanted to do something in his previous life, he worked hard to make a living, but he still couldn't do anything after trying hard, and could only live an ordinary life. In this life, he finally came to a new world, had new opportunities, and even had a new surname, but even if it was a surname that was generally good, he was called Xiao Chong, a good surname in itself, but became ordinary because of the name. Xiao Bin thought that this was another joke played by God on him, but fortunately, People will not always be unlucky. With the awakening of soul power and the understanding of Douluo continent, Xiao Chong had the opportunity to change everything. When he saw Bai Qingshan's soul ring complete the transformation, Xiao Chong was sure that he was not the incompetent self he used to be. Chapter 127. Near the Holy Spirit Sect branch destroyed by Xiao Chong, an 8-ring soul Douluo level evil soul master, who was pushed out, trembled, and walked in front of the Holy Spirit Sect leader Zhongli Wu, reporting with a horrified face. "Leader, we have all looked for it, and there is no trace of the Holy Sun." "Waste." Zhongli Wu slapped the 8-ring soul Douluo away with a slap. After being hit by the leader's palm and flying away, he hit the surrounding buildings and collapsed the load-bearing wall of a building. The 8-ring soul Douluo only felt a pain in his chest, and then a fishy taste in his mouth. A mouthful of blood flowed into his mouth, but he endured it. Zhongli Wu's blow broke at least 7 of his ribs, but looking at Zhongli Wu, who was angry at the moment, he didn't dare to make any noise of vomiting blood at this time to anger his leader again. "Damn it! Those rubbish! You can die if you want. Why are you dragging down Yin Feng?" Zhongli Wu cursed angrily. He didn't care about a branch altar. The evil soul masters of soul emperors and soul saints were not in his eyes at all. If they died, they died. But the problem was that Yin Feng was here when they died. He didn't care about a few soul emperors and soul saints, but he cared about Yin Feng. Bone Dragon Martial Soul, one of the absolute top martial souls. In the era when it was so difficult to cultivate to the title Douluo 10,000 years ago, there was a Bone Dragon Martial Soul who cultivated to the 95th level. His strength was comparable to that of the 96th level sword Douluo. It can be seen that the Bone Dragon Martial Soul is powerful. He finally found Yin Feng with a Bone Dragon Martial Soul, and Yin Feng did not disappoint him. He was discovered by them when he was 11 years old. When he awakened his martial soul, he was directly full of innate soul power. In just 4 years, he reached the 46th level from the 10th level. He came to this branch altar to obtain a soul to reach the 47th level. In the end, they didn't know whether he reached the 47th level. Anyway, Yin Feng should be gone now. That was a super Douluo who could reach level 97 or even 98 in the future, and even extreme Douluo was not impossible. But he just died like that. Zhongli Wu felt his heart bleeding. "Master, calm down. It may not be their fault for what happened to Yin Feng this time. It's just that the enemy is too strong." After observing for a long time, Zhang Peng, the Scorpion Tiger Douluo of the 6th worshipper of the Holy Spirit Church, stepped forward and said, "The enemy is too strong? Why? There is a branch elder and 2 holy spirits in the branch altar, and there are many quasi-saint servants. Not to mention the others, the branch elder alone, with the means of our holy church, is no weaker than the average 8-ring soul Douluo. In the case of burning his life, even if it is a title Douluo, he can stop it for a while, giving the Son of God time to ask for help and escape. That's why we are relieved to let the Son of God come here to practice, but it is such an existence that can temporarily stop the title Douluo. When the Son of God disappeared, we didn't even receive any distress signals. I'm afraid the person who came this time is not simple." When talking about the person who came, Zhang Peng's body trembled slightly, obviously thinking of something bad. "Do you know who I am?" Looking at Zhang Peng's appearance, Zhongli Wu had some guesses. Zhang Peng nodded. "Although this branch altar has disappeared for a long time, I can still feel a sense of the Dragon Emperor's evil cracking in it." "Dragon Emperor's evil cracking? That's not it." Zhang Peng nodded. "After all, Mood is not dead yet. I can't think of anyone else who has the Dragon Emperor's breaking evil split. Moreover, this kind of cultist who is difficult to deal with even if it is an 8-ring soul Douluo, either has an angel spirit or can be easily eliminated. Angel spirits have been suppressed except for healing angels. They don't have a cultivation level above the 6-ring soul emperor. It is too difficult to sneak into the Sun Moon Empire. Therefore, angel spirits are not considered. Moon strength can easily come to the Sun Moon Empire without being discovered. In addition, the aura of the Dragon Emperor's breaking evil split, this time it is not a war crime." Zhongli Wu clenched his fists. He could recognize the remaining breath of the Dragon Emperor's evil breaking crack, but the problem was that if this was the Dragon Emperor's evil breaking crack, Yin Feng would have no chance of survival. Even if it was just an ordinary slap at level 99, it would be difficult to survive without the cultivation of a super Douluo, even if Moon, who was level 99, had serious problems. "You guys look for it again, I leave for a while." Zhang Peng had already broken the window paper, and Zhongli Wu felt that he couldn't deceive himself anymore. He now needed to find someone to confirm that there was something wrong with what Zhang Peng said. You're here, what's the matter? An old man in a pavilion was sipping tea leisurely. When he saw that it was the Holy Spirit sect leader Zhongli Wu who came, he just glanced at him casually and retracted his gaze. Uncle Long, have you felt the breath of the Holy Dragon of Light during this period? Can you sense Moon? When did your cultivation improve? No, it's just that my subordinates seem to have bumped into him, and now he's dead. I felt the breath of the Holy Dragon of Light on him. Oh! Long Xiaoyao responded and stopped talking. And Zhongli Wu, who was beside Long Xiaoyao, came to help Long Xiaoyao make tea, and at the same time greeted Moon's family in his mind. Okay, Moon, you killed my son, right? In that case, don't blame me for going to your place to rob the holy girl. After working so hard for a long time, and still losing, Moon finally returned to Shrek City. The moment he entered the city, Moon felt that something seemed wrong with Shrek City. The atmosphere in Shrek City, which should have been relaxed, was obviously depressing, and it was even more so when he returned to the Academy of Shrek. When he arrived at the Sea God Pavilion in the inner courtyard, he saw that the golden tree seemed to be missing some branches, many houses in the inner courtyard were damaged, and a dormitory building for the inner courtyard students was razed to the ground. Teacher, you are back. The slightly tired Yin Xiaozhi came up and bowed when he saw Moon coming back. And the martial god Douluo Xianliner was carried by Qian Duoduo to come to Moon to salute. Looking at the slightly injured Yin Xiaozhi, the seriously injured Xianliner and Qian Duoduo, who was not in good condition, no matter how much Moon wanted to deceive himself, he had to admit that Shrek was in trouble. What happened? It was evil soul masters. Many evil soul masters came to Shrek Academy, and some of them were even titled Douluo level. They were all fighting hard, and the sneak attack caused Elder Song to be seriously injured. Where is Xianzi? What was Xianzi doing at that time? Elder Xian thought that Shrek City would be fine, so he was drinking outside. When he came back, the situation had become like this. After Yin Xiaozhi finished speaking, Elder Xian flew over. Elder Mu. I'm sorry for your trust in me. Seeing the Xianzi, who was not good at doing things, but was more likely to cause trouble, Mu In was also very angry. Xianzi. Are you the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit Church? Chapter 128. Moon was really irritated by Xuanzi's actions this time. Zhang Lishuan's incident was fine. Although several geniuses were lost, at least Zhang Lishuan was still alive, and she also obtained a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Shrek lost several geniuses, but at least it gained an 8th soul ring, which was a top genius of 100,000 years. The soul ring age of 300,000 years is the basis for impacting the limit Douluo. With a 100,000-year 8th soul ring, as long as she gets another 100,000-year soul ring, Zhang Lishuan will have the opportunity to impact the limit Douluo, and Shrek can still accept it. The geniuses who died in the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition were also distressing, but after all, they were just a bunch of 20-year-old 5-ring soul kings. If it weren't for the defeat in the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, the death of the 4 5-ring soul king level soul masters would not even be worthy of discussion by the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. Therefore, Moon could accept the previous situation, but this time was different. This time, it was Xian Lao who Moon entrusted Shrek to before he left. As soon as he left, Xianzi caused Shrek to suffer heavy losses because of drinking. The fight took place in Shrek's inner courtyard, and the golden tree of the Sea God Pavilion was damaged. Moon didn't know how to explain to the former Sea God Pavilion masters when he went to Huangjinsu in the future. I'm sorry, Mu Lao, I failed your expectations. I asked to be expelled from the Sea God Pavilion. Stop! Who allowed you to leave like this? You made such a big mistake. You reflect on it in the Sea God Pavilion. Moon felt angry when he saw the unreliable Xian Lao. If it weren't for the fact that his relationship with Long Xiaoyao was comparable to that of Bebe and Su Sanshi, which gave him the opportunity to confirm from Long Xiaoyao that Xian Lao was not a member of the Holy Spirit Church, he would have felt that Xian Lao was the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit Church. Xian Lao is not from the Holy Spirit Church, so it's just that he is unreliable. At least there is nothing wrong with Xian Lao's buttocks. There is nothing wrong with his buttocks, and Xian Lao's soul power is level 98, which is also the second most powerful person in the entire Shrek Academy. At this time, Mu Lao can only lose his temper. As for what Xian Lao did, of course, he chose to forgive him. Otherwise, what else can he do? Mu In knows that he will not live for many years. Let's talk about your matter later. Now hold a meeting of the Sea God Pavilion and tell me what happened. With Mu Lao, the Sea God Pavilion also has a backbone. The Sea God Pavilion meeting was soon held inside the golden tree. Mu Lao sat in the main seat, and on his two sides were Xian Lao and Song Lao. Then all the members of the Sea God Pavilion and Shrek sat on both sides of the conference table. Tell me, what happened in the academy during my absence? Under Muin's order, Yin Xiaozhi began to explain to Mu Lao what happened during this period. Teacher, it's like this. During your absence, Shrek was very calm at first, but for some reason, Xiaotao's situation was discovered by an evil soul master, and it was an evil soul master from the Holy Spirit Church. The leader this time was Feng Ling, the deputy leader of the Holy Spirit Church. I thought that my cultivation should be higher than hers, after not seeing her for such a long time, but with the appearance of his 3 purple, 5 black and 1 red soul ring ratio, his soul power was as high as level 96. I was no match for her. Fortunately, there was Old Song's attack, but as Old Song rushed towards Feng Ling, a titled Douluo of the evil soul master actually burned his soul ring and life to block Old Song, and then his body suddenly exploded, and he was going to die with Old Song. Old Song's Blue Shadow Eagle is a top-notch agile attack beast spirit. Although Old Song leapt at the fastest speed, he was still affected by the explosion. After Old Song was injured, we fell into a disadvantage, but the situation was still controllable at this time. Until more than 30 evil spirit masters of the Soul Saint level appeared on the Holy Spirit Church side. They began to burn their spirits and spirit rings and rushed towards many inner courtyard disciples. Among them, a large number of inner courtyard disciples such as Chu Qitian and Yifan were killed. We were completely at a disadvantage because of the fear of the consequences. Even Wu Ming and Han Ruoruo were captured alive by Feng Ling, who said that they would be taken away to the Holy Spirit Church to become saints. I definitely can't agree to this kind of thing, so I was angry. Angry for a while. Xian Liner sneered. If it weren't for the relationship between Yin Xiaozhi and Feng Ling, they didn't eliminate Feng Ling in their early years, and her mother Old Song wouldn't have been so seriously injured. I still killed 2 soul saints, not just because I was angry. Besides, the evil soul masters and students were mixed together, so I couldn't hurt the students with my full strength. Yin Xiaozhi said with a wry smile. Humph! Xian Liner snorted coldly, and turned her head away from him. You said the Holy Spirit Church came for Xiaotao, but where is Xiaotao? Halfway through the fight, we found out that Feng Ling's attack was actually a feint. The purpose was to lure us and Master Xian away, but Master Xian was not there at the time, and then this feint became the real attack of the Holy Spirit Church. The 30 soul saints whose lives were about to end, and the titled Douluo who burned his life, and another titled Douluo, they were actually used to cover the rear at the beginning, but Yin Xiaozhi was a little embarrassed to continue. With Moon's absence, the original feint turned into a full-scale attack. In the end, Wu Ming, Han Ruoruo and Ma Xiaoao were taken away by the Holy Spirit Church. Shrek really lost both face and substance in this battle. Fortunately, the Holy Spirit Church did not come to destroy Shrek this time. In addition, after the Holy Spirit Church withdrew collectively, Xian Lao rushed back as soon as possible. They finally stabilized people's hearts, and did not let the situation deteriorate further. Then Moon returned, and now the Sea God Pavilion meeting. That is to say, this time Shrek not only suffered heavy losses, but also 3 students, Ma Xiaotao, Wu Ming and Han Ruoruo, were captured. It is estimated that they will become the saints of the Holy Spirit Church in the future? Yes, teacher, Shrek suffered heavy losses this time, but fortunately you are back. With your return, Shrek will be stable. With your return, Shrek's sky will be back. In addition to Lixian, Shrek will be able to regroup again in no time. At this point, Yin Xiaozhi paused. Wait a minute, teacher, where is Lixian? Why hasn't she come back yet? Alas, it's a long story, and I don't want to explain anything more. You just need to understand one thing. There is now a soul guide in the Mingda Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire that makes me feel that I will die. That terrifying sense of danger, I even thought that there was a 700,000-year-old beast staring at me. Chapter 129. A 700,000-year-old beast. Has the soul technology of the Sun Moon Empire reached this point? When Moon said that the threat posed by the soul guide of the Sun Moon Empire to him was comparable to that of a 700,000-year-old beast, everyone in the Sea God Pavilion was shocked. They knew that the soul guide of the Sun Moon Empire should not be bad, but they did not expect that it had reached this point. A 700,000-year-old beast, unless Moon fought desperately with the power of the Shrek Golden Tree, otherwise, in Moon's current state, it can be said that there is no chance of winning. Mr. Mu, is there a possibility that the soul guide of the Sun Moon Empire is not dangerous to you, but a real beast? After all, the Sun Moon Empire has a 700,000-year-old evil emperor. Moon shook his head. On my way back, I also used my spiritual sense to scan the demon forest. The 790,000-year-old demon emperor was still in the demon forest. And given the relationship between humans and soul beasts, the demon emperor would not help the Sun Moon Empire, so it was not the demon emperor who made me feel dangerous. Apart from the demon emperor and Emperor Tian, the Snow Emperor was the only one in the entire Douluo continent who could reach the level of 700,000 years. But how could he appear in the Sun Moon Empire and help the Sun Moon Empire? In addition, if the Snow Emperor really broke through the 700,000-year level and was willing to help the Sun Moon Empire, as long as the Snow Emperor wanted to do something, I would never be able to come back alive. Once the Soul Beast breaks through the 700,000-year level, it is not something that humans can defeat. Even the ultimate Douluo at the peak of human power will only end up being killed. Hurry up and upgrade the Soul Guide. Now the Sun Moon Empire is not sure how strong their Soul Guide is. Once the Soul Guide of the Sun Moon Empire is sure that it can really kill the ultimate Douluo, even if the current Sun Moon Empire Emperor is a coward, the war will still begin, and the armies of the original Douluo Three Kingdoms will be crushed by the Sun Moon Empire's army. I have agreed with them to exchange students later. I hope that these exchange students can make our Soul Guide technology a little better. Mr. Mu, although we also want to, it is probably impossible to upgrade the Soul Guide to a higher level in a short period of time with just some exchange students. No, there is actually a way that may be able to do it. When other elders of the Sea God Pavilion thought that upgrading the Soul Guide could not be done in a short period of time, Fan Yu, who was sitting at the end of the Sea God Pavilion meeting, stood up. He was only a member of the Sea God Pavilion, and not an elder with 8 rings, but with his Soul Guide talent that was actually the first in Shrek, what he said at this time was still credible in front of other elders. What do you think, Fan Yu? Moonin looked at Fan Yu and motioned him to continue. Mr. Mu, there are 3 level 9 Soul Guides in the Sun and Moon Empire, and we... Before Fan Yu finished speaking, Moonin corrected him. Wait a minute, you are wrong about one thing. There are definitely more than 3 level 9 Soul Guides in the Sun Moon Empire. We were too complacent before. This time when I went to the Sun Moon Empire, I saw more than 3 level 9 Soul Guides. I am afraid that there are more than 10 level 9 Soul Guides in the Sun Moon Empire. Pay attention to this information. Okay, you continue. Yes, Elder Mu. Elder Mu, and all the elders, normally we can't surpass the Soul Guide technology of the Sun Moon Empire in a short period of time, but if we can't surpass it, we can find a way to replicate it. Replicate? Listening to Fan Yu's words, many elders became interested. Fan Yu nodded. Yes, we can't surpass and catch up with us, but we can find a way to replicate it, relying on the previous Extreme Single Soldier plan. The Extreme Single Soldier plan is a super soldier that combines intelligence gathering, assassination, lurking, and targeted blasting. We can completely replicate the Sun Moon Empire's technology through this super soldier. Old Mu knocked on the table. Go on, I need to know the specific steps to judge the feasibility of this matter. That's right, my plan is very simple. Some time ago, our Soul Guidance Department had a new student named Hui Yuhao. His martial soul is eyes, and his first soul skill is vision sharing. This soul skill alone can't do anything, but what if his second soul skill is perspective? As long as Shrek and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy have exchanged students, let Hui Yuhao get the second soul skill of perspective, and then send Hui Yuhao over. He will use the second soul skill to see the internal structure of the Sun Moon Empire Soul Guide device clearly, and then with his vision sharing, let Hikaitu also watch and record the results of the perspective, and then draw on paper, so that we can have the blueprint of the Sun Moon Empire Soul Guide device. As Fan Yu said, one of the elders raised a question. It's a good idea, but it doesn't seem feasible. The people of the Sun Moon Empire are not fools. When Hui Yuhao uses his soul skills, it's impossible for him not to be discovered. Mr. Gong, you are right. Normally, it's impossible for such a thing not to be discovered. Fortunately, Hui Yuhao is not even level 20 now. We only need some pills, and set the time of the exchange student to 1 or 2 years later. We can beat Hui Yuhao to level 30 or above. As long as Hui Yuhao's third soul ring soul skill is a simulation, we can deceive those people of the Sun Moon Empire. The second soul ring can see through the third soul ring and simulate it. The simulated soul skills are fine, but the soul skills that can see through seem to be produced by at least 1,000-year-old soul beast. Can his physical fitness absorb 1,000-year-old soul ring when he has the second soul ring? Yin Xiaozha frowned and said, Dean Yin, normally it is indeed impossible, but Hui Yuhao is a spiritual soul master, and it is no problem for the second soul ring to withstand the 1,000-year-old soul fluctuations. As for physical fitness, only a few thousand-year-old whale glue and a soul bone are needed. Hearing Fan Yu say this, Yin Xiaozhi could not sit still. Xian Duo, you are waiting for me here. Do you know how precious a soul bone is? Although this proposal was made by Fan Yu, Yin Xiaozhi still directly confronted Qian Duo. But this time, before Qian Duo could say anything, Moon suppressed Yin Xiaozhi. That's enough, Xiaozhi, you are too petty. It's time now. If you don't give the soul bone out, will it be used as compensation in the future? This time, the soul bone martial soul system has been released. Take a soul bone of 10,000 years level. Since you are working for a Shrek, you have to pay the price for your life. Set the time for the exchange student to be 1 year later. After 1 year, let Hui Yuhao's cultivation reach level 30. A 3-ring soul master will not attract anyone's attention. It is best for him to use perspective and draw the blueprint. This way, it will not attract attention. That's it. Chapter 130. As Moon had finished speaking, it was decided that Hui Yuhao would steal the blueprint. The Sea God Pavilion Master personally gave a death order, so naturally no one would refute it here. After this meeting, send a 10,000-year soul bone, whale glue, and a soul-raising pill to Hui Yuhao. He is now level 17. With the soul-raising pill and the 10,000-year soul bone, he can reach level 20 in a month at most. At that time, his soul ring will be. Old Moo, let me go. I always cause trouble for Shrek. Please allow me to make up for my mistakes this time. I promise that this time Hui Yuhao will obtain the perspective soul skill intact and will never let his life be in danger. When Moon In was about to arrange a soul Douluo to help Hui Yuhao obtain the 1,000-year level perspective soul skill, Old Xian spoke up and took over the task. When Moon In heard Old Xian's voice, his first reaction was that something was wrong. But then, he thought that Old Xian was a level 98 existence after all. It was just a 1,000-year level soul skill, and it was a 1,000-year level. In this situation, it should not be wrong no matter how you look at it. In addition, after all, Xian Lao is the second person under him. With his lifespan less than 10 years, everything in the future will be handed over to Xian Lao. It is better to give Xian Lao such a task that will not cause any problems to gain experience. Well, then you will be responsible for Hui Yuhao's 1,000-year soul ring. After he obtains the 1,000-year soul ring, give Hui Yuhao some medicine that can improve his strength. After his soul power breaks through level 27, ask him to come to the golden tree. I will personally ensure that he breaks through level 30, and then confirm the absorption limit of his third soul ring, so as to make his simulated soul skills last longer as much as possible. In addition, this matter must be kept highly confidential. The Sun Moon Empire must not be aware of Hui Yuhao's true ability. At that time, Hikaitu will show his talent to attract the attention of other soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire. Hui Yuhao will behave normally and not attract too much attention like other soul masters, so as to facilitate the acquisition of the blueprints of the Sun Moon Empire. Yes, Elder Mu. Under the dominance of Moon In, Hui Yuhao's theft of the blueprints of the Sun Moon Empire soul guides was quickly decided. His inconspicuous 3-ring cultivation level reassured many elders. Then, there is the next competition. Because of the development of soul guides in the Sun Moon Empire, I didn't find a chance to kill Xiao Chong. Instead, I encountered a soul guide who is more powerful than Jing Hongchen. Now they are on guard, and it is impossible to kill him again. Shrek must not lose twice in a row, otherwise Shrek will be in danger. Many elders nodded. Without the title of the first in the continent, Shrek would not be able to absorb the top talents in the entire continent. Without the top talents, Shrek would decline in a few generations with its teaching quality. At that time, Shrek would become a brother in distress like them. There are 3 15-year-old martial soul kings in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy. In the next competition, their soul power is estimated to be no less than level 67, and the most difficult one among them is Xiao Chong. The first problem to defeat him is his mental power. Therefore, we must have 7 or even more soul guides to resist mental power to ensure the fault tolerance rate. Mr. Mu, I'm afraid we can't make it. Soul guides that defend against spirits are rare, and to guarantee the defense of spirits, we probably need a 7th level soul guide. Our soul guides. Then you said embarrassedly. Shrek's soul guide system couldn't make the soul guides they wanted, and this sounded wrong. If you can't make it, buy it? We still have 5 years. We can secretly buy 2 7th level soul guides a year. This should be possible. No problem, Mr. Mu. Just leave it to me if you want to buy it, Mr. Song said. If Shrek's Jubao Pavilion really wants to buy something, it can still buy it with some power. Without worrying about mental strength, the next step is combat power. The Sun Moon Empire can no longer use chocolate to secretly assist. In this case, we can only rely on hard power to defeat them. It will not be a problem for Ning Tian of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to cultivate to level 50 in 5 years. With her assistance, a 5-ring Soul King can be comparable to a 6-ring Soul Emperor, and a 6-ring Soul Emperor can fight against a 7-ring Soul Saint in a non-martial soul true body state, so Ning Tian's presence in the next competition is necessary. But this is not enough. To defeat Xiao Chang, you need the real Soul Saint combat power combined with the increase of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. I will stabilize Beibei's bloodline, and then find a way to make his soul power reach level 70 before the competition, and use the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower to assist Beibei's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. But this is still not enough. Teacher, you can give Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu certain resources. With enough resources, it should not be a problem for Dai Huabin to reach the 6th ring, and Zhu Lu to reach the 5th ring in 5 years. The power of the martial soul fusion skills of the 5-ring Soul King and the 6-ring Soul Emperor is so powerful that even the Soul Saints of ordinary martial souls have to avoid it. With the increase of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower and Beibei, who can reach the 7th ring, we are equivalent to having the combat power of 2 high-level Soul Saints. Moon nodded. Yes, if there are 2 high-level Soul Saints, there shouldn't be any problem fighting Xiao Chang, but the others later. Teacher, Soul Masters can improve their strength quickly by relying on drugs, but after the 5th ring, even the effect of good pills will be greatly reduced, and they may not all reach Soul Saint. And Su Sancher and Ikaitu will almost certainly reach Soul Emperor in 5 years. With the increase of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, they are equivalent to high-level Soul Emperors. It shouldn't be a problem for the 2 of them to fight against Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen. Jiang Nanan is a little bit behind, but I have also found Xiao Xiao, who is more suitable to become the next generation of Shrek 7 Devils than Jiang Nanan. Although Xiao Xiao is not even a soul master now, he has twin martial souls. As long as resources are allocated, it will definitely not be a problem for Xiao Xiao to reach Soul King in more than 50 levels in 5 years. His second martial soul has only got a 100-year level first soul ring. Although this is not good, for the honor of Shrek, we might as well follow Xiao Chang's example. After Xiao Xiao reaches level 50, we can appropriately add certain soul rings to Xiao Zhao's second martial soul. Soul rings that exceed the normal Soul Master's absorption limit can increase the Soul Master's soul power by 2 levels or more. We can take out 2 10,000-year soul bones as compensation, so that each of Xiao Zhao's soul rings can increase his soul power by 2 levels. In this way, as long as Xiao Xiao cultivates to level 50, 5 10,000-year soul rings that exceed the normal absorption limit can directly make Xiao Zhao's soul power reach level 60, becoming a 64th level Soul Emperor with 7 10,000-year soul rings. And the soul rings we give Xiao Xiao are all 10,000-year level soul rings, which is worthy of her. Moon frowned when he heard it, but thought of Shrek's honor and said nothing. Pick a better soul bone for Xiao Xiao. Teacher, don't worry. Xiao Xiao is my martial soul disciple. The quality of soul bones is absolutely guaranteed. After Mu In finished speaking, most of the elders breathed a sigh of relief. With Mu's agreement, Xiao Zhao's situation was settled. With the boost from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, 2 high-level Soul Saints, and 3 high-level Soul Emperors, it seems that Shrek has the advantage in the next all-continent high-level Soul Master competition. Chapter 131. The Core Circle of the Far North. How do you feel? Xiao Chang looked at his brother Xiao Sheng and asked. Fortunately, the Bone Dragon Martial Soul has ice attributes, and I can still tolerate the cold here with the help of the Bone Dragon Martial Soul. After releasing the Bone Dragon Martial Soul, Xiao Sheng was not affected much by the quality of the Martial Soul, but the gap between Soul Power and Martial Soul made him unable to be as casual as Xiao Chang. Be patient for a while. Shuedi should not be too slow with her understanding of the Far North, and it is estimated that she will be back soon. Okay. Because Dragon Valley is not on this continent, it is not realistic to let Xiao Sheng go directly to Dragon Valley. If you want to go to another continent, you must either have the strength of an extreme Douluo, or a super Douluo with a 9th level soul guide, or a country must mobilize its forces to prepare. Xiao Chang cannot prepare the forces of a country. Xiao Chang only has Shuedi, an extreme Douluo, and it is obvious that he cannot spare the time. Then the only thing that can be done is to have a super Douluo and a level 9 soul guide. Thanks to the treasure house of the Hongchen family, Xiao Chang has several level 9 soul guides. As for super Douluo, Xiao Chang does not have one, but Shuedi can have one. When a soul beast reaches 200,000 years, its soul power is equivalent to that of a level 95 Super Douluo, and Shuedi's adopted son, Ice Bear King Xiaobai, just meets this level. So Xiao Chang told Shui Di that he needed a 200,000-year-old soul beast to help. After Shui Di agreed, the two followed Shui Di to the extreme north. After arriving in this area that belongs exclusively to Shui Di went to find Ice Bear King Xiaobai. Because this is the area that belongs exclusively to the Snow Emperor, other soul beasts dare not invade, and the safety here is guaranteed. The only disadvantage is the cold. However, this cold is nothing to Xiao Chang, but it is a bit difficult for Xiao Sheng, who is only in his 40s. Shortly after Xiao Chang finished speaking, a huge ice bear ran towards this side quickly. Even if the huge body was moving forward on all fours, it was estimated to be 15 meters away. Even if it was deliberately restrained, the fierce aura could make people feel that it was at least 100,000 years old soul beast. If it weren't for the fact that the Snow Emperor was sitting on the head of the ice bear, Xiao Chang could confirm that it was the ice bear King Xiaobai. Just based on the momentum, Xiao Chang would have to think about how to run. The huge ice bear came to Xiao Chang all the way, and then its head stuck to the snow. Although half of his face had already fallen into the snow, the height of that half of the face alone exceeded Xiao Chang's height. As expected, he is a being that can compete with the Titan Snow Demon Ape. His body is not much worse than the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Humph, that guy is indeed taller than me, but in terms of attack and defense, I am not worse than him. That guy is just a little bigger. Ice Bear King Xiaobai said confidently. Okay, Xiaobai, get smaller. It's not convenient for you to talk like this. The Snow Emperor got off the head of Ice Bear King Xiaobai, and then the body of Ice Bear King Xiaobai gradually shrank and turned into a round human. What's the matter, Mom? The Snow Emperor pointed at Xiao Sheng. I need you to take him to another continent to find a place called Dragon Valley, and then wait for the Dragon Valley to open, and let him stay in for 3 years, and then bring him back. No problem, Mom, leave it to me. Ice Bear King Xiaobai patted his chest and promised, but he immediately thought of a problem. By the way, Mom, how do I get to the other continent, and the Dragon Valley? Is it far from here? How much food should I bring on the way? As Ice Bear King Xiaobai said, Xiao Chang took out several storage soul guides. The food is in these 2 white rings. I prepared some for you according to the taste that Shui Di said. In addition, there are some other foods you can also try. The black one contains 2 level 9 soul guide aircrafts, one for normal use and one for backup. If you use your soul power at full power, the speed can be comparable to that of an ordinary extreme Douluo. It is to prevent you from encountering something you can't beat, and you can use this soul guide to leave. The blue one contains a level 9 fixed soul guide shell. It doesn't require much soul power, and its power is almost comparable to a blow from Shui Di. The number is limited, so you should use it carefully. At a critical moment, it can be used to save your life. The red one contains a soul guide cannon. After injecting soul power, you can release ultra-long-range attacks. After all, you are unfamiliar with the other continent. If you encounter a powerful existence, you can use the speed of the extreme Douluo to attack with this soul guide cannon. Finally, the purple one contains a defensive soul guide. With your soul power level, you can even barely defend against the attack of the Snow Emperor. Xiao Chang handed a few pre-prepared things to the Ice Bear King Xiaobai, and then took him to simply test the power of various soul guides except the 9th level fixed soul guide shells. Are these things so powerful? Mom, I know you're the best to me. With these things, I can definitely beat the guy Atai after I find him. Ice Bear King Xiaobai paused. But speaking of it, Atai has been missing for a long time. Where did that guy go? Is he afraid of me? Hearing Ice Bear King Xiaobai say that Titan Snow Demon King was missing, Snow Emperor didn't care much. After all, his cultivation of more than 200,000 years was not within the range of human hunting spirit rings, and it was even more impossible for anyone to hunt the 3 kings of the far north in this place. And in the absence of humans, even if Titan Snow Demon King died, it would only be an internal fight between soul beasts, so it didn't matter. As long as Ice Emperor and Xiaobai were fine, it would be fine. Ah Sheng, go with him. In addition to the special energy in the dragon bones that can cleanse the body, there are also a large number of dragon bones. It would be best if your bone dragon martial soul can be improved there. Even if it cannot be improved, if you use the bone dragon as your martial soul, you may be able to obtain some soul bones there. Those in the Dragon Valley are all real dragon bones. Even ordinary real dragon bones are equivalent to 100,000 your soul bones, so if you have the chance, absorb as much as possible. Soul bones? I know. Xiao Sheng didn't say much. He didn't trust soul beasts very much, but he believed in his elder brother. Since his elder brother thought it was okay, he did it. However, If his bone dragon martial soul could fuse the real dragon bones into soul bones in the Dragon Valley, and those soul bones were comparable to 100,000-year soul bones. Xiaoshang looked at Xiaochang, wondering if the bone dragon martial soul could extract soul bones alone without absorbing them. Chapter 132. In the Mingda Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire. You want to go out? After Jing Hongchen had just broken through the 94th level, Xiaochang approached Jing Hongchen and said that he wanted to ask for leave for a while. Yes. Jing Hongchen thought about it, then nodded. I find a title Douluo to protect you. That's not necessary. I have a good idea about this time. It won't be dangerous. Hearing what Xiaochang said, Jing Hongchen thought of Xiaochang's previous Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and the special Third Soul skill. At that time, Xiaochang seemed to go alone. Will you have other opportunities? Almost. Jing Hongchen thought about it, then took out the Red Dust Blessing and several fixed soul guide shells on his body. Take these with you. If you don't have enough, come back anytime to get them. In addition, this is the most advanced soul guide device at present. With this thing, you can ask me or even the Sun Moon Empire royal family for help at any time. Xiaochang accepted it without hesitation, and then said goodbye to Jing Hongchen. He returned to the Earl's mansion given by the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, and prepared to go to the ice and fire Yuanyang hot pot. He had to go to that place after all. Now Xiaochang was already level 59. If he didn't wait until he was level 70 or 80, it would be useless at that time. Moreover, Xiaochang didn't plan to delay Mu Qingxue's 100,000-year soul ring any longer. With the 100,000-year soul ring brought to him by the 100,000-year soul spirit, Mu Qingxue should be able to reach level 80 or above. Although the extreme fire of more than 80 levels was not bad, this kind of combat power was a little lacking in the battlefield in the later stage. Xiaochang didn't know when the butterfly effect he brought would start the war, so the sooner he prepared that kind of thing, the better. As for Tang San's divine consciousness, Xiaochang was not too worried. There might not be divine consciousness in the ice and fire mandarin duck pot. After all, if there was divine consciousness there, and if divine consciousness could really do something, the immortal herbs in the mandarin duck pot would not have a chance to nourish the ice and fire dragon king to resist the Tang Sect. In addition, this period is only Douluo 2 after all. Tang San at this time is not able to cover the sky with one hand in the God realm. Destruction is always watching Tang San. Throughout Douluo 2, except for the Qianquan Dog Training Valley, every time Tang San made a move, it was related to his daughter. Whether his daughter's consciousness was penetrated by someone, or his daughter used the 9th soul skill of the sea god to descend, or his daughter's boyfriend had a child with someone else due to special circumstances, every time Tang San made a move, it was based on his daughter as a shield. Life and Destruction really treated Tang San's daughter as their own daughter because they had no children. Therefore, when Tang San's daughter was bullied, even if Tang San went to the lower world, they turned a blind eye. After all, even if there is no such relationship, it is not impossible for a father to intervene when his daughter is bullied. During the Douluo 2 period, Tang San was still relatively obedient. Even though the Tang Sect had already declined, he was obsessed with the Tang Sect and did not choose to directly use the mechanical deity to plot against Hui Yuhao. Instead, he used some other means to revive the Tang Sect without violating the laws of the God realm. This already explains a lot. After all, Tang San has a lot of black material, but there is no doubt that he is obsessed with the Tang Sect. The Tang Sect was close to extinction, but he did not take action, which is enough to show that the God realm still had a lot of restrictions on him during the Douluo 2 period. Xiaolan, what level are you now? After returning to the Earl's mansion, Xiaochang rubbed his sister's head and asked. Level 33. Xiaochang nodded. Xiaolan, who was already level 9 half a year ago, ate the Sun and Moon Divine Pill, which could grow a congenital level 5 pill. If Xiaolan ate it, she should be around level 13. And the 6,000-year level Spirit Ring is a bit beyond the tolerance of a normal level 40 Spirit Master. Refer to Tang San and Do Yi, who increased his spirit power by 6 levels at a time when he was 60 levels by absorbing a 100,000-year Spirit Ring by 30 levels. It is normal for his sister to directly increase to level 25 when she merged with the first Spirit Ring. The first Spirit Ring directly increased her spirit power by 6 levels, and then merged with the second Spirit Ring, and then increased her spirit power by 5 levels. After practicing for half a year, she increased her spirit power by another 5 levels. After reaching level 30, she merged with the third Spirit Ring and directly reached level 33. It fully demonstrated that hard work is nothing in front of cheating. That's right. You can go with me this time. I help you break through to level 40. It's been more than half a year since Xiaolan took the Sun and Moon pill. And that was when she was less than level 10. With the help of the Snow Emperor's Snow Pill, there should be no drug residue in Xiaolan's body now. Although the Narcissus Jade muscles and bones that made Zhu Juqing grow to level 7 soul power in Douluo may not necessarily increase Xiaolan, who is level 33, by 7 levels, it should be no problem to increase her soul power to level 6.5. By then, she can practice casually and eat some soul beast meat. She should be able to reach level 40 in 1 or 2 months. It's a good opportunity to go to the Star Do Great Forest to get Xiaolan a 10,000-year 4th ring, and get herself a 100,000-year 6th ring. You can reach level 40 at the age of 10? Are you serious? Mu Qingxue said on the side. He thought he was already talented enough. He reached level 30 at the age of 10. Although his soul power was a little worse than Xiaolan's, he also reached level 31 at the age of 10. But is it really possible for Xiaolan to reach level 40 directly at the age of 10? Of course, I know a place where there is a kind of fairy grass that can directly improve the soul master by 6 or 7 levels. Fairy grass? Mu Qingxue frowned. This should be considered as taking medicine. If you use that kind of thing, your foundation may be unstable. Unstable foundation? No, the reason why the fairy grass is called fairy grass is that it can stabilize the foundation if taken. Otherwise, Miss Qingxue, why do you think the original Shrek 7 devils have the ability to become gods? Their talents were not very good at the beginning. Some of them even had only level 7 and 8 soul power, which was just reaching the standard line of genius at best. But can you find the same genius and earth treasure fairy grass as Tang San's period? This? Who knows, maybe I will find it if I am lucky. But let's not talk about this for now. Pack up and get ready to go, so as not to encounter something and be unable to leave later. By the way, Nana, come with us, and see if you can break through level 50 during this period. Yes, master. In this way, Xiao Chong, Mu Qingxue, Xiaolan and Nana prepared to leave the Sun Moon Empire and go to Binghui Yuanyang Hotpot, but just as they were about to leave, someone blocked the door. Count Xiao, I am Su Tianran. Nice to meet you for the first time. Su Tianran showed a gentle smile, but in Xiao Chong's eyes. It's unlucky to have a jinx coming just before leaving. Chapter 133. It's the Crown Prince. I'm so sorry. Although he had already greeted Su Tianran's mother in his heart, Xiao Chong was still pretending to be friendly with Su Tianran. After all, his own strength is limited now, and it's not the time to offend him casually. You don't have to do this, Earl Xiao. I also want to meet you, a young man who has won glory for our Sun Moon Empire. Now it seems that heroes are born young. This is a little personal gift from me. Please don't refuse, Earl Xiao. As the Crown Prince Su Tianran said, a guard came to Xiao Chong with a tray in his hand. There were 2 bottles on the tray, and Su Tianran introduced them slowly. The white jade bottle contains some Xianbing marrow fluid, which is a great tonic for ice-attributed soul masters, but the thing in the blue bottle is more precious. It contains the tears of the evil eye tyrant for 100,000 years, which can greatly enhance the spiritual power of soul masters. It is a rare treasure in my Sun Moon Empire. Your Highness, there is no reward without merit. I haven't reported these things to the teacher yet, so I really dare not accept them privately. Xiao Chong heard that this was the personal intention of the Crown Prince Su Tianran. If he accepted this thing, Xiao Chong would be inexplicably joining the Crown Prince's ship. After all, in this era, there is no saying that I accept your things, but it doesn't mean I surrender to you. Xiao Chong joined the Crown Prince's ship, and Jing Hongchen's attitude in a sense could be almost determined. Unless Jing Hongchen really stood up and said that he and the Crown Prince were irreconcilable, otherwise after a period of subtle communication, others would think that Jing Hongchen and the Crown Prince were in the same party. Although Jing Hongchen may not do anything for the prince, as long as he is tacitly regarded as a member of the prince's party, his status is enough to ensure that the prince will secure the throne in the future. In the original novel, Jing Hongchen was suddenly helped by the prince, and got on the prince's pirate ship inexplicably. After that, he was pushed around in various ways. Coupled with some mistakes caused by Hui Yuhao, Jing Hongchen was miserable in the later period. Su Tianran was not angry when he saw Xiao Chong refuse what he gave, but became more kind in his smile. Even though he could resist the temptation in the face of top cultivation resources, Earl Xiao is truly a pillar of our Sun Moon Empire. With Earl Xiao's character, he will probably not only be an earl in the future, but he will also be able to become a duke easily in the future. Prince, you are too kind. It was just a fluke that I was able to defeat Shrek and obtain the title of Earl. The title of Duke is still too far away for me, and I dare not think too much about it. What are you talking about? In my opinion, Earl Shao is completely qualified for the title of Duke in the future. The meaning of the words of Prince Su Tianran was very clear. Come to my side, and I will give you the title of Duke in the future. Xiao Chong also heard the meaning of the prince's words, but he did not believe Su Tianran's words at all. Not to mention that Su Tianran did not say it clearly at all, it was simply a pie in the sky. Even if he said it clearly, Xiao Chong would not choose to stand on his side. Xiao Chong clasped his fists to the prince and said, "The Earl's matter was a fluke, and I dare not even think about the Duke's matter. Besides, I am very satisfied with the current situation and do not want any changes. Earl Shao is not greedy for power, which makes me admire him. However, if Earl Shao has new ideas one day, my door is always open to young heroes like you. Your Highness, thank you for your compliments. I am just more used to following the teacher's footsteps. I will do whatever the teacher does." Xiao Chong neither accepted nor rejected the praise and solicitation of the prince. He just used Jing Hongshan as a shield. After rejecting the prince's solicitation, Xiao Chong led his men away. When Xiao Chong walked away, the smile on the originally gentle face of the Prince Su Tianran completely disappeared, replaced by a fierce look of wanting to bite someone. "Your Highness, this Xiao Chong is too ungrateful. You have to teach him a lesson." "Forget it. Some things will leave some evidence as long as they are done. At least we can't push Jing Hongshan to the opposite side of us now." Su Tianran rejected his subordinate's proposal. Although Xiao Chong's actions suddenly extended his father's life for several years in a sense, which made him have more bumps on the road to the throne. He was the one who wanted to kill Xiao Chong the most, but now, he couldn't let others catch the handle, and push Jing Hongshan to the opposite side of him. He is not the Su Tianran in the middle and late period of the original novel. Thanks to Xiao Chong who extended his father's life for a period of time, if it were not for the deterrence of the Holy Spirit Church's fighting power, it would be hard to say whether he could hold on to his position as the crown prince. Once the emperor's health improves, his inhumane things may be discovered as time goes by, and then everything he did before will be a wedding dress for others. Damn it. Su Tianran cursed inwardly, and everything he said was reproduced by Xiao Chong using mental detection and lip reading. Sure enough, he is scolding me, but it's a pity that he didn't do it. If Su Tianran really took action, it would be nice to bring his men alive to Jing Hongshan to make things more difficult for Su Tianran. It was a pity that Su Tianran endured it, so Xiao Chong had no way to attack Su Tianran for a while. If he wanted to make things difficult for Su Tianran, he could only think of other ways later. Ice and fire in Yan'ai. After a few days of searching, Xiao Chong and others finally came to the periphery of ice and fire in Yan'ai. Then Xiao Chong and Xue Di went in and temporarily left Mu Qingxue, Nana, and Xiaolan outside the ice and fire in Yan'ai. 8-angled mysterious ice grass, fiery apricot, fragrant Qilua fairy product, Qilua tulip, 8-petal fairy orchid, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, starry spirit pearl, earth dragon golden gourd. How did you find this place? Tianming said in disbelief in Xiao Chong's spiritual sea. It was just luck. Xiao Chong passed by the Youxiang Qilua Xianpin and came to Liahua Xingjiashu, opening up the spiritual sharing to her, allowing her to see Tianming, Bingdi, and Yi Lang in his spiritual sea. Hello, senior. I am Xiao Chong. With the help of Tianming, a million-year-old soul beast, I have created a soul system that allows soul beasts and soul masters to coexist. In this system, soul beasts do not have to be hunted by soul masters, and can become a part of the soul master's progress. If the soul master is expected to become a god in the future, then the soul beast will also ascend to the god realm. Even if the soul master cannot become a god, the soul beast's meaning can be preserved in the future and continue to survive in the consciousness of other soul masters. I hope you can become a part of this system. Xiao Chong explained to Liahua Xingjiashu briefly, and then Tianming and Bingdi told Liahua Xingjiashu many specific details, confirming that this method is really feasible as a soul beast, and dispelling Liahua Xingjiashu's doubts. After understanding the cause, and the current result of the incident, Liahua Xingjiashu said, "Get lost. I'm staying here well, I'm not interested in becoming a soul." If it was 10,000 years later when the deadline came, Liahua Xingjiashu would have been convinced, but she had just passed the 100,000-year mark and still had 10,000 years of life left, so she didn't want to gamble. Well, in that case, I could only find other soul beasts to be souls for Mu Qingxue. As for you, forget it, I hunt you down and use you as a soul ring when the time comes. Liahua Xingjiashu, shock. Chapter 134. Wait, what did you say? What if I don't want to be a spirit? Liahua Xingjiashu felt like she had misheard something. If you don't want to be a spirit, you can use it to hunt for spirit rings and spirit bones later. Don't worry, I make it easier for you. Since a 100,000-year spirit beast will definitely produce spirit bones, I naturally don't have the intention of deliberately torturing the spirit beast. Listening to Xiao Chang's words, Liahua Xingjiashu was silent for a long time, and then the whole spirit beast cursed. Why? Why don't you become a soul spirit? I must be your soul ring. Because soul masters in this world need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. As a soul beast, you should know your value to a level 90 soul master. I know you may not be willing to become a soul spirit, but who would be willing to become a 100,000-year soul beast that is made into a soul ring? Soul spirits are a buffer for soul beasts. If you are willing to accept me, I will save your consciousness and give you the possibility of eternal life with others. If you don't accept me, I can only say sorry to you. After all, I am a human being. Hunting 100,000-year soul beasts, when necessary, is the responsibility of every soul master. The normal state of human soul masters. I don't want to say whether this is right or wrong, because from the perspective of soul beasts, this is human greed, and from the perspective of humans, hunting higher-level soul beasts as soul rings and soul bones is also instinctive. You can call me greedy, or say that I am insidious and despicable. You are free to call me whatever you want. But after you call me that, I will make you into a soul ring as usual. With the increase of soul spirits, one day in the future, humans may no longer need to hunt soul beasts, but before that, it will take time for transformation, and a group of soul beasts may also need to be sacrificed. You, don't mind me, I was just joking. Actually, I've been here for 10,000 years, and I also want to go outside. This soul's idea coincides with mine. Feeling that what Xiao Chang said was true, Liahua Xingjiashu chose to be a wise man who knows the current situation. She also thought about asking for help from the Snow Emperor, who was also a soul beast, but the Snow Emperor was sitting on a chair made of octagonal black ice grass, playing with octagonal black ice crystals in her hands, soaking her feet in the cold spring, and enjoying the nourishment of the cold spring, and she didn't care about this at all. It goes without saying that soul beasts of the same race on this side, if they see their own race in danger, there is no problem asking for help. But if they change to another race, the soul beast on the other side may not be much better than humans, and with the relationship that the Ice Emperor is in Xiao Chang's body, Liahua Xingjiashu is sure that she really can't rely on the Snow Emperor this time. Liahua Xingjiashu is not a creature that grew up in the far north. She is not a descendant of the Snow Emperor. Her fairy grass-like soul beasts are almost the food of all other soul beasts. This time, it was thanks to the arrival of the ice-attributed soul beast of the Snow Emperor. If it was the 300,000-year-old Red King, she would be the one in danger. Now Liahua Xingjiashu is really not sure whether the 8-angled mysterious ice grass can survive. It would be best if you agree. Don't worry. The soul master I found for you this time is not bad. He is an angel martial soul, and he will be a great worshipper of my power in the future. He will be a powerful person in the future. After persuading Liahua Xingjiashu, Xiao Chang asked for the Narcissus Jade Muscle Bone, and the longing for the autumn water dew from the Youxiang Qilua Xianpin. In addition, the 8-angled mysterious ice grass volunteered to become a soul spirit, but Xiao Chang did not intend to absorb it. However, since Xiao Chang's Mangekyo Sharingan was opened, the soul spirit has entered the 3.0 state and can be successfully preserved for a long time. So Xiao Chang made the 8-angled mysterious ice grass into a soul and soul bone, and his original body just happened to be taken by Xiao Chang, breaking through the 60th level. After Xiao Chang refined the forgetful autumn water dew and the 8-angled mysterious ice grass, Xiao Chang's soul power successfully broke through the 60th level, and the Mangekyo Sharingan also supplemented the missing bloodline because of the energy of the autumn water road, and successfully reached the realm of the eternal Mangekyo. I wonder how many levels of soul power can be this time. Even if the body of the 100,000-year-old 8-angled mysterious ice grass is just an empty shell with most of its soul power taken away, it will definitely not only give Xiao Chang one level of soul power, but I don't know how much it can grow. After Xiao Chang finished speaking, he took out the silver dragon staff, and with the help of Tianming and Shuedi, he transferred the ice and fire in Yang'ai with a radius of 50 meters, and the land 50 meters below to the space opened by the silver dragon staff before. After packing up the entire ice and fire in Yang'ai and taking it away, Xiao Chang appeared beside Mu Qingxue and the others, and then called out the 100,000-year-old fiery apricot. Mu Qingxue's eyes lit up when she saw the 100,000-year-old fiery apricot. She was not sure what kind of soul beast the fiery apricot was, but she could feel the strong heat. She could feel that if she absorbed the soul ring of the fiery apricot as the 7th soul ring, she would definitely obtain the ultimate fire. The power of the ultimate fire combined with the angel martial spirit, even if she was only level 70, her strength was enough to rival the average title Douluo, not to mention that he had already broken through level 74 years ago, and his cultivation had not been completely interrupted in the past few years. With the 100,000-year soul ring, and the feedback from the previous elimination of the evil soul master, Mu Qingxue was confident that she could reach the 8th ring soul Douluo in one fell swoop. With the 8th ring soul Douluo of the ultimate fire, and the 100,000-year soul skills, she can even fight with ordinary super Douluo. Come on, Miss Qingxue, do as I say. I tell you how to fuse a 100,000-year soul. Mu Qingxue began to fuse a 100,000-year soul without any hesitation according to Xiao Chang's request. Soon, Mu Qingxue's soul rings changed from 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black to 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 1 red. Obviously, Mu Qingxue had broken through to the 7th soul saint, but Mu Qingxue did not stop absorbing at this time. After about half an hour, the second 100,000-year soul ring appeared, and then the color of the 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings in front of Mu Qingxue gradually changed, becoming the same black as his 5th and 6th soul rings. It was not until Mu Qingxue's soul rings changed to 6 black and 2 red that Mu Qingxue slowly opened her eyes and released the momentum of the 8-ring soul Douluo. Xiao Chang casually threw a crystal ball to Mu Qingxue to test the soul Douluo level soul power. With the injection of Mu Qingxue's soul power, the crystal ball showed the number 83. Obviously, Mu Qingxue had become a soul Douluo at level 83. Feeling the abundant soul power of level 83 and the ratio of 6 black and 2 red soul rings, Mu Qingxue even felt as if she was in another world. Not to mention the soul emperor to soul Douluo, but this soul ring ratio is incredible enough. You can use that special method on me. I can feel that she can condense another 100,000-year soul ring for me, and these 6 black soul rings have exceeded the scope we agreed at the beginning. Xiao Chang nodded, then made a prayer gesture with his hands, and then his 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th soul rings began to merge. The 3 soul rings transformed by Tianeng into 100,000-year soul rings merged with the 5th soul ring, which was originally 100,000 years. Normally, the normal addition should be a 400,000-year soul ring, but whether it is Huowu in Do-E or Su Sanshur in Do-Er, they have proved that soul rings are not simple additions, but some kind of exponential multiplication. The soul rings that add up to 400,000 years have been transformed into a golden million-year soul ring under the ring fusion. As the million-year soul ring lights up, Xiao Chang's eyes slowly open, and his blood-red eyes give people a weird feeling. This is Xiao Chang's first soul ring, the million-year soul skill upgraded after the ring fusion, the commandment. When Xiao Chang's eyes are fully opened, the original prayer gesture is also spread out, and then Xiao Chang slowly says a sentence. Please, no matter what happens, never betray me. As Xiao Chang's voice fell, Mu Qingxue felt that something seemed to appear in his mind, but this feeling in his mind did not make him feel uncomfortable. This is the limitation of the million-year soul skill, but as long as Mu Qingxue does not touch it, it will not cause harm to her. Chapter 135. What is your new soul skill? After the discipline was given, Xiao Chang directly asked about Mu Qingxue's soul skills. The 7th soul ring is the normal martial soul true body, the 8th soul ring gives the angel holy fire sword and angel flame explosion respectively, and the soul skills of the trunk bone are the ultimate fire domain and ultimate fire body. The ultimate fire body can turn my body into flames for a short time. In that state, other people's attacks on me will be invalid, but that state has a time limit. Xiao Chang nodded, and did not continue to ask. It was enough for him to have an idea of Mu Qingxue's strength in his mind. It was not yet time for Mu Qingxue to really play. Yes, Xiaolin should be about to reach level 40. After she completely absorbs the power of the medicine, we will go to the Star Do Great Forest to find a new soul for her and me. Outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. Hu Yuhao was very happy recently. He took the blame for cheating for the academy at the All-Continent High-Level Soul Master competition. After returning to the academy didn't say anything at first, but soon after, the academy gave him a piece of whale glue, a 10,000-year soul bone, and a soul-raising pill that even Wang Dong thought was precious. He knew that the school would not give up on him. What he did for the school was not in vain. This time, the school not only gave him precious whale glue, soul bones, and soul-raising pills, but also promised to help him hunt for a 1,000-year level existence when he had his second soul ring. A 1,000-year soul ring normally is a soul ring that can only be absorbed by a 3-ring soul master. Even his half-brother Dai Huabin only has a 1,000-year level soul ring. When Hui Yuhao thought that he would have a 1,000-year soul ring like Dai Huabin's 3rd soul ring when he had his 2nd soul ring, he was so excited that he didn't sleep for several days. Don't worry, Teacher Fan Yu. Don't worry, Teacher Zhou Yi. I will definitely practice as hard as possible and repay Shrek. I will never let the support Shrek gave me go to waste. When I practice to the title Douluo in the future. Speaking of this, Hui Yuhao's anger almost overflowed. He clenched his fists and swore to his mother that he must cut off the inheritance of the White Tiger Duke's lineage and kill everyone in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Just when Hui Yuhao's anger had just subsided, and he was about to tell the academy that he had broken through level 20, a young man who looked to be about 24 or 25 years old came over and greeted Hui Yuhao. Hey Xiao Yuhao, I haven't seen you at the stall for a long time. I'm so hungry. It's Brother Feng. Sorry, the Soul Guidance Department organized a trip to watch the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition, and I went with them. Ah? The All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition, I really miss it. Brother Feng, did you participate before? The man called Brother Feng by Hui Yuhao nodded. More than participating, I was also the captain of that session. Ah? Come to think of it, I haven't told you yet, Feng Yao. This is my name. My martial soul is the Gale Two-Headed Wolf, and I was also the only Soul Emperor in the last competition. Hui Yuhao looked at Feng Yao in shock. He really didn't expect that a regular customer of his grilled fish stall would be the captain of the last Shrek 7 Devils. It's really ridiculous. I don't know what the academy was thinking to let a 5-ring Soul King lead the team to eliminate the evil Soul Master before the competition. But the Soul King is a fool. Yaoheng is quite powerful. Plus, Shrek secretly prepared a secret weapon. Such a good situation was ruined by him. This is the first time in 10,000 years that Shrek is lost to others. It's a great shame. Feng Yao cursed and said that if he had the chance, he really wanted to beat Wang Yan up and make the useless person who misled the students get out of Shrek Academy. Hui Yuhao, Hui Yuhao opened his mouth and wanted to say a few words for Wang Yan, who had always taken good care of him. But then he thought that it was because of Wang Yan that Shrek lost, and thought that Shrek took care of him and imagined Wang Yan. Hui Yuhao's impression of Wang Yan was not very good, but he didn't curse like Feng Yao. Speaking of which, Xiao Yuhao, what level of soul power are you now? One of my classmates' brother is going to the Xingdou Great Forest to get the 5th soul ring recently. He came to me and asked me to help him. I agreed. I think he will go to the Xingdou Great Forest in the next 2 days. What is your soul power now? If you need soul rings, I can help you match them. Feng Yao said, releasing his 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black. Feng Yao, who looked only 24 or 25 years old, was already a 7-ring soul saint. Brother Feng Yao, you are actually a soul saint. A soul saint of level 74, although not as good as my senior sister. It should be no problem for me to reach Soul Douluo before I am 30 years old. Thank you, Brother Feng. I have reached level 20, but the academy said that they will help me get the 2nd soul ring and the 3rd soul ring later. Oh! It seems that your martial soul is quite special. Feng Yao could tell what grade Hui Yuhao's clothes were from, but he was a 2nd-year student, but had just reached level 20. Normally, Shrek would have kicked him out of the school long ago. But Hui Yuhao was still able to stay in the academy, and the academy wanted to help him get soul rings. Obviously, Hui Yuhao had something that the academy thought was worth cultivating. It's not that powerful, but my martial soul is indeed a little special. It's the eyes. Eyes? Are you from the Body Sect? Hui Yuhao shook his head. I don't know what the Body Sect is. I studied at Shrek Academy, and then joined the Tang Sect. Xiao Yuhao, I go with you wherever you go to register. If possible, you can go with us, so I can take care of you. Feng Yao originally thought that Hui Yuhao was just good at grilling fish, but since his martial soul is the top body martial soul like the eyes, and with the focus of the academy's training, Hui Yuhao's future achievements will not be lower than his. In this case, Feng Yao, who originally wanted to have a good relationship with Hui Yuhao and eat 2 more grilled fish meals, became more enthusiastic about Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao nodded. Then I trouble you, Brother Feng Yao. Soon the two came to the academic affairs office of the academy, and informed Hui Yuhao of his reaching level 20. After learning about this, the director of teaching Duuluo immediately reported Hui Yuhao's situation to Elder Xian. Not long after, Elder Xian came in, chewing on a chicken leg and drinking wine. Hui Yuhao and you? Elder Xian, I'm Feng Yao, and I hope I can help Hu Yuhao get his spirit ring. Elder Xian nodded. Okay, let's pack up and go together. Chapter 136. Feng Yao's eyes lit up the moment he saw Elder Xian. He knew that Hu Yuhao was highly regarded, but he didn't expect that he would be so highly regarded. As the previous captain of the Shrek 7 Devils, he knew who Elder Xian was. He was a level 98 existence, and one of the strongest people on the continent could be counted on one hand. Even when he obtained the 6th and 7th soul rings, it was only an old man from the Sea God Pavilion who led the team to attack. He was not qualified to let Elder Xian attack. Now Hu Yuhao, with only a 2nd soul ring, was qualified to let Elder Xian attack. This made Feng Yao feel fortunate to be on good terms with Hu Yuhao. After all, Feng Yao has a family behind him, and a genius like him with a family is destined not to be fully cultivated by Shrek, which means that normally in this life, he is not qualified to ask Elder Xian for help in hunting soul rings. But with this soul hunting, relying on the relationship between Hu Yuhao and Xian Lao, he might be able to get close to Xian Lao. With Xian Lao's strength, his 8th or 9th soul ring may be attached with a soul ring of 100,000 years, so that he will definitely be a top genius, who will step into the Super Douluo. Super Douluo. The gold content of the title Douluo is not as good as it was 10,000 years ago, but the gold content of the Super Douluo is not any worse than it was 10,000 years ago. The title Douluo of level 95 is still the mainstay of the 3 empires, and is the top 5 or even top 3 in the empire. And if you reach level 97, you are the absolute pillar of the empire. They are often the teachers of the emperor or the prince, and have an absolutely lofty status. Thinking of the status of Super Douluo, Feng Yao prepared to perform well in front of Xian Lao. Master Xian, you just need to stay by the side to take care of Xiao Yuhao's spirit rings this time. If you need anything, just leave it to me. I have a few friends. Let's work together to make sure Xiao Yuhao gets the best spirit ring. Master Shui glanced at Feng Yao. Your friends? Feng Yao lowered his head and replied. Yes, some of them are from the same class as me, the Shrek 7 Devils. They are now 6-ring spirit emperors. In addition, there is a 4-ring spirit lord, but please rest assured that he will not cause you any trouble. Shrek 7 Devils from your class? Who are you? Master Xian, my name is Feng Yao, and I am the captain of the previous Shrek 7 Devils. The captain of the previous Shrek 7 Devils? Oh, I remember. It was that kid with a very powerful spirit bone. Thanks to the influence of our ancestors. Feng Yao lowered his head and said, because spirit bones can be passed down from generation to generation. After thousands of years of precipitation, some families that have stable title Douluo or soul Douluo now almost all have top-level spirit bones. The ancestors' influence? Not only that, I heard that you seem to have obtained another soul bone later. Thanks to the help of Mr. Qin from Shrek Academy, I was lucky enough to get some extra gains when I hunted the 67,000-year-old wind demon wolf ape in my 7th soul ring. When he heard about the 67,000-year-old soul bone, even the student was a little surprised this time. The 7th soul ring is 67,000 years old, not bad boy. When you reach level 80, I will take you to hunt a better soul ring. Thank you, Mr. Xian. Feng Yao said excitedly. With Mr. Xian's guarantee, his 8th soul ring was stable. The 67,000-year-old wind demon wolf ape soul bone on his head, and the 85,000-year-old wind demon tiger right leg bone on his right leg. With the addition of these 2 soul bones, he can absorb nearly 90,000 years of souls when he is in the 8th soul ring. At that time, even if the 9th soul skill is relatively ordinary, with the age of the 8th soul skill, he may be able to impact the Super Douluo, not to mention that he may hold Mr. Xian's thigh later, and when he is in the 9th soul ring, he may be able to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Soon, after Feng Yao called his companions over with the soul guide communicator, everyone started eating the grilled fish made by Hu Yuhao. Feng Yao was relatively good because he often came to eat. Those who were on good terms with Feng Yao had more or less heard Feng Yao say that Hu Yuhao's food was delicious, so they could accept it after tasting it. However, this was the first time for Xian Lao to eat it. His Taotai divine bull martial spirit was extremely sensitive to food, and the taste of Hu Yuhao's grilled fish made him even more hungry. So, what's the point of fighting over a few grilled fish? Get out of the way, I divide it. 1 for Feng Yao, 1 for Enyi, 1 for Su Kuan, 1 for Li Ming, 1 for Su Si, 1 for Yu Hao, and I accept the last one with a smile. Do you have any objections? Everyone, Seeing everyone's silence, Xian Lao hummed. No, Master Xian, you divided it very fairly, we all agree. Hu Yuhao's grilled fish was quickly divided fairly by Master Xian. Afterwards, the students who felt that they didn't have enough to eat hunted some other prey. Master Xian couldn't bear to waste it, so he helped them eat some. But this time Master Xian didn't eat in vain. He looked at the only soul master with 4 rings among the crowd. It was obviously wrong to have a soul master in such a place where soul emperors and soul saints gathered. Moreover, his age and the fluctuation of soul power of about 50 levels also made Master Xian understand what he was going to do. Li Ming, right? What level are you now? Reply to Master Xian 50. Seeing Li Ming being questioned by Master Xian, Feng Yao quickly stood up. Master Xian, we will solve Li Ming's soul rings ourselves later. I dare not trouble you to do this. Teacher Xian came to help Hui Yuhao obtain soul rings, not to help Li Ming, a 4-ring soul master, obtain soul rings. Feng Yao naturally did not dare to trouble Master Xian for a mere 5th soul ring, so he hurried to explain. Master Xian twisted his beard, thinking of Hui Yuhao's grilled fish and the various delicacies made by Hui Yuhao, and also thought about the meat that might appear in the soul beast forest. No problem, I'm just bored, so it's no problem to help Li Ming's 5th soul ring. You guys go ahead. 1 soul ring or 2 soul rings don't matter. A mere 5th soul ring of 10,000 years can allow me to have another 10,000-year soul beast. Hearing what Master Xian said, Feng Yao and others' eyes lit up. After Feng Yao informed them, they originally planned to help Hui Yuhao obtain the 2nd soul ring first, and the grilled fish they ate was considered a reward. After all, a 2nd soul ring was nothing to them. After dealing with Hui Yuhao, they would go to the director of teaching Duoluan to help. By then, their soul emperors and soul saints would lead one person to hunt the 5th soul ring, and soul Douluos would help. At most, it would just be a waste of time. But they didn't expect that this time it was Elder Xian who was willing to help them. How could they not be excited? When they thought of Elder Xian's level 98 soul power, they knew that there would be no chance of anything going wrong in this hunt for the 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 137. The core area of the Xingdou Great Forest. With the existence of the Snow Emperor, this area is naturally not dangerous for Xiao Chong and others, so they drove straight here to find Xiao Chong's 6th soul ring. When he absorbed the 5th soul ring, he had already absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring. Xiao Chong's goal for the 6th soul ring was naturally a 100,000-year soul ring. It is indeed difficult to find a powerful spiritual soul beast, but when the Snow Emperor found a 100,000-year soul beast and told him the difference between a 100,000-year soul beast and a 700,000-year soul beast, the information in the Xingdou Great Forest was successfully obtained. So, in the Xingdou Great Forest, near the gathering place of the Fantasy Sea Dream Butterfly. As soon as they set foot in the territory of the Fantasy Sea Dream Butterfly, Nana and Xiaolan fell into a deep sleep, and then Mu Qingxue also fell into a deep sleep without withstanding this powerful mental power. Only Xiao Chong and the Snow Emperor could maintain a normal state without fainting, and Xiao Chong also used the 9th level Spiritual Defense System Soul Reversal device to support himself. With this kind of mental pressure, even a titled Douluo of the spiritual system wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Shuedi nodded. Spiritual system soul beasts are either extremely weak and can hardly cultivate for 10,000 years, or extremely powerful, like the slant-eyed tyrant. The Fantasy Sea Dream Butterfly is obviously the latter. In the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest, with a twin from the other shore that has evolved to the level of 100,000 years as the basis, and other Fantasy Sea Dream Butterflies as auxiliary, as long as you step into this place, it is equivalent to stepping into the realm of human spiritual system Super Douluo. Without the strength of an extreme Douluo, it is difficult not to be trapped by the Fantasy Sea Dream Butterfly. Stay here and don't move. I go find the 100,000-year-old twin from the other shore. Snow Queen gave some instructions, and then walked in. Not long after, a half-red and half-blue butterfly followed Snow Queen and flew over. Before and after flying close to Xiao Chong, the originally red and blue butterfly turned into pure red, and then the red butterfly spoke. I have heard from Snow Queen about the matter, so let me see the other soul beasts in your body. Xiao Chong nodded, and then the spirit sharing was activated. Tianming, Bingdi and Silver Wolf in his sea of consciousness were all seen by the twins on the other side in front of Xiao Chong. After communicating with Tianming, Bingdi and other soul beasts for a while, the twins on the other side spoke again. I agree with this god-making plan, so add me. Okay. The two sides quickly reached a consensus, and then Xiao Chong began to fuse the soul rings brought by the twins on the other side. With the experience of fusing the Silver Wolf before, it can be said that this time the fusion of the twins on the other side of the 100,000-year-old can be said to be easy, and there is no danger throughout the process. When Xiao Chong opened his eyes again and took out the crystal ball to check his soul power, he suddenly found that his soul power had reached the level of 66. Xiao Chong frowned slightly. Only level 66? You should be content. Not to mention that your ultimate martial soul is much slower than others in cultivation speed. You are already level 66 at the age of 15. This is unprecedented, and there may not be a speed that can be achieved in the future. Tianming complained silently in the Sea of Spirit. That's true, Xiao Chong said, as his consciousness was invested in his own Sea of Spirit. He looked at Tianming and Bingdi, and then looked at Yin Lang and the twins on the other side. Speaking of which, after becoming a soul, can you transform? It feels weird like this. Silver Wolf nodded. Thanks to Tianming's part of the origin, it reached 100,000 years old. It can also speak human language like Tianming. Okay, but I don't know what to turn into. Me too, the twins from the other shore said, changing from half red and half blue to pure red and then pure blue. Don't know what to turn into. Then let me give you some advice, Xiao Chong said, and constructed the appearance of Silver Wolf in the Star Dome Railway and Sheer in Honkai Impact 3. White Shi and Black Shi just correspond to the two states of the twins from the other shore. Both sides had no objections, so Xiao Chong had two more little Lolas in his Sea of Spirit. After dealing with the Silver Wolf and the twins from the other shore in the Sea of Spirit, Xiao Chong checked his own 6th soul skill. The dream of the Sea of Illusion can pull oneself or others into a consciousness space. Everything in this consciousness space will be controlled by oneself, and the time flow rate of the consciousness space is different from reality. Xiao Chong, ? Isn't this Tsukuyami, before, relying on the talent of illusion that comes with the Sharingan, plus the soul skill amplification brought by Tianming, Xiao Chong could barely use the low-end version of Tsukuyami, but now, with the soul skill of the Dream of the Sea of Illusion, Xiao Chong doesn't have to spend a lot of mental energy to use the low-end version of Tsukuyami. Not bad soul skills, and the other one is EMO. Xiao Chong used the soul skill of the Night Demon, and in an instant, Xiao Chong's strength and speed were amplified by 100%. The amplification soul skills, although the proportion is not particularly abnormal, but the advantage is that the duration is long. The state of the Night Demon can be maintained for a long time, which is a bit like the White Tiger Vajra transformation, but the amplification ratio and the comprehensiveness of the attributes are not comparable to the 1,000-year soul skills of the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Xiao Chong said, as he took out the soul bone of the twins from the other shore. By the way, what is the soul skill of this soul bone? Demon in body and soul transformation, like the Karma Demon, are soul skills that increase in proportion, but the demon in body and soul transformation take a shorter time, but are more powerful. By the way, everything else is fine, but you should be careful about the demon in body. If your will is not strong, you will be eroded by the demon in body. Xiao Chong, I know, Xiao Chong said, as he looked at the Snow Emperor. Xiao Chong did not intend to absorb the 100,000-year soul bone, and since absorbing this soul bone might be eroded, Xiao Chong certainly did not intend to give it to his sister. Nana and Mu Qingxu are prone to hatred for each other. Although there are rules, some things that can be avoided should still be avoided. The soul beasts in the Soul Ascension platform during the Douluo period had absorbed the soul bones in the Soul Ascension platform. So is there a possibility that soul beasts can actually absorb soul bones? Shuedi, why don't you try to absorb this? If it also increases your strength by a percentage, then your strength should be on another level, Xiao Chong said, and handed over the previous Ice Jade Scorpion soul bone. Shuedi looked at it, and didn't refuse. She picked up 2 soul bones, and tried to absorb them. In the end, the 2 soul bones were successfully absorbed by Shuedi. There was nothing wrong when absorbing the Ice Jade Scorpion soul bone, but after absorbing the soul bones of the twins on the other side, Shuedi's originally blue eyes turned red, and her originally cold face also had a bit more dangerous feeling. Xiao Chong, would Shuedi be going to kill people like this? Chapter 138. No, I can't fight anymore, let's stop here today. Xiao Chong knelt on the ground and panted, with cold sweat on his face and trembling body. It was obvious that Xiao Chong was not in a good condition at this time. Stop here today? Are you going to continue tomorrow? Your talent in swordsmanship doesn't seem to be very good. I don't really recommend you to learn swordsmanship, Shuedi said slowly. At the beginning, Xiao Chong didn't plan to learn any swordsmanship from Shuedi. Compared with Shuedi's rapier, Xiao Chong preferred to play with a broadsword. But after Shuedi merged with the soul bones of the twins on the other side, and had the skill of soul transformation, Shuedi's original rapier became a broadsword after soul transformation. Xiao Chong didn't plan to learn the rapier, but if it was a broadsword, Xiao Chong would like to use the sword after creating the Heavenly Fire Holy Judgment in the future. So Xiao Chong went to Shuedi and prepared to learn swordsmanship from her. Shuedi felt that swordsmanship improved fastest during battles. It happened that Xiao Chong had the soul skill of Wan Hai Yi Ming, which could directly pull people into the consciousness space for battle. Under such convenient conditions, Shuedi suppressed her own level in the consciousness space to the same level as Xiao Chong, and then in less than half an hour, she killed Xiao Chong more than 50 times. After hundreds of thousands of years of honing her swordsmanship, she has made her Emperor sword famous. Even if the level is suppressed, it is not something that Xiao Chong, who has just learned swordsmanship, can resist. If Xiao Chong had not known that he would definitely not be able to defeat Shuedi in swordsmanship in a short time and greatly reduce the pain, Xiao Chong would not even be able to withstand these more than 50 times of being slaughtered. Despite this, the weakened pain still became stronger after being killed many times, and the feeling of powerlessness of being killed was even more terrifying. If Xiao Chong had not been able to call a halt, he would really collapse in the state of being slaughtered unilaterally. Xiao Chong now somewhat understands Wu Yuhao's state after entering the dog training valley. However, before entering the dog training valley, Wu Yuhao did not do anything to revive Alex, nor did he think about what would happen to Tianming and the others if he died. He should understand what he should understand, and should not accept what he should not accept. If Wu Yuhao wants to stand on the opposite side of him, Xiao Chong will still kill him if he has the chance. I know, but you have to try it. This is only the first day. You should do something for 10,000 hours before you think whether you can do it. It is normal to fail when you have just started. You can have a say after working hard. After kneeling down and almost vomiting what he had eaten the day before, Xiao Chong's condition was better. At least now Xiao Chong can barely find a clean place to lie down. You are quite persistent in your swordsmanship, Shuedi said as he sat aside. Xiao Chong shook his head. Not really. I will work hard on anything else that I think is useful to me. I haven't seen you work hard on cultivation. That's just because I think normal cultivation is not cost-effective for me. I didn't practice very hard, but when did my level slow down? I'm level 66 at the age of 15, and I have an extreme martial spirit. Even if I only have 4 rings at my age, I can be said to be a genius. I should be lazy when I should be lazy, and work hard when I should work hard. Richness lies in numerology, not in physical labor. Level is about whether you can absorb soul rings and your own opportunities beyond your level. If hard work really plays a decisive role, the world will be full of extreme Douluo. Shuedi looked at Xiao Chong and thought of something. It is true that the soul was developed by Tianming Eye Silkworm, but given the lazy nature of Tianming Eye Silkworm, would he really easily create a soul under normal circumstances? Given Tianming Eye Silkworm's personality, I'm afraid he has been sleeping since he brought Bingy together. He has been conducting various experiments without sleep, squeezing out every bit of his knowledge about soul beasts, thinking about how to transform the wisdom soul ring, and even the soul in the future. No matter how you look at it, he is not like the waste that Bingy said before, who is good for nothing except eating, drinking and sleeping. And before Tianming turned from a waste into a genius. Richness lies in numerology, not in physical labor, so the numerology you are talking about is to plot against Tianming Eye Silkworm. Ah? Calculate me? What do you mean by calculating me? Tianming was still in a state of confusion, but Xiao Chong had already understood what Shuedi meant. The Snow Queen is talking about the Wisdom Soul Ring, right? I relied on the Wisdom Soul Ring you made, and later the Soul System, to grow extremely fast. How can I explain that? The main reason is that I need the Wisdom Soul Ring to improve my strength as much as possible, and as quickly as possible, and increase the feasibility of the God-making plan. In addition, I think Brother Tianming is really not a waste, so I want him to try to materialize the Wisdom Soul Ring, because I know Brother Tianming can do it. He just lacks a little obsession to do it. So I tried to give Brother Tianming some obsession, and the facts prove that I succeeded. Brother Tianming is indeed a genius. The soul system upgraded from the Wisdom Soul Ring, which has never been created before, and may not be created in the future, was really created by Brother Tianming. Although I believed in Brother Tianming at the time, I was also surprised when Brother Tianming really made it. Hey, that's what it is. What did you think it was? It was just to provoke me. Do you really think that such a smart person like me could be fooled by you? Tianming said confidently after Xiao Chong finished speaking. Tianming didn't regret creating the soul system of the upgraded version of the Wisdom Soul Ring at all, because he was doing something to prove himself. Tianming really didn't feel how hard it was at that time. Instead, It was the sense of accomplishment that Bing Di admitted that he was not a waste afterwards. This was something that Tianming didn't even dare to think about before. The process was not painful, and the result was a happy ending. Bing Di never said he was a waste afterwards. In addition, he found a way out for himself and Bing Di. Tianming really didn't know what harm it would do to himself to develop a soul system. What's more, Tianming was quite confident in his own wisdom. How could he be fooled by Xiao Chang's words? Tianming's matter was soon exposed. Time passed in a blink of an eye to the next day. On the second day, when Xiao Chang was preparing to learn swordsmanship with Shui Di, a sudden loud noise attracted the attention of Xiao Chang, Shui Di and others. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from, where a three-headed fiery red mastiff was knocked away. When Xiao Chang saw the auspicious beast through spiritual detection, his brain froze for a moment. He thought of the plot where the auspicious beast was attacked. But now Hu Yuhao doesn't need a 10,000-year spirit ring, and he is not a top genius. How is this plot going? Chapter 139. With the help of spiritual detection, Xiao Chang quickly saw what happened. I saw that Xian Lao held the auspicious beast's head with one hand, ready to turn it into a soul ring for one of his students at any time, and slapped Qi Wang away with the other hand, frightening Qi Wang so much that he couldn't even take care of his own injuries. Stop! Don't kill the auspicious beast. We can discuss it. Even if you want a 100,000-year soul beast, we can give it to you. But if you kill the auspicious beast, Xingdou Great Forest will definitely fight to the death with Shrek. Qi Wang roared, and Xian Lao's hand on the auspicious beast's head loosened after hearing this, but he still firmly controlled the auspicious beast. He was originally going to get the 5th soul ring for a student from Shrek, and have a snack at the same time, but he didn't expect that the soul beast he suddenly caught was so important that Qi Wang could actually use a 100,000-year soul beast to exchange its life, which stopped Xian Lao's original idea of killing the auspicious beast to get the soul ring. If this soul beast can be exchanged for a 100,000-year soul beast, then this soul beast really can't be killed. Not to mention the threat from the Red King later, the fact that it could be exchanged for a 100,000-year soul beast alone was enough to prove the preciousness of this soul beast. It was not worth giving such a precious soul beast to Li Ming, who was only level 50 at the age of 21. Can you really give me a 100,000-year soul beast? Old Xian threatened, while holding the auspicious beast. The Red King gritted his teeth. Okay, then bring me a 100,000-year soul beast. Let me make it clear first, don't give me a bloodline that is too ordinary. I don't like it if it's too bad. In addition, find me a 15,000-year-old top-level fire attribute soul beast. One of my students needs it. Qi Wang stared at Xian Lao angrily, but he could only nod his head when he thought of the auspicious beast in his hand. Okay, but let me make it clear first, you can't touch the auspicious beast. Humph, do you need me to say that? Go and catch a soul beast for me. Qi Wang ran away angrily, gritting his teeth. Judging from his direction, he was heading to the core area of the Xingdou Great Forest, preparing to catch a 100,000-year soul beast. Seeing Qi Wang running away, Shui Di cursed. Waste. What on earth did that idiot Tian think, that he could let the Emperor's auspicious beast get into trouble? Shui Di was ready to kill Xian Lao, but at this moment, the auspicious beast was in Xian Lao's hand, and it was completely a situation of being afraid of the consequences. Calm down, Shui Di, getting angry won't solve any problems. I want to ask you, is there anything that can make the auspicious beast think I'm one of their own? Or something that can make it not want to fight me in front of it? Why are you asking this? If there is, I have a way to save the auspicious beast. After leaving Qi Wang, Xian Lao looked at the auspicious beast beside him. Damn human. Dare to hurt me, I want you to die a miserable death and have bad luck. Listening to the auspicious beast's angry curse, Xian Lao chuckled, then pressed the Emperor auspicious beast's head and buried it in the soil, letting the auspicious beast eat several mouthfuls of soil in succession. Threatening me? Even though this is the first time I've seen a beast like you, I know a little about you. You just have a strange ancient bloodline, and you can influence the spiritual energy fluctuations of the heaven and earth through your bloodline aura. The so-called auspiciousness is ridiculous. You still want us to have bad luck? Believe it or not, I can torture you to death right now. Those vicious beasts treat you as a treasure, but it's just a treasure. If I really kill you, they might get angry and launch a beast tide, but as long as you are alive and well, they will not do anything in the end. Don't think you are so great. No matter how good those beasts, who have cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, are to you, they just treat you as a useful thing. Your title of the Emperor's auspicious beast is just nice to hear. Do you really think you are the Emperor? You should have some self-knowledge. You are talking nonsense. The voice of the three-eyed golden lion was a little louder. Obviously, he had already believed in the pua of Xian Lao. Xian Lao sneered. I am talking nonsense? Lao Fu has been very polite. If you have no value or your meat can gain eternal life, what do you think those beasts will do to you? Do you still think you are a treasure? Xian Lao waved to Hui Yuhao. Master Xian, you're looking for me? I've been eating well these days. In that case, I give you a chance. Put your forehead on the third eye of this three-eyed genie. With me here, it can't resist at all. No, absolutely not. The three-eyed genie roared and struggled hard, but was completely suppressed by Master Xian. Now he didn't even have the strength to resist. Attribute traction is a taboo for auspicious beasts. The original book even clearly stated that if it had any resistance at this time, it would choose to commit suicide without hesitation. Some things are the bottom line that people can't touch even if they die, but because this is the book of the third young master, it is also a very common thing to fall in love with someone who is stronger than you and willing to die for him. This situation happened to Rong Yanbing in the ice and fire magic chef, and the auspicious beast that transformed into Wang Qiu is not much different. However, this time it was not the same as in the original novel. When Master Xian held down the three-eyed golden lion so that it didn't even have the strength to commit suicide, Master Xian's consciousness became dazed for a moment, and the next moment Master Xian appeared in another place. The moment of trance was the result of Xiao Chong's full-strength mental impact, and the transfer of the place was the Xianing replacement after Xian Lao's moment of relaxation. Although Xiao Chong's strength was qualitatively different from Xian Lao, with the second awakening of his martial soul, and the blessing of a bunch of buffs such as Wanchuan Qi Uxualu, Xiao Chong's mental power had long surpassed the average 8-ring soul Douluo of the spiritual system, reaching the level close to the spiritual system titled Douluo. With this level of mental power, and the mental impact of Shang Tianming, it is a genuine million-year soul skill. Although it is not possible to severely injure Xian Lao for the time being, Xiao Chong only wants Xian Lao's moment of trance to create an opportunity for him to use Xianing replacement. After the Xianing replacement, relying on the full force of the snow pill in his body, the breath of the beast made the three-eyed golden lion confirm that the person next to him should actually be a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Thinking of the sudden disappearance of Xian Lao, the instant disappearance of the power suppressing his body, and the aura of the soul beast that was only slightly weaker than Di Tian that was rapidly coming towards him, the three-eyed golden lion instantly understood something. Without any hesitation, after confirming that the person next to him was his own, the three-eyed golden lion opened his mouth and aimed at Hui Yuhao with an extreme light and extreme fire, preparing to blow Hui Yuhao to death. Hui Yuhao did not react to the sudden rampage of the three-eyed golden lion, but fortunately there was still an Alex in his mind, and coupled with Hui Yuhao's luck, his soul bone skill happened to be the invincible golden body. The attack of the three-eyed golden lion hit him, but it knocked him away, and Hui Yuhao himself was not really injured. Sensing the aura of the beast second only to Emperor Tian, and the fact that the auspicious beast was not in his hands, Xian Lao felt something was wrong, so he grabbed Hui Yuhao without any hesitation and released his soul bone skill to escape underground. He had to at least ensure Hui Yuhao's life, and not let his next mission go wrong. As for the other people in Shrek. Chapter 140. When they felt the soul beast aura released by Xiao Chong, and the more terrifying beast aura that quickly pounced on them, the faces of the other Shrek people, who were not taken away by Xian Lao, turned pale. How is the injury? Shuedi came to the side of the auspicious beast, and said with concern. Because he was worried about the situation of the auspicious beast and Xiao Chong, he didn't even have time to chop Xian Lao with a sword. The auspicious beast shook his head. Fortunately you came in time, I'm fine here, but... The auspicious beast looked in the direction of Hui Yuhao, who was just beaten by it, and gritted his teeth in anger. If I see these damn humans again, I will find a way to pull out their tendons, and skin them, and feed them to other soul beasts. After scolding Xian Lao, and Hui Yuhao, who chose to escape at the fastest speed, the auspicious beast looked at the other Shrek students. You just said you wanted me to be a soul ring, right? Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. The people of Shrek hurriedly explained, but the auspicious beast didn't intend to listen to their explanation. When the auspicious beast opened its mouth, the fire of light sprayed directly towards the few people. Normally, the few people should be able to avoid the attack of the auspicious beast, but with the pressure of the Snow Emperor, the few people could not even move, and could only let the fire of light sprayed by the auspicious beast burn their whole body, and finally they were slowly burned to death by the fire of light. Huh? After the people of Shrek were burned to death, as the flames gradually faded, the few people gradually only had a skeleton left, Normal human bones cannot withstand the extreme fire of the auspicious beast, but soul bones can. So Xiao Chong soon saw a skull that was at least 60,000 years old, and a right leg bone that was more than 80,000 years old. Looking at the spoils that suddenly appeared, Xiao Chong picked up the 2 soul bones casually. You are not a soul beast, but a human? Because Xiao Chong did not continue to urge the snow pill to release the aura of the beast, and Xiao Chong's action of retracting the soul bones, after calming down, the auspicious beast discovered the difference between Xiao Chong and the soul beast. Xiao Chong did not deny it. But we are not enemies, at least you and I are not at present. The auspicious beast looked at the Snow Emperor, and then at Xiao Chong. Indeed, no matter what, thank you for my matter this time. Just now, it wanted to die, and was saved by Xiao Chong in that situation where it could not live or die. Although Xiao Chong was a human, it was a fact that he saved it. Come closer, I have something for you. Xiao Chong walked forward to face the auspicious beast as requested by the auspicious beast, and then the eyes on the auspicious beast's forehead released a powerful force of destiny, which gathered to a vertex and shot toward Xiao Chong's forehead, forming a phantom of the eye of destiny on Xiao Chong's head. This is your reward for saving me this time. You can use this eye to deprive other people of their luck. Whether it's a human or a soul beast, you can use this eye to strip his luck and then transfer it to your own body to increase your own luck. But because it is just an eye projected by my power, you can only use it 3 times. After 3 times, this eye of destiny will automatically disappear, but the luck you took from the eye of destiny is still yours. The auspicious beast explained to Xiao Chong the purpose of the eye of destiny, and Xiao Chong listened to the explanation of the auspicious beast. His first reaction was not to care about the number of 3 times, but the luck of people and soul beasts can be stripped and then become my luck? How strong is the luck? Even the luck of the human who was just knocked away by you? Xiao Chong didn't care much about the amount of luck. After all, the luck of 100 Dai Huabins was not as good as that of one Huiyuhao. If he could really separate the luck of others for his own use, in fact, as long as he had one Huiyuhao's luck, it would be enough. The other 2 times could even be considered as additional benefits. Hearing what Xiao Chong said, the auspicious beast was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of Huiyuhao, who was almost taken away by his fate, and how he survived even after failing. This incident became a way for Huiyuhao to control the power of fate and make his luck stronger. Even though he failed, Huiyuhao successfully escaped from his hands. This kind of luck was obviously not ordinary. However, although it is extraordinary, it is a lucky beast that controls luck. All the soul beasts in the entire Xingdou Great Forest rely on the luck it uses to improve their cultivation speed. If it were not for its terrifying control over luck, how could it be possible to double the cultivation speed of all the soul beasts in the entire Xingdou Great Forest? His luck is very strong, but when it comes to controlling luck, I am the real emperor. No matter who he is, as long as it is luck, it is impossible not to be affected by me. You want to plunder his luck? Absolutely no problem, but... The lucky beast said and thought for a while. The things I gave you are a thank you gift for saving me. If you help me get revenge, how should this be calculated? Xiao Chong scratched his head. You don't have to care too much. The thing that saved you was done by Shui Di. I just thought of a way, and then helped to execute it. The lucky beast thought for a while. This time, the control of the power of destiny is regarded as a thank you for this time. If you really deprive one of the 2 people of their luck, I will give you something else at that time. Okay. Although being able to deprive Huiyuhao of his luck was more important than anything else, there was no reason to refuse the benefits that others wanted to give, especially since the benefits that the auspicious beast could give were not bad. While Xiao Chong was talking to the auspicious beast, after a while, Qi Wang also came with a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and a 15,000-year-old soul beast. Qi Wang was stunned when he felt the breath of the 700,000-year-old soul beast of the Snow Emperor, and then a dark suddenly appeared from the void. When the darkness dissipated, a middle-aged man, with long black hair down to his heels appeared. Shui Di, how come you are here? Near Shrek Academy outside the Star Do Great Forest. Thanks to the fact that Shui Di had to ensure the safety of Xiao Chong and the auspicious beast first, Xian Lao had a moment of respite. At this time, Huiyuhao was just hit by a fireball from the auspicious beast, and happened to be not far away from him. Xian Lao took Huiyuhao away underground with his use of the earth. As for the other students, when the auspicious beast was not in his hand, and the aura of the 700,000-year-old beast appeared, Xian Lao knew that if he walked a little slower, not to mention the other students, he might even have to die there. Huiyuhao was lucky to come to his side, because of the attack of the auspicious beast. As for those students who were still with the auspicious beast, or were about to be with the 700,000-year-old soul beast, he really had no way to save them. But fortunately, at least Hu Yuhao had obtained the 1,000-year soul ring before and survived. After checking Hu Yuhao's condition, Xian Lao gave himself a sip of wine to comfort himself. Yuhao is fine. This time, it can be said that he was lucky enough to fulfill his mission. Chapter 141. Although this action caused the death of a soul saint, several soul emperors, and a genius who was about to enter the fifth ring soul king, it was a 700,000-year-old beast, and it was a disadvantage to fight. In the Xingdou Great Forest, even if it was Master Mu, he was destined to fail to save those students. Therefore, strictly speaking, he could not be blamed. After thinking about it, Master Xian drank a few sips of wine, and didn't care much about the students before you. After all, it was not his mistake, and he at least saved Hu Yuhao, which was the best result. But, Master Mu, I'm sorry, I offended D. Tian and the others. When I helped Yuhao hunt for soul rings this time. In the Sea God Pavilion, Master Xian reported his experience during this period to Moon In truthfully. After hearing everything, Moon In felt his eyes darken. If it weren't for his level 99 cultivation, he felt that he would have died today because of Master Xian's words. He offended the Xingdou Great Forest and lost several elite students, those in their 20s, 5 or 6 rings, all of whom were students of the inner courtyard, especially the 25-year-old student whose soul power had reached the Soul Saint realm. A titled Douluo was the foundation, and the student, who was not too far from the Super Douluo, was killed by him. But Moon couldn't say anything. If he said it harshly, with Xian Lao's personality, he would slap his butt and express his willingness to be expelled from Shrek, and then Shrek would be really finished. Moon really wanted his apprentice Yan Xiaojia to grow up as soon as possible. With Xianzi's current state, if he had the final say in Shrek in the future, he couldn't imagine what Shrek would become in the future. Thinking of this, Moon lost a few more hairs. I know you go down first, don't leave Shrek for the time being, in case the soul beasts really attack and need your strength. Yes, Mu Lao. After Xian Lao left Moon's side, Shrek may face a crisis of life and death if it relies on Xianzi, but if the power is given to Xiaojia. Moon thought about it, and the result was that he felt it was unreliable no matter how he thought about it. When he was there, he could indeed give an order before his death, letting Yan Xiaojia take care of the real things, and Xianzi was only responsible for deterrence and fighting. But he knew one thing, as long as he left, Xianzi and the others would follow his own words at first, but within 2 years, Xianzi's orders would definitely suppress Yan Xiaojia, and there would be no surprises. The Soul Master world has always respected the strong, and in Shrek, a force that relies on force to gain a foothold, it only follows the orders of the strongest. When he was alive, he had absolute say over everything, not because of his seniority, that was at best an aid, and the strength that absolutely crushed all the elders was Moon's foundation. Although he was already so weak that he was about to die, as long as he was still alive, his level 99 strength would give him absolute say. If I could live longer. After estimating the time it would take Yan Xiaojia, who was only level 95 now, to grow to level 98, Moon couldn't even say a word of lament. With Shrek's resources, it would be okay to extend his life for another 1 or 2 years, but to extend his life for another 30 to 50 years would only be possible if his injuries were healed. Is Shrek really going to die? In the hands of my successor. The Lake of Life in the Xingdou Great Forest. Emperor Tian, you have such a big lake of life, but you can only cultivate so few 100,000-year soul beasts. After Emperor Tian and Snow Empress met, they came to the Lake of Life, the core area of the Xingdou Great Forest. When Snow Empress saw the scale of the Lake of Life, she seriously suspected that Emperor Tian was a waste. If she was given a Lake of Life of this level, she could at least cultivate hundreds of 100,000-year soul beasts. I have my reasons. Your reasons? What are your reasons? You didn't make good use of such a big Lake of Life. So many resources, which waste did they go into? The Silver Dragon King under the Lake of Life. The Silver Dragon King knew that Snow Empress's original intention was to scold Emperor Tian, but it seemed that she was the one who was really scolded. She really didn't expect that, as the leader of soul beasts, she would be scolded by her subordinates one day. If this matter was spread out, it would be like her calling her subordinates mother or grandmother. Well, I won't give these resources to a waste. Involving his master, D. Tian hurriedly explained, but thinking carefully, his words seemed a little wrong. But he didn't know what to say for a while, because his brain was a little out of order after being told by Shui Di. You have such a large Lake of Life, and there are auspicious beasts beside you, but you have only cultivated so many 100,000-year-old soul beasts. I really doubt whether you are still qualified to be called the God of Beasts. Snow D said that the Emperor's sword had appeared in her hand, and her eyes looking at D Tion were full of provocation. If you want to test whether I am qualified to be called the god of beasts, you can. D Tion flew to the sky, and the scenery that was originally a blue sky and white cloud suddenly turned into darkness. That was the momentum of the 820,000-year-old soul beast, the golden-eyed black dragon king. The feeling of covering the sky and the sun, even the bear king and the king of 10,000 monsters, who were also fierce beasts, could not help but breed fear in their hearts. The power that changed the world was something they could not do at this time. However, Shwedi did not care much about D Tion's oppression, but asked a question. Little brother, why did you swing the sword? Ah? This? To enhance strength. Without strength, there is no safety in this world. So, it is for survival? Not just for survival. If I am strong, I have things I want to do. So, it is for my own desires? Almost, but why do you want to ask this, Shwedi? Speaking of which, why did you swing the sword in the first place? I am also trapped by the matter of survival, moving forward for my own desires, but they gradually have nothing to do with this sword. As Shwedi's voice fell, the red in her eyes became more and more weird, and the black aura on her body had obviously entered the state of the demon-eaten body. The aura of the whole person was sharp, and she did not feel weaker than D Tion at all. Because a sword is a sword, a tool that cuts off life and death. It is so pure that it cannot be worn away by anything else. The Snow Queen moved forward step by step towards the sky, and every step she took was a burst of coldness under her feet. Only by stepping through the path of anger and fire, the path of greed and knife, the path of stupidity and blood, and cutting off all obstacles in the world, you can understand why you swing the sword. I swing the sword to kill the enemy, that's all. Chapter 142. The battle between Emperor Tion and Snow Emperor did not last long, because both sides had to worry about humans, and Emperor Tion had to worry about another bear king, so the battle between the two sides ended with only one move. The sword of Snow Emperor that burst out with all her strength tore through most of the darkness, and the sword light with endless power approached Emperor Tion. Feeling the sharpness of the sword light, even the beast god Emperor Tion did not dare to underestimate it. Any soul beast that can break through 700,000 years and reach the realm of quasi-gods has extremely powerful bloodlines, and is also the top existence in this group. Whether it is Snow Emperor or Evil Emperor, reaching this level in a place where there is not even a lake of life, it means that their own talents and bloodlines are not much worse than his own. He has the auspicious beast, the lake of life, and the protection of the master. If he was born in the environment of Snow Emperor and Evil Emperor, he might not be able to reach the point of more than 700,000 years like them. Bloodline and talent are easier to talk about. The trials they have experienced are far stronger than those of me, who has the support of my master. Thinking of this, D Tion did not dare to be careless. When the sword light was close to him, he used his trump card, Dragon King Claw, using his own soul power to fully activate the Dragon King Claw given by the Dragon God. The sword light of Shwedi was quickly destroyed by it. You are? Dragon King Claw, you and Siedi are both very good. If I were in your environment and used your resources, I might not be able to achieve this step, but I won this battle after all. Shwedi took back the Emperor's sword in her hand. She had the Emperor's sword, Emperor Palm, and Emperor Hantion. The most lethal one was the Emperor's sword. The attacks of the Emperor's sword were all blocked, and there was really no need to continue the battle. You are stronger than I thought, plus the Dragon King Claw. I am curious about one thing. What is it? You own the Qingdao Great Forest, which has the most soul beasts in the entire continent, and you have the most ferocious beasts under your command. Xiong Jun, Wanyao Wang, Bai Ji, they are all strong. Although Qi Wang and Ziji are a little worse, they are indeed the top 10 ferocious beasts on the continent, equivalent to the 97th level of humans. Under such circumstances, how did you get bullied by Shrek? The beast tied against Shrek that year should have destroyed it in one fell swoop, but you stopped halfway through the fight. It was obvious that if you went one step further, Shrek would be destroyed, but now you have made it so that Shrek can ride on the head of the auspicious beast. Emperor Tian was silent for a long time. Finally, he said helplessly, I have my plans, and now I need to be patient. Shwedi raised his eyebrows. Forbearance? Forbearance until when? Are you going to endure until the moment when the soul beasts are about to perish? Of course not. If humans really dare to push their limits, I will definitely make them pay the price. But now is not the time. I need to wait, waiting for the day when our soul beasts rise again. Soul beasts rise again? The Snow Queen calculated the combat power of the soul beasts. The combat power that Emperor Tian can command can already put humans in a life and death crisis. The number of soul beasts far exceeds that of human soul masters. In terms of high-end combat power, even the Star Do Great Forest alone has Emperor Tian, a quasi-god. The Bear King is less than 500,000 years old, and his strength is at most the peak of level 98. Biji and the King of 10,000 Demons belong to the extreme Douluo of the auxiliary and control systems. In addition, the Red King and the Purple Princess, who are equivalent to level 97, seem to be no weaker than humans. In addition, if the overall strength is really counted, he and the evil Emperor can also be classified as the Soul Beast Force. His side is obviously superior, so what does this reemergence mean? It doesn't matter if you don't understand what I'm saying. You will know it in another 10,000 years. That is the most suitable path for us. Only in that case can we really continue. Tian said, his eyes full of longing. At this time, Shuedi also understood what Tian meant. She had heard that the soul beasts had a common master, but it will take 10,000 years to make a conclusion. Are you sure that the soul beasts will have a chance to counterattack in 10,000 years? Yes, I will. That Lord will never let us down. I can only guarantee you this point. Seeing what Tian said, Shuedi didn't say anything more. The fight between the two was officially over. The beast god was still the beast god. At least no one could challenge the status of the beast god at this time. However, when both of them landed, the Snow Queen raised her hand, and a hollow snowball appeared, then sank into the Lake of Life and absorbed the water of the Lake of Life. Looking at the ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, Tian's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything until the Snow Queen had filled it halfway. That's enough. If you really fill it up, we won't have enough. The Snow Queen took back the snowball, and then compressed it into a bead that was snow white but glowed green inside. Looking at the half-filled bead, the Snow Queen was very dissatisfied with it, and looked at Tian, but Tian did not give in. He was still counting on the master to lead them to restore the glory of soul beasts, so it was naturally impossible to let others take up too many resources. If it weren't for the fact that the Snow Queen herself was strong enough, and he had offended the evil Emperor, and was worried that the two of them would unite to deal with him later, he would not even intend to give the water of the Lake of Life. Those were all his master's things. Giving more to other soul beasts would be a waste. Emperor Tian refused to give up, and Shuedi had no choice. After all, her strength was not as good as Emperor Tian's, and it was impossible for her to continue to fill the beads. So Shuedi came to the center of the Lake of Life, and then looked at Xiao Chong. Little brother, come and wash your feet. After Shuedi finished speaking, Xiao Chong immediately walked into the Lake of Life, and found Tian Ming in the Sea of Spirit. Brother Tian Ming. I understand, leave it to me. Tian Ming controlled Xiao Chong's skin that was in contact with the water of the Lake of Life, and opened every pore as much as possible to absorb the life breath in the Lake of Life to enhance Xiao Chong's own vitality. Watching Xiao Chong swimming to the center of the lake while taking off the boots of the Snow Queen and absorbing the life breath in the Lake of Life, Tian said nothing. The Snow Queen had already taken a step back and stopped filling the Lake of Life with water. What was wrong with letting a human stay in the Lake of Life for a while? Could he absorb as much water from the Lake of Life as a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Whether it was humans or soul beasts, they had an upper limit to the amount of water they could absorb from the Lake of Life. When the upper limit was reached, they needed to digest it before they could continue to absorb it. Therefore, Tian was not worried that Xiao Chong would absorb too much, until 2.5 hours later. Chapter 143. That's enough. If it doesn't work, I don't mind if he drinks a few sips, but don't go too far. I still need the water from the Lake of Life. After staying with Xiao Chong for 2.5 hours, Tian couldn't stand it anymore. He thought that Xiao Chong's soul power of more than 60 levels would reach the absorption limit in a short time. Unexpectedly, after 2.5 hours, Xiao Chong didn't stop absorbing the life breath in the Lake of Life at all, as if it was a bottomless pit. You don't need to drink it. It will be over in 10 minutes. Xiao Chong gave Tian a specific time, and then Tian Ming started the last 10 minutes of the explosion. Not bad, not bad. Such a strong vitality is enough for you to live for another 500 years. When you reach the limit of Douluo, I will carefully study the vitality in the soul-carving knife. At that time, my means alone can let you live for 1 or 2,000 years. Tian Ming said in Xiao Chong's Sea of Spirit. As expected of Brother Tian Ming, you are really amazing. Xiao Chong took out a highly absorbent towel to wipe Shuedi's feet dry, then put on his boots, and prepared to leave the Lake of Life. However, when they were about to leave, a 100,000-year-old six-winged white tiger came to them, and crawled toward Shuedi. Shuedi, Please allow me to go with you. I am willing to be your mount, and be loyal to you forever. You don't seem to be an ice-attributed soul beast, and you are not suitable for the far north. I know, but please accept me. There is no me in the Shingdo Great Forest anymore, and there is no place for me here. The six-winged white tiger said slowly. Originally, tiger soul beasts were not allowed by Xiong Jun and others to cultivate to 200,000 years to become fierce beasts because they were particularly powerful. Therefore, the six-winged white tiger only dared to live one day at a time after 100,000 years. Originally, he thought that if he did not compete with those fierce beasts for resources, this kind of life could continue for tens of thousands of years. But this time, the auspicious beast was attacked, and the human side asked to hand over a 100,000-year soul beast, and he was handed over without hesitation. In the eyes of other fierce beasts, he would be killed in 200,000 years anyway, so this time it was just right to solve the problem to eliminate future troubles. Fortunately, the Snow Emperor rescued the auspicious beast and prevented him from falling into the hands of humans, so he survived, but for him, he was only alive now. As long as he stayed in the Stardo Great Forest, he would not be safe. Soul beasts will not hide their feelings. He can understand being captured suddenly, and used to exchange for the life of the auspicious beast, but when it falls on him, he can't accept it at all. He has already stopped practicing, and is ready to live a lazy life and wait for death, but even so he still wants to die in advance. Under this hatred, other fierce beasts will not be able to keep him alive for long, and running to the human world is pure death for him. Only if the Snow Emperor is willing to take him in, he has the only way to survive. The far north is far away from the Star Forest, and soul beasts generally do not leave their own territory, nor do they have the ability to leave their own territory and run to another soul beast forest for revenge, so he can only survive by joining the Snow Emperor. Although it is not an ice-attributed soul beast, its 100,000 years of cultivation can at least prevent it from freezing to death in the outer area, which is simply too good compared to the doomed Star Forest. The Snow Emperor asked Tion and the others, and after confirming that they had no objection, she sat on the back of the six-winged white tiger and took Xiao Chong away from the Lake of Life to the previous territory of the six-winged white tiger. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Xiao Chong immediately used his left eye to understand the steps of making the filter, and then used his right eye to materialize the filter. He twisted the towel above the filter, twisted out the water from the Lake of Life, and then filtered it through the filter 7 times in succession. Do you dislike this emperor so much? The voice of the Snow Queen reached Xiao Chong's ears. At first, the Snow Queen didn't understand what Xiao Chong was doing, but after seeing more, the Snow Queen understood what was going on. No, don't get me wrong, the filter is not used to filter the water you used. The main reason is that there are too many soul beasts waiting in the Lake of Life for a long time. So you dislike their bath water? Xiao Chong nodded. After all, it's not just bath water. Soul beasts eat, drink, defecate and urinate. I'm not sure if the 100,000-year soul beasts and fierce beasts in the Stardo Great Forest wipe their butts. After all, it is a fantasy world. If the bath water is of great help to oneself, Xiao Chong can drink it even if he pinches his nose, but the problem is that it is the bath water of soul beasts. Before the soul beasts transform, Xiao Chong is not sure whether they wipe their butts. If they don't, the Lake of Life is not just bath water. Wipe. After Xiao Chong finished speaking, the six-winged white tiger said. Then he used slight pressure to control a soft-bone rabbit in his territory, and then rolled up the soft-bone rabbit with his tail. After finding a place to defecate, the white soft-bone rabbit turned brown. Xiao Chong, thank you. I will never eat soft-bone rabbits unless I am starving to death in the future. You won't eat the wrong thing in the future, will you? Xiao Chong silently moved a little further away from the six-winged white tiger. If he ate everything without caring about anything, that would be even more unacceptable than him not wiping his butt. No, I left a mark on it, and will never eat it in the future. After all, it is my special cleaning tool. I have tried it, and this soft-bone rabbit is the most convenient. After cleaning, it will find a stream to clean itself before I use it next time. What if it cultivates for 100,000 years? When it reaches 100,000 years, it will love to be clean. As for seeking revenge on me, it must have the ability. Besides, if we don't generally use soft-bone rabbits to solve the problem, how can their tribe live for 100,000 years? They can't thank us enough. So the soft-bone rabbits live for 100,000 years in the beginning? It's no wonder that Tang Sen thinks you have a way to die. If Xiao Wu and her mother's experience is mentioned, Xiao Chong also feels that Tion and others have a way to die. Sorry, I leave for a while to take a bath. The Lake of Life can accept it, but Xiao Chong thinks it's better to wash it again. Xiao Chong used the water he had prepared in advance to wash himself twice, while the situation with Shuedi was relatively simple. Shuedi's fingers slipped, and her legs were instantly cut off. The broken legs gradually turned into ordinary snow, and the boots were thrown away. Then Shuedi gathered some soul power, and the broken legs were gradually transformed by the snow giant. As a snow spirit born and raised by nature, Shuedi's whole body is made of snow. When she feels that something is dirty, she can discard it at any time and reconstruct it, because she is snow. Chapter 144. Master, is this okay? Yes, continue. Yes, Master. In the Xingdou Great Forest, after being slaughtered countless times by the Snow Emperor in the Sea of Spirit, Xiao Chong finished a day of swordsmanship training and then returned to the resting place, where Nana knelt on the ground to wash his feet and massage him. How long have you been in the Xingdou Great Forest? Nana answered Xiao Chong's question while massaging him to relax. Almost 10 months, Master. Almost 10 months, so you and I have been together for 10 months too. You have worked hard during this period. Xiao Chong rubbed Nana's head and said, Xiao Chong's team has a clear class division. As the strongest and the highest ranking existence, the Snow Emperor can command everyone when needed. Mu Qingxue is a worker, and only does her job. Xiao Chong is the employer, and can command Mu Qingxue when needed. Xiaolan practices normally according to Xiao Chong's requirements, and generally does not let her take care of other things, so it is still very easy. Nana was the only one who was not working but a domestic slave. In this case, she was responsible for a series of trivial matters such as washing clothes and cooking. In addition, she had to be ready to serve Xiao Chong and Xiaolan at any time. During this period, she even made the water for their foot washing. Nana is not tired. Nana is willing to serve the master for life. Nana said tirelessly. As the servant given to Huiyuhao, at the beginning in the original book, he was relatively reliable in terms of loyalty. If it's a lifetime, your strength is a little poor. I'm afraid you can't keep up with me for a lifetime. I'm sorry, Master. I will work hard to practice and try my best to reach the title Douluo. No, Nana will definitely reach the title Douluo. Yes, what level are you now? Level 48. Level 48? Xiao Chong thought about it. Nana in the original book reached level 50 at the age of 17. Now Nana is less than 16 years old. Obviously, the soul beast meat she ate in the Xingdou Great Forest during this period played a role. Although her cultivation was delayed by many things, because she had been eating soul beasts over 10,000 years old, Nana's cultivation speed was much faster than in the original book. But this is understandable. After all, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is not really good at eating. Judging from the total number of soul beasts in the Sun Moon Empire, there are soul beasts over 10,000 years old every meal. Even the royal family can't do this. As for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the food they eat is even better than that of Shrek's outer courtyard. Almost level 50, so absorb this. Xiao Chong said, and took out Feng Yao's leg bone. It was the leg bone of the 85,000-year-old wind demon tiger, which is also one of the top soul bones. Xiao Chong had been worried about the issue of favors and resentments, so he did not give Nana any benefits. However, Nana has been working for almost a year without complaint. Although the soul bones are precious, what Nana has done may not be enough, but at least it is not pure money. After all, Nana will continue to work. Master, the young ladies don't have soul bones yet. It's a bit of a waste to give me this soul bone. Absorb it. I actually plan to give it to them. On the contrary, if you are too weak, I can't do anything I want you to do. Yes, Master. Nana took the soul bone and then began to fuse it according to Xiao Chong's order. Douluo I soul bones can be absorbed at will. Douluo 2 soul bones require high-level soul masters to fuse if the soul beast bloodline is high. However, the dark gold fear claw bear soul bone only needs a soul king of more than 50 levels to absorb it. The leg bone of the wind demon tiger is naturally not dangerous for Nana, who is 48 levels. After 2.5 hours of absorption, the 85,000-year-old wind demon tiger leg bone was successfully absorbed by Nana. After Nana absorbed the soul bone, Mu Qingxue was responsible for the second awakening of Nana's body martial soul. The specific method was clearly stated in Dosan. Although there is no sea here, the lake can barely make do. Just add some other pressures. It is no problem to make a slight change to one thing. I have been here for so long, and haven't seen other people for a long time. After Nana's martial soul awakens, let's fuse a soul with her and go back. Xiao Chong looked at Shuedi for her opinion. You make the decision. I have no opinion on this matter. When Nana was trying to awaken her body martial soul for the second time, the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy. The second-year students Wu Feng, Xie Huanyue, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, Ning Tian, Zhou Xikhin and 11 others, as well as a 7-ring Soul Saint and 2 6-ring Soul Emperor level Soul Masters appeared at the gate of Shrek Academy. At this time, the 7-ring Soul Saint stood in the front, and 2 6-ring Soul Emperors stood behind him. The 7-ring Soul Saint gave a speech to everyone. You are all students with good grades in my Shrek Academy, so this time I will be responsible for the front and help you get Soul Rings. Although it is not the first time for you to hunt Soul Rings, there are some things I have to say again. As long as you reach the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest, you are not allowed to light a fire. If anyone dares to light a fire in the forest, no matter what the reason, he will be punished by the school, which will affect his promotion to the inner courtyard in the future. After the 7-ring Soul Saint finished speaking, a 6-ring Soul Emperor stood up to do the next work. Now let's call the roll, Joe. Ugh! Before the 6-ring Soul Emperor could say anything, a gnawed chicken bone was thrown into his mouth. A strong feeling of nausea suddenly came over him, and the Soul Emperor was about to curse. But when he saw who the old man who threw the bone into his mouth was, he swallowed the curse. You are so slow. When did our Shrek Academy do things so slowly? After throwing the bone away, Elder Xian took another chicken leg and started gnawing. Xian. Elder Xian, are you here? Seeing Xianzi's sudden appearance, the 7-ring Soul Saint, who was originally unruly in front of the students, immediately lowered his head, and his whole person was full of servility, and he didn't have the momentum of being a mediocre person who didn't dare to cause trouble before. Elder Xian first burped, and then explained why he was here. Originally I didn't plan to come, but the girl from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is pretty good. The last term. Originally Xianlao was going to talk about the last Shrek 7 Devils, but thinking of those bad memories, Xianlao swallowed his original words. In short, the last term of the Shrek 7 Devils had already had an accident. As the new term of the Shrek 7 Devils, I can't let her have any more problems. This time, I decided to lead the soul hunting operation myself. Chapter 145. Hearing that Master Xian said he would help Ning Tian and his team obtain spirit rings, the 3 teachers who led the team were shocked. Really? Master Xian? You are going to lead the team in this soul hunting operation? The 3 teachers who knew Master Xian's specific identity were all in disbelief. As a titled Douluo at level 98, Master Xian usually only helped others to hunt for the 8th and 9th spirit rings. This was the first time they heard of him helping others to hunt for the 3rd and 4th spirit rings. After all, they were just a few 3rd and 4th rings, and the upper limit of the age of spirit rings was only about 5,000 years. If it weren't for the presence of Ning Tian, the young master of the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, even the 77th level Soul Saint would not come. A bunch of spirit rings within 5,000 years, 2 high-level Soul Emperors would be enough to hunt them. Although there were a little more people this time, generally speaking, another Soul Saint within 75 years was the upper limit. That is, the 77th level Soul Saint had an old relationship with a Soul Master from the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, so he chose to help them hunt for spirit rings. What are you worth cheating on? Xianlao looked at the 3 people and said with disdain. Originally, he didn't plan to come. After all, there was a group of Soul Masters who lacked 3 or 4 rings. At this level, there was no need for him to order a Soul Douluo to come. But now is different from the past. Because of his mistakes, Shrek lost miserably in the last competition. Xianlao felt a little guilty. When there is guilt, you want to make up for it. So when Shrek proposed to go to the Sun Moon Empire to steal the Soul Guide blueprint and needed Huiyuhao, Xianlao stood up without hesitation. Even if Huiyuhao only needed a 1,000-year soul ring, even if he only needed a 2nd soul ring, Xianlao chose to make meritorious service without hesitation. Even though his status shouldn't have meant leading a team to hunt for a 2nd soul ring, he still did it without hesitation, and fortunately, he did his job well, and ensured that Huiyuhao survived. Although some of Shrek's geniuses were lost in the process, that was because he encountered a soul beast of the 700,000-year level, and it was not his fault, so he couldn't be blamed. Besides, his original intention was not to lead a group of people to hunt for soul rings. Those people were just incidental, and Huiyuhao, who he was supposed to take to get the soul ring, did not have any problems. In this case, Elder Xian felt that the sky was clear and the rain had stopped, so he could lead a team to hunt for soul rings again. However, ordinary people naturally had no right to let him help hunt for soul rings, so he didn't show up until Ning Tian needed to hunt for soul rings. As one of the important participants in the next all-continental high-level Soul Master competition, Ning Tian of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower must not get into trouble. In order to ensure that Ning Tian would not get into trouble, he naturally had to do it himself. Yes, Master Xian, how could you possibly deceive us juniors with your status? I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. The Soul Saint and the two Soul Emperors lowered their heads quickly, and at the same time, they were more relieved about this soul hunting. The time when Master Xian led Zhang Lishuan and others to hunt soul rings was not allowed to be mentioned by others early on to prevent Master Xian from being sad. The last time the Shrek 7 Devils hunted evil soul masters, it was not hunting soul rings, and the teacher who led the team was Wang Yin, so it had nothing to do with Master Xian. As for the trip to the Star Do Great Forest 10 months ago, it was when they encountered a 700,000-year-old soul beast. If Master Xian hadn't been there, Hui Yuhao would not have been able to come back. In this case, in the eyes of many Shrek people, Master Xian is still the biggest reliance when hunting soul rings, and he is an existence that many people want to invite but cannot. Therefore, when Xian Lao said that he would lead the team to help everyone hunt soul rings, everyone except Ning Tian was extremely excited. As for why Ning Tian was not excited, Ming Tian almost died last time, and that last time was when Xian Lao led the team. He was the only one among the crowd who had seen Xian Lao unreliable, but he couldn't say it. After all, last time, he was captured by a 5-ring soul king, and a 5-ring soul king without a 10,000-year soul ring, in front of Xian Lao because he said a few more words. Ning Tian would never believe it. Not to mention a 98-level title Douluo, even if it was a soul Douluo, it would not be possible for a 5-ring soul king to capture a 3-ring soul master in front of him. But when he was rescued afterwards, he was still grateful. Ming Tian seriously suspected that if he hadn't knelt down quickly enough, those corpse slaves would have exploded and blown her up. Okay, let's go, stop dawdling. Don't worry about the criticisms from the teacher before we lead the team this time. Let's make a fire. I don't like cold food. As for any soul beasts, I will still drive them away even if they are 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Thank you, Master Xian. I feel relieved with you around. Under Master Xian's command, everyone quickly entered the Xingdou Great Forest. On the evening of the first day, they made a fire and cooked as usual. They really encountered a powerful soul beast. However, when the soul beast was about to attack the students, Master Xian, who had not been able to sense the breath of the students, suddenly appeared and slapped the soul beast that was no less than 50,000 years old away with a slap. Get out. If you dare to harass my students again, I will roast you. Master Xian was chewing a chicken leg with one hand and pinching the soul beast's neck with the other. His overwhelming strength made all the students admire him. As expected of Master Xian, his cultivation is beyond our reach. With Master Xian here, there will be no problem with our soul hunting this time. Everyone complimented Master Xian. After Master Xian easily pinned down a 50,000-year-old soul beast, even Ning Tian felt that Master Xian was somewhat reliable. You can rest, I will take care of everything. As Master Xian spoke, his aura disappeared again, and he looked like a master who came and went without a trace. In the next few days, with Master Xian's protection, everyone gradually walked towards the mixed zone. They were not worried about the problems that might arise after going deeper. After all, the strength that Master Xian had shown in the past few days had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The fact that he could beat high-level soul beasts without releasing soul rings from the beginning to the end was enough to prove how powerful Xian Lao was. Although they could not feel Xian Lao's aura at ordinary times, the experience of the past few days made them very clear that once they were really in danger, Xian Lao would definitely appear in front of them to block those invincible beings for them. Originally, this was an ordinary soul hunting operation, and it should have ended normally in this way, until... This aura? Angel? And it's an angel with more than 7 rings? Xian Lao, who had been sensing the surroundings, suddenly turned cold, but thinking of Ning Tian, who he had to protect this time, Xian Lao hesitated for a moment. Forget it, the distance is not far anyway. Even if I go, this place is within my reach at any time. It will only take me a dozen seconds to get back. After all, I am a student and teacher of Shrek, so I can't stand it for a dozen seconds. Chapter 146. After feeling that the soul master of the angel spirit was not far away from him, Xian Lao thought for a moment and chose to temporarily leave the Shrek team. He had already seen that there were no particularly powerful soul beasts nearby, and the angel spirit was close enough to him in his perception, or in other words, close enough to him for a person of his strength. At this distance, even a round trip might not take a minute when he burst out with all his strength, so it was no problem for him to leave for a short time. Therefore, because the distance between the two sides was too close for Xianlao, he was away for a few minutes at most, so Xianlao did not tell the Soul Master leading the team about his short departure. After all, he would be back in a while, and there were no soul beasts around that could threaten the Shrek people. Now telling the leader that he was leaving, and then telling the leader that he was back later, this kind of thing was really unnecessary in Xianlao's opinion. After all, he was not going to leave forever. It was only a matter of a few minutes, so why waste that little bit of mouth and mouth? He had that time to finish everything. Just like that, without anyone in Shrek knowing, Elder Xian quietly left the Shrek team. In a huge lake in the Xingdo Great Forest, at the bottom of the lake, Nana had several lead balls hanging on her body, and some soul beasts from freshwater lakes were chasing her. Mu Qingxue was at a certain distance from Nana, watching her struggle all the time, and ready to rescue her when she really couldn't hold on. Because she had been in the core area before, Nana had eaten a lot of high-level soul beast meat during this period. High-level soul beast meat can provide explosive energy, and to trigger this energy explosion, Nana herself needs to fight desperately when she is dying, relying on her will to survive to completely stimulate the energy in her body to successfully awaken her own martial soul. This is not an easy task, but fortunately Xiao Chong has enough resources and time to complete it slowly. After countless near-death experiences, Nana was finally squeezed to the limit. As the silver light appeared behind her, she finally relied on her own strength to rush out from the bottom of the lake, bearing the pressure of the soul beast and the iron ball on her body. Feeling her own sudden surge of soul power and the colorful light behind her, Nana knew she had succeeded. Master, Nana succeeded, thank you for your cultivation. After her martial soul awakened, Nana knelt down in front of Xiao Chong and said, as a servant prepared for the protagonist in the original book, her loyalty was almost beyond doubt. Not bad, go take a shower and change clothes. I take you to get another soul ring later, and we leave. As soon as Xiao Chong finished speaking, a cold snort came over. Hell, leave? Are you still planning to leave? Xiao Chong looked in the direction of the voice. Xianzi, the Supreme Elder of the Holy Spirit Church and the Deputy Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, was gnawing on a chicken leg and staring at him with burning eyes. He first swept his eyes over Nana, trying to make his voice sound as gentle as a kind old man. Good child, don't be afraid, Shrek will save you, and you will never have to be a slave to others again. Shrek's attitude towards ordinary people or ordinary soul masters is average or even bad, but if it is for genius soul masters, even Yin Xiaozhe, the Dean of the Outer Courtyard, or the Chief and Deputy Pavilion Masters of their Sea God Pavilion, they are very easy to talk to. It looks like she is only about 16 years old, and the fluctuation of soul power has reached level 50. In addition, the light released by Nana just now is the second awakening of the silver-level body martial soul. If this kind of genius is not in the body, Shrek must catch it in his hands. Unlike Huiyuhao, who had not shown any talent, Nana was a top talent who could be trained to level 95 or above without any research, so Master Xian spoke to Nana in a much gentler voice. However, seeing the sudden appearance of the old man, and the fact that the old man had just told Xiao Chong that they could not leave, Nana quickly protected Xiao Chong behind her, showing her loyalty. Okay, Nana, he is not an opponent you can handle, and it is useless for you to stand in front of him. You should take a shower and change clothes first. But master, do as I say. Yes, master. You actually treated my Shrek genius like a slave. Boy, you are going to die. Hearing Master Xian's voice, Nana wanted to stand in front of Xiao Chong, but... Back off, obey orders, and don't let me say any more. Yes, master. Okay, I have told you, but you keep telling me. You won't change, right? Boy, I give you one last chance. If you swear allegiance to Shrek, I give you a chance to reform. Otherwise, I let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. I really have no interest in you, Shrek, let alone loyalty. Xiao Chong said slowly. If it weren't for the fact that he was only level 60 and hadn't grown up yet and couldn't influence the war, if he encountered this situation again in 5 years, Xiao Chong would directly ask the Snow Queen to kill him. In that case, I break your limbs later and use you to exchange for Li Xian in a few years, but before that... Elder Xian looked at Mu Qingxue. Shrek has strictly ordered non-pure healing angel spirits to cultivate to the Soul Saint stage. What's the matter with your aura of an 8-ring soul Douluo? Do you want me to send you to see your ancestors? When Elder Xian looked at Mu Qingxue, the murderous aura released by the 98-level title Douluo instantly made Mu Qingxue despair. Over the years, people with angel spirits have thought about resistance, but all those who resisted were killed by Shrek. For any angel spirit master who cultivated to the 7-ring soul saint, Shrek would directly send a titled Douluo to lead the team to hunt him down. His father and 2 sisters all died at the hands of Shrek's titled Douluo. So Mu Qingxue had hatred for Shrek, but at the same time, she also had a natural fear of Shrek's titled Douluo. That was the natural fear formed by the angel spirit after being hunted down for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, when Xianlao looked at her with murderous eyes, Mu Qingxue was so desperate that she couldn't even stand. Sure enough, can't resist? This was Mu Qingxue's first reaction, but just when she was thinking about it, Xiao Chang's voice reached her ears. Don't worry, Miss Qingxue, nothing will happen. Normally, just one sentence can't make a person's years of shadow disappear from the heart, but Xiao Chang has psychological hints. And with the help of Tianming, the psychological hints of more than 400 years have already reached the level of 100,000 years. The psychological hints of 400 years can only affect others, but the psychological hints of 100,000 years are not just a slight impact on others. Therefore, as Xiao Chang's voice fell, coupled with his perfect blocking in front of her, Mu Qingxue, who was originally frightened, seemed to have a backbone all of a sudden, and most of the fear was dissipated. At this moment, in Mu Qingxue's eyes, the sky that was about to collapse suddenly appeared as a pillar supporting the sky. Xianlao sneered. Oh, nothing will happen. Just relying on you, a kid who doesn't know how many years it will take to cultivate to the title of Douluo. Ridiculous, I will stand here and let you 3 moves. If you can break my defense, I will let you get out from under my crotch. Xiao Chang did not respond to Xianlao's words, but silently took out an 8th level fixed soul guide restriction cover. With the injection of not much soul power, the fixed soul guide directly covered Xianlao inside, and Xianlao just sneered at this. It's ridiculous. As long as I want to, this soul guide will be shattered in less than 3 seconds even if I don't release my martial soul. Xiao Chang didn't care what Xianlao said, but continued his action and took out the silver dragon staff. As Xiao Chang injected a large amount of soul power into the silver dragon staff, the space capacity of the silver dragon staff reached its extreme. In less than a second, the restriction shield containing Xianlao, but without any soul power fluctuation on the surface, was transferred to a place outside the Star Do Great Forest that had been marked by Xiao Chang. Xianlao, who was suddenly transferred to the cesspool, my student. After Xianlao left for a while, in the Shrek team. 5,000 years of dark gold fear claw bear, the top 4 soul ring. If this kind of soul beast saw us normally, we would run away, but now? The 7-ring soul saint who led the team laughed. With Xianlao in charge, he really couldn't think of how they could get into trouble. Chapter 147. It's a 5,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear. I have to say that Xie Huanyue, you are really lucky. After the Soul Emperor of the Agility Attack Department found a 5,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear, he said to Xie Huanyue, who came this time. In this team, Ning Tian has already obtained the 4 soul ring, so this 5,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear is undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Although Xie Huanyue's martial soul Pippi is like a defensive beast martial soul, the dark gold terror claw bear is first class in both attack and defense. This kind of soul ring is a top-notch good thing for both the strong attack and defense soul masters. Even if it is a soul master of the Agility Attack Department, no one will refuse a dark gold terror claw bear that fits his soul ring absorption limit when he has the opportunity. After all, the bonus given by the dark gold terror claw bear is too good. This soul ring is completely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For example, if it weren't for the protection of Master Xian, they would have to run away when they saw this dark gold terror claw bear of about 5,000 years. A 100-year-old dark gold terror claw bear can rival a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and a 10,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear can rival a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It's not that they can't beat this dark gold terror claw bear of about 5,000 years, but if they fight this dark gold terror claw bear to death, I'm afraid that with their strength, they may not have a chance to return to the academy alive. But today is different. Behind them is Master Xian. He is the deputy master of Shrek's Sea God Pavilion. Master Xian, whose soul power is as high as level 98. Thanks to the cultivation of the academy, Deputy Director Jia, Teacher Zhao, and Teacher Wang, don't worry, I, Xie Huanyue, will be a Shrek person in my life and a Shrek ghost in my death. I will work hard for the development of Shrek all my life, and will never let the academy down. Hearing that Teacher Zhao from the Agility Attack Department said that he was lucky, Xie Huanyue immediately understood the ownership of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Thinking of the benefits that the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear's soul ring could bring him, He did not hesitate, and immediately expressed his loyalty to Shrek Academy. Not bad, you have this intention, and it is worth the Academy's cultivation of you. Be prepared and you will get this soul ring. Thank you, Deputy Director, thank you Teacher Zhao, thank you Teacher Wang. When Xie Huanyue spoke, looking at the dark gold terror claw bear, Ning Tian frowned. Somehow, she suddenly remembered the unreliability of Master Xian, when she was an evil soul master. Deputy Director, 2 teachers, the matter of the 5,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear is not a small matter after all. To be on the safe side, why don't we discuss it with Master Xian? No need. Although the dark gold terror claw bear is strong, unless it is the Bear King in the Star Do Great Forest, the other dark gold terror claw bears are just a handful for Master Xian. He also hopes that we can obtain a powerful spirit ring, so there will be no problem with this matter. Ning Tian wanted to say something else, but Teacher Zhao's hand was already on his shoulder. Don't worry, Ning Tian, nothing will happen. With Master Xian's strength, unless he suddenly leaves and completely ignores us, there will be no problem for us. But how can Master Xian suddenly abandon us? When Teacher Zhao finished speaking, Ning Tian couldn't continue to speak. Last time, he accidentally said something bad about Shrek, and she almost lost her life, and she was almost killed. If she said anything more this time, I'm afraid she won't even have a chance to survive. I go over and test the quality of this dark gold terror claw bear. Old Zhao and Old Wang, you guys stay aside to help me. If we can kill this dark gold terror claw bear alone, we won't have to bother Old Xian. If we really can't kill it alone, we ask Old Xian to help. Deputy Director Jia said. As a bear soul master with the giant brown bear as his martial soul, he also wanted to test the gap between his strength and the top soul beast like the dark gold terror claw bear. No problem, don't worry. Leave the task of scavenging to us. Teacher Zhao and Teacher Wang said confidently, because there was a level 98 existence to back them up. Although the opponent was a 5,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear, the 3 of them were not afraid at all, but aroused their competitive spirit. After confirming that he was going to hunt down the 5,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear, the soul saint named Jia immediately stepped forward and kicked the resting dark gold terror claw bear, and then he punched the dark gold terror claw bear with dozens of fists, which stunned the dark gold terror claw bear. As one of the top soul beasts, it was good enough that it did not provoke humans, but now humans actually provoked it, and the humans who provoked it this time did not seem to be that strong. So how could the dark gold terror claw bear not be stunned? While the dark gold terror claw bear was still stunned, Deputy Director Jia felt that it was not enough to just fight like this, so he directly released his martial soul, and the 7-ring soul saint aura of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black burst out in full force, and then the 7th soul ring lit up, and the martial soul true body was activated, and the whole person turned into a brown bear bigger than the dark gold terror claw bear. Seeing the human opposite him turn into a giant bear bigger than himself, the dark gold terror claw bear showed no weakness. The claw on his right hand stretched out, releasing a golden aura. That was the attribute of the dark gold terror claw bear, the ultimate gold. It was the top sharpness. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, the golden light on the right hand of the dark gold terror claw bear shone brightly, and an extremely terrifying sharp aura seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Feeling the attack that the dark gold terror claw bear was about to fall, Deputy Director Jia's 5th soul ring lit up, and the soul skill brown bear iron arm was activated, ready to use the 10,000-year soul skill with his own martial soul true body to take on this trick of the dark gold whole claw. Then his arms were torn by the dark gold terror claw bear with a 3-centimeter deep cut. Deputy Director Jia took a breath of cold air, and the severe pain on his arm clearly told him that even with the 10,000-year soul skill under the martial soul true body, he could not ignore the attack of the dark terror claw bear. Fortunately, this level of wound was acceptable to a soul saint with a bear-type martial soul like him. Therefore, after being hit, he did not immediately choose to withdraw from the battlefield, but activated the 6th soul skill brown bear tearing claw. However, compared with the attack of the dark gold terror claw bear on him, his attack on the dark gold terror claw bear was much less harmful to the dark gold terror claw bear. However, with 2 soul emperors harassing the dark gold terror claw bear beside him, this fighting style was barely acceptable for a while. However, after fighting with the dark gold terror claw bear for dozens of rounds, they were still slightly at a disadvantage. Sorry, Elder Xian, we can't handle the dark gold terror claw bear after all, so we have to trouble you. Deputy Director Qin shouted to the sky, and then the air fell into a brief silence. Elder Xian did not respond to him, But the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear greeted him cordially. Roar, roar, roar! Chapter 148. Feeling the terrifying aura of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, Deputy Director Jia, who was facing the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, was already sweating coldly. If he was in a normal state, he would not be afraid of a 5,000-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. After all, even if he couldn't beat it, he could still choose to escape. The 5,000-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear was at most a soul beast of about 60,000 to 70,000 years old, and there was no unbridgeable gap between his strength and his. This was why Deputy Director Jia dared to fight the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. What's more, there was Xianlao behind him. As long as Xianlao was there, let alone this 5,000-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, even if a 10,000-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear came over, it would not be a difficult task for them to capture it alive. It should have been like this. Until he looked up to the sky and shouted, asking Xianlao to take action. The air was quiet for a long time, but he did not wait for Xianlao to appear. Instead, the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear that had recovered roared at his head. Feeling the saliva of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear flying on his face along with the waves of sound, Deputy Director Jia, who had already completely left the Wuhuan True Body state and was waiting for Master Xian to kill the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, was a little panicked. He left the Wuhuan True Body because he believed that Master Xian's strength could suppress this 5,000-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear in an instant, and he would be fine at all. But now Master Xian's figure disappeared, and he had just left the Wuhuan True Body and was in a weak state. In the previous battle, his soul power and physical strength were greatly consumed, and he was only a soul saint. The Wuhuan True Body state was not something that he could use as a normal attack. If he had not left the Wuhuan True Body just now, it would be a little easier. Now he was in a state of one-shot and then weak. If he forced to use the Wuhuan True Body, it would be too much for him to bear for long. But if he did not use the Wuhuan True Body, Master Xian, we really can't handle the 5,000-year-old Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. Don't hide it. Elder Xian did not respond to him. Instead, he only responded with the Dark Gold Claw of the Dark Gold Clawless Bear. Deputy Director Jia quickly used his fifth soul skill, the Brown Bear Iron Arm, to resist. But the attack that he could not completely block even in the state of his martial soul's true body was even more fatal to him at this moment. The Dark Gold Clawless Bear quickly left deep wounds on Deputy Director Jia with its Dark Gold Claw. Elder Xian, come here quickly. Now is not the time to train. If the Dark Gold Clawless Bear gets angry, we may really die. Teacher Wang shouted to the sky, but the occasional echo of the forest was his only response. At this time, they still had the last glimmer of hope. But as the Dark Gold Clawless Bear's claw cut off Deputy Director Jia's finger, the three knew that it was self-deception to think of asking Elder Xian for help now. Old Zhao. Old Wang. I stop him, you take the students and run. When two fingers were cut off and Master Xian had not yet appeared, Deputy Director Jia gritted his teeth and made a decision. Then he immediately forced his spirit body to turn into a powerful brown bear again and block the Dark Gold Empty Claw Bear. Deputy Director Jia. Go! We made a wrong decision. I will take full responsibility this time. Take the students away. Without Master Xian, when they decided to attack this 5,000-year-old Dark Gold Claw Bear, it would be difficult for them to survive. In addition, they trusted Master Xian too much, so Deputy Director Jia withdrew his spirit body after calling Master Xian. This series of mistakes in action can be said to have completely pushed them to a dead end. If they encountered the Dark Gold Claw Bear in a normal state, they would not easily attack them with the wisdom of bears. After all, the Dark Gold Claw Bear can also feel their threat to it. If the three of them really wanted to kill it with all their strength, the outcome was still uncertain, so the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear would not take the initiative to attack them in this case. If their original purpose was to rely on the three of them to kill the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, with one Soul Saint and two Soul Emperors, they would have a chance to kill it. Although the price they had to pay might be high, they still had a chance to survive. But they chose to test and compete, not to kill. This kind of battle that was not based on taking the life of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear allowed them to not cause real fatal injuries to the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear in a long battle. Now the half-crippled Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear had to deal with the completely crippled Soul Saint and the slightly injured Soul Emperor. It was absolutely impossible to kill the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, and now that Master Xian was not here, if they were all crippled in this mixed area, then what awaited them was not a life or death, but a death or no life. Abandoning the already severely disabled Soul Saint to block the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, the others left under the leadership of the Soul Emperor. This was the most inhumane thing at this time, but it was the only chance for them to return alive. Thinking of this, Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhao did not dare to say anything more. Everyone leave quickly, and move forward at full speed in the direction of Shrek. Old Wang and I will escort you. In the mixed area of the Star-Do Great Forest, there was still a dark gold terror claw bear staring at them. Now there was no time to be sad. They had to leave the Star-Do Great Forest as soon as possible, otherwise they would all die without a burial place. The students began to run towards the school according to the instructions of the two teachers, but because of Master Xian, they had already gone too deep into the mixed area before. They did not feel anything when they had a bottom line in their hearts before, but now when they walked back, they found that the way back was so difficult. The two teachers wanted to take everyone back, but considering the distance and the dangers ahead, they knew that it was an unrealistic fantasy to ensure that all students returned safely. So, in this case, the worst students could only be abandoned after they were taken away by soul beasts. At first, ordinary students whose names did not appear in the original book were abandoned, but later even Zhou Sik-hin, who later became a substitute for Shrek's second team, was abandoned. Then, it was the turn to abandon the talented students. Because Xia Huanyue had not yet obtained the Fourth Soul Ring, there was no chance for him to obtain the Fourth Soul Ring. After all, a level 43 Ring Soul Master was the speed of a 3-Soul Soul Master. The teachers knew that he had good talent and did not want to abandon him, but his weight was too heavy. He could only bear the weight of 4 or 5 people. It was too inefficient to take him away, so Xia Huanyue had no choice but to be Shrek's ghost. Especially in the later stage, when they encountered a small wave of dampness, they were eventually forced to abandon Wufeng, who had a true dragon martial spirit. In the end, they only brought back Ning Tian, who could assist the two of them, and Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, who had martial soul fusion skills and could be used as a 5-ring soul king, and ran to the outer area. However, when they arrived at the outer area, Teacher Wang, who had been bearing the greatest damage, also reached his limit. Although he was only one step away from Shrek, it was that step that made Teacher Wang unable to walk and eventually died in the outer area. Finally, after several days of fleeing, Teacher Zhao, who was exhausted and had only one breath left, took Ning Tian, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, who had also reached their limits, and barely returned to the outer area of Shrek Academy. And when they just took a breath. What's wrong with you? Why don't you kneel down and apologize to Master Xian? Chapter 149. When Ning Tian and others experienced a near-death experience in the Xingdou Great Forest, only one teacher and 3 students, a total of 4 people, returned from the team of 14 people, 3 teachers and 11 students. Before Ning Tian and others had time to feel the joy of surviving the disaster, Zhou Yi, who happened to see them, came over and scolded them, and the 4 people who barely returned from the Xingdou Great Forest were stunned. Finally, Ning Tian reacted first and asked Zhou Yi, "Teacher Zhou Yi, what did you say? Who did you kneel down to apologize to?" "Xian Lao, what on earth are you doing? You are so angry that you are about to leave Shrek. Because of you, the entire Sea God Pavilion of Shrek is now in chaos." Zhou Yi cursed. She didn't know what happened, but to make Xian Lao angry and leave Shrek, it was obvious that he had encountered some huge troublemaker, and Zhou Yi hated troublemakers the most, so even if these people escaped death, Zhou Yi didn't have a good face for them. What happened? Us? Ning Tian had a lot of question marks on his head, not knowing what exactly happened. Who else could it be if not you? Go to the Sea God Pavilion first. Elder Mu wants to see you. After Xiao Chong transferred Elder Xian to the previous manure pit anchor point, Elder Xian quickly rushed out of the manure pit. After all, an 8th level fixed installation soul guide was really nothing to someone of Elder Xian's strength. However, after leaving the manure pit, Elder Xian was dumbfounded, because Xiao Chong used anchored teleportation. This kind of prefix teleportation method requires preparation, but the advantage is that it can be teleported to a very long distance, instead of only being able to move 100 or 80 meters, like a soul skill. Xiao Chong directly teleported Xian Lao to the outside of the Xingdou Great Forest. In an instant, Xian Lao felt that something was wrong. Because of his strength, the people he brought this time, whether teachers or students, had full confidence in him. Because of this, they dared to go deep into the mixed area without hesitation to find a better quality soul ring for them. In addition to his strength as a suppression, the distance to the Xingdou Great Forest this time was far beyond the distance their team should reach. If he was there, it would be fine, but the problem was that he left halfway, and he left without any greeting. Originally, he thought he would only leave for a short time, but looking at the current location, Xian Lao estimated that he would not be able to find the students in 2 days. And even if he could find them, it was estimated that the students would be in danger in that place. Sure enough, when he went to the Xingdou Great Forest again to look for Ning Tian and the others, near the road they had taken before, he saw the dark gold fear claw bear gnawing on the body of the soul saint he brought this time. Without saying anything, Xian Lao slapped the dark gold fear claw bear to death with one slap. Then he saw the Bear King not far away. The two sides were extremely jealous of each other and started fighting in the mixed area, even triggering a small beast tide. After the fight, Xian Lao knew that this was not a place to stay for a long time, so he retreated while fighting. But this venting also made the Xingdou Great Forest more chaotic, leaving those students with almost no chance of survival. In this case, Xian Lao gave up the search and came to the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek to confess his crime to Mu Lao. "Mr. Mu, I am guilty." Mr. Xian's words made Mr. Mu, who was lying on the chair, feel a jolt in his heart. "Calm down first, don't be like this, tell me what happened." "Mr. Mu, this is it. Isn't Ning Tian going to hunt for spirit rings? I thought that as one of the indispensable members of the next Shrek 7 Devils, it might not be safe for only one spirit saint and 2 spirit emperors to hunt for spirit rings, so I decided to help them hunt for spirit rings and support them." Moon frowned. "Ning Tian. He seems to be only level 40, right? There shouldn't be any mistakes in this situation?" Di Tian appeared on the outskirts of the Star-Do Great Forest. "No, it's not Di Tian. This matter has nothing to do with him. It's like this, because Hui Yuhao had some problems before. This time I have been using my power to scout the surrounding area on a large scale. Originally there shouldn't be any problems, but I felt an Angel Spirit Master." Moon frowned even more. "Is that Angel Soul Master strong?" "No, she is just an 8-ring soul Douluo. The focus is not on her, but on the other person beside her. I saw the boy who defeated Yueheng from the Sun Moon Empire." "What? You met Xiao Chong, so you killed him?" Mu's eyes lit up. If he saw Xiao Chong kill him, even if Ning Tian of the 9 Treasures Glaze Sect really died in this soul-hunting operation, Moon would be able to accept it. Although this is very sorry for the 9 Treasures Glaze Sect, the 9 Treasures Glaze Sect is not the 7 Treasures Glaze Sect after all. At most, they can compensate the 9 Treasures Glaze Sect with some resources, which can be regarded as their loyalty to Shrek. "No, sorry, Mu Lao. Well, after all, he is Jing Hongchen's disciple, so the guardian around him must be strong enough. An Angel Soul Master with 8-ring soul Douluo can be accepted." As soon as Mu Lao finished speaking, he saw Xian Lao's face full of shame, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. "Wait, you didn't kill Xiao Chong, didn't kill the Angel Martial Spirit, and then lost those students?" Xian Lao nodded embarrassedly. Moon only felt a surge of blood, and his hair, which was not much to begin with, fell off a few more. "Tell me what happened." Xian Lao explained everything to Mu Lao. Hearing that Xiao Chong had no guardian, and only used an 8th level fixed soul guide, and a soul guide that could be teleported to teleport Xian Lao, causing Shrek to lose both the wife and the army, Moon immediately felt that Shrek would be finished if it was handed over to Xian Lao. "Xuanzi, tell me the truth, are you really on Shrek's side?" "I don't blame you, and I don't have the ability to blame you now. Mr. Mu. Although I don't believe some of the things I said, I have never betrayed Shrek. I promise you this alone." Mr. Mu nodded. "Since you said so, I naturally believe you. As for this time..." Before Mu finished speaking, Mr. Xian had already knelt down. "Mr. Mu, I'm sorry, the mistake this time is too big. I really don't have the face to stay in Shrek. I voluntarily resign from the position of Deputy Leader of Shrek Sea God Pavilion and take responsibility for this matter." Mu opened his eyes, and remembered the determination of Mr. Xian at that time. The last time Mr. Xian had such a determined look was the last time. That time was when Zhang Lishuan was in trouble. At that time, Zhang Lishuan knelt down to find Mr. Xian, and now... "Teacher, good news, Ning Tian and others are back, and they look very bad." Yin Xiaozhi came to Moon's ear and said. Moon also knew that Ning Tian and the others were definitely not in good condition now. Asking them to ask Xian Lao to come back now was like rubbing salt into their wounds. However, with a level 98, and several people who didn't know when they would be able to cultivate to the level of title Douluo, especially when he was about to die, Shrek really couldn't do without Xian Lao. It's good that he's back. I go see them. No matter what, Shrek now can't do without Xian Zi. Chapter 150. Guangjing City, a second-tier city under the Tianhan Empire, where the strongest person is only a soul saint, now welcomes a big man who cannot be offended by this city. In the best hotel in this city, a sloppy old man suddenly appeared, beat up the city lord's son without saying a word and threw him out. Bring me all the good wine and good meat. As Xian Lao said this, he released a bit of the aura of a titled Douluo. The boss immediately understood that the person who came was even more unoffensive than the city lord, so Xian Lao's table was quickly filled with the best wine and meat in their city. Xian Lao sat on the stool, without using any chopsticks or anything like that. He just stretched out his hands and ate, completely disregarding his own image. After he ate once, several people who seemed to have status and position came to this hotel, and came to Xian Lao with humility on their faces. Senior, I am Yi Xian, the lord of Guangjing City, and the leader of Guangjing Sect. It is a great honor for you to come to our small place. If you need me in the future, please tell me. I will do my best for you. Yi Xian flattered old Xian, and tried to get in touch with him. As the lord of Guangjing City, and the leader of Guangjing Sect, his strength is not the strongest in the city. He can reach this position by relying on his connections, and his own auxiliary ability. His family's martial spirit is a 7-color gemstone, which has similar effects to the 7 treasures glazed tower, and the rainbow dragon. However, because of the small number of people, and the earlier development of the 7 treasures glazed tower, the 9 treasures glazed sect has fallen to a second-rate sect, not to mention the Guangjing Sect, which developed later than the 9 treasures glazed sect. If it were not for the abundant Guangjing stones here, which allowed them to accumulate some wealth, it would be hard to say whether the Guangjing Sect could be established. As a force established by auxiliary spirit masters, Guangjing Sect's desire for powerful spirit masters is much higher than that of ordinary sections. For this reason, when Xian Lao appeared in this city, Yi Xian came to this hotel without any hesitation. He didn't care that Xian Lao beat his son. Only by connecting with the title Douluo can he make his position more stable, and rely on the title Douluo to make his sect stronger. However, Yi Xian's face was warm, but Xian Lao's was extremely cold now. After the group of students failed to find, Xian Lao planned to drink alone, and at this time a city lord suddenly ran to him, and said a bunch of nonsense he didn't want to hear. Xian Lao, who was in a bad mood, was even worse after the alcohol came up. So, when Yi Xian was talking excitedly, Xian Lao slapped Yi Xian's head with a slap, and the whole hotel became extremely quiet. Eat. Why talk so much nonsense? Eat. As Elder Xian finished speaking, the elders of Guangjing Sect who came with Yi Xian immediately reacted from their stunned state. They reached out, and grabbed the food regardless of whether there were chopsticks in front of them. They stuffed the food into their mouths frantically, fearing that they would end up like Yi Xian if they were too slow. But, are you really going to eat? Everyone was stunned, and then they became Elder Xian's punching bag. For a while, in the most luxurious hotel in Guangjing City, the senior leaders of Guangjing Sect were wiped out. Guangjing City was still there, but Guangjing Sect was gone. The senior leaders were killed, and the only ones left were some juniors. Fleeing in all directions was their only choice. After being drunk and having a crazy day, Xian Lao finally sobered up. I was a little too radical yesterday. I'm in a bad mood. I'm sorry, Xian Lao said to the corpses of several people. Then he patted his butt and left. Money is easy for people of his realm, so he naturally doesn't care about things that are available at any time, which also means that he doesn't have that kind of thing. After leaving the hotel, Xian Lao shook the wine pot. This old guide specially used for him to hold wine is quite good. A large amount of wine was stored before. Even if he ate and drank so much, the wine in this wine pot still didn't decrease much. Where are we going today? Xian Lao. When Xian Lao was thinking about where to go next, a voice called him. When Xian Lao turned around, he found that it was Ning Tian, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Teacher Zhao, who was thrown into the mouth by a chicken bone. You are still alive? Xian Lao's hands were shaking a little. He couldn't believe that there were still people alive in that situation. Master Xian, please come back. Shrek can't live without you. Ning Tian knelt down first without hesitation. As the young master of the 9 treasures glazed tile sect, her cultivation was not the strongest, but her overall view was the strongest among everyone. The 9 treasures glazed tile sect's foundation was exhausted 10,000 years ago. With its current declining state, Ning Tian could not be as willful as Ning Rongrong. Therefore, when Muin asked them to find a way to call Master Xian back, Ning Tian immediately expressed her and her sect's loyalty to Shrek. Even if she had to kneel, she would kneel Master Xian back. Moon was very satisfied with Ning Tian's performance, and said that Shrek Academy would train Ning Tian well. Later, Shrek also promised Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo that they would train them well, and let them enter Shrek's inner courtyard. As long as they and Ning Tian called back Master Xian, everything would be fine. The Lan sisters wanted to refuse Moon, but Ning Tian stopped them, and told them the pros and cons of refusing. Shrek could lose geniuses like them, and their families, but it couldn't afford to lose a level 98 title Douluo. In this case, although Moon was tempting on the surface, it was actually a complete coercion. It was okay to go along with Moon, but if they went against Moon, they might not have to encounter any situation. In this way, the Lan sisters were persuaded by Ning Tian, and together with the teacher, they begged Master Xian not to leave Shrek. You guys. Alas, it was obviously my mistake. Lu Xian was the same way. How can I bear it? Well, I am a Shrek man after all. How can I really leave Shrek? After several people knelt down and begged, Xian Lao reluctantly resumed his position as the deputy leader of the Sea God Pavilion and continued to work hard for Shrek. Finally, Xian Lao returned to Shrek Academy, and then Ning Tian returned to her and Wu Feng's dormitory. Looking at the bed of Wu Feng who would never come back, Ning Tian locked the door, and then took out a soul guide that could completely block the sound. Ning Tian calmly filled the soul power in the soul guide, and then pressed the silencer soul guide. After pulling the curtains, and confirming that no one would come here for the time being, Ning Tian burst into tears. The Spirit Hall didn't bully the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect like this. Chapter 151. In her dormitory, Ning Tian cried loudly. As the young master of the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect, she was responsible for the future of the entire Nine Treasures Glazed Sect. She had received professional training. No matter what the environment was, she would not let herself cry and show her vulnerable side. Unless she couldn't help it. And today, she really couldn't help it. Ning Tian didn't cry when the danger happened in the Star Do Great Forest. She didn't have time to cry when her classmates died. Even if Wu Feng died, Ning Tian was sad, but she knew that was not the time to be sad. At that time, she didn't have any extra energy. The only thing she could do was to deal with it calmly, and then escape from the Star Do Great Forest with their companions as much as possible. They escaped with their lives, but then they were told that they needed to find Master Xian and call Master Xian back to Shrek. At this time, Ning Tian still didn't cry, but when she returned to the dormitory and looked at Wu Feng's bed, which would never be returned, Ning Tian finally couldn't hold it anymore. A level 98 title Douluo, who led them to the mixed zone of the Star Do Great Forest, would disappear inexplicably. They finally escaped from the Star Do Great Forest, but in the end, it was their fault that they had to kneel down and apologize to Master Xian. Moon did not say anything threatening, but Ning Tian was not Ning Rongrong. She understood the hidden meaning of what Moon did not say. If Master Xian did not come back this time, the account would definitely be attributed to the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Lan sisters' family. Shrek did not need to do anything. As long as he released some news that Shrek was dissatisfied with the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, which was already in a shaky state, might repeat the tragedy of the extermination of the sect that year. The current Jiobao Liuli sect is no longer the top sect it was in the past. After the death of Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, Ning Rongrong happily attended the wedding of Tang San, and Xiao Wu soon after. The Soul Masters, who already had opinions about Jiobao Liuli sect, became even more dissatisfied. After Ning Rongrong and others ascended, the suppression of the Tiando Empire made Jiobao Liuli sect breathless. Without the protection of title Douluo level masters, the overwhelming wealth could not be kept. In addition, the war with the Spirit Hall almost exhausted the money of Jiobao Liuli sect. Jiobao Liuli sect soon weakened to the point that there were only 1 or 2 Soul Douluo protectors. But the inherited martial spirit of Jiobao Liuli sect, the 7 Treasures Liuli Tower, is an auxiliary system. They are different from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. As long as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect has a surviving bloodline, under the top beast soul, even if there are no resources, and can only obtain 1 white, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 1 black soul ring, it is no problem to cultivate to a high-level soul saint with a Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit. With a soul saint with a poor soul ring ratio, the next generation can have 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black soul Douluos, and after a few generations, titled Douluos will appear. But the 9 Treasures Glazed sect can't do that. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower is destined to rely on powerful soul masters if they want to be strong, but as time goes by, it is not easy to pass on the inferior martial souls, and the top martial souls that mutate will become more and more. 10,000 years ago, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower was the only auxiliary system that could greatly enhance the combat power of soul masters, but now there are similar martial souls, such as 7 Color Gems and Rainbow Dragons. Their increase is not worse than the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. The only advantage of the 7 treasures glazed tower over them is the longer inheritance. But that inheritance is not very useful. In this era, when the status of auxiliary systems is getting lower and lower, Ningtian can even feel that the 9 treasures glazed sect may not even be able to maintain its status as a second-rate sect in the future. At this time, the 9 treasures glazed tile sect also lost a genius like Wufeng, a true dragon martial soul, a genius who would lay the foundation for the future 8-ring soul Douluo, which was simply a double whammy for the 9 treasures glazed tile sect. She didn't know how to tell the sect about Wufeng now. After crying until her eyes were red and her throat was a little hoarse, Ningtian released the martial soul of the 7 treasures glazed tile tower. The 7 treasures have a name, the second is Jie. After getting rid of his abnormal state, Ningtian was silent for a long time and called his father for soul communication. "Father. What's the matter?" "Xiao Yan?" Ningtian was silent for a while, and mustered up the courage to tell the story of Wufeng. "Father, Feng Mei is dead." "What did you say?" "Father, Feng Mei is dead." "How is it possible? Aren't you only hunting the 3rd and 4th soul rings?" "I asked Lao Jia to help take care of you. He is a level 77 soul saint, with the martial spirit of a giant brown bear. Even in our Jiobao Liuli sect, he can be ranked in the top 5. How could he get into trouble by hunting a few 3rd and 4th rings? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That's a soul saint with a bear martial spirit. Even if it's a soul saint with a slightly worse martial spirit, it's impossible to face a few 1,000-year soul beasts." Ningtian sighed helplessly. Normally, nothing will happen, but Deputy Director Jia found a dark gold terror claw bear. Dark gold terror claw bear. Mingtian's father's pupil shook violently, but then he felt something was wrong. No, although Lao Jia's personality is a little irritable, he won't provoke a dark gold terror claw bear. Bears like to eat people alive. If he is not strong enough, he shouldn't do that. That's because Deputy Director Jia thought they had enough strength. Ningtian told his father everything about what happened to Master Xian this time. The leader of the 9 treasures glazed sect opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. If it wasn't for his daughter telling him that a super Douluo took people to the mixed zone and suddenly disappeared, he wouldn't believe it. "Sorry, it's my father's incompetence. I'm sorry for you." They were tricked by someone, and then they had to kneel down and apologize to the person who tricked them. If it weren't for the fact that the 9 treasures glazed sect couldn't afford to offend Shrek, they wouldn't have suffered such grievances if they had a little power to challenge Shrek. There is no such way to bully people. Moreover, the 9 treasures glazed sect has always been a vassal of Shrek. Even the funds for Shrek's initial expansion were provided by the Tiendo royal family at the instigation of the 9 treasures glazed sect. The 9 treasures glazed sect supported Shrek so much, but was cheated by Shrek like this. The young sect leader was almost killed. A genius with the foundation of Soul Douluo died at the 3rd soul ring, and he died under the leadership of a titled Douluo. No one would believe this. "Father, this is not your fault. Besides, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" "I want to be an exchange student to the Sun Moon Empire." Chapter 152. When Ningtian said that she was going to the Sun Moon Empire, the shocked voice of the leader of the 9 treasures glazed sect came from the Soul Guide communicator. "What did you say? You are going to the Sun Moon Empire as an exchange student?" "Yes, father. I have been in Shrek for a long time, but not only did we not achieve our goal, but Feng Mei also got into trouble. Now it is meaningless to continue staying in Shrek, so I want to go to the Sun Moon Empire to take a look." "Tiano, it is because your father is incompetent, but Shrek is the #1 academy on the continent. Only there are the most powerful soul masters, and it is most likely that a suitable spouse will appear for you," the leader of the 9 treasures glazed sect advised earnestly. As an auxiliary system, their strength is not in themselves, but in their spouse. A strong spouse may not be important to others, but it is necessary for auxiliary system soul masters. Only when they and their powerful spouses have the same child can their life safety be guaranteed. For this reason, the leader of the 9 treasures glazed sect will send Ningtian to Shrek Academy. In this gathering place of many geniuses, it is not easy to find a genius suitable for Ningtian. "No, father, I have already looked at Shrek. So far, the most talented one is Xiao Xiao. She is a girl, so she is not considered. The outstanding boys are Dai Huaban and Wang Dong. If you look at the previous classes, there are Beibei, Su Sancher, and Kai Tu. If you look at it again, this is Dai Yuheng from the last Shrek 7 Devils. Among them, Dai Huaban already has Zhu Lu, who is well matched and has martial soul fusion skills. There is no one else on Wang Dong's side, but I have tried to contact him during this period, but he seems to dislike women and stays away from all women. Bebe and Su Sancher already have someone they like, and Su Sancher has his own sect, so they are also out of the question. As for Hikaitu, Ning Tian shook his head. For the sake of the sect, I am not against a He Dazhuang, but his talent is not the strongest among the crowd, and is even a little average. Even if I convince myself, the sense of security he can bring me is very limited. The soul guides here at Shrek Academy are not that powerful. With the resources piled up, he is fine before the 7th ring, but after the 7th ring, without a powerful enough soul guide, I am afraid that his achievements in both Soul Master and Soul Guide will not be very high. As for the older Daiyuheng, in a sense, he was originally the best choice, but I heard that he is still recovering from his injuries after the last all-continent high-level Soul Master competition. I haven't left the Duke's mansion for several months, and I even dropped out of Shrek Academy. There is no spouse suitable for me in Shrek now, and it is meaningless to stay in Shrek, so I want to take advantage of this exchange and study to go to the Sun Moon Empire to take a look. The best result of going to the Sun Moon Empire is to connect with the geniuses of the Sun Moon Empire that I saw before. Even if the result is slightly worse, we can at least try to buy soul guides in the Sun Moon Empire to strengthen the defense of the sect. The leader of the 9 Treasures glazed Sect thought for a while, and then asked Ning Tian. The genius of the Sun Moon Empire? Do you have a goal? The best result is to form a partner with Xiao Cheng, who can reach the cultivation level of a 5-ring Soul King at the age of 15, and surpass Daiyuheng, who is already level 64 at the age of 19. The only genius who can defeat the opponent with such a big step forward is Senior Tang San 10,000 years ago. Not participating in the age group that he should participate in, and defeating the genius, who is in the most suitable age group and has always been the best on the continent, all of this is too similar to what happened 10,000 years ago. How sure are you? The leader of the 9 Treasures glazed Sect thought for a while, and asked. Ning Tian shook her head. I'm not sure. He and I haven't even met formally. Under such circumstances, there is naturally no emotional foundation, and Ning Tian was silent for a while, unwilling to admit it, but there were some things she could only admit. Compared to me, Ming Hongchen, who is the same age as him, is obviously better than me. She is the granddaughter of the Mingda Hall Master. The wealth and strength of her family are more like when we were still the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect, but Ming Hongchen is not as arrogant as our ancestor Ning Rongrong was back then. There are some things I don't want to admit, but I really don't have any advantage over Ming Hongchen. Then do you still want to go to the Sun and Moon Empire? Some things can only be known after trying. I can fail on the road, but I can't fail without taking a step. In addition, if he really has a certain affection for me, I can be his concubine when necessary. What did you say? The leader of the 9 Treasures glazed tile sect didn't dare to believe what his daughter said. Father, Feng Mei is dead, and the 9 Treasures glazed tile sect has no foundation now. We, who are auxiliary martial spirits, can't continue to live under the honor of 10,000 years ago. After Ning Tian finished speaking, there was a silence on the other side of the soul guide communicator. Do you like him? He has good talent, strong ability, and good looks, but I can't say I like him. I have almost no contact with him, and I don't know what kind of person he is. It's just that his talent, ability, appearance and other things make me have a certain liking for him, and he is worth winning over, if we can win him over. And if he can't be pulled over, at least he can be protected by becoming a concubine. If it's worse, it's also good to keep his bloodline, and let it pass on to protect the 7 Treasures glazed tower. Although he was able to defeat Daiyuheng because of the top soul bone, if he didn't have the top talent, Jing Hongchen would be the best choice to give it to his grandson or granddaughter when he really had the top soul bone. He can give the soul bone to him when there are grandsons and granddaughters, which shows how terrifying his talent is. It's hard for you. The leader of the 9 Treasures glazed sect said helplessly. Ning Tian's thoughts were all for the 9 Treasures glazed sect, and he didn't have any thoughts about whether he would be happy in the future. As the leader, he was very happy about this, but as a father, he felt very distressed about this. I know, I tell Shrek. In the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Yin Xiaozha handed the list of exchange students to Moon with both hands. Teacher, this is the list of people who will be on the exchange this time. Ning Tian, Lan Susu, and Lan Luoluo were added later. You see? Let them go. After what they've experienced, they need to leave for a while to change their mood. But they've just experienced that. I'm afraid they're very dissatisfied with the academy. After what's happened, aren't people allowed to be dissatisfied? Let them go. As long as they still want to be soul masters, they're Shrek's people after all. What's more, with the talents of the 3 of them, It's possible that not even a soul master can come out. Chapter 153. Moon thought about Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Ning Tian. Ning Tian was undoubtedly the best. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower was destined to not reach the 8th ring Soul Douluo. As for Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, their only advantage was a martial soul fusion skill. The quality of the martial soul of hair can only be said to be average. It is not obvious at a low level, and the training speed is also okay. But after the 7th ring, the inadequacy of the martial soul quality will be revealed, unless they can absorb soul rings of higher levels, and use soul rings to make up for the defects in their martial souls. However, the difficulty of absorbing soul rings of higher levels is only known by those who have really absorbed soul rings of higher levels. If Moon did not have soul bones early on, he would not even think about absorbing soul rings of higher levels. If you cannot absorb spirit rings of higher levels in the early stage, after the 5th ring, it will be a matter of family background. The best spirit ring ratio for the first 4 spirit rings can be achieved by small and medium nobles. The 5th spirit ring requires a middle noble, and to maintain the standard spirit ring ratio for the 6th spirit ring, you need to be close to the status of a great noble. As for the 7th spirit ring, which exceeds the upper limit of 50,000 years, it is not a particularly easy thing for a great noble. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black are easy to achieve, but it is hard to say how many tens of thousands of years the 3 black ones are. If the quality of the martial soul is better, it is not difficult to say that the 7th spirit ring of 10,000 or 20,000 years is not bad, but if the age of the spirit ring is a little worse, and the quality of the martial soul is even worse, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black may not be stuck at level 79. Let them go. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tower is still in Douluo continent. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo can't go far if they want to become soul masters. Only Shrek can give them good enough soul rings, so that they can cultivate to the 8th ring. By then, with their martial soul fusion skills, they can rival title Douluo. The Sun Moon Empire doesn't even have good soul rings, so how could they specially hunt for high-level soul rings for 2 soul masters, who can't even reach the 9th level soul master level? Yes, teacher, then I will let them go normally. Besides, the 3 of them are geniuses. If they go this way, should we reduce the number of other geniuses going to the Sun Moon Empire? Moon looked at the list of this exchange competition, among which Beibei, Xiao Xiao, and Ling Luochen were all on it. The exchange between the Sun Moon Empire and Shrek Academy was initially initiated by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy on the Sun Moon Empire side. Jing Hongchen yearned for Shrek, but he couldn't do it, so he planned to let his grandson and granddaughter go to take a look for him. It should have been like this. It's just that Shrek's performance in this all-continent senior soul master competition shattered Jing Hongchen's filter. The original White Moonlight showed the image of a shaved leg hair and foot-picking big man in this competition, and Jing Hongchen suddenly lost the mood to exchange and learn. However, the exchange and learning between the 2 sides was an invitation issued before this competition, so Shrek searched for the invitation of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. In addition, Moon later went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Although the process was unpleasant, the exchange and learning was finally decided. Because of the filter of this continental high-level soul master competition, Jing Hongchen initially just planned to find a few soul masters, and the soul masters on the opposite side to deal with each other. However, Shrek knew that if it was just a matter of dealing with it, Shrek's plan would be declared a failure. This was not the result Shrek wanted, so the 2 sides started negotiations. At first, Jing Hongchen did not intend to change his mind. After all, Shrek not only lost the Continental High-Level Soul Master competition, but also lost very badly. But Shrek asked a question, that is, in that game, if Shrek did not use external aid and Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy excluded Xiao Chong, could Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy really win? Jing Hongchen fell into deep thought on this question. Xiao Chong did beat Shrek's Soul Emperor, but was Xiao Chong's situation normal? Others don't know, but Jing Hongchen knows. Although Xiao Chong was only over level 50 at that time, he had more 10,000-year soul rings than normal title Douluo, not to mention high-end soul skills, which can no longer be explained by talent. After excluding Xiao Chong, the quality of soul masters on the Sun Moon Empire side is indeed not Shrek's opponent. Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen are indeed good, but compared to Ma Xiaotao, Jing Hongchen doesn't think they are better than Ma Xiaotao. Jing Hongchen didn't think Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen would lose to Dai Yuheng, but people with Dai Yuheng's strength were always present in Shrek at every all-continent high-level soul master competition, and the Sun Moon Empire rarely cultivated a soul emperor like Ma Rulong. In the end, I don't know whether it was Huigua's luck or Jing Hongchen's decades of obsession that played a role at this time. Jing Hongchen agreed to let Xiao Hongchen enter Shrek Academy for exchange and study. Although there was only Xiao Hongchen, without Ming Hongchen or Xiao Chong, with Xiao Hongchen there, at least the students' safety could be guaranteed and they could really learn something. However, Jing Hongchen also had conditions. If he wanted Xiao Hongchen to come and study, Shrek needed to find a Shrek student with a corresponding talent and status as an exchange to ensure Xiao Hongchen's safety. Status is easy to say. Bei, as the only great-great-grandson of the Sea God Pavilion Master, is not inferior to Xiao Hongchen in status. The problem lies in talent. Bei's talent is obvious to all. He is indeed not as good as Xiao Hongchen. In this case, Xiao Xiao, the twin martial soul, is needed to fill the gap in talent. One person for two. Although it seems that the Sun Moon Empire has taken advantage in terms of numbers, one has both talent and status, and the other two represent talent and status respectively. In this case, Ling Luochen, the Shrek 7 Devils, is needed to be sent to the Sun Moon Empire as a pair. Yin Xiaojia is quite dissatisfied with the fact that one person is exchanged for 3 geniuses on the Shrek side, but it is Shrek that needs to exchange and study with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, not the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Even if Yin Xiaojia thinks that he is at a disadvantage, this matter can only be decided in this way, and there is no room for negotiation. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. There's no need to create trouble at this time. After reading the communication list, Moon threw it aside. Compared with the original work, Shrek at this time was too passive and did not have much initiative. Call Bei, Ling Luochen, Xiao Xiao, Hui Yuhao, and Ikai too. Yes, teacher. After Yin Xiaojia left, Moon looked at the golden tree. Ancestors of Shrek, please bless me to do this so that they will remember Shrek's kindness. Chapter 154. Xuanzu, you're looking for me. Bei said weakly when he came to the Sea God Pavilion. After the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, he recovered from his injuries for a while. During that time, after Tang confirmed that she was fine, she chose to take the money they earned together and go back to Tiando City first. Bei was against this. The Iron Blood Sect, which occupied the Tang Sect, was not a powerful sect. In Bei's opinion, there was no need to fight for the short-term superiority. As long as there were another 5 years, at most 5 years, in 5 years, he would cultivate to the Soul Emperor and Tangya would be just a soul sect. With his 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black 6-ring Soul Emperor, he could take Tangya, a 4-ring Soul Sect, to destroy the Iron Blood Sect. After all, the leader of the Iron Blood Sect is only a low-level Soul Emperor, who doesn't even have a 10,000-year soul ring. There is a qualitative difference between him and the Soul Emperor with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings. What's more, his martial soul is one of the top beast martial souls, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. As long as Bei reaches the Soul Emperor, the Iron Blood Sect will not have the power to resist. Just endure for another 5 years. Even if they don't have any outstanding disciples, they can forcibly attack the Iron Blood Sect and destroy it, and rebuild the Tang Sect there. This is the most reliable and safest way, but Tangya doesn't listen. Tangya is determined to go back to Tiando City to rebuild the Tang Sect. A 3-ring Soul Master wants to go back to rebuild a sect and go against a sect with a 6-ring Soul Emperor. This matter is unreliable no matter how you think about it, but Tangya just told him, and then left with their savings. Faced with this kind of thing, what can Bei do? Of course, choose to forgive her. Just pamper your girlfriend, but the problem is that pampering can lead to problems. One reason why Bei didn't let Tangya go back was that he was worried that Tangya would be impulsive. Although Tangya repeatedly assured him, Bei always felt that Tangya's assurances were a little bit unreliable. Then the news from Tiando City did not disappoint him. After Tangya and he lost contact for a few days, he asked someone to inquire about the situation in Tiando City. Tangya disappeared, and the Tieshua sect was destroyed. Bei didn't understand how Tangya did it, and he didn't care how Tangya did it. For Bei, the most important thing was only one thing: where was Tangya? During this period, Bei used all the connections he could use, but no news about Tangya was received on the entire continent. He had a hunch that he might never be able to be with Tangya again in this life. In desperation, Bei could only turn his grief into motivation. He was still a long way from being 16 years old, but his soul power had already broken through to level 47. The strong grief made him have some insights into combat skills. Bei could feel the improvement of his own strength, but Bei could not be happy about this. Even now that he came to the Sea God Pavilion and saw his own great ancestor, Bei's voice was hard to hide his haggardness. When Beibei said his name for Mu Lao, Hui Yuhao, Kai Tu and others looked at Beibei in shock, and at this time, Mu In, who seemed to be asleep on the recliner, opened his eyes. Mu In looked at them calmly, and spoke in the voice of a kind old man. The children are all here, not bad, not bad. Mu In said good twice, and his kind voice made people feel comfortable like a spring breeze, and the tense spirits of several people relaxed a lot. Children, you are all the pride of my Shrek, so before you leave, I have something to give you. Old Mu looked at the Sea God Pavilion, and told everyone about the composition of this place. The Sea God Pavilion was originally a big tree, a rare golden tree in the world, with light and life. Without affecting the life of this golden tree, the predecessors of the Academy directly used this golden tree as the foundation to carve out the Sea God Pavilion. So the Sea God Pavilion, you see, has no traces of splicing, and the various furnishings in the Sea God Pavilion are made of wood dug out when carving. This golden tree can also be said to be the foundation of our Shrek Academy. You will understand its significance in the future. And now, Xiao Xiao, you go in through the third corridor on the left, enter the second door, practice well inside, and come out when you are ready. Hui Yuhao, go to the end of the first passage on the right, enter through that door, and practice well there like Xiao Xiao. Ling Luochen, you go. Soon, Moon arranged the destinations for everyone, and then said to them gently, you are all excellent students of my Shrek Academy. You are going to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy for exchange, and study for my Shrek Academy. I will naturally not let you down. Therefore, I decided to increase the training opportunity in the Golden Tree training room that you can only get when you come back, and this time it will be a little earlier, so that it will be most beneficial to your future Soul Master career. Of course, how much benefit you can get from it depends on your own understanding and opportunity. I don't know if I can wait for you to come back, so there is only so much I can do for you. Go. After paying a salute to Mu Lao, they went to their respective training rooms according to Mu Lao's request. Xiao Xiao just sat down, and heard Mu Lao's voice. Xiao Xiao, you don't want to go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, right? Mu Lao, I know you are very dissatisfied with the academy, and you want to stay with Wang Dong for a while. After Mu In finished speaking, Xiao Xiao's face flushed red. Xiao Xiao was so upset that his thoughts were exposed so directly. I know what you think, but because of this, I want to separate you and let you go to the Sun Moon Empire to have some chance to calm down. Hearing that he could not be with Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao immediately quit. Why? Although Wang Dong is good, I am not bad either. Even if Wang Dong's family is powerful, why can't I, who has twin martial spirits, stand with Wang Dong on my own? You can't be together because the goddess of light butterfly, this is a martial spirit that can only appear in women. You know what I mean, right? This, Mr. Mu, you mean? That's right. The biggest impossibility between you and Wang Dong is not strength, talent, and background. Wang Dong is actually a woman dressed as a man. Unless you change your gender, it is impossible for you and Wang Dong to be together. Gender. Gender change? Xiao Xiao's brain suddenly crashed. It's normal to be unable to accept it for a while, but this is a fact. The owner of the butterfly spirit of the goddess of light has never been a male. I don't know why she came to dress up as a man, but you can ask her when you meet her alone. I have no need to lie to you. I know, Mu Lao, no wonder he and Hui Yuhao have such a good relationship. So this is the case. Thank you, Mu Lao. I really need to go out and calm down for a while when encountering such a thing. Xiao Xiao did not doubt him. After all, with Muin's identity, there was really no need to lie to himself. A soul master with 3 souls. It's good that you can understand the good intentions of the academy. Go ahead. It's just right that this time can open your eyes more. It's always right to know more things. In addition, you should also remember that Shrek will always be your home. If you are wronged outside, you just need to remember that Shrek will always be your most solid backing. I know, thank you, Mu Lao. On the other side, Ling Luochen, who had just sat down, also felt the breath of Muin. The 7 monsters used to be 1, but now there is only 1 left alone. Even the senior who took good care of you last year has had an accident. It's hard, right, Luochen? Hearing Muin point out her situation, Ling Luochen's nose was sore, and a feeling of grievance surged in her heart. Mr. Mu, it is the academy that is sorry for your class of Shrek 7 monsters. I would like to express my belated apology to you on behalf of Xuanzi. Mr. Mu, this is not your fault. Why is it not my fault? After Le Xian's accident, I should have stopped Xuanzi from leading the team again. 8 of the 12 people died, 3 were disabled, and only Le Xian was left intact. Normally, this is a mistake that should not have happened, but he happened, and he appeared again on your heads. It was only because you and Yuhing prepared in advance that nothing serious happened this time. I don't even dare to think that if it weren't for your and Yuhing's caution this time, would any member of Shrek's team survive this time? You went from being a martial soul student who looked down on soul guides to now carrying soul guide shields, and even invincible shields with you. Can I really be completely free from this matter? It was because of my carelessness and indulgence of Xuanzi that he once again caused bad consequences. If someone else led the team, some things might not have happened. Ling Luochen shook his head. But it's not your fault after all, Mu Lao. This is ultimately my oversight. I have ordered Xianzi to reflect on it. As long as I am still alive, I will not let Xianzi lead the team. Although this punishment is light, it is the best I can do at this time. If my health is better, I can be more strict with him, but my life is coming to an end. Within 10 years, the position of the leader of the Sea God Pavilion will be inherited by Xianzi. By then, no matter how many orders I have, they will eventually become empty words over time. Ling Luochen, Luochen, I know your sadness, and I know your sadness. Knowing your fear now, I thought of letting you go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy, where there are the best soul guide shields and invincible shields. Whether you want to learn or buy, your expenses this time will be paid by Shrek. This is one of the few compensations I can make for you. Mu Lao, you don't have to do this. Luochen, don't refuse. This is one of the few compensations I can make for you. After you leave this time, we may be separated forever. Can I ask you for one thing before I die? At this point, Munen's voice was full of sadness. Mu Lao, please say. I don't ask you to forgive anything, but if you can do it in the future, can you help this second home that has nurtured you for nearly 10 years? I will, Mu Lao. Chapter 155. When Ling Luochen finished speaking, Moon was relieved. He didn't care about Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Ning Tian. After all, none of them could reach the level of title Douluo. Even if they relied on drugs to stimulate, they were limited by their martial souls, and the lack of years of their late soul rings. Their soul Douluo was the upper limit. If the drug that could make them break through the title Douluo was replaced by another person, the others would also be title Douluo. But Ling Luochen was different. As one of the Shrek 7 devils, she would be a soul Douluo at level 85 in the future, and it was highly likely that she would break through the title Douluo. It was not a good thing for Shrek that such a person was interested in the soul guide of the Sun Moon Empire. After all, as long as he was interested in the soul guide, and he couldn't do it well, the Sun Moon Empire would have a way to control her, and even bring her into the Sun Moon Empire. But Shrek couldn't persuade him not to use soul guides. In the battle with the Death Messenger, only Dai Yuhing, who was equipped with the most complete soul guides, escaped. With that experience, Ling Luochen even had an obsession with soul guide shields, and only the soul guide shields of the Sun Moon Empire were the best. If Shrek didn't really need someone to go to the Sun Moon Empire to steal technology, Moon and other Shrek executives would never agree to Ling Luochen going to the Sun Moon Empire, because this carelessness would be aiding the enemy. But now Moon has temporarily stabilized Ling Luochen with words, and Shrek has helped Ling Luochen buy things with full payment, so Ling Luochen will not hesitate to join the Sun Moon Empire when he encounters a high-level soul guide. He Kaitu. Mr. Mu? Are you looking for me? Kaitu, I heard that you were picked up by Fanyu. He Kaitu nodded. Yes, thanks to the teacher, I didn't starve to death when I was wandering, and thanks to the teacher, I have achieved what I have now. Moon, who was sitting on the recliner, nodded. Compared with Xiao Xiao and Ling Luochen, Hikaitu's side was much easier. Picked up by Fanyu, then Kaitu, I want to ask you something. Are you really called Hikaitu? In an instant, fine cold sweat appeared on Hikaitu's face and body, and Moon continued to speak. Don't be nervous, I'm just asking you some questions. As long as you're still a Shrek person, I won't have any ill will towards you. Yes, Mr. Mu, please rest assured, I was rescued and raised by Shrek, so I'm a Shrek person in life and a Shrek ghost in death. Hearing what Moon said, Hikaitu was more or less relieved. You don't have to be so reserved. It's enough for you to have that kind of heart for Shrek, and Shrek will not disappoint those children who sincerely work for Shrek. Mr. Mu, what you mean is? Moon laughed. Haha, the previous emperor of the Sun Moon Empire died suddenly in his prime. I felt that there seemed to be something strange about it, so I went to the Sun Moon Empire to check. When I arrived at the Sun Moon Empire Palace, I happened to see a group of evil soul masters who seemed to be searching for something. After some inquiries, I learned that they were actually searching for Su-He, the former crown prince of the Sun Moon Empire. When talking about the evil soul master and Su-He, Hikaitu's expression changed significantly. It seems that my guess was right. You have dark skin like the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire, and are of the right age. You are Suhi, right? Mr. Mu, No need to say more. As long as your heart is with Shrek, it's enough. As long as your heart is with Shrek, and you are Shrek's child, then Shrek doesn't mind helping you when you need help, and helping you fight for some things that originally belonged to you. Kaitu was refreshed, and then he knelt down in the direction of the voice, and counted out 3 times. Thank you, Mr. Mu, thank you, the Academy. Kaitu and I are like Shrek people in life and Shrek ghosts in death. In this life, we will never betray Shrek Academy. Huiyu Hao? Mr. Mu? It's me. How have you been doing in the Academy? Very good. Although there were some unpleasant things at the beginning, the Academy did not treat me unfairly after I really worked for the Academy. When I hunted for spirit rings last time, it was thanks to the spirit bones of Shrek Academy that I was able to survive the attack of the spirit beast. Moreover, the second spirit ring is a 1,000-year spirit skill. If it weren't for the help of the Academy, I really can't imagine how I could get this 1,000-year spirit skill. Huiyu Hao and Kaitu are in a similar situation. Their loyalty to the Academy can almost be said to be guaranteed, but one is because of experience, and the other is because he is the protagonist of Tang Jia Sanchao's novel. Good boy, your contribution to the Academy will never be in vain. Practice well here. I have asked someone to prepare the soul beast you need to hunt for your 3rd soul ring. When you break through here and come out, you can hunt for his soul ring. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Don't worry, I will never disappoint the Academy. Mu nodded. There was no need to say too much to students who were already loyal to the Academy. The rest could be left to their own imagination. After arranging Xiao Xiao, Ling Luochen, Kaitu and Huiyu Hao, Moon's eyes came to the last room. Bebe. Xuanzu. Are you still sad about Tangya? Bebe nodded, a little embarrassed. You let Tangya, a 4-ring soul master, return to Tiando City. Don't you know what kind of personality she has? Sorry, great ancestor, but Xiaoya really wants to go back, and I really can't bear to refuse him. You kid, why can't you be more tactful like me back then? Long Xiaoya's evaluation of Muin was a bit dull, but in fact, in the end, only Long Xiaoyao almost had no descendants. Yi Shishui had more than one son, Zhongli Wu, and Muin had more than one great-grandson. In the original book, when Wang Dong asked Huiyu Hao to make grilled fish, Huiyu Hao said, "Okay, as long as you bring enough ingredients, I guarantee that you will be so full that you can't walk." And Muin, who listened to the whole process, said, "I don't know how many women said this to me at the beginning, but I fed them all." Among the 3, only Long Xiaoyao was there until his death, and the other 2 had already played around for a long time. Xuanzu. Okay, let's not talk about this. Since the incident has already happened, what we need to do is to solve the problem. I have used Shrek's power to help you find Tangya's whereabouts, but there is no news of Tangya on Douluo continent. No news on Douluo continent. Xuanzu, you mean? Well, Tangya's disappearance was related to the evil soul master, and the current prince of the Sun Moon Empire, Su Tianran, colluded with the evil soul master to launch a coup that year, allowing the current emperor to succeed. The current Sun Moon Empire has gradually become the base camp of the evil soul master under Su Tianran's operation. And Tangya's disappearance happened to be related to the evil soul master. Xuanzu, you mean Xiaoya has? Bebe didn't dare to tell her about Tangya's murder, so she couldn't say it halfway. No, she should be fine. The evil spirit captured her, not to cultivate her. But if Xiaoya is not used for cultivation, then what else can she do? Xiaoya is such a kind girl, she can't be the saint of the evil spirit master, right? Moon, Chapter 156. When Muin heard Bei say that Tangya couldn't possibly go to the evil soul master to be a saint, his mouth twitched slightly. Others didn't know what was wrong with Tangya, but how could he, the head of the Sea God Pavilion, not know what was wrong with Tangya? No one else saw the scene where Tangya absorbed the vitality of plants and plant-type soul beasts when she was in Shrek Academy, but he had always seen it. However, Muin didn't say anything because he thought of the relationship between Tangya and Bei, and thought that Tangya was just looking for some plants and plant-type soul beasts to absorb vitality. After all, Tangya had never attacked anyone. Although her martial soul seemed to have mutated into something evil, in Muin's opinion, Tangya still had a bottom line, so when Tangya was about to leave, Muin didn't stop her. However, Tangya later seemed to be a little beyond his imagination. The Iron Blood Sect was exterminated by the evil soul, and the means of extermination just happened to be completely consistent with Tangya's evil soul master ability. Obviously, during the time Tangya left, her mentality had changed, and her bottom line of not attacking others had been broken by her. However, thinking of the hatred between the Iron Blood sect and Tang, Moon could understand it. After all, Tang had experienced so many things, and her mentality would always change. She was just a little girl, and it was not good to be too harsh on her. Tang's ability to devour life combined with the evil soul master that appeared in Tiando City during that period, Moon already knew where Tang actually went, but it was not convenient for him to bring Tang back now. Xuanzu, what's wrong with you? Bebe asked Moon after finding that his words had not been responded to for a long time. It's okay, I was distracted by thinking about something. Tang naturally has her own luck, so you don't have to worry too much. Compared with Tang's situation, you should care more about your own situation now. Xuanzu, do you know where Xiaoya is? I have some guesses in my mind, but you are too weak. You can't do anything with your current strength. Xuanzu, please tell me where Xiaoya is. Bebe said, and cowed out in the direction of Moon's voice. Then let you go to seek death? What can you do with your current ability? Bebe and Moon were in a stalemate for a long time, and finally Moon sighed. You kid. I know something about Tang's situation, but with your current cultivation level, you can't even see her if you want to. Xuanzu, I will work hard to practice until I can see Xiaoya. Moon shouted angrily. Stupid! What is your talent? Don't you know it? With your talent, what can you do even if you work hard every day? Bebe knelt down in the direction of Moon's voice again. Please help me, Xuanzu. As Bebe's voice fell, the scene suddenly became quiet. After a while, a dragon pill and a 60,000-year-old soul bone appeared in front of Bebe, and then Moon's gentle voice reached Bebe's ears again. Soul Masters practice, first of all, martial soul, secondly soul rings. The quality of martial soul and the innate soul power level are your talents, which determine your upper limit under normal circumstances. This is brought from birth, and can hardly be changed. However, there are many soul masters in this world. As long as there are more people, there will always be some martial soul mutations that lead to a surge in talent over time. Normally, such a situation is rare, but after thousands of years of accumulation, some things can still find some rules. Do you know what this rule is? Soul ring? Yes, soul ring. The second most important thing in soul master's cultivation is soul ring. Sometimes, the importance of soul ring is even greater than your innate martial soul, because soul ring can make your martial soul mutate to a certain extent. Do you know where this mutation occurs? Bebe thought for a while. When absorbing soul rings beyond a level? Yes, since the first time that Tang San's ancestor absorbed soul rings beyond the level 10,000 years ago, people have discovered the way of benign mutation of martial souls, absorbing soul rings far beyond the upper limit of normal absorption. And to do this, soul bones are indispensable. Tang San's ancestor had soul bones 10,000 years ago, so he could absorb the 10,000-year soul ring when he had the 4 soul ring. It was also the 10,000-year soul ring of the 4 soul ring that gave Tang San the capital to dominate an era later. After 10,000 years of precipitation, in a large amount of experimental data, we finally found a way to absorb soul rings beyond the level, that is, the soul bone next to you. When I was on the 2nd soul ring, I was lucky enough to get. I got an external soul bone and absorbed it. It was because of the existence of that external soul bone that I caught the eye of the previous Sea God Pavilion Master. He allowed me to reach the Golden Tree at level 27. Relying on the energy of the Golden Tree, when I broke through level 30, my external soul bone also evolved. With the evolved external soul bone, I fused a 2,500-year-old soul beast soul ring when I was at level 30. This was the beginning of my rise. The soul ring absorbed beyond the level not only increased my soul power to level 32, but also ushered in the second evolution of the external soul bone. It was also after the second evolution of this external soul bone that the previous Sea God Pavilion Master decided to accept me as his last disciple, and gave me a 70,000-year-old head soul bone. It was then that I learned that if you want to fuse the 10,000-year soul ring with the 4 soul ring, you need a head soul bone to stabilize your spirit and ensure that you will not be turned into a fool by the soul shock brought by the 10,000-year soul ring. In addition, you need a strong body refining technique, and your body has undergone strong training before, as well as a 3rd soul ring that exceeds the normal absorption range. I don't have a special body refining method, but fortunately, the bonus brought to me by the 2 soul bones is not worse than that body refining method. With this 4th soul ring absorbed across levels, my soul power has directly reached level 42, and I have been exempted from a period of hard training, and my bloodline has been successfully purified. After that, the teacher gradually matched my soul bones, allowing me to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring when I was at the 7th soul ring, and I have achieved my current achievements. So Xuanzu, you wanted me to absorb soul bones at level 27 before? What else? You are my only great-great-grandson, and I was originally paving the way for you, but you just refused the soul bone I prepared for you for Tangya, saying that you just need to practice normally, and don't want Tangya to fall behind you too much. Do you know that if you practice slowly, you will slow down step by step, especially in the aspect of soul rings? You don't want Tangya to feel inferior, and don't want to be unique. How much trouble have you added to yourself? If your 4th soul ring can absorb a soul ring of 10,000 years with the blood of the Holy Dragon of Light, your martial soul should be the Holy Dragon of Light now, and how much faster will your practice speed be? In addition to giving Soul Master soul skills, soul rings of high enough level can make your practice faster. The reason why Xianzi has no hope of breaking through the limit Douluo is that his soul ring ratio is very important. The ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red soul rings is indeed very good in the title Douluo, and the ratio of Super Douluo is also good, but the total age of soul rings exceeding 300,000 years is the most basic requirement for entering the realm of title Douluo. 2 yellow, 3 purple, 4 black can't be cultivated to Super Douluo, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black can't be cultivated above level 97. It is precisely because I know this that I want to avoid the pit you will fall into. I'm sorry, Xuanzu, but even if I knew this before, I don't think my choice would change. I know you like Tangya, and you can give up the future, but if you don't have a future, how can you have a future with her in the future? Beibei's pupils trembled. Xuanzu, I was wrong. It's good to know that I was wrong. Fortunately, your soul power is only level 47 now. Some things can be remedied. The soul bone next to you is the right arm bone of the 60,000-year-old bright earth dragon. Absorb it, and you can fuse the 20,000-year-old soul ring when you are in the 5th soul ring. The 20,000-year-old soul ring, in addition to giving you one more level of soul power, relies on the 20,000-year-old soul ring. Your cultivation speed will be much faster than other soul kings. Lucian was able to reach level 80 at the age of 24, because her soul rings were far superior to those of soul masters of the same level. Even if there are 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black, there is still a huge gap between these 2 yellow, 2 purple and 3 black. In your current situation, if you want to quickly cultivate into a genius who dominates an era, it is normally a bit too late, but fortunately, I still have a dragon pill. Xuanzu, take the dragon pill first. This dragon pill is not for you to absorb, and you cannot absorb the energy in this dragon pill, but as the dragon pill in the body of the bright dragon, as long as it is by your side, it will guide your blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex to approach the bloodline of the Holy Dragon of Light, and the rich light elements around it are also the best mimic training room for you. I have planned to let Xiaojia be responsible for your future soul rings. The future soul rings guarantee your acquired nature, and the dragon pills make up for your innate nature. Only in this way can you become stronger as soon as possible, and do what you want or should do. You can retreat here first. The training room of the golden tree plus the dragon pills and soul bones are enough for you to break through level 50 in a short time. You don't have to worry about the soul rings. When you come out of retreat, I will ask Xiaojia to prepare them, and you can hunt them directly. Thank you, Xuanzu. Moon arranged Beibei's affairs. Hui Yuhao was not a genius, and without Zhang Lishuan, he could only think of ways to make Beibei stronger. Whether it was for the subsequent all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, or for the future Sea God Pavilion, Beibei could not lie flat like in the original book. After everyone at Shrek had been in seclusion for more than a month, and their soul powers had broken through one after another, Xiao Chong also returned to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy after hunting souls for Nana. Chapter 157. Let Xiao Hongchen go to Shrek Academy to study. Teacher, are you serious? After Xiao Chong returned to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Xiao Chong learned the list of people who were going to exchange and study. When he learned that Xiao Hongchen was going to Shrek Academy to study, Xiao Chong was a little confused. He had been to the last Continental High-Level Soul Master competition, and had clearly seen the cheating at Shrek Academy. In this case, Xiao Chong couldn't understand why Jing Hongchen would let Xiao Hongchen go there to exchange and study. Of course, although I also feel a little ashamed of what Shrek did in the last all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, the people on the Shrek side are right about one thing. Excluding you as a special case, even if it is a broken Shrek team, it would be difficult for us to defeat it under such circumstances. You are a special case. Xiao is one of the best talents in the Sun Moon Empire for hundreds of years, and Ma Rulong's situation is the real pinnacle of our teaching. We have cultivated less than 5 geniuses like Ma Rulong in the past 200 years, but Shrek Academy has a 6-ring Soul Emperor who is stronger than Ma Rulong in every competition. When it comes to the teaching of Soul Masters, our Sun Moon Empire is indeed a little worse than Shrek in this regard. Teacher, have you ever thought that the reason why Shrek has always had stronger Soul Emperors than the Sun Moon Empire is because Shrek has a continuous influx of geniuses from the entire Douluo 3 kingdoms? They just rely on the large number of geniuses, and then let those geniuses fight hard. And finally the top geniuses who are rolled out compete with the rare geniuses in our Sun Moon Empire. Jing Hongchen shook his head. How is it possible? Shrek has been the #1 academy in the continent for thousands of years. Although their actions in the last competition were despicable, the top talents in the entire continent are almost all from Shrek. This is a fact that has never changed for thousands of years, and forget it. You don't have my experience at your age. There are some things you don't know. In short, it is worth it for Xiao to go to Shrek. First, go to Shrek to study, and second, it can be regarded as fulfilling my dream. Xiao Chong, Xiao Chong was silent. When Jing Hongchen talked about his dream, others might not know, but as a reader who had read the entire Douluo continent too, Unrivaled Tang Sect in his previous life, Xiao Chong knew what was going on. Shrek's brainwashing technology for the entire continent is first class, not only from the Douluo 3 kingdoms, but even Jing Hongchen and Prince Su Tianran from the Sun and Moon Empire, they all want to be a student of Shrek. In the original novel, Jing Hongchen said Xiao Hongchen and Ming Hongchen to Shrek to fulfill his dream, and Su Tianran conquered the original Douluo 3 kingdoms in order to become Shrek's student. The people of the entire Douluo continent have a mysterious belief in Shrek, and even one cheating cannot make everyone in the entire Douluo continent disenchanted. This matter has been decided. You don't need to say anything more. You go to meet with Wu Chun to see him off. Yes, teacher. Hongchen family courtyard. Where have you been? I can't find you for so long. When Xiao Chong was about to say goodbye to Xiao Hongchen, he saw Xiao Hongchen's slightly raised mouth corners, and a smile that was almost unconcealed. Nephew, what are you doing? Before Xiao Chong could ask, Xiao Hongchen had already answered Xiao Chong's doubts. How do you know that Grandpa asked me to study at Shrek Academy? Xiao Chong's mouth twitched. Before he finished asking, Xiao Hongchen had already said it triumphantly. Don't be too happy too soon. Shrek really can't teach you anything, so don't hold too much hope. Have you forgotten how they cheated? I remember, but Grandpa also said that although they cheated in that game, it is unquestionable that Shrek has always been able to steadily cultivate top talents. With my talent combined with Shrek's teaching ability, I will definitely not lose to you again when we meet next time. Xiao Chong, forget it, as long as you are happy. Then you do your best, but you take this. Xiao Chong said, and handed Xiao Hongchen a spherical soul guide. What is this? I made this little thing based on the spatial ability of the silver dragon staff. After you crush it, it will teleport you to a location I set. If you encounter danger in Shrek, you can crush it, and it will move you to a safe place. Xiao Hongchen looked at the soul guide in his hand, whose principle he didn't understand, and then quietly put it into his storage soul guide. Thank you. I went to Shrek Academy to study during this period. Don't fall too far behind in your cultivation speed. If your cultivation level is much worse than mine when I come back, I won't bully the weak. But brother, you didn't seem to win the previous bullying, and you were beaten twice by Xiao Chong. Ming Hongchen, who came to send Xiao Hongchen off, gave Xiao Hongchen a perfect blow. Xiao Hongchen stared at Ming Hongchen with displeasure. Shut up, you little girl. Those were all accidents, pure accidents. When I come back from Shrek, that kind of accident will never happen again. Just be happy. By the way, you should stop taking medicine during the 2 years you go to Shrek. When you come back, I have some good things for you. Also, don't absorb soul rings there, especially not with the help of Shrek. Finally, I won't say anything about the teaching quality at Shrek, but there are still many good things in Shrek's Jiba Pavilion. There are soul bones and various natural treasures there. Buy as many as you can. If you don't have enough money, I will lend it to you. Just remember to buy as much as possible. Xiao Hongchen thought about it. You lend it to me? It seems that it was originally my family's money. Xiao Chong patted Xiao Hongchen on the shoulder. Nephew, let's not be so formal. Besides, you don't want senior sister Ming to cultivate to the level of title Douluo, but not even have a good soul bone. Xiao Hongchen looked at Xiao Chong and resisted the urge to punch him in the head. I know. I will buy a soul bone suitable for Ming. You kids should be careful. If you dare to bully Ming when I'm not around, I will beat you to a pulp when I come back. Brother, don't meddle in my business. Ming Hongchen blushed and pushed Xiao Hongchen out of the courtyard of the Hongchen family, and locked the door for him. Xiao Hongchen, Being pushed out by his own white-haired sister, Xiao Hongchen was completely confused. He had a feeling that Meng Hongchen's action just now was like saying, "There is no you in this family anymore. There is no place for you in this family." Chapter 158. Xiao Hongchen couldn't figure out what happened to his sister. When did her relationship with Xiao Chong progress to this point? They hadn't had much contact in the past year. Xiao Hongchen's idea was correct. Because of Xiao Chong's departure, he and Meng Hongchen had no intersection in the past year. The problem was the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition a year ago. At that time, Meng Hongchen was fighting Dai Yueheng. When the White Tiger destruction kill of the level 65 White Tiger Soul Emperor of the Strong Attack Department was about to drag Meng Hongchen into despair like in the original book, Xiao Chong's reassuring voice reached Meng Hongchen's ears. Meng Hongchen was then pulled to the back, and then Xiao Chong's golden figure appeared in front of Meng Hongchen and blocked the White Tiger destruction kill for her. In addition, Xiao Chong defeated Dai Yueheng head-on, and Xiao Chong's image of being invincible and calm in the face of change took root in Meng Hongchen's heart, as if the sky would not fall when Xiao Chong was there. It was because of that experience that Meng Hongchen even thought about confessing to her first after returning to the Sun Moon Empire. However, just when Meng Hongchen was struggling, Xiao Chong disappeared, and he disappeared for nearly a year until he came back in the last few days. After a year of separation from Xiao Chong, Meng Hongchen didn't want to stay with Xiao Hongchen, a light bulb. After Xiao Chong explained to him and gave him the things, there was no place for Xiao Hongchen in this family. "Xiao Chong, do you have anything else to do?" After driving Xiao Hongchen out, Meng Hongchen walked to Xiao Chong and asked, "I do have something to do. I want to find some books about hammering. I wonder if you know where there are books about hammering. You want the classics of hammer technique? Not many people study that thing, but I heard that because Douluo needs to test the defense of his Bupo shield, he has made friends with many powerful attacking spirit masters and spirit mentors. He may have some things about hammer technique." Douluo? "I see, thank you, Senior Meng," Xiao Chong said, and left the courtyard of Hongchen family, leaving Meng Hongchen alone in the courtyard stamping her feet in anger. "Asshole Xiao Chong, am I not as good as a hammer? Why do you need hammer technique when you have practiced swordsmanship well? Your martial soul is not a hammer." Tianmeng asked in Xiao Chong's spiritual sea. "My martial soul is indeed not a hammer, but it can also be a hammer. As for what it is for, we have to wait until the exchange students from Shrek come, and then some people attack Mingda Hall." "Ah?" In a small village near the border of the Sun and Moon Empire in the Tianhan Empire of Douluo continent, a man with a big head and a man with an extremely strong right arm walked into the village. Although they were two people with extremely strange looks, the villagers in the village seemed to have no feeling and did not even take a second look at their appearance. Apparently, the two had come to this village more than once or twice. They quickly walked to the village chief's house, and the village chief bowed slightly when he saw them. "My lords, the sect leader is downstairs." The village chief opened the cellar of his house, and the two walked down the cellar, found a secret door under the potatoes in the cellar, and walked in. When they first went down, the place was not very spacious, but after walking for a while, the road gradually became wider, until about 20 meters above the ground, the two came to a spacious underground room and saw the sect leader of the Beni sect, Du Busi. "Langya Yutao, you are back. How is the intelligence?" Langya, the brain spirit, stepped forward. "Master, good news. Not only has the specific location of the soul beast embryo been obtained by us, but we have also found out that Xiao Chong has appeared again in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy." "Xiao Chong?" Du Busi thought for a moment, and quickly remembered the name in his memory. During the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition, Xiao Chong's spirit might be hidden from others, but it would definitely not be hidden from the body sect, which knows the body spirit best. It's just that Jing Hongchen led the team in person at that time, and with Douluo and other possible 9th-level soul instructors, they only sent Langya and Yutao. At that time, they really couldn't do anything. By the time Langya and Yutao passed the news to his ears, the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition had ended, and Jing Hongchen had already returned to the Sun Moon Empire with Xiao Chong and others. It was too late for them to chase after them. There are a large number of Soul Guide troops on the border of the Sun Moon Empire. The body sect may not be afraid of the Sun Moon Empire's army at this time, but they definitely cannot rush directly into the Sun Moon Empire's army and fight to the death with the Sun Moon Empire's army at this time. Xiao Chong can only be suppressed temporarily, and when there is a chance, he will be captured and let him return to the body sect. Yes, it's time to let the child return to the body sect. It happens that this time when we seize the soul beast embryo, Langya, he will be handed over to. In the middle of the words, Du Busi frowned. What's wrong, Sect Master? Langya, who was about to take the task, was puzzled when he heard Du Busi's words suddenly stop. Du Busi pondered for a moment, then looked at Langya and Yu Tao. You said that the kid defeated a Shrek 6-ring soul emperor in the state of a 5-ring soul king, when his original martial soul had not awakened for the second time? Yes, Sect Master, we saw it with our own eyes, and that soul emperor was the eldest son of the White Tiger Duke. In that battle, Dai Yuheng lost his will to fight. It is said that he is still lying in bed, and can't take care of himself. This is no secret in the capital of the Xinglui Empire. Du Busi nodded. Langya, just do the tasks given to you normally. As for Xiaochang, Tianyi. Sect Master, I'm here. At the call of Du Busi, a middle-aged man, with a momentum that was one realm stronger than Langya came out. Tianyi, Xiaochang's matter is in your hands. Bring him back to my body, Sect. Yes, Sect Master. Sect Master, there's no need. Although Xiaochang is very talented, he is only 16 years old now. Although he was able to defeat a 6-ring soul emperor at the age of 15, his current strength is at best a 7-soul soul saint. Yu Tao or I are enough to take him down. It's a bit too wasteful to ask Brother Tianyi to do it. Humph, what do you know? A top genius with a body spirit and twin spirits. At this time, what I want is foolproof, not enough. What if his strength skyrocketed during this period of time and reached a level close to Soul Douluo? Don't forget that what he showed before was the body spirit that had not awakened, and we know the power of the body spirit best. Chapter 159. The exchange of students started soon after both sides were ready. On the Sun Moon Empire side, because it involved his grandson, the head of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongchen, led the team personally. On the Shrek side, Yin Xiaozhe, the dean of the outer courtyard, led the team. Originally, Xianlao wanted to take on the task of leading the team, but Moon quickly said, "You are the deputy head of the Sea God Pavilion, and will take over the position of the head of the Sea God Pavilion in a few years." Who is Jing Hongchen? He is just a junior at level 93. Is he worthy of you to contact him? Now that you go, when you are promoted to the head of the Sea God Pavilion, won't Shrek be a head shorter than the Sun Moon Empire? Therefore, the task of leading the team fell on Yin Xiaozhe, and many Shrek exchange students also escaped. After a period of yin and yang looking at each other, both sides brought the exchange students to their respective colleges. Xiaochang didn't know what Shrek had done, but on the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Xiaochang not only knew what they were doing, but he was also watching what they were doing. Or in other words, after Jing Hongchen brought these Shrek students to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Xiaochang suddenly became the general person in charge of this matter. When Wang Heng, who was in charge of the physical examination of the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, saw Xiaochang appear, he immediately knew who had the final say in this matter. Take them to the Soul Guide Tester for physical examination first. I'm just here to take a look. Everything can be done in the normal way. Yes, Lord Xiao. Under Xiaochang's order, many Shrek Academy students were quickly brought to the vicinity of the Soul Guide Tester. As Wang Heng asked who would come for the test first, Ling Luochen from Shrek walked up. As the Soul Guide Tester scanned her body data was broadcasted. Physical strength, level 68, physical toughness, level 66, soul power fluctuation, level 61, soul power solidification, level 70, bone age, 20, no soul bone attached. Overall evaluation, Soul Emperor, physical strength, Soul Emperor, physical strength, to be tested. When Ling Luochen's physical fitness was tested, Wang Heng, who was responsible for recording, couldn't help but widen his eyes. A 20-year-old Soul Emperor, and his physical fitness exceeded that of a normal Soul Emperor. Is this the true strength of Shrek? Because the high-level Soul Master competition across the continent is held every 5 years, there are inevitably many geniuses among them. Because their age is not close to the upper limit, they are a little short in strength, and have not shown their true talents. But no matter what, if he can reach the level of Soul Emperor at the age of 20, there will be no problem in reaching the title Douluo in the future if nothing unexpected happens. The first exchange student who appeared was a potential title Douluo. How could Wang Heng, a Soul Master who reached the 6-ring Soul Emperor by luck, not be shocked? Humph. Feeling Wang Heng's unconcealed shock, Ling Luochen raised her chin proudly, and stepped on the ground with high heels, walking out with the aura of a queen, which made everyone in Shrek excited. Originally, Shrek didn't care about this physical test. After all, it didn't mean much, but Shrek lost in the last all-continent high-level Soul Master competition. A person who doesn't lack face will naturally not care about face, because a few people not giving him face doesn't mean anything. He knows whether he really has face or not, because too many people give him face, he won't care much about that kind of thing. But a person who lacks face, usually no one gives him face, so he will attach great importance to face, and may even be to the point of suffering for face. Because of losing the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition, Shrek now has a tendency to change from the first type of person, who has no lack of face, to the second type of person, who lacks face when facing the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Therefore, Shrek at this time will not let go of any spiritual victory method against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Because of this, when Ling Luochen walked proudly into the Shrek team, almost everyone in Shrek cheered. Feeling the admiration of the Shrek people, and the shock of the teachers from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Ling Luochen had no expression on his face, but he was already very happy in his heart. No one doesn't like to be admired by everyone, even she, the Shrek 7 Devils, who seems cold on the surface. After Ling Luochen, the next one to come forward was Kai-2. Physical Strength, Level 55, Physical Toughness, Level 52, Soul Power Fluctuation, Level 47, Soul Power Solidification, Level 56, Bone Age, 16, no soul bone attached. As the data of Kai-2's physical fitness and other aspects were measured, Wang Heng was shocked by Shrek again. At the age of 16, he was level 47, and his physical fitness in all aspects far exceeded his own soul power. This is undoubtedly another person who can reach the level of Soul Emperor at the age of 20, and has the hope of impacting the title Douluo in the future. After Kai-2, it was Huiyuhao. After being carefully cultivated by Shrek for a year, Huiyuhao was reborn compared to the situation a year ago. Physical Strength, Level 46, Physical Willfulness, Level 41, Soul Power Fluctuation, Level 32, Soul Power Solidification, Level 40, Bone Age, 13, Soul Bone, Right Leg Bone, Soul Bone attached to the head. Wang Heng took a breath of cold air. At the age of 13, not only did his soul power reach the level of Soul Master, but he also had 2 soul bones attached to his body. If nothing unexpected happened, Wang Heng could almost conclude that this was another genius at the title Douluo level. That kid was only at level 21 or 22 when we last met, and he has reached level 32 in less than a year? Tianming said when she saw Huiyuhao in the Sea of Spirit. Maybe he was lucky and encountered some opportunity. Then his luck is not bad, but it can't be compared with yours. Xiaochang, The Shrek people who went up for the test next were relatively normal, and their overall quality was 1 level stronger than the normal Mingda Hall Soul Mentors, but it was still within the acceptable range until Bebe came on stage. Physical Strength, Level 70, Physical Toughness, Level 64, Soul Power Level, Level 52, Soul Power Condensation, Level 70. Bone Age, 16, Soul Bone, attached to the right arm soul bone. When Bebe's test results came out, the whole audience fell into silence, followed by a cheer from Shrek. As expected of the next captain of the Shrek 7 Devils, 16 years old and level 52, his physical fitness and soul power condensation are far superior to soul masters of the same level. Can the Sun and Moon Empire cultivate such a genius? That's right, but they won the championship because of an accident in our Shrek Academy. If all our Shrek regular players were there, would they still want to beat us Shrek? Dream on! Several Shrek students who regarded Shrek's honor as a belief said loudly, but Wang Heng didn't know how to refute it. He didn't see Shrek cheating, and Shrek's reputation for thousands of years meant that no one would believe they cheated as long as they were not caught cheating normally. In this case, not many people would believe that Shrek cheated. On the contrary, the fact that Shrek's regular players had an accident was a fact that he could be sure of. Therefore, Wang Heng was soon discouraged by Shrek's people. Master Xiao, you see? Wang Heng wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to refute. At this time, he could only look at Xiaochang, who was in charge of this matter. Xiaochang glanced at Wang Heng, and then, Nana, you should also take the test. Chapter 160. As Xiaochang finished speaking, Nana immediately came to Xiaochang and responded, Yes, Master. Master? Everyone in Shrek was stunned when they heard Nana address Xiaochang. Let a servant take the test. Is he serious? Nana's address to Xiaochang did not cause much concern among the people. After all, this was a feudal society, and most of the people in Shrek were from middle-class noble families or related to middle-class noble families. It was normal for them to call Xiaochang master. If they were from middle-class noble families, they would naturally have some servants. Even some Shrek people with more solid families had their own dedicated servants, but they were just ordinary talents to be servants. As long as one has a soul power of the 7th level or above, no matter how humble his origin is, even if he has been a family slave for generations, the master will give him the status of a family servant, let him get rid of the status of a family slave, and let him come to the master's side, with treatment comparable to that of a branch master. In the future, when he has learned something, he will marry the daughter of the family to him, and let him become an elder or a worshipper in the family in the future. In other words, anyone who can be a family slave means that they have limited talent and are not worthy of being promoted to a family servant, let alone being an elder or a worshipper in the future. And now Xiao Chong actually let a family slave take the test, and everyone thought Xiao Chong was joking. But as Nana walked towards the soul guide tester, everyone knew that Xiao Chong was serious. Really let a servant go to take the test? Isn't he asking for trouble? That's right. Others don't know what the situation of a house slave is, but I don't know it either. Even for the royal family, the upper limit of the house slaves they use in this life is only the 8-ring soul Douluo. And that kind of house slaves only call themselves old slaves. In essence, they are still retainers. Anyone who calls himself master is only a soul emperor in this life. Senior Sister Ling here is already a soul emperor. Although Senior Sister Ling is a control system, she is far superior to normal soul emperors in all aspects. How dare he? Isn't he waiting to be slapped in the face? That's right. If a mere house slave can have the average level of ours, I will stand upside down and eat shit. Many Shrek people talked one after another, as if this could regain the face lost in the all-continent high-level soul master competition. But, physical strength, level 78, physical toughness, level 75, soul power level 55, soul power solidification, level 74, bone age, 16 years old, soul bones, attached to the right leg bone, attached to the back. Silence, deathly silence. Everyone except Xiao Chong was shocked by Nana's data. She was 16 years old, and level 55, and she still had 2 soul bones. This was already at the level of Zhang Lishuan and Ma Xiaotao. For Shrek, Nana's age and strength were also beyond the normal first-tier geniuses. She was the kind of top genius that might not appear for more than 10 or 20 years. Impossible, you cheated. A person from Shrek's Soul Guidance Department jumped out. Shrek's All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Competition was not as good as the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, and the geniuses cultivated were not as good as the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. Then what became of these Soul Guidance students who obtained the status of Shrek graduates in order to stay in Shrek? They were delaying their martial soul training to study the soul guidance system that they didn't like and had no talent for, and they were studying in Shrek, which might not be the best academy in the future. Wouldn't they all become clowns? How could they accept such a thing? If you don't believe me, you can fight her. I can agree, but let's make it clear first. Life and death are irrelevant. Xiao Chong said confidently. His words themselves had no lethality, but combined with the current situation of Shrek Academy, Xiao Chong's words made several students of Shrek Academy's Soul Guidance Department feel like the sky had fallen. In order to stay in Shrek, he joined Shrek's Soul Guidance Department, but Shrek's education in martial arts was not as good as that of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. More than 10 years of the best training time was wasted. Which normal person can accept this? Several students of Shrek's Soul Guidance Department were broken by Xiao Chong's words, and those who were not completely broken were not in a good situation, especially Ling Luochen. She was the first to step forward to show her power for Shrek. At this moment, facing Nana's results, she seemed to be a clown. A 16-year-old 5-ring Soul King, and a Soul King of level 55. She was only level 55 when she participated in the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition last year. At that time, she was 19 years old. If it weren't for the help brought to her by the Golden Tree, her soul power would only be level 58 now, not to mention the degree of soul power condensation and other aspects of physical fitness. Ling Luochen felt that her talent was crushed, and she was pressed to the ground and ravaged in all aspects. If the conditions did not allow it, she would even want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ling Luochen was ashamed, while Bebe was staring at Nana, hoping to see something from her. A 16-year-old 5-ring Soul King, with a soul power higher than his own and 2 soul bones, is obviously a strong opponent in the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition. Xiao Hongchen, Ming Hongchen, Xiao Chong, and now Nana, as the captain of the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition, Bebe still dared not say that he had absolute confidence even though he had the help of his Xuanzu's dragon pill. I will win no matter what, don't worry, Xiaoya. I will defeat them and then find you. Beibei said in a low voice, but Ning Tian beside him heard it. Ning Tian's eyes moved away from Beibei and looked at Xiao Chang again. When Beibei showed the cultivation of a 16-year-old 52nd level Soul King, Ning Tian even thought about modifying the plan and being with Beibei instead. Beibei, a 15-year-old 4th ring Soul Master, has ordinary talent, but Beibei, a 16-year-old 52nd level Soul King, has a much more extraordinary talent. The talent of a 16-year-old Soul King is terrifying, and this talent is worth her calculation and becoming a partner. Unlike Xiao Hongchen, who became a 5th ring Soul Master by taking drugs, Beibei is a Soul Master who can truly become a super Douluo. Although there is Tang, after all, things depend on human effort. Ning Tian may not have much confidence in facing Ming Hongchen, but he is still very confident in facing Tang, who comes from an ordinary background. However, as Nana, who called Xiao Chang her master, showed a talent that was better than Beibei, Ning Tian's original plan to change was automatically pulled back to its original state. Beibei, who was already a 5th ring Soul King at the age of 16, is indeed a genius, but his talent seems to be worse than Nana, who is Xiao Chang's slave. And Nana, a genius, is willing to recognize Xiao Chang as her master. Combined with Xiao Chang's 15-year-old Soul King defeating the 19-year-old Soul Emperor, and Xiao Chang has not tested it until now, Xiao Chang's talent is probably far better than Nana's. Ning Tian even suspected that Xiao Chang's physical fitness and soul power concentration were close to Soul Douluo. I wonder how strong he is. If Xiao Chang's strength was really far above Nana, and Nana was really Xiao Chang's slave, Ning Tian thought about it, and felt that being a concubine might not be a real loss. Chapter 161. Well done. After Nana's test, Xiao Chang rubbed Nana's head and said, "Thanks to the master's help." Originally, Nana's physical fitness and other data were not so high, but with the soul bone given to him by Xiao Chang and the soul system controlled by Xiao Chang, and the addition of an 85,000-year-old soul bone, combined with the soul system, Nana's 5th soul ring directly fused with a 47,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. The 5th soul of a normal soul master is only a little over 10,000 years old, but with Xiao Chang's increasing familiarity with the soul system during this period, it is not difficult for Xiao Chang to fuse the bone first and then the ring. So with the addition of 2 soul bones and Xiao Chang's soul system, Nana succeeded in fusing this 47,000-year-old soul ring. 47,000 years. More than 80% of soul saints have not reached 47,000 years when they have their 7th soul ring, not to mention that Nana's soul system is not the same as Wu Yuhao's in the original book, which is based on Tianming's wisdom soul ring. The excess power of the human-faced demon spider will be transferred to other soul rings. Although the soul ring can only be transformed to 1/10 of the age of the human-faced demon spider, it is already extremely terrifying. For 1,700 years, this is directly the age of the 4th soul ring of a normal soul master. Even Shrek's soul masters dare not say that their 4th soul ring age must exceed 4,700 years, and Nana's 1st soul ring has reached that level. After 4,000-year soul rings and 10,000-year soul ring, even a 6-ring soul emperor who absorbed soul rings close to the upper limit cannot match Nana's soul ring age. Judging from the total age of soul rings alone, Nana's soul ring age is already comparable to that of most soul saints. What's more, the 5th soul ring Nana absorbed was from a human-faced demon spider, which was the same soul beast as the 3rd soul ring that the protagonist used to show off, so its quality could definitely not be bad. Combined with the bonus of 2 soul bones, although Nana is a sensitive attack type, her physical fitness is stronger than Beibei of the strong attack type. With Nana's appearance, the subsequent tests on Shrek's side became much quieter. The talent shown by Nana has crushed all of them. Although none of them want to admit it, they lost completely in the physical test. In the subsequent strength and reaction tests, Beibei and Kai Tu Ling Luochen performed very well, but every time they wanted to cheer, their eyes swept to Xiao Chang and Nana beside him, and the feeling of pride was instantly swept away. Because of the existence of Xiao Chang and Nana beside him, the people on Shrek's side could not laugh, but as we all know, smiles are conserved. When the smiles disappeared from the faces of the Shrek people, the teachers of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy straightened their backs because of the performance of Nana under Xiao Chang. Based on Nana's performance, who dares to say that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is not as good as Shrek Academy? During the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition, Shrek was short of personnel, but now they are not short of personnel, right? On one side is the Soul Master Academy, and on the other side is the Soul Instructor Academy. But now the students of their Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy have crushed the Shrek Academy, which is famous for its physical fitness, in terms of physical fitness, and Nana is younger than most people. What else can make them more proud than this? Soon, in the excitement of the teachers of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the physical fitness of all the students of Shrek Academy was tested, and then many Shrek Academy students were assigned dormitories. As soon as he arrived at the dormitory, Hu Yuhao immediately locked the door, and then quickly took out paper and pen from the Soul Guide. After working for 2.5 hours, Hu Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the drawing is finished. It should be like this. There are no mistakes. But for safety reasons, I will compare it with my brother later. Because Hu Yuhao's soul skill this time is no longer the extremely accurate mental detection, relying only on the perspective of the second soul skill, Hu Yuhao did not dare to guarantee that the drawings he drew must be 100% accurate. Fortunately, Hu Yuhao's first soul skill is visual sharing. He can let Hikaiku see the same thing as him, and then the two of them will start to memorize at the fastest speed, and the two of them will draw the drawings together. After that, as long as they compare them before the memory completely fades, they can get the correct Soul Guide design drawings as much as possible. This plan is not as perfect as in the original book, but it has at least achieved a certain degree of theoretical feasibility. Humph, you idiots from the Sun Moon Empire, do you really think that Big Brother Bebe is here to learn from you? When I transport all the technology of Mingda Hall back to Shrek Academy, I wonder if you will still be able to laugh when you see your soul guides appear in my Shrek Academy in the future. When Hu Yuhao was alone in the dormitory, he said unruly. As the first dog appointed by the God King Tang, he would reveal his unruly nature to people outside Shrek and Tang Sect. Although it is unknown where Hu Yuhao learned this sudden unruliness, in the original book, he was so simple that he was able to learn without a teacher in the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition, or in other words, his inherent unruliness was Hu Yuhao's nature, but because Tang Sect and Shrek were the dog owners, Hu Yuhao could not show his true appearance. Xiao Chong, who had been using his spirit to detect and observe Hu Yuhao, was scolded. Xiao Chong observed the drawings of Hu Yuhao, and said nothing for a while. Should we call someone to arrest him now? Tianming asked in Xiao Chong's spiritual sea. Xiao Chong shook his head. These were just 3 basic equipment for testing physical fitness, and there were several mistakes in them. If Hu Yuhao was arrested now, not to mention that Hu Yuhao could still quibble because of the simplicity of the drawings, just 3 machines for testing physical fitness were not important things in themselves. Arresting Hu Yuhao now would be a bit of a warning. Forget it, these are just 3 Soul Guide testers that are not very important. Let's wait for a while. But since he's here, it shouldn't be too late for the Body Sect. In the original novel, Hu Guo fished in troubled waters, and made a lot of money when the Body Sect arrived. For Xiao Chong, who had a god's perspective, the arrival of the Body Sect was also the best opportunity for Xiao Chong to plunder luck without being discovered. Ah? Body Sect? What does this have to do with Body Sect? Tianming was even more confused by what Xiao Chong said. You know later, brother Tianming. Anyway, just pay attention to the losses of Mingda Hall, and don't let Mingda Hall really suffer any serious damage. This is a good thing for us. Chapter 162. Hu Yuhao and the others quickly moved into the dormitory of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and then Xiao Chong prepared to assign them their respective instructors. Because Xiao Chong knew the situation between Xian Ziwen and Hu Yuhao, and the exchange student Jing Hongchen was given to Xiao Chong directly decided to replace Xian Ziwen, who was originally going to be Hu Yuhao's instructor, with a 7th-level soul guide who was born and raised in the Sun Moon Empire. This prevented Hu Yuhao from stealing the girl, and also ensured that even if Hu Yuhao was really stolen, Hu Yuhao would not be able to get anything good. Moreover, Xiao Chong thought about Hu Yuhao's luck, so he was only going to assign him an ordinary 7th-level soul guide. Even among the many 7th-level soul guides, he was still relatively poor. Even if Hu Yuhao had a way to make the 7th-level soul guide realize, the 7th-level soul guide could only realize the 8th level at best, and it was an 8th-level soul guide who had not been exposed to the core technology of Mingda Hall. The main goal was to maximize the fault tolerance rate. Okay, that's all. Their words are enough to teach these students. In Xiao Chong's room at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Xiao Chong selected several level 7 soul masters as mentors for this exchange student. Unlike the situation in the original book, Shrek Academy, which lost the all-continental high-level soul master competition, now relies only on the so-called honor it once had. However, this honor has become somewhat rootless after the failure of the all-continental high-level soul master competition. Therefore, The decision-making power now lies with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. If Shrek really disagrees with the teaching resources, the exchange student thing can be stopped. Anyway, if it is stopped, it will not cause any loss to the Sun Moon Empire. Moreover, Xiao Chong knows what Shrek's purpose is. This exchange student will definitely not be stopped just because the Sun Moon Empire only sent a 7th level soul instructor. Just after Xiao Chong assigned all the students to their corresponding teachers, Xiao Chong's door was knocked. "Come in." The door opened and Ling Luochen walked in. Xiao Chong didn't understand why Ling Luochen came to his room, but thinking of the gap between Ling Luochen and his strength, he didn't care too much. He casually pointed to a seat and asked him to sit down. Xiao Chong got straight to the point. "What's the matter?" Ling Luochen was not used to being alone in his room with a boy for the first time, but thinking of the purpose of this time, Ling Luochen quickly adjusted his mentality. "I heard that you are in charge of the exchange students this time?" "Yes." "Can you arrange a teacher who is good at making invincible shields and soul guide shields for me?" "Aw? Do you really want to learn how to make soul guides?" Xiao Chong didn't quite understand what Ling Luochen meant. Although Ling Luochen said it very clearly, Ling Luochen in the original book didn't seem to have thought about making soul guides at all. In Xiao Chong's cognition, Ling Luochen was a complete martial soul student. Although she didn't hate soul guides, she didn't want to learn at all. "Of course, I want to learn how to make an invincible shield." Ling Luochen in the original book had no interest in soul guides, but the butterfly effect caused by the evil soul master made Ling Luochen clearly know the power of the invincible shield. There were 7 of them. 4 of them died on the spot. She was less injured because she had a soul shield, while Dai Yuheng, who had an invincible shield and a soul shield, survived the corpse explosion without any injury. At the moment of life and death, Ling Luochen clearly saw the benefits of the invincible shield and the soul shield, especially when she heard the word Xian Lao. She wished she could grow 2 more invincible shields to protect herself. God knows how scared she was when she knew that Xian Lao was going to lead the team when she was heading to the Sun and Moon Empire. Zhang Lishuan in the last competition, Feng Yao in the last competition, and this batch of Shrek's 7 devils, all these experiences are telling Ling Luochen to quickly make an invincible shield to increase safety. You want to learn how to make an invincible shield? Forget about this idea. You better go to bed early. What did you say? Hearing Xiao Chong's words, Ling Luochen stood up at once. I told you to forget the idea of learning the invincible shield and go to bed early. Ling Luochen gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Chong, looking like he had suffered a great injustice, which made Xiao Chong stunned. Does it have to be like this? I can pay or give something else. Ling Luochen covered his chest with both hands and looked at Xiao Chong in horror, looking like he was bullied. Wait a minute, explain it clearly. I feel like you seem to have misunderstood something. What misunderstanding could there be? You told me to go to bed. What else could it be except that? It's also my fault, because the pressure from Master Xian was too great, and I actually forgot that I was in the enemy camp now. Let's not talk about what exactly is the pressure from Master Xian. Is there a possibility that when I said let's go to bed, I just meant that you don't have to think about making an invincible shield? The most important material of that thing is the golden crystal that can only be produced by the Sun and Moon Empire. Let's not talk about how long it will take you to learn to make an invincible shield from scratch. Can you learn it? Even if you learn to make an invincible shield, you can't make an invincible shield without raw materials. That's what I mean. What are you thinking about? I thought you meant to let me. Xiao Chong responded to Ling Luochen with a look of stupidity. I'm sorry, it's mainly because it's my first time to come to a boy's room, and it's a boy's room that I can't beat. So? What were you thinking when you first came to my room alone? Also, do I look like someone who will be dominated by the lower one? Isn't that too much pressure from Master Xian? It's also my fault for thinking too much. Ling Luochen said embarrassedly. God knows how devastated she was when she knew that Master Xian was coming to escort her. As someone who had been betrayed by Master Xian several times, she was really afraid that Master Xian would be the one to pick her up when she returned. If you can't study well, then I buy. When he knew that he couldn't study well, Ling Luochen didn't give up. After all, his family still had some money, but strategic materials purchases are limited to locals, and they are not sold to people other than the Sun and Moon Empire. Is there no way to be flexible? I don't have it here. Some can occasionally be found on the black market, but whether you can buy it depends on luck. If you really need it, maybe you can find my teacher. If you officially join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the teacher should give you a lot of invincible shields. You want me to betray Shrek? No, it's just that you have a problem, and I will provide you with a solution. It's your own business whether you use it or not, and it has nothing to do with me. Even if you join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, there won't be much relationship between you and me. After all, your talent is only good, and it's not worthy of the teacher to accept you as a disciple. If you don't want to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, then go to the black market. However, the invincible shield that occasionally flows out of the black market is not something that people without background can grab. After all, if that thing flows to the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, the price will be more than doubled, and many merchants with connections to the nobles are willing to take risks for it. If you buy it from us, then my trip would be in vain? Almost. So I told you about the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, but whether you go or not is up to you, and this matter has nothing to do with me. Ling Luochen was thinking, and when she was thinking for a long time, and was about to tell Xiao Chong to think about it, Xiao Chong's door was knocked, and then Xiao Chong saw Ling Luochen panic for a moment, and then she got under Xiao Chong's bed at lightning speed. Xiao Chong, Chapter 163. Looking at this moment, Ling Luochen hid under the bed. Xiao Chong remained silent. It was just an ordinary meeting. Why would he hide when someone came? There was no shameful deal. On the contrary, hiding under the bed like this, it felt like the two of them had some secrets that could not be told. Xiao Chong didn't care what happened to Ling Luochen. Anyway, he had a clear conscience, so he opened the door without much care. The moment the door opened, Ling Luochen's breathing became much more subtle. For Xiao Chong, there was really nothing shameful about their meeting, but for Ling Luochen, it was a little different. She was one of the Shrek 7 devils of the previous generation. Logically, her position was not a problem, but that was before. She had been betrayed by Xian Lao, her companions, herself, and several senior friends, and so on. In addition, she was now obsessed with the invincible shield. She couldn't even convince herself that she was 100% loyal to Shrek. Ling Luochen knew what was going on. With so many things going on, it was impossible for him to have no complaints about the academy. Under such circumstances, if he was seen with Xiao Chong, the top genius of the Sun Moon Empire, even if nothing really happened between the two, some things could not be easily washed away. It was best for Ling Luochen not to be seen by others, and not to arouse suspicion, so she chose to come in the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep. Unexpectedly, she was not the only one who came to see Xiao Chong in the middle of the night. Are you Ning Tian from the Nine Treasures Glaze Sect? What do you want from me? Ning Tian smiled slightly, and was not in a hurry. Wouldn't you like to invite me in to sit down? Come in. Xiao Chong ushered Ning Tian in, and let her sit where Ling Luochen had sat before. There was a faint scent of a woman. Was Mr. Xiao meeting a distinguished guest before? No, it was just someone I know. What do you want to do? It's like this. My Nine Treasures Glaze Tile Sect wants to cooperate with Mr. Xiao on something. Xiao Chong looked at Ning Tian. Nine Treasures Glaze Tile Sect? Ning Tian nodded. Yes. Listening to Ning Tian's words, Xiao Chong bluntly exposed the current situation of the Nine Treasures Glaze Tile Sect. First, you should go to my teacher for this matter. Second, if it was the Seven Treasures Glaze Sect 10,000 years ago, it would be nothing, but the current Nine Treasures Glaze Sect seems to no longer have the qualifications to be on par with Armingda Hall. The Seven Treasures Glaze Sect 10,000 years ago was a top sect. In the era when the number of soul masters was less than 100,000, it had more than 4,000 disciples, and 2 super Douluos had the power to hunt 100,000-year soul beasts for soul masters. Because of this, even in that era when soul Douluos were extremely rare, the Seven Treasures Glaze Sect had more than 3 or 5 soul Douluos. But since Shrek officially rose to power, the current Nine Treasures Glaze Sect can't even produce 5 soul Douluos. In addition, without strength, there is no ability to keep enough money. I don't know what value the current Nine Treasures Glaze Sect has for Mingda Hall. Ning Tian smiled bitterly. He knew that Xiao Chong was telling the truth, but she still had to say something. Perhaps not for Mingda Hall, but what about Mr. Xiao personally? In terms of cultivation resources, if our Jiubao Liuli sect takes out all the family assets of the sect and gives them to Mr. Xiao personally, it will surely be of great help to Mr. Xiao. No, I've long passed the period of lack of resources. Now I don't lack resources, and even if I do, some things are not affordable for the Nine Treasures Glaze Tile Sect. After all, you don't even have the ability to hunt for 100,000-year spirit ring now. Ning Tian still kept smiling, but at this time, cold sweat had seeped out of her forehead. Facing Xiao Chong, she had thought that she didn't have many cards in her hand when she came, but she didn't expect that she had even fewer cards than expected. It just so happened that even Wu Feng was dead now, and the 9 treasures glazed tile sect, which was gradually declining, would decline even more. She wanted to win over Xiao Chong at all costs, and didn't expect them to win over too many. As long as they could win over Xiao Chong, they could let Nana come to their 9 treasures glazed tile sect as a guest of honor. Although Nana was Xiao Chong's servant, Nana's talent was definitely a presence that even the sect master had to give way to in the 9 treasures glazed tile sect. Okay, I give you 10 minutes. You can think about what good things the 9 treasures glazed sect still has. If there is something that can impress me, it's not impossible to help you once when needed. But if your 9 treasures glazed sect is really as simple as it looks on the surface, then I'm sorry, it takes strength to discuss cooperation. The 9 treasures glazed sect is not worthy of discussing any cooperation with me at present. Considering that it was the richest sect 10,000 years ago, Xiao Chong still gave them a chance to see if they were really completely useless or had some foundation. How much foundation is matched with how much cooperation? If there is no foundation at all, Xiao Chong just wasted more than 10 minutes of time. After 8 minutes of silence, Ning Tian still did not speak, but Xiao Chong's door was knocked again. In a flash, Ning Tian made the same move as Ling Luochen because his situation was similar to Ling Luochen's. However, when Ning Tian crawled under Xiao Chong's bed and saw Ling Luochen, the scene suddenly fell into a strange silence, and then the two of them turned their heads away as if they didn't know each other, and their movements were uniform. Senior Meng? Xiao Chong opened the door, and the first thing he saw was the white-haired and blue-eyed Meng Hongchen. Wouldn't you like to invite me in to sit down? Come in. Xiao Chong made way for Meng Hongchen, and then he sat where Ling Luochen and Ning Tian had just sat. Why do you smell like a woman? You don't have a girlfriend now? No, just 2 people I know. Meng Hongchen slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and then Xiao Chong asked something. Senior Meng, there shouldn't be any problem for you to come here, right? What can be wrong with me? Meng Hongchen took off her high heels and put her white silk stockings on the coffee table. Compared to Ling Luochen and Ning Tian, Meng Hongchen was much more comfortable. However, the two had just chatted for a while when Jing Hongchen's voice came from outside the door. In an instant, Meng Hongchen's face suddenly turned red. She didn't have the concerns of Ling Luochen and Ning Tian, but she came to a boy's room in the middle of the night. If her grandfather saw this, she would be socially dead. So, Meng Hongchen looked under Xiao Chong's bed. Xiao Chong, are you all doing this on purpose? Chapter 164. Without waiting for Xiao Chong to stop her, Meng Hongchen came to Xiao Chong's bed in an instant, and then Meng Hongchen, Ling Luochen and Ning Tian, Because the bed was so small, the 3 of them almost leaned against each other, which made the scene extremely awkward. Xiao Chong shook his head helplessly, and put away Meng Hongchen's high heels. When he didn't understand why Meng Hongchen did this, he chose to accept Meng Hongchen's behavior. Teacher. Yeah. After Xiao Chong opened the door, Jing Hongchen walked in directly. As Xiao Chong's teacher, his ease was no worse than Meng Hongchen. Soon Jing Hongchen sat where Ling Luochen, Ning Tian, and Meng Hongchen sat. Jing Hongchen frowned when he felt a hint of Meng Hongchen's breath. You didn't mess around here, did you? Ah? What mess around? Xiao Chong scratched his head, not knowing what Jing Hongchen was talking about. Forget it. Judging from your situation, it should be none. I've heard about what happened today. You did a good job, but what about Nana? I heard she called you master? Because I saved her for some reason, she became my master. Jing Hongchen nodded. I can understand that, but what about her talent? According to previous records, she doesn't seem to have that level of talent. Her martial spirit is a body martial spirit based on her own soul. After eating a certain amount of good things, she can use a special method to awaken her body martial spirit. After awakening, her soul power directly reached level 50. The rest is that I got a soul bone by chance, and then I used that technology to make her soul power, and soul power condensation, and a series of other things soar. That technique? I know. The soul technique has long been mastered by Xiao Chong, but Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen still don't have souls. On the one hand, it is to prevent the soul from being exposed too early, and on the other hand, after Jing Hongchen and Xiao Chong discussed, they plan to let Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen directly obtain the 100,000-year soul when they reach level 60. I know about Nana's situation. How is your situation now? In the past year, what level of soul power have you reached? If the soul power increases slowly, don't worry. I have searched for some things about the ultimate martial soul during this period. The ultimate martial soul needs to compress the soul power between level 30 and level 70, so the speed of cultivation will be much slower than that of normal soul masters. However, because the soul power of the ultimate attribute is condensed enough, there is no bottleneck in cultivation for soul masters with the ultimate martial soul. Teacher, don't worry about cultivation. I have made a breakthrough recently. My soul power cultivation speed is not as slow as you imagined. Jing Hongchen nodded with satisfaction. Yes, you can give me a surprise. Jing Hongchen said, taking out the soul conductor tester from before. Test it, and let me see the results of your practice during this period. Xiao Chong walked to the soul conductor tester, and as a light curtain swept over Xiao Chong, the soul conductor tester revealed Xiao Chong's current situation. Physical strength, level 91, physical toughness, level 89, soul power fluctuation, level 68, soul power solidity, level 92, bone age, 16, soul bones, left palm, left arm, right palm, right arm. When Xiao Chong's condition was measured by the soul conductor measuring instrument, the whole room fell into a dead silence. Whether it was Jing Hongchen, Meng Hongchen, Ling Luochen or Ning Tian, they were all shocked by Xiao Chong's data and were speechless. Especially Ling Luochen and Ning Tian, as top students of Shrek, they knew the horror of this data, and coupled with the ultimate martial soul mentioned by Jing Hongchen, their eyes were full of disbelief. How did you do it? Didn't you just break through level 50 a year ago? At your level, even Xiao and Ming, who rely on drugs, can't practice faster than you. I was lucky to fuse the 100,000-year-old soul rings when I was in the 5th and 6th soul rings. Can the 5th soul ring be fused with a 100,000-year-old soul ring? Normally, it's not possible, but you know that my situation is a bit special and can't be calculated according to normal circumstances. That's true, but I still can't accept it. Even I or your master didn't have this level of soul power increase when taking medicine. I didn't expect that you, who don't take medicine much, are so fast in practice that it's impossible for others to catch up. Xiao Chong smiled but didn't say anything. After a while, Jing Hongchen continued to speak. According to your current soul power level of 68, it seems that in another year, you should be able to break through to level 70. After reaching level 70, the cultivation speed of the ultimate martial soul will be faster than that of a normal soul master. From this point of view, your cultivation should be able to reach the soul Douluo level in the next competition. Ultimate martial soul, twin martial souls, 100,000-year soul rings. I am afraid that when you reach the soul Douluo level, even I will not be your opponent. At the age of 20, you can become one of the top masters in the world. Even the sea god Tang did not achieve this. Since there are no games in this world, there is naturally no such thing as cheating. Otherwise, Jing Hongchen would definitely suspect that Xiao Chong's cultivation was cheating. Forget it, since you have your own way, I won't say much. I originally thought that you chose to let Nana do the test because your soul power level has not increased much during this period. It seems that I thought too much. Jing Hongchen said, and then got up and left. After Xiao Chong said Jing Hongchen away, Xiao Chong used mental detection to check the surroundings. After confirming that no one would come over in a short time, he knocked on his bed. Come out, one more person is enough to make up a mahjong table. You are really one of you. Why do you like to run under the bed so much? As Xiao Chong's voice fell, Meng Hongchen, Ling Luochen, and Ning Tian crawled out from under Xiao Chong's bed one after another. Did you hear what happened just now? The three nodded. Except for Meng Hongchen, the other two looked unhappy. Knowing something they shouldn't know all of a sudden is not a good thing for anyone, not to mention that they can't beat Xiao Chong. What do you want to do? Ning Tian said bravely. Actually, you don't have to be too scared. After all, I'm not a demon. It's just that there are some things I don't want outsiders to know, so... Xiao Chong took out a brick from his soul guide. Relax, it's just a very ordinary memory erasure method. Don't worry, I will control my strength very well. Chapter 165. Wait. Before Ling Luochen and Ning Tian could say anything, Xiao Chong's memory erasure method was already used on them. The two fell asleep in an instant, and their sleep was as enviable as that of a baby. You are very fast, but can you really erase their memories by just knocking them out? Said Meng Hongchen, whose memory was not erased by Xiao Chong's memory erasure method, physical. Don't worry, I'm sure of it. The physical version of the memory erasure method is just a cover. Xiao Chong can't use a brick to accurately erase a certain memory, but mental interference combined with psychological suggestion can make them forget what happened during this period. After Ling Luochen and Ning Tian woke up, Xiao Chong simply said a few words to fool them, and ended this farce after sending them all out. A secret room in the basement of Mingda Hall. After Jing Hongchen asked about Xiao Chang's current situation, Jing Hongchen came to this secret room. In the center of the secret room, there was a rectangular metal column standing upright. The metal column was about 1.5 meters high, and there was something on it. It was a wooden tray, inlaid with at least one of various gems. On this small wooden tray, a ball of white air flowed slightly. The air flow was condensed, and did not disperse when it flowed. The faint left and right conflict seemed to want to break through the siege, and the wooden tray below him continued to emit a layer of light golden light shield during his impact, covering it, making it unable to break through. Jing Hongchen silently watched the airflow struggle for a long time before speaking. Don't struggle, what's the point of wasting effort? No soul beast will call you even if you scream your throat out. Jing Hongchen looked at the soul beast embryo, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The tray in front of him was the 100,000-year soul beast embryo that Jing Hongchen had spent a huge amount of money to buy for Xiao Hongchen. After this period of inspection and exploration, Jing Hongchen had a basic understanding of this soul beast embryo. When Xiao Hongchen broke through level 90, he planned to let him fuse this soul beast embryo and make it his soul ring, soul bone, and even second martial soul, so that his strength would change. Feeling the unwillingness of the soul beast, Jing Hongchen said with a smile, I know the background of the Xinguang auction house in Qinglui Empire very well. The Xinglu royal family put you up for auction just to create trouble for me and make me think about who created this conferred god platform. At the same time, they are using the principle of possessing a treasure to lure the strong men from all sides of the continent to attack my Mingda Hall. But what's the matter? Let them come. This is actually a test of the defensibility of my Mingda Hall. The disciples of Mingda Hall should not live too comfortably, right? Jing Hongchen's smile was full of confidence. The huge project of Mingda Hall located 100 meters underground was his confidence. Not to mention that there are more than a dozen level 9 defense soul guides in Mingda Hall. Even an ordinary Super Douluo would feel scalp numb when he came here, and he might even be left behind by Mingda Hall. Unless more than 3 of the 5 national defenders come, Jing Hongchen believes that there is no force in this world that can directly break through the defense of Mingda Hall, and Mingda Hall cannot be destroyed. There is a certain amount of pressure on the students and teachers to practice, which is even a good thing in Jing Hongchen's view. The idea of those people in Qinglui Empire is very good, but unfortunately, they calculated one thing wrong. You are not a 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo, but a soul beast embryo with an age of more than 199,999 years. Because there is no way to survive the next heavenly tribulation, you choose to become an embryo, right? The idiots in Qinglui Empire think they have calculated me, but they don't know that I am the one who has taken the biggest advantage. A soul ring and soul bone of 100,000 years are enough for an ordinary person to reach the level of Super Douluo of level 95. I really can't imagine what kind of realm a soul ring and soul bone of more than 199,999 years will allow my grandson to reach. In addition to the second martial soul you may give birth to, in the future, there will be a talent like Xiao Chang, and my Hongchen family will have 2 at the same time. This is all thanks to those idiots in Qinglui Empire and you. As Jing Hongchen's voice fell, the soul beast embryo began to riot more violently, but the faint halo steadily suppressed his riot. Don't worry, you don't have to worry too much. My grandson will need more than 10 years to grow up. You can enjoy this last time slowly. The air flow on the tray trembled, as if it had made some kind of determination, and gradually calmed down. Teacher, is Mingda Hall's defense a little too lax? I have been watching for a long time during this period, and I always feel that if Mingda Hall's defense really fights, it may be easy to get into trouble. After Hui Yuhao had been in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy for half a year, Xiao Chang estimated that the body sect should be coming soon, so he planned to remind Jing Hongchen in advance. Will Mingda Hall be in trouble? Jing Hongchen laughed. You, after all, have not reached that level, and have no concrete concept of 9th level soul guides. With no less than 29th level defensive soul guides in Mingda Hall, whether it is Shrek or the body sect, they have no ability to break into Mingda Hall. My Mingda Hall can easily produce 29th level soul guides that are comparable to defensive titled Douluo, but can they produce 20 titled Douluos who can break 9th level defensive soul guides? 20 titled Douluos who can break 9th level defensive soul guides, I'm afraid you can't find them even if you search the entire Douluo continent. In terms of the quantity and quality of defense, we have an absolute advantage here, no need to worry. Xiao Chang nodded. It's good that you know it. Xiao Chang just came to remind him. He didn't have much confidence in persuading Jing Hongchen to strengthen the defense. With Xiao Chang's control, the loss of the Beni sect would not be too great. If the loss is not great, Jing Hongchen will be taught a lesson. This will make it easier for Xiao Chong to discuss the bombs under the academy with Jing Hongchen. After all, the bombs under the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy are the reason why the Hongchen family has completely fallen. Just like that, when Jing Hongchen was confident that his Mingda Hall was foolproof, an explosion suddenly came from the underground Mingda Hall research room. Haotian Sect is doing things. Those who don't want to die, get out of here. Chapter 166. As the body sect attacked Mingda Hall, Xiao Chong's spiritual detection was immediately activated, and he instantly found the trace of Hui Yuhao. Similar to the original work, Hui Yuhao started digging a tunnel to escape as soon as he felt the attack from the body sect, and he happened to dig the place where the prototype of the mecha was stored in Mingda Hall. After saying sorry to the teacher, Hui Yuhao did not hesitate to use the Starlight Sapphire near the prototype of the mecha to take the mecha of Mingda Hall. Xiao Chong watched this scene silently, and was ready to catch the person red-handed, but at this time a titled Douluo appeared in front of Xiao Chong. Boy, return to our sect. As the owner of the body martial spirit, you should also be a member of our body. Xiao Chong, While Xiao Chong was fighting with the titled Douluo, Hui Yuhao had already put away the prototype of the mecha, and then when he was about to leave, he met a soul Douluo from the body sect. Because he had been using perspective to see everything around him, Hui Yuhao had seen the appearance of the head of the body sect, Douluo Si, and with the simulation of his third soul skill, Hui Yuhao successfully tricked the embryo from the body sect soul Douluo. However, as Jing Hongchen and Douluo Si fought, the soul Douluo of the body sect also felt something was wrong. Without any hesitation, the soul Douluo of the body sect was about to snatch the embryo from Hui Yuhao, and Hui Yuhao did not hesitate either. He knew that a soul Douluo was not someone he could handle, so Hui Yuhao threw the soul beast embryo at the soul Douluo as in the original book. The soul Douluo quickly withdrew his strength, but it was a little late after all. Although his strength was not great, he could not withstand the fact that the conferred god platform itself had strong internal defenses, but poor external defenses. The conferred god platform was destroyed in an instant, revealing the soul beast embryo inside. Then a terrifying force erupted instantly, and the soul Douluo of the body sect was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Without the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Martial Spirit, Hui Yuhao should have been frozen into an ice sculpture as well, but just when Hui Yuhao was in danger, his soul bone's invincible golden body skill was activated again by Alex, saving his life. Then a monkey rushed out from where Hui Yuhao was, and smashed the soul Douluo of the body sect. The huge monkey rushed out instantly, but he was unlucky enough to accidentally rush into the battlefield between Douluo Si and Jing Hongchen. All of a sudden, the huge monkey became the object of competition between the two. Titan Snow Demon Ape? Good, it's a top beast spirit that suits Haotian. How dare you? It's the property of my Mingda Hall. You, the body sect, don't even think about getting involved. What body sect? I'm Tang, the leader of the Haotian sect. Don't slander me. Jing Hongchen and Douluo Si fought desperately. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the Titan Snow Demon Ape made the same decision as the Snow Emperor in the original book. Damn humans, you will pay the price for hunting our soul beasts sooner or later. With a curse, the Titan Snow Demon Ape detonated its own origin without any hesitation, ready to die together with Douluo Si and Jing Hongchen. Afterwards, a violent explosion injured Jing Hongchen and Douluo Si to a certain extent, and a trace of the Titan Snow Demon Ape's remaining origin gradually floated, slowly drifted to the vicinity of Hui Yuhao, and was captured by Alex by chance. There are still humans? Damn it! Calm down, we shouldn't be enemies. At least I'm not here to kill you. On the contrary, I have a way to preserve your consciousness, and even give you the possibility of rebuilding? What do you mean? Before, at the Starlight Auction House, the auctioneer said that your existence might create a second martial soul. I'm not sure what the second martial soul in this world normally looks like, but the second martial soul that was created based on your hatred reminded me of something in the past. The second martial soul created based on your hatred might be possible, but I have another solution. A solution that has the best of both worlds. What solution? I can preserve your consciousness, and make you Yuhao's second martial soul. If Yuhao becomes a god in the future, one day, you can live forever like the Sky Blue Bull Mang and Titan Giant Ape 10,000 years ago. The Titan Snow Demon Ape's heart trembled. If it could, it actually didn't want to die, but in the previous situation, it had completely lost its chance of survival. At this time, dragging a few people to die with it became its best option, but if it could live, who would want to die? Thinking of this, the Titan Snow Demon Ape was about to agree to become Hui Yuhao's second martial soul and create spirit rings and spirit bones for him, but at this time, a familiar breath made its original firm belief waver. After sensing the breath of the Titan Snow Demon Ape's fierce beast in the far north, the Snow Emperor attacked without any hesitation and killed the titled Douluo, who was fighting against Xiao Chong in one blow. Then he immediately tried his best to sense the specific breath of the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Sure enough, he felt the remnant of the Titan Snow Demon Ape's breath in a corner. So the Snow Emperor came, and the familiar breath of the Snow Emperor happened to be sensed by the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Because of the appearance of the Snow Emperor, the things it originally wanted to agree to also had some other options. As the power of plundering luck swept over Hui Yuhao, the Snow Emperor, who was at the level of a quasi-god for 700,000 years and had added a spiritual head soul bone, easily took away the remaining source of the Titan Snow Demon Ape from Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea the moment he approached the Titan Snow Demon Ape. Feeling the powerful strength of the Snow Emperor, Alex's consciousness knew that things were no longer under his control. If it was Alex in his prime, he would naturally not worry about the Snow Emperor, but unfortunately, the current Alex was only a fragment of his consciousness, and he was not even a complete consciousness. His weakness even made him think that even at his peak, he was only a little stronger than Moon. In this case, he could do nothing to the Snow Emperor. However, thinking of Hui Yuhao, his disciple, Alex decided to make an effort for him. Yuhao, thanks to your external soul bone, I have recovered some strength now. I wanted to pass on my undead magic to you later, but now it seems that I can't do it. Alex said, using his limited energy to transfer Hui Yuhao away, and then looked at Shui Di and Xiao Chong, who was hiding his appearance behind Shui Di in the form of a spirit body. Damn it, Haotian Sect, retreat. After being hit by a wave of explosions and the embryo had disappeared, Du Buxi cursed and said, and when they were about to escape, asshole. Dare to come to Mingda Hall to cause trouble. Don't you know that my body sect has become the national defense sect of the Sun and Moon Empire? Chapter 167. On the way that Du Buxi led his people away, a figure in a black robe with an unclear face was rushing towards them quickly. A figure naturally would not attract the attention of Du Buxi and his people, but the words that figure said attracted everyone's attention. The body sect has become the guardian sect of the Sun and Moon Empire? How come I don't know about this? Nonsense. How can you, a member of the Haotian Sect, know the secrets of my body? Do you know the body sect, or do I know the body sect? Du Buxi, When Du Buxi was speechless, the black-robed figure continued, the small Haotian Sect dares to come to my body's territory and act wild. As the young master of the body, I, Long Haotian, will never agree. Look at my body's secret method, the hammer of killing. As the black-robed figure spoke, an ancient and mysterious hammer appeared in his palm. The terrifying micro-pressure contained in the hammer was obviously one of the top martial spirits in the world. When the hammer appeared, the leader of the body sect, Du Buxi, saw the martial soul. Haotian hammer. Bullshit! This is the special secret book of my body sect, the body divine hammer. How can your Haotian sect's broken hammer be compared with my body divine hammer? As the black-robed man shouted, 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, for black and 1 red, appeared around the black-robed man, and then the red soul ring ranked 8th lit up. Look at my 8th soul skill. I, Long Haotian, will definitely protect Lu Bo to the death. As the black-robed man finished speaking, the Haotian hammer suddenly became huge and blood-red. When the Haotian hammer hit a soul Douluo of the body sect, the soul Douluo was smashed into scum by the black-robed man's Haotian hammer without any resistance. Then, everyone saw the soul of the soul Douluo, who was killed by the clear sky hammer floating out, and then was entangled by a black chain and pulled to the black-robed man, who claimed to be the young master of the clear sky sect, Long Haotian. He. The soul of an 8-ring soul Douluo, I, the young master of the body sect, Long Haotian, accepted it. Seeing that one of his men was not only killed in public, but also his soul was pulled away, Du Buxi was furious and slapped the black-robed figure. How dare you? He. Why don't I dare? There is nothing in the world that I, the young master of the body sect, Long Haotian, dare not do. The body bone dragon, the undead knight, will cover the rear for me. As the black-robed figure gave an order, a door of the undead suddenly opened, and several undead knights and a huge bone dragon walked out of it and pounced on those who claimed to be members of the Clear Sky sect. It was Jing Hongshan who led the people to hunt them down, and there were sudden undead creatures. The soul beast embryo was destroyed. This time, he used so much combat power and got nothing. Not only did he lose so many strong men, Dubusi felt like he was going to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he got sick. I didn't expect that the body sect was actually a group of evil soul masters. Humph, such a force is dreaming even if they want to come to my Sun Moon Empire to be a national defense sect. My Sun Moon Empire doesn't want such garbage. Jing Hongchen, who was chasing Dubusi and others from behind, said sarcastically. He didn't know what the evil soul master who suddenly appeared was, but he would not miss the opportunity to scold the body sect. You are talking nonsense. My body sect is not an evil soul master. What do you mean by your body sect? You bunch of remnants of the Haotian sect dare to attack, and you dare not admit it? Dubusi, The last time I was so speechless was the last time. Mingda Hall. Beat all these Haotian sect bastards into a sieve for me. At the same time, inform the mainland that my Sun Moon Empire does not accept the evil soul master sect of the body sect. Hearing Jing Hongchen's words, the head of the body sect, Dubusi, was furious. You are the evil soul master. Undead space. Puff. Xiao Chong spit a mouthful of blood into the undead space that originally belonged to Alex. When Alex left Hui Yuhao's body and materialized to face the Snow Queen, I don't know whether it was Hui Yuhao's original luck that made Alex transform into Hui Yuhao's martial soul, or it should be said that Xiao Chong, who plundered Hui Yuhao's luck and became the new son of luck, had a burst of luck. Based on the soul ring of the mirror beast that evolved to 100,000 years, Xiao Chong integrated his third, fourth, fifth, and sixth soul rings, and pulled the soul skill of the mirror beast's replica martial soul to a level beyond the normal million years. With the bonus of luck, Xiao Chong successfully permanently replicated the ability of Alex, who was beginning to transform into a martial soul. As Alex's ability was completely replicated and Alex's residual soul was destroyed by the Snow Emperor, Xiao Chong successfully gained control of Alex's undead space, and the special tower he originally wanted to give to Hui Yuhao. With Alex's undead space as a backup, Xiao Chong could do some things with confidence and boldness, so Xiao Chong immediately changed into a black robe of the same style as the Soul Palace, and used the explosive ring of the Clear Sky Hammer to test the power of the 100,000-year soul ring and the identity of the body sect. Facts have proved that the power of the ring explosion is indeed very strong. A soul Douluo with a main body soul power of no less than level 85 was unable to resist the ring explosion of the Clear Sky Hammer for even a second, which is enough to prove the power of the ring explosion of the Clear Sky Hammer. Xiao Chong drank a mouthful of the life lake water that had been filtered more than 8 times, and his body recovered from the power of the ring explosion. The power of the ring explosion is indeed very strong, but it consumes too much of the body. But Xiao Chong looked at the previous living soul carving knife. Before, because he didn't have Alex, he couldn't turn this living soul carving knife into the living soul guard blade. But now that Alex has reproduced the martial soul state, he only needs to find some time to turn the living soul carving knife into the living soul guard blade, so that his own vitality can be greatly improved. At that time, the impact of the ring explosion on himself will not be so particularly great. After testing the power of the ring explosion, Xiao Chong took out the silver dragon staff and transferred himself to the previously fixed space, and then the mental detection was immediately turned on to find Hui Yuhao's location. At this time, Hui Yuhao already knew that Electrolux was in danger, and was hiding in a corner crying, looking extremely pitiful. Teacher, I will definitely find a way to revive you. Xiao Chong, After confirming what Hui Yuhao said with mental detection, Xiao Chong just wanted to laugh. If Hui Yuhao really made even the slightest effort to revive Electrolux, or if he thought about reviving Electrolux before he chose to die, Xiao Chong would not have given up on winning over Hui Yuhao. Chapter 168. After Xiao Chong mastered Hui Yuhao's action area, Xiao Chong expanded the scope of spiritual detection, and then used spiritual detection sharing to share the location information of the body sect with Jing Hongchen, so that he could have a precise target to attack the body sect and others. Xiao Chong himself was preparing to deal with Hui Yuhao and others. Now was the best time to catch Hui Yuhao, and Ikai too. No matter the large number of Soul Guide technology drawings in their storage Soul Guide device, or the mecha prototype that Hui Yuhao had just obtained, this was the best time to catch the person and the evidence. Xiao Chong quickly found Ma Rulong's father. Because of the victory of the last continent-wide Advanced Soul Master competition, this time Ma Lao was not kicked out of the core layer of Mingda Hall, as in the original book. On the contrary, because he was the leader of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy that time, he was promoted in both his status in the Sun Moon Empire and in Mingda Hall. Now, except for the high-end combat forces that Jing Hongchen took away to hunt down the body sect, the rest of the armed forces in Mingda Hall are under his jurisdiction. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Chong chose to find old Ma at this time. Master Xiao. The moment he saw Xiao Chong, old Ma immediately said respectfully to Xiao Chong. Although Xiao Chong should be a junior friend Jing in theory, he is still a junior friend of his direct superior. In addition, with the combat power Xiao Chong showed in the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition, old Ma can feel that Xiao Chong will probably go from the junior friend level to the senior level in a few years, so he is extremely respectful to Xiao Chong. Mr. Ma, take all the people you can mobilize now, and seal off the entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Don't let anyone leave the academy at this time. After everyone gathers, search everyone regardless of their social status. Don't let any of the academy's property be stolen by others, and become a hidden arrow shot at Mingda Hall in the future. Yes. I do it right away, but Lord Xiao, the people of our Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy are easy to deal with, but the Shrek Academy. Feeling Xiao Chong's oppressive feeling as if his own things were stolen, Mr. Ma hurriedly agreed, but thinking of the more special existence of Shrek Academy, he was more or less unsure. Those exchange students from Shrek Academy need to be carefully checked. They are the most likely to fish in troubled waters at this time. Just do it. I will take responsibility if there is any problem. Those people are just exchange students, not masters. They have no additional law enforcement power, and they are not superior. Since they have come to my Sun Moon Empire, they should follow the rules of my Sun Moon Empire. If they don't agree, just let them go. At most, the exchange student matter ends here. Master Xiao, the exchange student matter. Old Ma felt a little unsure when talking about the exchange student matter. After all, this matter was decided by the Hall Master himself, and as an older generation of Sun Moon Empire people, he also knew the value of Shrek in the hearts of the older generation of Sun Moon Empire people. From ancient times to the present, the belief in Shrek for thousands of years has not completely collapsed because of a defeat of Shrek, otherwise Jing Hongqian would not have sent his own grandson to be the exchange student. Seeing that Mr. Ma was a little hesitant about the exchange student, Xiao Chong immediately took out the token that Kong Deming had given him before, which represented Kong Deming. Now! Immediately. Seal off the entire place. Don't give them any time to hide anything. Yes. Seeing the token representing Kong Deming's identity come out, Mr. Ma didn't know how Xiao Chong got it, but he was sure that Xiao Chong could take the responsibility for this matter, so he immediately mobilized the remaining armed forces of the entire academy to deploy a soul defense formation, surrounding the entire Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. On the Shrek Academy exchange student side, Fan Yu, who was in charge of the team, was already livid at this time. Because Wei Yuhao's soul skill was not like the spiritual detection in the original book, but perspective. Compared with the original book, it was more than a little more difficult to obtain the blueprint this time. After more than half a year of hard work, Fan Yu's blueprints were just barely enough to be worth transporting out. As a result, while they were planning how to transport it out, the body sect, which called itself Haotian Sect, came to attack Mingda Hall. Originally, the attack by the body sect was a good thing for Shrek Academy. This was the best time for them to transport the blueprints out, but they had not prepared before. Hui Yuhao and Ikaitu were not far away from the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy at that time, but they were extremely far away. At this time, the Soul Guide propulsion device could quickly allow them to leave the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, but the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was a no-fly zone. If they flew at such a sensitive time, no one would think it was wrong even if they were beaten to death by the body sect on the spot. In the case that they could not fly, the most they could do was to run. In fact, they could not run out of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy without losing their lives, because they could not attract too much attention. In addition, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was too big and reacted too quickly. When Ikaitu was about to run to the gate of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy had already sealed the gate and opened the Soul Guide shield. If they continued to go out, it would be a forced entry. At this time, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor would have a reason to kill them. In desperation, they could only gather according to the requirements of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and wait for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy to check them. But Fan Yu knew what they were doing this time. The drawings of the Soul Guides had not been delivered yet. At this time, the inspection could not be called an inspection, but a complete capture of the people. Especially seeing that the people queuing for inspection were getting fewer and fewer, and the time until they were the next in line was getting shorter and shorter, they would be discovered by the people of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy sooner or later. Fan Yu's heart was almost in his throat. However, Just when Fan Yu's heart was in his throat, Hui Yuhao, who was forced to recover quickly from the sadness, came to his side and whispered to him that only he could hear. Teacher, don't worry, you can ask Brother He to get closer to me later. My third soul skill can not only be driven by soul power, but even if my soul power is sealed, I can also use mental power to simulate this soul skill, and ensure that they can't see anything. Hearing Hui Yuhao's voice, Fan Yu's eyes lit up. In an instant, he felt that the sky was clear, the rain had stopped, and Shrek was okay again. Chapter 169. Because of his confidence in the simulation of his third soul skill, Hui Yuhao quickly showed his arrogance towards the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. However, Hui Yuhao's arrogance did not last long. When the inspection was about to be carried out, he found that the soul guide device used by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy to prevent others from cheating with soul skills could not only limit soul power, but also mental power. Hui Yuhao's plan failed the moment his mental power was restricted. The moment he felt that the soul guide device would restrict his soul power and mental power at the same time, the arrogant expression on Hui Yuhao's face disappeared, replaced by panic. He was not afraid of his soul power being blocked, because even if he had no soul power, he could use mental power to activate his soul skills, but now even his mental power was blocked, and at this moment, he was completely in the state of an ordinary person. When Hui Yuhao thought about how he was an ordinary person, but had to face the scrutiny of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and that he not only had the blueprints, but also the prototype of the mecha that he had secretly stolen, Hui Yuhao was visibly panicking. As Hui Yuhao panicked, Fan Yu also felt something was wrong. He should stay calm at such a time, especially someone like Hui Yuhao, who had received professional training from Shrek. He should not show any panic at this time unless... Suddenly, not only Hui Yuhao panicked, but Fan Yu also panicked. Fan Yu thought about why Hui Yuhao was like this. If his simulation could work at this time, Hui Yuhao would not be so scared at all. There was only one possible reason for Hui Yuhao's fear, that is, his simulated soul skills could not be used, and he would be discovered. With Fan Yu's understanding of soul guides, he didn't know that the soul guide that restricted Hui Yuhao could not only limit soul power, but also mental power, but some things could be guessed from Hui Yuhao's expression. Don't move. Cooperate with the inspection. Seeing Hui Yuhao's expression change from arrogance to fear, not only Fan Yu discovered that Hui Yuhao was not in the right situation, but anyone who looked at Hui Yuhao could feel that Hui Yuhao had a problem. So several security guards from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy immediately pointed their Soul Guide ray guns at Hui Yuhao. Looking at the numerous Soul Guide ray guns, Fan Yu's heart suddenly sank. The users of those Soul Guide ray guns were at most 5-ring Soul Kings, and they could not hurt him, and 8-ring Soul Douluo. But now they were aiming at Hui Yuhao, and the inspection team was about to line up with Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao's simulated soul skills could not be used at this time, so Hikaigu would also be exposed. The soul guide drawings drawn by the two would definitely be detected, and then Shrek's plan would be completely failed. The plan ordered by the head of the Sea God Pavilion failed, and was caught by the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. In this case, there is no doubt that Fan Yu will become a sinner of Shrek. Become a sinner of Shrek. This is something that he, who is loyal to Shrek, cannot accept no matter what, but he can't do anything now. What's going on here? Xiao Chong, who had just been forcibly checked by Meng Hongchen, came late. As soon as he arrived, he saw a group of guards from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy holding Soul Guide ray guns and pointing them at Shrek's Hui Yuhao, Fan Yu, and Ikai too. Master Xiao, these 3 people are obviously problematic, so we are going to control them in advance. A guard from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy reported to Xiao Chong. When the guard reported to Xiao Chong, Fan Yu shouted, "Control in advance? Ha, you are probably going to torture them into confessing. Shrek Academy will never accept such insults." Seeing that he was about to be caught red-handed, Fan Yu knew what he should do. He certainly couldn't lead the students out of the siege, after all, he was not Moon, and he didn't have that strength. But when he saw Xiao Chong, a plan took shape in his mind. It seemed that because Xiao Chong didn't have any powerful guards around him in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and Xiao Chong was very close to him, he didn't expect to catch Xiao Chong to let everyone in Shrek go back safely. After all, he was only an 8-ring Soul Douluo, and he knew that he didn't have that ability. But if they just catch Xiao Chong and use him to buy some time, give them some breathing space, and let them destroy the blueprints, this may not be impossible. As for the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy's pursuit of responsibility afterwards, as long as Xiao Chong is not really injured, and the blueprints are destroyed cleanly to ensure that no one is caught red-handed, they at least have room for quibbling. If the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy forces him to die to prove his innocence at this time, an 8-ring soul Douluo, who may even become a titled Douluo in the future, will be forced to death by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy because of something without evidence. At that time, the Sun Moon Empire, which has not really lost anything, will go from being justified to being unreasonable. After all, the Sun and Moon Empire had no losses on the surface. If they hadn't said anything about the blueprint, no one would have known about it, and no one would have even thought about it. Fan Yu, as an 8-ring soul Douluo on Xiao Chang's side, was also confident in controlling the power. Compared to continuing to sit and wait for death, which would put Shrek at a complete disadvantage in the subsequent public opinion situation, using Xiao Chang to gain a brief breathing opportunity, and then using his own life to create an advantage for Shrek, this was the only method Fan Yu could think of in the short term. With the idea in mind, Fan Yu began to implement it. Thanks to the high-end combat power of Mingda Hall chasing the body Sect, Ma Lao and Xiao Chang were also far away. At this time, his 8-ring soul Douluo's combat power was invincible nearby. Fan Yu calculated this way, and it should have been like this. However, at the moment when his 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, appeared and released a strong pressure to the surroundings, 6 red 100,000-year souls suddenly appeared on Xiao Chang's body, red, 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 and a pressure that was not inferior to his forcefully pushed back Fan Yu's pressure. Fan Yu saw that things were getting out of his control, and the 5th 10,000-year soul ring lit up, and almost instantly, he came to Xiao Chang. Master Xiao. Be careful. Seeing the outbreak of an 8-ring soul Douluo, everyone present at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was worried. The strongest person around was only a 7th-level soul instructor. He was definitely not an opponent of an 8-ring soul Douluo, let alone saving Xiao Chang at this time. Everyone was worried about Xiao Chang's current state, but Xiao Chang was not worried about his own situation. In response to Fan Yu's offensive, Xiao Chang just silently uttered 5 words. Great Wild Prisoner Heaven Hand. Chapter 170. As Xiao Chang uttered the 5 words Great Prisoner of Heaven, Xiao Chang's body was filled with terrifying soul power and mental power fluctuations, and then a huge blue palm appeared. Xiao Chang did not show any weakness, and confronted Fan Yu, who rushed towards him quickly. Relying on the Susanoo palm with complete bones, flesh, and even skin, Fan Yu's attack was forcibly carried by Xiao Chang, and Xiao Chang even had a slight advantage. Because Xiao Chang was in the state of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the second awakening of the body martial soul, Xiao Chang's soul power was greatly increased by the rules of the body martial soul in this world. At this time, Xiao Chang's soul power level was comparable to that of a soul saint. Although there was still a qualitative gap between the soul saint and the soul Douluo, Xiao Chang used Susanoo. In the world of Naruto, Susanoo needs 2 Mangekyo Sharingans to be officially opened. If there is only a single Mangekyo and Susanoo has not been opened before, then this Susanoo will never be opened. The rules of the Naruto world are like this, and the Susanoo in the Douluo world, I don't know whether it should be the rules of this world or something else. This Susanoo has changed a lot compared to Naruto. The Susanoo in Naruto is a direct divine power, and under the rules of this Douluo world, Xiao Chang can feel that this Susanoo should be said to be a kind of self-martial spirit fusion skill. The innate soul power of the 1 Magatama Mangekyo Sharingan is only level 5, and Xiao Chang doesn't know what the situation is with the 2 Magatama Sharingan, but Xiao Chang can almost be sure that the 3 Magatama Sharingan is a martial spirit with an innate full soul power level. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, Xiao Chang can conclude that even a single Mangekyo Sharingan has reached the level of innate full soul power based on that single innate soul skill. The 1 Magatama Sharingan can only barely exist as a martial soul in the form of 2 eyes. The 2 Magatama and 3 Magatama have evolved, but only the Mangekyo Sharingan has undergone a qualitative change, and even the qualitative change has reached the point where Xiao Chang's 2 eyes can even become 2 separate martial souls, but it is just like the situation in the early stage of Dosan. Xiao Chang's 2 Mangekyo Sharingans use the same soul ring. However, even though Xiao Chang's eyes use the same soul ring, they became 2 independent martial souls after awakening into a kaleidoscope, and 2 independent martial souls can also have something unique to the Douluo world, the martial soul fusion technique, or the self-martial soul fusion technique. With this self-martial soul fusion technique, although Xiao Chang was in a weak state after the soul ring exploded. Because only 1 soul ring exploded, Xiao Chang's weakness was limited. Facing an 8-ring soul Douluo level strongman, Xiao Chang could fight against him without haste. The soul ring is a little bit off. Feeling the weakness brought to him by the breaking of the first soul ring, Xiao Chang silently cursed. Originally, Xiao Chang planned to use Susanoo to pin Fan Yu down with a slap, But because his soul ring had just exploded not long ago, Xiao Chong had not yet fully recovered from his weak state. Neither Xiao Chong nor Susanoo were in the most perfect state at this time. In addition, Xiao Chong's soul power was less than level 70, so in the end, this head-on collision only gave him a slight advantage. Xiao Chong was quite dissatisfied with this collision, but even though Xiao Chong was dissatisfied, the others who saw this scene had already widened their eyes. Fan Yu, the director of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, a member of the Sea God Pavilion, an 8-ring Soul Douluo level strongman, with a soul ring ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, the strongest soul ring ratio. As a result, he attacked a teenager who was not even 17 years old, but he failed to take him down instantly and was at a disadvantage. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. Impossible. Although Teacher Fan Yu didn't use a soul guide, his soul power is said to have reached level 86. This is almost the realm of a titled Douluo. Hikaitu said in disbelief. As Fan Yu's direct disciple, he knew Fan Yu's soul power level. When he saw Fan Yu attack Xiao Chong, he felt that Xiao Chong would not survive. As a result, Fan Yu was beaten back by Xiao Chong in the next second. He was beaten back by a person who was less than 17 years old. No one dared to think of such a thing before. Hearing Hikaitu's words, Ling Luochen, Ning Tian, and the people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy and Shrek Academy felt even more incredible. It was beyond cognition that an 8-ring Soul Douluo could be beaten back by a person who was less than 17 years old. Who knew that this Soul Douluo was actually a full 86th level existence. Fan Yu was slapped back by Xiao Chong's Susanoo. After a brief shock, the 7th soul ring lit up, and the martial soul true body was activated, bringing his own state to the peak. He knew that he had to take down Xiao Chong in a short time, otherwise when the reinforcements from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy arrived, he would be in the wrong even if he wanted to die without being humiliated, and the moment the drawings were discovered, he would become the one who was in the wrong. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Catching Xiao Chong is his, and Shrek's only chance to turn the tables. No! Protect Master Xiao. The level 7 Soul Master on the scene yelled, and then he didn't care whether he could beat Fan Yu in the spirit-body state. Before the age of 17, he could fight with Soul Douluo for a short time without losing. In everyone's eyes, this is the limit of genius. Everyone knows that a genius of this level cannot have any losses, and naturally they don't want Xiao Chong to continue to face the spirit body of an 8-ring Soul Douluo. After all, the spirit body state and the non-spirit body state are two different concepts. Xiao Chong can withstand Fan Yu for a while. In everyone's eyes, it is the limit. A level 86 of Shrek Academy, how can a person of this level, who is less than 17 years old, be able to beat him? Protect Lord Xiao. Protect Lord Xiao. The guards of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy rushed over quickly, but Fan Yu didn't care about them. The martial soul true body of the 86th level Soul Douluo, even if several 7-ring soul saints released the 6th soul skill on him together, could not kill him in a short time, not to mention that there were only 2 soul saints at the scene at this time. He could only withstand a few attacks, and then forcibly capture Xiao Chong. As long as Xiao Chong was captured, everything would be over. Fan Yu originally thought so until Xiao Chong opened the half-body Susanoo wearing armor. Great wilderness prisoner heaven hand. Compared to the palm that was several times stronger than before, Fan Yu could only rely on the state of the martial soul true body to withstand it. Originally, Xiao Chong had increased his strength, but Fan Yu relied on the equally enhanced strength of the martial soul true body, so his performance would not be too bad, but this time, Fan Yu was no longer facing a palm. After Susanoo's right hand pressed down on Fan Yu, Susanoo's left hand directly hammered at Susanoo's right hand. Fan Yu, who was still barely holding on, was immediately smashed into the metal floor of Mingda Hall by Susanoo's huge force. He was seen to withdraw from the state of martial soul true body, and then lost consciousness. Silence, death silence. Looking at Fan Yu, the Soul Douluo, who had fallen to the ground and lost consciousness, no one could say a word. It was silent for nearly 2 minutes before a soul guide from the Sun Moon Empire pointed at Fan Yu, who was lying on the ground. Is he really a Soul Douluo? Chapter 171. Everyone present was in disbelief when Xiao Chong repeatedly suppressed, and even knocked Fan Yu unconscious. If they had no idea of Fan Yu's strength at the beginning, when Hikaitu said that Fan Yu was an 86th level Soul Douluo and his 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings appeared, everyone knew what kind of existence Fan Yu was. An 86th level Soul Douluo with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings, this kind of strength would be ranked in the top 10 even in Mingda Hall, But Xiao Chong suppressed it in just a short while. Could it be that Lord Zhao's soul ring is real? A 6-soul emperor who is less than 17 years old and has 600,000-year soul rings? How is it possible? Who can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring when he has only one soul ring? Also, does my Sun Moon Empire have so many 100,000-year soul beasts? But if those 100,000-year soul rings are not real, how can a 6-ring soul emperor who is less than 17 years old be like this? A 6-ring soul emperor can defeat a level 86 soul Douluo. Is this possible? After a long silence, everyone finally recovered from their surprise. But after the surprise, everyone asked questions one by one. There has never been a precedent of this level in the entire continent for someone under the age of 17 to defeat a level 86 soul Douluo. Okay, notify the teacher to strengthen the defense, then take him away first, and... Xiao Chong looked at Hui Yuhao, who was just beside Fan Yu, and Kai Tu and several Shrek Academy students. This soul Douluo was so excited just now. Something must be wrong. There must be something wrong with them. Put some time on checking the others. Check these people carefully first. Use the soul guidance recorder to follow up. Thoroughly check these people's bodies. Yes. As Xiao Chong finished speaking, people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy immediately executed Xiao Chong's orders. This time, they executed the orders much faster than before. Whether it was the Soul Master world or the Soul Instructor world, they were all in a world where the strong were respected. Before, they obeyed Xiao Chong because of his identity. It was normal to obey the orders of someone much younger than themselves because of their identity. They knew their status, so they would act according to the orders. But they were also excellent soul instructors. They felt a little uncomfortable with this kind of obedience brought by their birth. But as Xiao Chong held down the 86th level Fan Yu, at this moment, they no longer just obeyed orders because of Xiao Chong's identity. In a world where the strong were respected, Xiao Chong had already shown enough strength to make them admire. Several Shrek people who were around Fan Yu before were instantly held down. Among them, Kai Tu, who resisted the most fiercely, was held down by several people from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. In order to prevent him from continuing to resist, some soul instructors even knelt on his neck and forcibly suppressed him. You can't do this. We are from Shrek Academy. We are not from your Sun Moon Empire. You are not qualified. Ugh. Hui Yuhao wanted to put pressure on him by using his identity as a member of Shrek, but before he could finish, Nana kicked him in the face. Because Nana was wearing high heels, her heel also knocked out 2 of Hui Yuhao's teeth. Shut up. Nana stepped on Hui Yuhao. At level 57, she could completely suppress Hui Yuhao, who was only level 34. Facing Nana, Hui Yuhao had no power to resist at all. Without Alex, he couldn't even grasp the timing of using the invincible golden body. The 2 teeth knocked out of his mouth were the best proof. When checking their things, ask the rest of Shrek to come and watch, and then send the things you took to Shrek Academy. I see how they can quibble. Xiao Chong said, as he sat on the chair moved by Nana's clone. Thanks to the 100-year soul ring, it became a 1,000-year soul ring, and Nana's second soul skill, the afterimage clone, also became a real clone. You are not qualified. Shut up. If you keep talking, I will step on all your remaining teeth. Nana's high heels stepped on Hui Yuhao's face, making his face fully contact with the ground, and some of the heels of Nana's high heels had even sunk into Hui Yuhao's face, breaking his skin and piercing into his flesh, making Hui Yuhao's face, which was not so handsome to begin with, look like it was about to be disfigured. Whoa. After everything was ready, Fan Yu, who was caught and handcuffed with soul-limiting handcuffs, barely regained some consciousness and uttered a whimpering sound. Susanoo had injured him too badly. The reason he could barely regain some consciousness now was because he had a good foundation in Shrek. As for standing up to stop something, he was completely unable to do it at this time. At this time, Fan Yu had gradually calmed down after finding that he could do nothing, and he was not so panicked when he calmed down. On the one hand, panicking was useless, and on the other hand, as he calmed down, he remembered something. Hui Yuhao and Kai Tu had not come into contact with any core technology of the Sun Moon Empire so far. In addition, they had limited Soul Guide talents, and they did not have Soul Guide drawings above level 6. If they really stole the top technology of the Sun Moon Empire, this matter might become irreversible, but if it was just a bunch of ordinary Soul Guide drawings, and they were drawn by Hui Yuhao and Kai Tu, although this matter could not be reduced to a small matter, Shrek should be able to barely solve it. After all, it was just an ordinary drawing. If Shrek suffered a heavy loss, this matter could still be saved. However, in this way, Shrek's reputation in the Sun Moon Empire would be tarnished. This was the first exchange student, but it was probably the last exchange student. Moreover, Mu Lao's plan was completely ruined. In addition, his sneak attack on Xiao Chong failed. This time, Shrek probably had to pay a heavy loss. But at least Shrek should still be able to control the situation, right? Fan Yu originally thought so, and he thought the same when the blueprints on Kai Tu were found, until a Starlight Sapphire was found on Hui Yuhao. Fan Yu is sure that Hui Yuhao had not had that Starlight Sapphire before today, and considering the time when Hui Yuhao was not in front of him before, Fan Yu's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, when the Starlight Sapphire was opened, Jing Hongchen, who had already arrived, cursed angrily. Asshole! How dare you, the Shrek people, steal my armor? Chapter 172. When the Soul Guide Mecha prototype was found on Hui Yuhao, if it wasn't for his grandson being an exchange student at Shrek Academy, he would have tortured all of the Shrek people to death, and then handed their souls over to the Holy Spirit Church to continue to torture them. The Soul Guide Mecha prototype was made by several level 9 Soul Guides. If it was stolen, he would be lucky to lose his Duke title. If it was really lost, he would not only lose his Duke title, but his prestige at Mingda Hall would also decline. When Xiao Hongchen becomes the next head of Mingda Hall, I'm afraid there will be some resistance. How could Jing Hongchen tolerate this? I'm an exchange student at Shrek Academy, you can't, Hui Yuhao still wanted to rely on Shrek to avoid punishment, but no one wanted to listen to him at this moment. Nana kicked Hui Yuhao, and he lost 3 teeth. At this time, Hui Yuhao's mouth was full of blood, and the situation was miserable. But Hui Yuhao's misery had just begun. When the Soul Guide prototype appeared, those who knew what the Soul Guide prototype meant were angry. Those Soul Douluos and Title Douluos did not step forward, but Ming Hongchen had already stepped forward and kicked Hui Yuhao's calf, and injected a certain amount of Zhu Qing Ice Silkworm poison into Hui Yuhao's leg. Hui Yuhao was not an ultimate Ice Soul Master at this time. He had no resistance to the poison of Zhu Qing Ice Silkworm. In addition, Ming Hongchen deliberately left his Soul Power Ice Crystal on Hui Yuhao's leg. Even if Hui Yuhao had a chance to survive the subsequent events, he was destined to be a cripple in this life. Xiao Chong raised his eyebrows at Ming Hongchen's actions. In the original book, in the second All-Continent Advanced Soul Master competition, Shrek relied on Hui Yuhao and Wang Qiuer's cheating. When Ming Hongchen appeared again, his leg had been severely injured, leaving him with a lifelong disability. Hui Yuhao now seemed to have no chance to cheat, because he was disabled by Ming Hongchen first. The hidden power left by the 5-ring Soul King on the 3-ring Soul Venerable was no longer something that a person with exhausted luck could recover. Suppress them all first and contact Shrek. Shrek must have a proper explanation and compensation for this matter. After Nana and Ming Hongchen tortured Hui Yuhao one after another, leaving him without the strength to beg for mercy, Jing Hongchen's anger finally subsided a little. After privately instructing a Soul Douluo to torture Hui Yuhao in secret, Hui Yuhao, Kai Tu and Fan Yu were taken away and detained alone. The rest of the people continued to examine the rest of the Shrek people. The team leader Fan Yu was suppressed. This time, Shrek showed an extremely cooperative attitude. On the one hand, there were Jing Hongchen and others in charge, and on the other hand, the others did not take anything. Seeing that Jing Hongchen had returned, and he was already in a dispensable state, Xiao Chong took Nana to Jing Hongchen to take his leave. After all, it was both Ring Explosion and Susanoo. Although the battles on both sides were not long, Xiao Chong's own consumption was not small. Especially the Ring Explosion, Xiao Chong could feel that if it was not because of the weakness caused by the previous Ring Explosion, when Xiao Chong mentioned the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Hand, Fan Yu, who had not entered the martial soul true body state, should have been slapped down by Xiao Chong, and there would be no way to continue to open the half-body Susanoo. Feeling Xiao Chong's pale face, Jing Hongchen agreed to Xiao Chong's request, and asked an 8-ring Soul Douluo to escort Xiao Chong to rest. But just when Xiao Chong was about to leave, Tian Meng's voice sounded in Xiao Chong's mind. Huh? Wait, that thing is? What's wrong? Brother Tian Meng? I'm not sure, but the golden gem that the man named Bei took out gave me a feeling that was somewhat familiar, but not very familiar. Xiao Chong secretly released a spiritual detection on the golden gem taken out of Bei's soul guide, and found that the golden gem was just a relatively ordinary luminous stone on the surface, but it contained extremely magnificent light energy inside. Is this a dragon pill? Detecting the strong light energy, and thinking of the original work of peerless Tang Sect, Xiao Chong immediately recognized the contents of the luminous stone. However, Xiao Chong didn't expect Moon In to be so bold that he dared to let Bei bring the dragon pill to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy. Isn't he afraid that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy has any special detection methods? Well, he is indeed not afraid. The spiritual detection quickly detected that the dragon pill passed the detection machine of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy normally, showing the state of just an ordinary luminous stone. At this time, Xiao Chong also thought of Moon's invincible strength in the early stage. If he tried his best to create a restriction, the Soul Guide technology at this time might not be able to detect it completely. Tian Ming also spent too much time with Tian, and was too impressed by the golden-eyed black dragon that plundered his life energy, so he became sensitive to other powerful dragons. Otherwise, even he couldn't easily see through the dragon pill disguised as a luminous stone. I really didn't expect that the dragon pill would appear here now. It just so happened that Shrek wanted to steal the Soul Guide of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy, and I wanted the dragon pill of Shrek Academy. It's quite fair. Feeling Beibei's cultivation that had reached level 55, Xiao Chong confirmed that the one in Beibei's hand was the real dragon pill. He said secretly in his heart, and then silently left Mingda Hall. Xiao Hongchen was still in Shrek Academy, and Xiao Chong was in a weak state at the moment. It was not time to take action yet, so it was enough to confirm that it was the real dragon pill. Xiao Chong still had time, and the rest could be done slowly. Walking to the temporary lounge, Xiao Chong bowed to the Soul Douluo who escorted him. Please escort me all the way, Mr. Qin. Xiao Xiaoyu, you don't have to do this. I put a lot of effort into the Soul Guide Mecha, and it's all thanks to you that you saved it. After saying goodbye to the Soul Douluo who escorted him, Xiao Chong came to a temporary lounge. After confirming that he and Nana were the only two people in the room, Xiao Chong relaxed a little. As soon as he relaxed, Xiao Chong spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned pale, and then he lost consciousness. First the ring exploded, then the Susano, and the one that exploded was a 100,000-year level soul ring. This consumption completely exceeded Xiao Chong's initial expectations. If it weren't for the worry that the ordinary soul masters of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy were unreliable, Xiao Chong shouldn't even go over to supervise. Master. Chapter 173. After holding on to his last bit of consciousness, and asking Nana not to say anything before he completely lost consciousness, Xiao Chong slept until noon the next day. Master, you are awake. How do you feel now? Nothing serious. I will be fine after a while. After a day, some things should be solved. What is the situation outside now? At present, no soul guide drawings or advanced soul guides have been found on anyone except Hui Yuhao and Hikai 2. However, with the situation of Hikai 2 and Hui Yuhao, everyone in Shrek is now under surveillance by our people. The Hall Master and many Mingda Hall executives are very angry about this matter. Now they are looking for an explanation from Shrek Academy. It seems that the exchange student issue should be ended early. Xiao Chong nodded. Now Hui Yuhao's luck has been taken away, and Alex is gone. The soul system can be directly taken out without worrying about being copied. The rest is to wait for Xiao Hongchen to come back, and then the power based on souls can officially appear in everyone's vision. Yes, it's good news. How about the teacher? What is the Emperor's attitude towards this attack? In the original novel, because of this attack, Hui Yuhao stole the prototype of the mecha, and Jing Hongchen lost his position as Duke. Although the position of Duke is not fundamental to Jing Hongchen, it is not a good thing for Xiao Chong, whose interests are highly tied to Jing Hongchen. The Emperor said that this time the Hall Master saved the property of the Sun Moon Empire from the Haotian Sect, and he made contributions to the Sun Moon Empire, so he released a certain reward to the Hall Master. By the way, Master, I heard from the eunuch who came to pass the message that there is something for you this time, and someone from the royal family will officially deliver it later. Instead of punishment, he was given a reward. Is it because of himself or because? All of a sudden, Xiao Chong thought of the different physical conditions of the old emperor in the original book and the old emperor now. The old emperor in the original book was already in a state of not much time left when the Mingda Hall of the Sun Moon Empire was attacked. At this time, some truly capable officials were demoted, and after the prince ascended the throne, they were reinstated with a reason. The new emperor's favor can ensure that the new emperor will sit on the throne more quickly. The General Tyans in the previous life did this before he died. But because of his good mood, and Xiao Chong secretly sent some water from the Lake of Life to the old emperor's health is getting better day by day, and his lifespan is completely prepared to let Su Tianran be the prince for 50 years. At this time, he naturally would not think of belittling Jing Hongchen to pave the way for the prince. Yes, it's all good news. You use your 4-soul skill on me, and I will try the newly realized ability. Yes, Master, Nana said, and 4 purple and 1 black soul rings were released. The purple soul ring at the 4th position lit up. That was Nana's 4 soul skill, the ghost function. Release part of your soul to attack the enemy. However, because of his and Xiao Chong's situation, he definitely couldn't attack, but this ghost also appeared around Xiao Chong. Feeling the vengeful spirit, Xiao Chong's other several soul rings merged. Under Xiao Chong's control, the only soul ring on his body turned into the same gray as Hui Yuhao in the original book. Feeling the many strange runes in his mind, Xiao Chong was very sure that it was the undead magic of Alex. After casually searching for the magic that controlled the vengeful spirit, Nana's vengeful spirit was taken by Xiao Chong in his hand, and it was easily put into his own spiritual sea. Master. Nana couldn't help but kneel down with her legs softened, because of the sudden loss of control of part of her soul. I use it first, and I give it to you later. Go outside to protect me first. Yes. After Nana went out, Xiao Chong took out the living soul carving knife. Before, because there was no Alex, the living soul watch blade and the living soul I could not be completed, but the martial soul formed by replicating Alex was not much different from Xiao Chong who got Alex. After checking out the magic of Alex for a while, Tian Ming and Xiao Chong controlled the soul carving knife together to open the Eye of Life for Xiao Chong. Inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, Sea God Pavilion. Hui Yuhao was caught in the act, and Alex's martial soul was successfully reproduced, which could be regarded as robbing Alex's inheritance. The head of Mingda Hall, Jing Hongchen, was not held accountable because the old emperor did not want to pass the throne to the prince for a while. Whether it was the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy or Xiao Chong personally, these results were good. But as we all know, the happiness of one side is often built on the pain of the other side. The happier Xiao Chong is at this time, the more uncomfortable Shrek Academy is now. He was caught stealing the blueprints, and the theft of the Sun Moon Empire's mecha was also discovered. Not only that, Fan Yu's plan, which was originally the best choice under the circumstances, became a consequence that Shrek could not bear after the plan failed. But because of the advanced soul guidance technology system of the Sun Moon Empire, everything was recorded, and it happened in public, so it can be said that there are witnesses and evidence. Even though Hikaitu was pressed by the neck, Hui Yuhao had several teeth kicked out, and his leg was broken, and the whole person was humiliated and stepped on. Shrek had no way to ask for an explanation. After all, Shrek is only a Shrek of Do 2, and has not reached the state of Do 3 to dominate the world and shit in the mouth of the entire Federation. Now Shrek can't do the students rob the army's things, and then the army kills the students, and then Shrek sends a senior to kill the army that killed Shrek Academy, especially in the Sun Moon Empire. It is even more impossible. Just like Flanders, who said don't dare to provoke mediocre people as the school motto, but didn't dare to provoke Douluo, and even when Douluo asked him to leave, they left without saying a word. Shrek is not yet absolutely powerful. Facing the Sun and Moon Empire, Shrek still has to be reasonable on the surface. Because of this, the members of the Shrek Sea God Pavilion have been sitting in the Sea God Pavilion for a long time, but no one has spoken. Tell me, what should we do? We can't solve the problem if we continue to waste time like this. Moonan spoke, and it shouldn't be a cold scene, but everyone was silent at this time. Seeing that continuing to be silent was not a good thing, Moonan called Yin Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe, you speak. Teacher, I don't understand one question. How did Xiao Chong, a child under 17 years old, beat Fan Yu? Chapter 174. When the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy passed the news, Shrek Academy was shocked by the news. Even an old man from the Sea God Pavilion named Chao jumped out and said, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fan Yu is an 8-ring soul master of Shrek 8-ring. Even an ordinary 8-ring soul master cannot be defeated by a genius under the age of 17. After saying that, the sea god and the old man named Chao were so angry that they fainted. There was no way. This news was passed by Yi Xiaosheng from Shrek Academy. His family was not in the Sun Moon Empire, and he himself had been checked by people from Shrek. No restrictions were imposed on him. In this case, Yi Xiaosheng had no reason to lie. In addition to the clear soul guide video, everything proved that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was not lying. And if the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was not lying, then this news would be too terrible. At the age of less than 17, Yin Xiaozhe was able to defeat a Soul Douluo in terms of combat power, and he was also a Soul Douluo with the best ratio of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black like Fan Yu, and his soul power was as high as 86th level. Yin Xiaozhe believed that he could not do what Xiao Chong did at that age. As one of the top martial spirits like Tao Hai Divine Bull, Xian Lao was also unable to defeat a soul Douluo at that age, and even higher, even Yin Xiaoju's teacher, Xian Lao's uncle, who is now carrying the banner for Shrek, was only a 6-ring soul emperor when he was less than 17 years old. Although he was very strong, if he faced a soul Douluo with the combat power of Fan Yu, Mu In knew that he had no chance of winning at that time. And even what Moon In had never done, Xiao Chong of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had done. How could everyone stay calm? As long as Xiao Chong was there, Shrek would definitely lose the next Continental High-Level Soul Master competition. Xiao Chong was old enough to defeat Soul Douluo. After more than 3 years, I'm afraid that ordinary title Douluo might not be his opponent. But how could Shrek train a title Douluo, who was no more than 20 years old? Many elders thought for a long time and determined that Shrek could not train one. They had always relied on the genius role. If Shrek had a few more geniuses like Xiao Chong, they might try it, but the problem was that Shrek did not have a genius like Xiao Chong. The bigger problem is that Shrek has already lost once. If Shrek loses once for special reasons, it's fine. But if it loses 2 games in a row, can Shrek still be the first academy in the whole continent? And if it is not the first academy in the whole continent, can Shrek continue to siphon talents from the whole continent? Without the continuous arrival of geniuses at Shrek, Shrek will probably be prone to a break in the running teaching. And Shrek, like the 9 treasures glazed sect, relies on a large number of geniuses to support it. As long as it breaks for 3 or 5 generations in a row, Shrek will be finished. Not to mention that when a genius like Xiao Chong grows up, he will definitely become the pillar of the Sun Moon Empire to target Shrek in the future. Yi Xiaosheng saw the situation on Xiao Chong's side with his own eyes. Plus, that should have been Fan Yu's temporary uprising. There is no mistake that Xiao Chong defeated Fan Yu head-on. The second awakening of his original martial soul, plus that sudden outburst, looks like it was a fusion of his own martial soul. Twin martial souls, original martial soul, plus his own martial soul fusion technique, he is indeed a genius that I have never seen before. When Yin Xiaozhi asked Moon In whether the strength displayed by Xiao Chong was true or false, Moon In said after some analysis, "Why is this happening?" Yin Xiaozhi seemed to have been drained of his strength, and his whole spirit became listless. Why doesn't such a genius come to our Shrek Academy? He should be a genius in martial arts. This is simply a waste of talent. Let's talk about Xiao Chong later. I can't do anything about him for the time being. I can only try to win him over when we have a chance to meet. Now this meeting is mainly for another matter. Fan Yu, Kai Tu, and Hui Yuhao. The 3 of them were caught by the Sun Moon Empire. Now the Sun Moon Empire wants to execute the 3 according to their laws. If we want to save the 3 of them, we need to take out 300,000-year soul bones. Speaking of soul bones, Yin Xiaozhi stood up anxiously. 100,000-year soul bones. Why don't they go and rob them? They are already robbing openly. There is nothing we can do. This time we were caught red-handed. We are the ones who are in the wrong. No, teacher. 300,000-year soul bones are too precious. Forget about Fan Yu. He will be a title Douluo sooner or later. Together with Hui Yuhao and Kai Tu, their lives are definitely not worth 100,000-year soul bone. The Dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner, slammed the table. Yin Xiaozhi, what do you mean? Hui Yuhao and Kai Tu are working for Shrek. They have no merits, but they have worked hard. Are you still a human being if you just give up on them like this? I didn't say I won't save them, but compared with 100,000-year soul bones, they are really not comparable. Even you don't have 100,000-year soul bone, let alone taking out 3 pieces at once. The Martial Soul Department really doesn't have it. You? Xian Liner glared at Yin Xiaozhi, but then Elder Song spoke. Okay, Liner, I know you're worried about the 2 disciples. They're both good kids, but Xiaozhi is right this time. They're really not worth 100,000-year soul bone. Even Fan Yu isn't worth it. I inherited one from your grandfather, and I'm going to pass it on to you in the future. You're using 300,000-year soul bones to save people. Even if Shrek has a lot of soul bones, it can't be a sucker. 2 extreme single soldiers, who failed in their first mission for Shrek. Shrek spent some resources to save their lives. It's already a good thing for them. 100,000-year soul bones to save 2 people with average talent, or even one with very poor talent. I am the first one who disagrees with this matter. Mom, it's settled. If you don't agree, don't call me Mom. Regarding the matter of exchanging 3 100,000-year soul bones for 3 Shrek people, many elders of the Sea God Pavilion spoke freely, and their opinions were relatively unified. Except for Xian Liner, who had the idea of exchanging soul bones for people in order to confront Yin Xiaozhi, Other elders said that at most they would exchange Fan Yu, and Kai Tu and Hui Yuhao were only worthy of being two abandoned children. Since they failed in the first mission, Shrek could provide some resources to try to save their lives. If there were more resources, Shrek could just give up the lives of these two people. At the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Jing Hongchen was so angry when he saw the news from Shrek. Another personal behavior. Moreover, one 100,000-year soul bone was exchanged for 3 people to survive, and Fan Yu had to be sent back to them. A retainer of the Hongchen family saw Jing Hongchen so angry that he was afraid that he would make a wrong decision by accident and quickly reminded Jing Hongchen. Master, calm down. The young master is still in Shrek Academy after all. Besides, a 100,000-year soul bone can at least make up for our losses. Never mind. You are right. But we cannot just let this go. Hui Yuhao and Ikaitu can save their lives, but only their lives. Go get some medicine that damages their foundation and feed them until they need soul rings. Then I will help them hunt for a 10-year soul ring each. Yes, master. In addition, after their soul rings are hunted, send them to the cotton plantation immediately. Since Shrek does not intend to continue to take care of them, they will have to eat leftovers and be serfs for the rest of their lives. Especially Hui Yuhao. Take good care of him. Double the whipping on him. Yes, master. Chapter 175. Since Shrek could not spend a lot of money to save Hui Yuhao and Ikaitu, who were of no value, and because they claimed to be caught for personal reasons, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy was justified in their operation. In addition, Shrek Academy intended to give up on them, and the two of them soon destroyed their talents with drugs under the order of Jing Hongchen. Then Hui Yuhao got the White 4 Soul Ring and his soul power reached level 41, while Ikaitu got the White 5th Soul Ring, but his soul power was only level 50. The two hunted soul beasts that barely reached 10 years old. It was already a miracle that Hui Yuhao could reach level 41. Ikaitu's White 5th Soul Ring did not increase his soul power by 1 level, but only occupied a soul ring position, and gave him a pitifully weak 5th soul skill. The two were dragged to the cotton plantation. After arriving at the plantation, without waiting for them to say anything, Ikaitu was given 100 lashes for entering the plantation first with his left foot, and Hui Yuhao was given 300 lashes for entering the plantation first with his right foot. Then the plantation manager didn't care that they had just been beaten and hadn't eaten yet, and asked them to go to work without saying a word. If they did less than the average, they would be beaten at night, and they had no food to eat. After the two worked as serfs in the plantation for half a month, things changed. After Jing Hongchen calmed down a little, the manager accepted some of the money from Shrek. Although the whip was still beaten as usual, Ikaitu was arranged to have watermelon and fried chicken to supplement him with certain nutrients and vitamins, so that his life would not be all bitter. But Hui Yuhao was not so lucky. Jing Hongchen specifically asked for his care, so even if he had 10,000 guts, he would not dare to accept the money to improve Hui Yuhao's treatment. Although Shrek raised the price, the steward did not want to be treated as a serf, so he refused to accept Hui Yuhao's money. If it was just like this, it would be a little easier to say, but the money Shrek wanted to give made the steward tempted. He wanted it in his heart, but he couldn't take it in his hands. He always had to find someone to vent his anger, so Hui Yuhao was pulled off the ground and asked to sleep next to the toilet during one of the few rest days. Seeing Hui Yuhao's miserable treatment, Ikaitu, who was originally dissatisfied because he was a former prince of the Sun Moon Empire, but had to pick cotton for the clothes of the retainers of the Hongchen family, suddenly felt a sense of happiness in his heart. Although his life was severely compromised compared to when he was at Shrek, compared to Hui Yuhao, who limped and slept next to the toilet, and could only eat leftovers, Ikaitu felt that his life was still good. The treatment of Hui Yuhao and Ikaitu was finalized, and the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy continued to discuss the exchange student issue with Shrek. While the two sides were discussing the exchange student issue, a prince from the Heavenly Soul Empire secretly came to Shrek Academy and found Shrek's Sea God Pavilion. Prince Xueyun, is there something wrong? Yin Xiaozhe, the dean of Shrek's external courtyard, asked. Normally, when a prince from the Tianhan Empire came to Shrek, it would be enough for the director of studies, Du Weiluan, to give him a casual reception. The Shrek of Douluo too already had some of the aura of the Emperor of the Three Kingdoms. Although it had not yet reached the status of the Emperor of Douluo III, who could shit in the mouth of the Federation, the Shrek Supervisory Group, which was independent of the Three Kingdoms, and was not subject to the legal authority of the Three Kingdoms, but had the law enforcement authority that was superior to the Three Kingdoms, had obviously begun to override the Three Kingdoms. In addition, the original book clearly stated that even the Emperor of the Empire had to salute the Dean of Shrek with respect. In this case, how could a prince of the Tianhan Empire be worthy of being personally received by the dean of the Shrek External Academy, if it weren't for the fact that they lost the last All-Continental High-Level Soul Master competition, and they would also lose this All-Continental High-Level Soul Master competition. And the geniuses needed for the next All-Continental High-Level Soul Master competition still needed help from Tianhan, Doling and Xinglue. Yan Xiaozhe would definitely not easily meet this little prince of the Tianhan Empire. Dean Yin, this is the case. I heard rumors that the Body Sect has become the Sun Moon Empire's national defense sect, and helped the Sun Moon Empire's Mingda Hall to repel the sneak attack of the Haoyan sect. I wonder if the students of your school who went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy for exchange have seen this scene. Prince Xueyun asked. Now is the honeymoon period of the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Body Sect. They are just waiting for Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire and the young master of the Body Sect, Long Outyan, to get married in a few years. The Body Sect will officially announce that it has become the national defense sect of the Heavenly Soul Empire. But when both sides were discussing the betrothal gifts and dowries, the Body Sect did not give the Heavenly Soul Empire what it had promised to satisfy them. Instead, it was reported that the Body Sect became the Sun Moon Empire's national defense sect, and helped the Sun Moon Empire to repel the Haoyan sect that had come to the Sun Moon Empire to snatch the Soul Beast embryo. Prince Xueyun had met Long Outyan before, and he had also seen Long Outyan's deep affection for Vina. However, after investigation, he found out that the Sun Moon Empire also had a princess, and that princess was the only daughter of the current emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, and she had a good relationship with the other brothers. His inner intuition told him that he should believe in the Body Sect and Long Outyan, but when it comes to the life and death of the Tianhan Empire, he can't just rely on his inner intuition. He came here to verify it for his own peace of mind, and also for the peace of mind of the emperor of the Tianhan Empire, and the entire Tianhan Empire's high-level officials. The Body Sect helped the Sun and Moon Empire to repel the Haoyan sect? We do have students who have seen this, but this should be false. That's good, that's good. Hearing Yan Xiaozhe say that this was false, Prince Xueyun breathed a sigh of relief. But then Yan Xiaozhe's words made him breathe a sigh of relief directly into his throat. Although we don't have a good relationship with the Body Sect, I also know that this incident is just a smear campaign by the Sun Moon Empire. They took advantage of the fact that the Body Sect is so mysterious that no one knows their specific situation, so they just made up a name and threw smear campaign on the Body Sect, saying that the name of the young master of the Body Sect is Long Outyan. The Body Sect is top secret, and the name of the young master of the Body Sect is also top secret. Even I, Shrek, don't know the name of their young master. They just took advantage of the fact that no one knows about it, and made up nonsense. What else did he say? I, Long Outyan, will definitely swear to protect Lu Bo to the death. Does he really think we will believe a random name? As Yan Xiaozhe was talking, he found that Prince Xueyun's face gradually became weird. What's wrong with you? No, it's okay. Chapter 176. Yan Xiaozhe didn't know the specific situation of the Body Sect. He only knew that they had a title Douluo, and the current leader should be called Du Buxi. As for the name of the young leader of the Body Sect, even Moon didn't know it. Therefore, he didn't think that the young leader of the Body Sect was called Long Outyan. He thought that the name was just a random name, deceiving those who didn't know what the situation of the Body Sect was. Yan Xiaozhe didn't know the name of the young leader of the Body Sect, and thought that the name was made up. But Prince Xueyun, who came here, knew the name of the young leader of the Body Sect. As someone who was going to discuss marriage with their Tianhan Empire Princess Vina, how could he, a high-ranking official of the Tianhan Empire, not know the name of the young leader of the Body Sect, who was about to become the son-in-law of the Tianhan Empire? The young leader of the Body Sect is called Long Outyan. When Prince Xueyun thought that the Body Sect had actually secretly become the national guardian sect of the Sun and Moon Empire, when it was discussing cooperation with the Tianhan Empire, he couldn't stop sweating. He also said that he, Long Outyan, would definitely swear to protect Lu Bo to the death. Where would he put Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire? Are you really okay? You don't look okay now. How about I find a soul master to take a look at you? Seeing that Prince Xueyun's condition was getting worse, Yan Xiaozhe asked. No, it's an old problem. It will be fine after a while. I take my leave first, and won't disturb Dean Yan's work. Prince Xueyun said, and left quickly. He needed to remind the Emperor to be on guard against the Body Sect to prevent them from secretly becoming the Sun Moon Empire's national defense sect. After a long time of wrangling with Shrek, Xiao Hongchen successfully returned to the Sun Moon Empire in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, and Bebe from Shrek Academy also returned to Shrek Academy after Xiao Chong secretly stole the dragon pill. As for the other geniuses on both sides, they stayed in the other side's academy and carried out the exchange and study between the two academies normally. After more than 2 years, they would choose to return to their own academy or stay in the current academy to continue their studies. This was the idea proposed by Jing Hongchen, and Moon also agreed. Jing Hongchen was because compared with Shrek, the geniuses on the Sun Moon Empire side were really pitiful. Xiao Hongchen, Ming Hongchen and Nana were already extremely special cases, and Xiao Chong's situation was no longer a special case. His situation was a situation that had never appeared in the entire Sun Moon Empire in history, and could not be considered a normal state. And leaving aside the 4 special cases of Xiao Chong, Xiao Hongchen, Ming Hongchen and Nana, the geniuses in the Sun Moon Empire within the past 10 years, none of them could even compare to Ling Luochen. Although Ma Rulong reached the level of a 6-ring Soul Emperor before he was over 20 years old, only the people of the Sun Moon Empire knew that if they had not used some advanced drugs to slightly catalyze Ma Rulong for the last all-continent Advanced Soul Master competition, Ma Rulong would not have been able to reach the level of a Soul Emperor in the last competition. As for the subsequent development, it is not a big problem for Ma Rulong to reach Soul Douluo, but it is not to say that there is no problem at all. After all, the big-headed ape martial spirit, this martial spirit is known to be unlikely to enter the inner courtyard in Shrek. As for the title Douluo, it requires better drugs. There is no need to think about Super Douluo. Level 92 is the upper limit of more than 95% of the title Douluo in the Sun Moon Empire. The biggest benefit of the emergence of drugs is the Soul Masters, who cannot reach the level of Great Soul Masters and Soul Venerables at the bottom, and for Soul Masters with certain talents, it is a double-edged sword. It will speed up the speed of early improvement, allowing you to have time to go further, but at the same time it will also limit your upper limit in the later stage, so that Su Tianran, who is like the purple Huang Tianlong, can only be stuck at level 92, and there is no hope for Super Douluo in his life. The rest of the Soul Kings in the Sun Moon Empire, who are no more than 20 years old, seem to have good talents, but in terms of talent, they are equivalent to Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, who do not have the martial soul fusion technique, or even worse. However, they are still the first-class talents that the Sun Moon Empire can show off. The Sun Moon Empire needs talents, or urgently needs good talents, but the Sun Moon Empire does not produce many talents. At this time, Shrek happened to come, and the quality of Shrek's talents is generally considered to be superior in the Sun Moon Empire. Therefore, when Shrek was in the wrong, Jing Hongchen proposed to exchange Bebe and Xiao Hongchen back, and the rest of them could continue to study, and then each of them could compete for people based on their own abilities. Shrek did not refuse too much, although when Xiao Hongchen was exchanged, it was Bebe, Ling Luochen and Xiao Xiao who were exchanged together, but who said that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy had the ability to make them reasonable, and they were in the wrong. So after deciding that each of them would compete for people based on their own abilities, the two sides continued their exchanges and studies. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is after the geniuses of Soul Masters like Shrek, while the purpose of Shrek Academy is that after the original plan failed, they hope that the students at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy can really learn something about Soul Guides, as well as this group of students, who know Soul Guides very well, and the team leader. Yes, the students are a little bit worse, but they really need the team leader of the Sun Moon Empire. The team leader, who can match Fan Yu to come to Shrek Academy to protect the students, is a real 8th level Soul Guide of the Sun Moon Empire. Unlike Fan Yu, who is a fake 8th level Soul Guide in Soul Guide technology, the one in charge of the team is the one who can independently make an 8th level Soul Guide in the Sun Moon Empire. Although he is much worse than the 8th level Soul Guide like Xian Ziwen, in terms of Soul Guide technology, as long as he shows a part of it, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on Shrek, provided that he really wants to make something for Shrek. Both sides have what the other side wants, and both sides have confidence in the students and teachers they sent, so after Jing Hongchen made the request, Shrek also symbolically refused, and finally the two sides reached a new agreement. Senior Ming, how is the nephew? When Xiao Hongchen came back, Xiao Chong, who had not seen Xiao Hongchen, found Ming Hongchen and asked about his situation. Alas, my brother, ever since he came back and found out that his soul beast embryo was gone, he locked himself in the room, running, pacing, rolling around, saying that he was fine, but tears were falling down. Finally, his tears dried up, and his voice became hoarse. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, and he shouted to the sky, saying that no matter how much it cost, he would kill all the people in Haotian's sect. Xiao Chong, let him take it easy first. Let's not talk about this. What else do you want to talk to us about? I have to go back to comfort my stinky brother. Oh, I'm going to build a force, and I want you to come and help me. Building a force by yourself? What's the name? Soul Palace? Chapter 177. At the entrance of Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy. Yin Xiaojia, the dean of Shrek Wuhuan Department, has been wandering back and forth at the entrance of Sea God Pavilion for 2.5 hours, and has not made up his mind to enter Sea God Pavilion. It was not until Moon couldn't stand it anymore that he sent a message to the outside of Sea God Pavilion. Come in, Xiaojia, if there is anything, you can't solve it just by staying outside. Hearing his teacher's voice, Yin Xiaojia's face was a little embarrassed and at a loss. He was not ready to enter Sea God Pavilion, but his teacher had already spoken, and now he could not go in. In desperation, Yin Xiaojia could only bite the bullet and walk in. Teacher, you are looking for me? Yin Xiaojia bowed to Moon after entering Sea God Pavilion, and only then did he realize that Xian Liner had also come to Moon's side, with a similar embarrassed expression as him. Moon smiled. Am I looking for you, or are you looking for me? Teacher, this. No need to say more, I have already guessed the purpose of your coming to me, and Liner has come here before you to say that your purpose is the same, and you are asking the same thing to me, right? So Liner, you also. Xian Liner has not answered Yin Xiaojia yet. She turned her head away, obviously not wanting to pay attention to him, to which Yin Xiaojia just smiled helplessly. He and Xian Liner were originally a couple, but because of Feng Ling, the two did not end up together. After that, he married Kai Meier, the current vice president of the Wuhuan department, and Xian Liner let Qian Duoduo take over, but the one Qian Duoduo took was the kind of one that was not allowed to go to bed for dozens or hundreds of years, until they were both over 100 years old, facing the beast tide, and about to die. Xian Liner reluctantly accepted Qian Duoduo, not meeting when she was in her 20s or 30s, and was allowed to go to bed when she was 120 or 30 years old. Qian Duoduo, an honest man's liquor, can be said to be really miserable. Moon looked at Yin Xiaojia and then at Xian Liner, and couldn't help but think of the relationship between himself, Yi Shishui, and Long Xiaoyao. However, compared to Qian Duoduo, Long Xiaoyao was still good. At least he had met Yi Shishui when she was young, and Yi Shishui gave birth to a son for him. As for Qian Duoduo, it was a bit miserable. Thinking of this, Moon retracted his thoughts and started talking about the current situation. You two came to me to ask why I agreed to Jing Hongchen's request to let both sides poach each other's talents at will. Since you two asked, then I will answer you too. While Moonin was speaking, two cushions flew to the side of Xian Liner and Yin Xiaojia, motioning them to sit down and listen slowly. First of all, let's talk about the benefits we can get this time. The soul technology of the Sun Moon Empire is too powerful. If we continue to be complacent, Shrek will be eliminated by soul technology sooner or later. This was determined when I went to the Sun Moon Empire. Although they can't kill me easily now, if they are in a fixed range, like when I went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy before, with special fixed soul guides, and no matter the cost, I can't escape death. The road of soul technology must be taken, but the exchange students, who went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, this time did not complete the extreme individual plan. Shrek failed, and lost completely. The way to obtain soul guide drawings from the Sun Moon Empire is completely blocked. Therefore, what those students can learn in the Sun Moon Empire, and whether these soul guides in the Sun Moon Empire are willing to become a member of Shrek, are our only way to pursue the soul technology of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. As for those talented students of the Wuhuan department that you are worried about. Having said this, Moon paused, then looked at Yin Xiaojia. Xiaojia, as a level 95 Super Douluo and the dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek's Outer Courtyard, you tell me, for a soul master, what does it take to cultivate to a higher realm? After Moon asked, Yin Xiaojia immediately answered respectfully. For a soul master to cultivate, one of them is the innate martial soul and soul power. The innate martial soul and soul power determine the innate upper limit of the soul master. Unless there are special opportunities on the road of cultivation, the level of the innate martial soul and soul power determines a person's ultimate upper limit. Even Master Yu Xiaojing, who said that there are no useless martial souls, only useless people 10,000 years ago, was stuck at level 29 with his innate half-level soul power, and could not break through for many years. It was not until Tang San's ancestor gave him the 9th grade Ganoderma Lucidum that the master finally purified the impurities in his martial soul, and was finally able to cultivate to a higher realm. The corners of Moon's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Although some things were already very clear, no matter how many times he heard it, Yu Xiaojing's words that there are no useless martial souls, only useless people, sounded awkward. If it weren't for the fact that Mu-In was Yu Xiaojiang's descendant, and Yu Xiaojiang's situation made his words absolutely politically correct and unquestionable to anyone in Shrek, Mu-In would have wanted to scold him for misleading the students. Yin Xiaojia didn't notice that Mu-In's expression was wrong at this time, but continued to answer Mu-In's questions. The innate martial soul, and soul power, and the acquired opportunities determine the upper limit of the soul master, but the acquired opportunities are generally not available to any soul master, so they are almost not considered. In this case, the innate martial soul and soul power often determine the upper limit of the soul master. In addition, the soul ring and soul bone also determine the soul master's upper limit. The soul bone will give the soul master special soul skills in addition to the normal 9 soul rings. If the soul bone is highly compatible, it will even improve the quality of the martial soul to a certain extent. A soul master of the 7th level of innateness can even raise his upper limit to the 7th and a half level of innateness, or even the 8th level of innateness, because of a high-quality soul bone. As for the soul ring, it has a similar function to the soul bone, but it is more important than the soul bone. The soul ring with high compatibility with the soul master will allow the soul master to improve the blood of the martial soul, and increase the upper limit of the soul master's martial soul. The age of the soul ring also determines the upper limit of a soul master. It is almost impossible for a soul master with a white first soul ring to reach the level of soul Douluo, and 3 yellow soul rings are almost impossible to reach the level of titled Douluo. Qualification: the 92nd level of a soul master with 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black can be said to be his upper limit. The upper limit of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black is 97th level, and the upper limit of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red is 98th level. Only when the soul ring has been planted for 300,000 years can it be qualified to impact the limit Douluo. Of course, these are the results after excluding special circumstances. If there is a strong opportunity, this upper limit is not so absolute. In general, the innate martial soul and the acquired soul ring determine the ultimate upper limit of a soul master. A good soul bone is a good bonus, but it is only a bonus. The most important thing that determines the speed of soul absorption is the soul ring, and the final sum of the talents brought by the martial soul, and the soul ring determines whether it can reach a higher level. Hearing Yin Xiaojia say this, Moon nodded with relief. Yes, martial souls and spirit rings. Martial souls cannot be changed after birth, but spirit rings are the accumulation of pure acquired resources. The foundation of our Shrek is the ability to hunt for strong enough spirit rings. So Xiaojia, Liner, do you think the Sun Moon Empire has strong enough spirit rings for those exchange students? Chapter 178. Hearing Moon's words, Yin Xiaojia and Xian Liner were shocked. Yes, the fundamental reason why Shrek can attract so many powerful soul masters is that they can hunt powerful soul rings for high-level soul masters with their powerful Sea God Pavilion. Right. If you want a soul ring of high enough grade, you either need a powerful and terrifying force like the Body Sect, or you need the help of Shrek. There is almost no other way. Although Mingda Hall in the Sun Moon Empire is also capable of hunting high-level soul rings for soul masters, the quality of soul beasts and soul rings in the Sun Moon Empire is not a little bit worse than that of the Star Do Great Forest on Shrek's side. It's not that there are no top soul beasts, but compared to Shrek, the Sun Moon Empire's not rich soul beast resources make them dare not kill as casually as Shrek does. But for soul masters, in addition to the innate martial soul and soul power level, the most important thing is the soul ring. The reason why the Sun Moon Empire has always been inferior to Shrek in terms of soul masters is not only because there are not many geniuses, but also because of the quality of the soul ring. Hearing Mu-In talking about soul rings, Yin Xiaojia's eyes lit up, and he somewhat understood Mu-In's idea. Teacher, do you mean that we use the quality of soul rings as bait to ensure that those students can return to Shrek in the future? Mu-In smiled. Hee, it can't be said to be bait. I have secretly promised those students that Ling Luochen can find a title Douluo from Shrek to help him hunt soul rings when she reaches the 7th and 8th soul rings, and if she reaches level 90, there will be a super Douluo to help him hunt the 9th soul ring, and I have also agreed that this super Douluo will not be Xuanzi. With a title Douluo in charge, Ling Luochen's 7th soul ring can choose a good quality 50,000-year-old soul beast as her 7th soul ring, and the 8th soul ring can even reach about 70,000 years. As for the 9th soul ring, with a super Douluo in charge, although Shrek and the Star Do Great Forest have agreed not to hunt 100,000-year-old soul beasts at will, soul beasts between 80,000 and 90,000 years old can be hunted as 9th soul rings, and with a super Douluo in charge, Ling Luochen will also be eligible to obtain soul beasts of this level. Shrek is the #1 soul master academy in the entire continent. In addition to its reputation as the number one, the many titled Douluos in the Sea God Pavilion, who can help people hunt for the ninth soul ring, are also the foundation of Shrek. As long as a soul master wants to have a high-level soul ring, and go further on the road of soul master, then they are inseparable. Open Shrek. Hunting soul beasts, when the seventh soul ring is precisely stuck at the absorption limit of 50,000 years, and hunting soul beasts, when the eighth soul ring is precisely stuck at the absorption limit of more than 70,000 years. This is something that only we who own the Star Do Great Forest can do. Although the Sun and Moon Empire also has a soul beast forest, it is limited by the scarcity of high-level soul beasts there. Therefore, even those direct descendants of the royal family, when it comes to soul rings, may not be as good as the ratio of the Inner Courtyard Academy of Shrek. Yin Xiaojia and Xian Linner nodded. Even if it was a soul beast of 50,000 years, it blocked the way of Shrek when no one needed to make soul rings. They should kill it without mercy. If this kind of thing spread to the Sun and Moon Empire, I am afraid that except for the Emperor, even the Prince would be scolded for doing this. Only Shrek can achieve the seventh and eighth soul rings that are close to the upper limit. Even the body sect is a little behind. After all, after killing 300,000-year soul beasts at once and causing the beast tide, the body sect has restrained itself a lot in terms of soul beasts. As for Xiao Xiao, Shrek can no longer win this continental high-level soul master competition. In this case, it is unnecessary to let Xiao Xiao obtain the soul ring of the second martial soul early. Therefore, I have promised to help her equip a complete set of soul bones after her soul power reaches level 83, so that she does not have to worry about the many soul rings of the twin martial souls making her body unable to bear it. I also promise that as long as she reaches level 83, Shrek will dispatch 2 super Douluos to hunt the soul rings for her. With a full set of soul bones at level 83, Xiao Xiao can absorb even a 100,000-year soul ring normally. At this time, as long as she hunts 7 soul rings over 70,000 years, her soul power will be. If you reach level 90 directly, you can continue to hunt for the remaining 2 spirit rings. At this time, it would be best if you have another 100,000-year spirit ring. Even if you don't have a 100,000-year spirit ring, with 8 spirit rings over 70,000 years old, Xiao Xiao can slowly grow to level 98, and then challenge the 99th level, the ultimate Douluo barrier. Counting Xiao Xiao's first martial soul, these 9 spirit rings over 70,000 years old are given to one person, plus the high-quality spirit bones. This is something that the Sun Moon Empire can never do. What we can give Xiao Xiao is real good stuff. But what can he give the Sun Moon Empire? A bunch of soul guides? As long as a soul master can cultivate to level 99, who would have the idea of developing a mixed guide? As for the geniuses with average talents like Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo, I have also promised them that as long as they cultivate to level 70, at least there will be a soul Douluo to help them obtain the 7th soul ring. When they cultivate to level 80, at least there will be a title Douluo to help them hunt for the 8th soul ring. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy can indeed afford it, but are those people important? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo are good if they have the martial soul fusion skill, but the martial soul fusion skill is only a killer for the soul master. If they really become soul masters, it will lead to neither high nor low. Therefore, it is also a benefit to others, but how much benefit they can get depends on what they can do for Shrek. Teacher is wise. Yin Xiaojia bowed to Mu In. At this time, he admired Mu In very much. While training talents for Shrek Academy, he also tricked the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. It seems that the request this time was made by the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, but in fact, Shrek Academy has long been invincible, and the price Shrek paid was just to increase the price of training talents for Shrek. Shrek can be said to be making a huge profit. On the other side, when Yin Xiaojia approached Moon In, several letters from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy appeared in the hands of Xiao Xiao, Ling Luochen, Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo and others. This time, it was the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy that poached people. Chapter 179. At the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Xiao Xiao, Ling Luochen, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo gathered together. They were all invited by Xiao Chong because of their good talents. At this time, they were discussing whether to accept the invitation letter from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy to see what they would give. There are only a few of us. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy did not invite Ning Tian. This is unexpected, but reasonable, but Ling Luochen was the first to speak in Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo's room. As a 6th soul emperor who has reached the age of 20, she has a certain understanding of this world. The relationship between the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect and Shrek Academy may not be very clear to other people, but she has a certain concept of this matter. Ning Rongrong, the ancestor of the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect, was one of the first generation of the Shrek 7 Devils. The first Academy of Shrek was built by the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect at the instigation of the Tiendo royal family, and the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect also made a lot of efforts. As the first generation of students, and having contributed money and effort from the beginning, the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect, which can be regarded as half the father of Shrek, is destined to be half the son of Shrek even if the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect is weak now. To this day, the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect and Shrek Academy are still highly bound together. Almost every direct disciple of the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect will be sent to Shrek Academy. This situation makes it almost impossible for the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect to stand on the opposite side of Shrek unless there is a huge benefit. But even if Xiao Chong could give a huge benefit, the current Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is not worth the price. 10,000 years ago, the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Sect was the richest in the continent, and had two powerful beings guarding it among the Super Douluo. It was ranked in the top 5, or even top 3 forces on the continent. But now the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile Sect is not as wealthy as Mingda Hall, and in terms of strength, it only has a sole Douluo in charge. It is completely a second-rate sect. It would be sheer madness to give them a huge benefit, and pull them to his side. Therefore, Xiao Chong gave up on the united front with Ning Tian from the beginning. In contrast, their side was a different situation. Among the 4 people present, except for her who stayed in Shrek Academy for a little longer, the other 3 only stayed in Shrek Academy for 2 years. And this 2 years does not refer to an approximate time. As students who enrolled 1 year before the last All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, they came here as exchange students 1 year after the last All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. They really only stayed for 2 years, not even 2.5 years, just 2 years. 2 years of study time. 2 years later came to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. They naturally couldn't say how much loyalty they had to Shrek Academy, as for themselves. Originally, Ling Luochen thought she was loyal to Shrek, but after the explosion that killed 4 of the Shrek 7 Devils, Ling Luochen's desire for the invincible shield made her unsure whether she was still as loyal to Shrek as before. After all, she was almost tricked by Master Xian of Shrek during the operation of hunting down evil spirit masters, but he couldn't say anything. He remembered the situation of the senior sister vividly. It was good enough that he didn't ask her, Dai Yuheng, and Ma Xiaoao to kneel down and apologize to Master Xian. And when she returns to Shrek in the future, once Shrek Academy becomes Master Xian's one-man show, Ling Luochen doesn't know what she will do if she doesn't have enough invincible shields in the future. For this reason, when a person from the Sun and Moon Royal Spirit Instructor Academy put the invitation letter in her hand, Ling Luochen didn't refuse it directly, but thought about it and accepted it first. Moon's promise was indeed good, but after learning about the experience of the senior sister, she was quite cautious about Shrek's promise because she had been betrayed by Master Xian. If Master Xian insisted on intervening when she reached level 80, who could really stop him, since Master Xian was probably already the head of the Sea God Pavilion? Therefore, Ling Luochen wanted to find a way out for herself, but the invitation letter they went to discuss in detail was too straightforward. Without a reason, she really couldn't follow the invitation letter. Senior Ling, what do you think we should do about this? How about you take us to see it? Maybe this invitation letter is just to invite us to visit the Soul Guides of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy, or do some business with us. Lan Susu said. Shrek also made a promise to them, but that promise was completely a state of tasteless eating and a pity to abandon. Soul Douluo led the team to hunt for the 7th Soul Ring, and Tidal Douluo led the team to hunt for the 8th Soul Ring. It sounded good, but it was just a good state. This promise was not enough to make them loyal to Shrek. They were not even particularly happy to eat this cake. It was just that Shrek had calculated that the Sun Moon Empire could not give them greater benefits, and they had almost no options. They were not talented in soul guides. With the unique advantage of martial soul fusion skills, they could only go in the martial soul area. Shrek also saw this aspect, so the things they gave were so limited. When Ling Luochen heard Lan Susu say that this time he might just visit the soul guide at Xiao Chang's place, his eyes lit up. She was in need of an invincible shield. She accepted Xiao Chang's invitation, and went to the place designated by Xiao Chang just to see if there was a chance to buy an invincible shield. This was barely acceptable. Thinking of this, Ling Luochen said, "Do some business? If I can buy an invincible shield. In that case, let's go. Although we are all students of Shrek Academy, It would be a waste not to take some benefits from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. Besides, I really need to buy some invincible shields. Ling Luochen stood up, and then Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo followed her to leave. However, when they were about to leave, Xiao Xiao was still sitting on a stool beside him, and had no intention of leaving. Xiao Xiao, why don't you go over and see if there are any soul guides you need? Although we are all martial souls, some soul guides can still be used for a while. Xiao Xiao shook his head. No, Senior Ling, you guys can go. I have no interest in soul guides. Compared to Ling Luochen, who was persecuted by the academy, Xiao Xiao, who didn't know what happened to Master Xian, still chose to believe in Shrek Academy. In addition, Shrek promised her something better, so Xiao Xiao chose to continue to firmly support Shrek Academy. In fact, if it weren't for the invitation letter sent to 4 people at the same time, Xiao Xiao would not even participate in this discussion. She wants to become a high-level figure in Shrek in the future. Chapter 180. Xiao Xiao, since you don't have any soul guide you want to buy, forget it. But I still want to buy the invincible shield if it's available. What about Susu and Luoluo? Before leaving, Ling Luochen once again stated that she was just going to see if there was a chance to buy the invincible shield. Let's go together. Unlike Xiao Xiao, who really painted a huge pie for them, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo didn't get any benefits from Shrek. In this case, Xiao Chong, who had a big power behind him, came to invite them. Naturally, they would not be loyal to Shrek. Waiting for the price was their best choice at the moment. In the end, the 3 of them guaranteed that they were loyal to Shrek. They just wanted to see if there were any powerful soul guides, and wanted to buy some just in case. In a high-level meeting room somewhere in Mingda Hall, Xiao Chong waited for Lan Susu, Lan Luoluo, and Ling Luochen. Xiao Xiao didn't come, forget it. Sit down, all 3 of you. Xiao Chong was not surprised that Xiao Xiao didn't come. There were many geniuses in Shrek in the original novel. Putting aside the specific situation of Ikai 2, there were 3 people with twin martial spirits, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Among them, Hui Yuhao is needless to say. His chance and luck are gone. Now Hui Yuhao can't even reach the level of a 6-ring soul emperor in this life, let alone twin martial spirits. In the original novel, Wang Dong's twin martial spirits were shown at the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition, but this time, due to some butterfly effects, Wang Dong did not become a candidate for the All-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition. Without that display, Wang Dong might not let people know that she has twin martial spirits. Of the 3 twin martial spirits that were in the open, one was gone, and the other was not shown. As Shrek Academy was beginning to lack talent, Xiao Xiao was extremely important at this time. Xiao Chong even suspected that Shrek had painted a pie for Xiao Xiao with a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. In this case, Xiao Xiao's choice was understandable. After all, the current Shrek Academy is still the #1 academy in the entire continent. No one thinks that they are just simply painting a pie for the students. After all, in the original novel, when Yin Xiaojia approached Hui Yuhao and promised to hunt a 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone for him, Xiao Chong in his previous life believed it even from the perspective of the reader. If you hadn't watched the entire plot to the end, who would have known that the #1 academy in the entire continent was just painting a pie for the students? Without the god's perspective of the entire situation, many people would really believe what Shrek said. After the 3 of them slowly sat down, Ling Luochen spoke first. What do you want to see us about? Although Ling Luochen was asking knowingly, there were some things that she really couldn't say first. Xiao Chong didn't dare to accept such a stupid person, who jumped to the Sun and Moon Empire without saying anything, and had no benefit at all. Don't worry, Miss Ling, hold this first. Xiao Chong sat down face to face with the 3 of them, and then Xiao Chong casually created a popsicle more than half a meter long and handed it to Ling Luochen. Ling Luochen raised her eyebrows slightly, but still grabbed the popsicle handed over as Xiao Chong asked, and then the next second, Ling Luochen stood up. You are the ultimate ice. Ling Luochen looked incredulous. If it weren't for the ultimate ice soul power transmitted through the popsicle, just handed over by Xiao Chong that allowed her to sublimate her attributes, she wouldn't have believed that the person sitting opposite her was actually the ultimate ice soul master. The ultimate ice, this is simply. Wait a minute, why do I feel a little dizzy, as if I forgot something? Feeling that Ling Luochen's state was a little wrong, thinking of the memory erasure method, physics, Xiao Chong's face was slightly embarrassed. Well, I just woke up a special martial soul by chance. Miss Ling, do you want to continue? Xiao Chong continued to pass the popsicle over, and Ling Luochen, who was sitting down, held it without any hesitation, feeling Xiao Chang's soul power flowing through her body, allowing her to sublimate her attributes. Since the three of you are here, I will say it directly. I am building a force, and I am very short of people now, so I hope the three of you can come. Of course, I will also give enough benefits. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo saw that Ling Luochen was now wholeheartedly enjoying the benefits brought to her by the attribute sublimation, and knew that it was no longer convenient for Ling Luochen to represent the three of them to negotiate the price as a whole. So Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo looked at each other, and Lan Susu, as the elder sister, spoke up. What are the benefits of joining this force? I mean the benefits that are truly realized to individuals. In addition, after obtaining this benefit, what price do we have to pay? Yes, I like business with clear prices. Then I will tell you directly. I can give you a total of 3 soul bones, and all 3 soul bones are more than 10,000 years old, and one of them is more than 50,000 years old. In addition, you are all 3 ring soul masters now, right? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo nodded. I have a special method that can double the absorption period of soul rings. In other words, I have a way to make you have a 10,000 year soul ring when you have the 4 soul ring. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo stood up. This is impossible. Shrek couldn't do it even though the 4 soul ring could stably absorb the 10,000 year soul ring. Just because Shrek couldn't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Besides, I'm inviting you to join with sincerity. I can give each of you a 10,000 year soul bone first, and I can also let you declare your loyalty to me after the 4 soul ring fuses with the 10,000 year soul ring. How about that? Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. If the 4 soul ring can have a 10,000 year soul ring, then they will no longer be ordinary geniuses. Powerful soul skills will make up for the shortcomings of their martial souls. The 10,000 year soul skills of more than 40 levels can become their capital to challenge the top martial soul masters. In addition, the 4 soul ring is the increase of their martial souls for 10,000 years, and their cultivation speed will not be slower than those top martial soul masters. In addition, Xiao Chang promised them that he would ask them to be loyal only after they fuse the 4 soul ring of 10,000 years. It can almost be said that they don't need to take any risks, which is far beyond their initial expectations. After all, they are clear about their own strength, and they are also more clear about their own value. The price Xiao Chang gave has exceeded the price they can normally ask for. However, the two still suppressed their excitement and asked about the future. Our 4th soul ring can absorb 10,000 years, so what about the subsequent soul rings? If your mental strength is strong enough, you can also fuse the 70,000 year level soul ring when you have the 6th soul ring. After that, your soul ring will not be lower than this level, but it will not be higher than this level either. The last question, do we need to call you master in the future? Xiao Chang, question mark.